and the Warriors with a really big loss tonight against San Antonio. I know they didn't have Steph Curry or GP2, but the Warriors have a lot of talented players, and they lose to a team that came in winning only 13 all season. The Spurs outplayed them. They outfought them for most of the night and did a really nice job of moving the ball. San Antonio with 33 assists tonight en route to their 126-113 win.
Oh, baby, that was a dud on Saturday night. Felt like it was over before it started. Jeremy Sohan, Branham, Dominic Barlow, who are you? Well, he's just a guy who scored 19 points and grabbed 8 rebounds, and the Golden State Warriors lose their second straight game. They're now just 17-17 at home, and they start a huge 3-game road trip today, which starts against that same San Antonio Spurs team. And you know what? Back in the lineup will be Devin Vassell, who's averaging 20 points a game. Now, nobody's ever heard of him, but he's shooting 37.5% from 3. And, of course, Victor Wembanyama is probable for today. So, without Stephen Curry, it may be some tough sled. No, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Baby, we got a lot to talk about here. NFL free agency is kicking off here. It is flying, and Arik Armstead, the longest tenured 49er, could be on the chopping block. He could be cut, but the 49ers are going to get into it all. Shasky, what up, man?
What's up, bro?
Happy Monday. I'm
not sure that game wasn't one of the more yucky games I've ever seen in my life.
God.
That's just considering what's at stake and everything that's going on. And I'm not going to scream and yell and lose my mind because they haven't been good enough to warrant that kind of reaction from me, just overall. I didn't recognize but like a handful of those Spurs. Zach Collins being one of them. And most NBA fans think that Zach Collins either stinks or they don't even know who he is because he's barely played the last couple of years because of all the injuries and whatnot. Like, there's so many questions I have with this team. You're talking about their home and their road record, and their home record the last couple of years versus the home record this year.
Yeah. Or the last 10 years.
Yeah, or 10 years, yes, fine. Outside of the one season where everybody was out, and it kind of skews a lot of the numbers. 17-17 at home. And the more and more I think about it, and you're asking, like, people don't fear them. What should they fear?
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at that starting lineup, and you and I kind of talked about this, and I know starting, and then there's, like, after a couple minutes, and a bunch of people are in and out of the lineup, so it's not the end-all, be-all. But this starting lineup of Chris Paul, Kuminga, Trace Jackson, Draymond Green, and Podziemski, you tell me who a team should be fearing in that lineup. Well, offensively.
Well, we tried that lineup in NBC Sports when we're doing our pregame show Saturday, and Bully saw and I give him credit. He's a Hall of Famer. These guys know the game inside and out. They've forgotten more basketball than we'll ever know, Shasky. It is what it is. So I always take their, whether it's Festus, Darrell, Bully, I listen to those guys tough, coaches and everything. And as soon as Bully saw the lineup, he goes, well, that's a lineup I may run zone against. And look, man, when you have Chris Paul out there, if you're going to start Chris Paul, which is obviously the right move to make in place of Stephen Curry, then I need Chris Paul to be with his guys, the guys that he flourishes with. Like you hear the talk from Steve Kerr, the dialogue is, hey, we're going to cater to the offense and try to do what Chris Paul does best. Now, you need some shooting out there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, and look, man, I don't care about the starting bitchy thing, whatever. Guys are going to get their minutes on this team. But if you're going to play Chris Paul and start him, I think you have to start Klay Thompson alongside of him to get some shooting. Because San Antonio, now the data's going to say that they didn't run a lot of zone defense. All they did was sit in zone. They sat in zone and said, I dare you to make outside shots, Golden State. And the only one who was capable of making outside shots Saturday night was Klay Thompson. So you need that threat. And so I'm moving Podziemski to the bench in this lineup, Shasky.
Yeah.
I got to go Klay, CP3, and TJD. So I got my roller and my guy who's diving to the basket in TJD. I have my shooter in Klay Thompson, and I have Chris Paul. And then now you got a combination of Draymond Green and Kuminga because you need the defense. And you need another slasher going to the rim. But you need shooting. And this is a team in San Antonio, Shasky. I know I'm long-winded here, but they're one of the teams that blocks a lot of shots. Now, they didn't have Wemby on Saturday night. So you should have been able to go to the rack and get to the rim. Now Wemby's going to be back, And it's going to be imperative that you make a couple outside shots tonight in San Antonio if you want to win this basketball game.
You referenced Podziemski. The combination of Podziemski and Moody, it felt like their combined worst game of the season.
No doubt.
Now, I'm sure there's other games that I could point to that, like Moody couldn't hit the right side of a barn from deep. And
Moody's 1 for 14 from 3 in his last four games.
Well,
1 for 14.
You brought something up in the green room, and I think there's a role for Moody. I don't know what the role is, and I've gone back and forth. Like there's times where I'm like, try him out here, try him out there, and work on things. But like when it's all said and done, I think most people would have to admit he's probably destined to be a role player in the NBA. He's not some bona fide starter. But that's kind of where the Warriors are at right now. We're clamoring for changes and throwing this guy in the lineup. You don't have a lot of options.
No, you don't.
You just don't have a lot of options. And you bring up the 3-pointers about how we're clanking and how people are laying off us. Can we contest a 3?
Well, San Antonio.
I mean,
you heard Fitz all night long. San Antonio is the hottest 3-point shooting team since the All-Star break. And it's funny, right? It is funny. But you know what? They were 17-33. Yeah. 17-33. The data tells you, and it's crazy what the data tells you. They're 29th in terms of 3-point attempts. They're in the mids. Mm-hmm. Hey, I'll pull it up in just a second, man. I just had the numbers up when it comes to their 3-point shooting. Well, I have it right here in front of me here. Their 3-point shooting, 29th in the league, 34.8%. This is going into Saturday night. 29th in the league in 3-point percentage. And then made threes, they're at the bottom of the list as well because they only make about 12 a game. Well, you know what?
Data.
They made like 10 in the first half. So
2 right away.
Right away.
From some guy I'd never heard of.
So they were up. Gosh, they were up 19. They were up 19 at halftime. And I had burned the Boston tape from Sunday. So I text Daryl, who's a statistician, one of the guys working with Raymond Ritter. He always sends me all the data and all the stats, all these clunky stats. And I go, Daryl, is that the largest halftime deficit they faced this season? He goes, Bonte, you already forgot about Sunday against Boston? It's like, yeah, I forgot about that game. They were down 44 in that one. But they're down 19 at the half to San Antonio. And it was just like a couple times they cut it to 9, cut it to 8. And San Antonio just going a little 5-0 run. Keldon Johnson off the bench. Dominic Barlow. Sohead. Who names it? It's just, boy, without Stephen Curry, man, no gravity whatsoever. This is just a completely different team. Like, it is night and day.
But I think the frustrating part is that it feels like to me, we're looking at the coach to do a miracle, and I get it. Like, everyone's losing their minds about. And I was even frustrated. Like Trace Jackson Davis alongside Draymond to start the game.
Well, you want CP3's lob threat, right?
Yeah, I get that.
So, and you're not going to bench Draymond right now because you need his defense.
But where's the spacer? Like, if you're going to play Podziemski alongside him.
That's why you got to insert Clay.
Exactly.
Yeah, insert Clay for Podziemski. It is what it is. Podziemski goes in, and it's not an indictment on Podziemski. I'm not saying he needs to go on the bench and play 10 minutes. He's going to still see 25 to 30 minutes of action.
You have to play your most threatening lineup. I mean, that's really kind of where they're at right now. And his argument was like, well, we needed the defense. It's like, that's a 14-win San Antonio team.
Right.
We're really like scared out of our minds about their offensive, firepower.
Not only that.
What?
Look, Chris Paul, I thought, had a solid game, but Podziemski next to him, this is where the problem is with the lack of shooting, and they're going to sit in the zone. Podziemski's shot. He's not as confident as he was from the outside. And even going inside with those long, active defenders, especially today against Wemby, that hook shot, his play in the paint, those shots are going to get blocked. Or they're staying home on Podziemski's head fakes.
Well, they've been adjusted, yes.
So they've adjusted to him. So coming in, maybe he could spearhead that second unit now with Steph Curry out, and he could get that pace going with the second unit because that's another thing. No matter what Chris Paul's playing excellent basketball, but there's a difference in pace of play when you have him. The Warriors only took 88 shots Saturday night. 88 shots.
There's no doubt. He's a more deliberate player. And like by nature, that's how he's going to play. They're just too redundant alongside each other, Podziemski and CP3. On the Podziemski thing, how many times does he dribble into the lane and either pass up a shot or kick it out to somebody? Like, I don't know. I want to see him go up in the lane a little more, and be a little more aggressive. It feels like teams are hedging on him passing back out after driving in.
Yep.
I'm getting real.
You're passing it. No. You're passing it back out, and there's not any shooting back there.
Well, plus the shot clock is winding down, and it just feels like these possessions are scramble mode with 6 seconds or less. I don't know. I'm very frustrated, and I go back to Steve Kerr, and I'm not crushing Steve Kerr. I just think that Steve Kerr was the most important guy with 22 games to go, as we were talking about who's the most important and everything. And the reason being is because it was so matchup dependent. This team doesn't have, hey, here's your 4 bona fide starters. No matter what, this is who you're going to play. They've got a bunch of either redundant parts or parts where I have to see if they're good tonight.
Right.
You know, are you good? Almost like a starting pitcher. Like, how's your arm feeling?
Well, it's
right.
Yeah. Well, that's when you don't have Stephen Curry.
It makes it even worse.
So the Warriors averaged 92 field goal attempts a game. They got down to 88 Saturday night. The pace was a little slower. But I'm looking at 2 guys here. 2 guys we're clamoring for. Moses Moody, 1. Again, he's 1 of 14 from 3 in his last 4 games. That's not good. 1 of 14 from 3 in his last, and he's 0 for 10 in his last 2 games from 3.
What does he hang his hat on?
I'm not sure what he hangs his hat on, but when we're all yelling and, hey, he should start, he should do this, he should do that, he's got to play with the right combination. We got too many parts that have to play with specific players. And to your point about, hey, let's just roll out a starting 5,
that's what I'm saying.
And you got to adjust to us. Well, you got to adjust to the matchups now with all these players. Now, not only are you doing that, you got an Andrew Wiggins problem again. Because Andrew Wiggins, look, he was fighting it Saturday night. You try to see the effort there, 11.6 rebounds. But since he's come back, he's now back down. Think about that. The previous 16 games before he walked away due to personal reasons, he's shooting 53% from the floor and 46 from 3. And you knew that, okay, he's going to miss 4 games. He's out. He's back with the team. He still says there's some things going on. We all understand that. We all want you to take care of your business, and we all support you and doing what you do when it comes to personal stuff. But since he's been back, the rhythm is gone again. Now he's back down to 29% from the three-point line. Now he's back down to 39% from the floor. And he's not having an impact on offense or defense. And coming into the season, we thought, boy, he's got to be your second-best player to make a deep run in the playoffs. I don't know what he is right now, but he's got to wake up in a heartbeat, man. You just need him. You need him in these last 20. 19.
Fair or
19.
not, the reality is that it's probably the most disappointing Warrior of the season.
Wow.
And you could say, Joe, it's because of stuff going on outside of, basketball.
Basketball related.
I get that.
Basketball related.
No,
he has not showed up. Basketball related.
No, but I'm saying what someone might say to me is like, well, it's because of things going on away. And I'd be like, I get that. But also, he has been the most disappointing. Like, both are true. I'm empathetic and I understand. I also sit here and I'm my team is scratching and clawing. I mean, these are guys' jobs are on the line.
Yeah, I know.
Legacies are on the line for these guys. And this isn't me. This is them talking. I mean, if you don't think that Klay Thompson is thinking about like, wow, a deep playoff run would boost my value and I could, get some extra dollars or maybe some more guaranteed years or something like that. I just have this question of this. Right now, forget going into the season. Right now, what are they trying to get out of Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know at this point. You hope you get the player that you got a couple seasons ago. That seems like it's lost. You're trying to get a comparable player. You're going to play him. The guy's making $100 million with this new contract. I don't know what you do, man. We get to the offseason, we may have a different conversation about him, but I don't know, man. Klay Thompson went out there and he tried his ass off. He scored 27. He's at least in my words right now. Klay Thompson has handled his bench role, and he's flourished in this role. But now you're going to have to start him. But you're going to have to shake it up, too, with Andrew Wiggins saying, we need you. Like, into my equation of going on a deep run or finishing the season strong with 19 games to play and maybe going 17-5, well, that looks like it's not going to happen because you lost to the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know what you get out of there. I don't know the solution to fixing that problem with Andrew Wiggins. Just on court. What is it? Is it combinations? Do you need the ball in your hands more? I don't know. I don't know, Shasky. He was playing his best basketball, and you knew that, boy, he's going to come back. And now the rhythm's lost. And in 3 games, you're like, damn, I kind of need you now without Stephen Curry.
Like, I don't know. There's been times when I've been just so distracted at work, and I've said to you guys, I've even told you guys after, like, maybe I should have took today off, and I apologize. I'm asking out loud, like, is it even fair to say, like, if he's not going to play with fire and all the passion and look locked in, like maybe, I don't know, man. I just think they're in a tough spot. I think they're in a really tough spot.
They are.
And the part is that's very frustrating. And you try to be as patient and as compassionate as you can, but it's 2 years in a row.
It's 2 years in a row.
Right? And, it's Like right now, Jonathan Kuminga has so leapfrogged Andrew Wiggins in terms of importance. There's no going back. To me, there's no going back.
Oh, and I don't think they will go back. He's a starter for good. And you saw him trying to will the team back in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
26
and it wasn't even
him.
at one of his good games.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. But he was trying. He's trying to get there. And look, there's going to be growing pains with the youngsters. This is what it is. When you play the youngsters, you're going to get up and down performances, which is like, here's the deal. Kuminga, we know, is now becoming a consistent player. That's a sign. That's a great sign. We'll see about TJD and Potts. They're rookies. I expect them to have some off nights here and there. They had off nights Saturday night.
Kuminga might be the third most. If you went Steph, Dre, right, in terms of consistent,
right.
I'd go Kuminga 3.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I'm with you there. I don't think that's saying a lot. But I don't think that's saying a lot.
No, I don't either.
With the way it's played out, there's no doubt.
Yeah, but if I said that to you a year ago, I think a lot of people would be surprised.
Maybe.
Even though he had a great little month.
Even though we wanted him to play last year. Like, we wanted him to play. We wanted him to maybe start and be us 4 with this. Like, I've believed in Kuminga's talents the entire time. But Andrew Wiggins, when you give him that contract, and you know what happened last year, we were empathetic about it. He came back and he played inspired basketball. He did, but it took away from Kuminga in those playoffs. And Kuminga wasn't able to play. Then there's this narrative that Kuminga doesn't have an IQ. He's unplayable. Now he's debunked all that. He made all you guys look like fools who doubted him. He's made everybody look like fools who talked about him having a low IQ, couldn't pass.
So
Kuminga's
unfair.
that guy.
Yeah.
It was very unfair. We talked about it in real time, and now you're wearing egg on your face. But Andrew Wiggins, you know, as the first 3 months of the season was just awful, god awful. Then he got hot, and then he went away from the team. And a lot of people have issues with that because they're saying, well, gosh, I can't do that at my real job. And I always tell people, look, the NBA is not the real world.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Yes.
We just live in 2 different worlds. And we could go to a Starbucks, you and I. They can't go to a Starbucks.
No.
Don't tell me that their lives are the same or you have relatable lives when they can't walk into a Target without security guards.
There are elements that are relatable, and there are lots of elements that are not. That's where I would.
Not even close. Yeah. Not even close. But boy, I don't like. You know, you start Moses Moody. Well, Moses Moody's now in the funk. You know, I don't know what you do here without Stephen Curry. You got to try to steal a game. He's going to be reevaluated Tuesday with the ankle injury. You hope that he can go against Dallas on Wednesday. That's not going to be easy. Then you play the Lakers down in L.A. Saturday night. You haven't won there since 2021 against the Lakers down at Crypto.com Arena. So I don't like. It's not doom and gloom because the Warriors are going to be in the top 10. But ideally, you want to be in the 7-8 range.
Yeah, Saturday night for me, the 6 seed died.
Oh yeah, that's done. That might be done. Although Sacramento, they didn't lose yesterday to Houston. But I'm not laughing. I'm not going to laugh at them when we're getting blown out by the San Antonio Spurs.
This is me saying it. I've given up hope on the 6th seed. Now, if it comes back around and I'm proven wrong, I'll wear egg on my face. Trust me, I will eat crow. Even though I heard now that crows are some of the smartest animals out there, I will eat the crow. But that to me died on Saturday night.
Yeah, they're 3 games behind the Kings and the Suns for that 6-7 spot.
Too many teams to jump, too little time.
The move
I don't believe in them as much as I did.
You've got to get the 7-8. You've got to get the 7-8.
Well, they had an opportunity to close it if they would have won Saturday.
Well, you got
close the gap a little.
Well, you got 3 games against the Mavericks.
I know.
And you got 2 against the Lakers. You're 2 games behind the Mavericks in the loss column. You're 3 behind the Kings in the loss column. Can I get to 7 and 8? That's the Warriors' mindset here. Can you get to 7 and 8?
You bring up Luka. I mean, the Spurs went to the free throw line almost 30 times.
I know.
What do you think Luka's going to do?
Luka's going to get there probably 30 times.
You want to talk about a game where I could use Andrew Wiggins? It would be the game against Luka.
Yeah, well,
considering what he did against him a while ago.
No doubt. Oh man,
2022 feels like a decade ago,
dude. Doesn't it? It's depressing. It really is depressing. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Simeon in Richmond, Virginia. Simeon, what's happening, man? Get us started here on the roast.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good.
I was calling to talk about the starting lineup. Like, I thought Steph, Chris Paul, and Podziemski was our point guards. With Steph out, why are we playing both our point guards together? shouldn't Chris Paul start and then Podziemski come off the bench to back him up?
I think Kerr. I feel like Kerr will make that adjustment tonight, Simeon. I'd be surprised if he didn't make that adjustment tonight.
Yeah, and Moody should start. Our starting lineup should be Chris Paul, Draymond, Moody, Kuminga, and Klay. And then Podziemski and Wiggins come off the bench.
And then you're bringing in TJD off the bench?
No. Yeah, TJD off the bench, too.
So here's the problem with that, Simeon. I'll let you finish this call. Chris Paul loves to have a roller or a pick-and-pop guy. Right now, the pick-and-pop guy, Sarge, can't hit the backside of a barn, and you got the diver in TJD. So you got to have one of those guys with Chris Paul, Simeon. That's what he loves.
We have spacers in Moody and Klay.
I'm not sure Moody's a spacer currently.
And then you said
I'm not convinced. I don't like if you think that defenses guard him the way that they guard Klay Thompson. I think you're inaccurate.
Yeah, no, they're very inaccurate. They're gonna be aware of Klay Thompson tonight. Moody, maybe you do start Moody, and maybe he plays better alongside Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, and you get his 3-point shot rolling. I don't know. Look, everything's on the table right now without Stephen Curry. That's the reality of the business. You don't have Steph, everything's on the table. And you got to try to steal a game tonight in San Antonio. You got to try to steal a game tonight. And quite frankly, I bet you the spread, San Antonio's probably the favorite. And Whitby's going to be back. And Whitby didn't even play Saturday.
When I saw, I'm not some gambler. The Warriors were favored by a 12 in some.
Yeah, I know some books.
12?
I remember we were doing our edge, and I'll go, Bully, that's too much juice, man. I don't know about that spread. I wouldn't have touched it. Hopefully nobody touched it because the Warriors got rolled Saturday night. All right. That loss.
And we
that was
haven't
one of the
even
worst
begun
games
to
of the
talk.
season.
We haven't easily. We haven't even begun to talk about Draymond. I thought Draymond was trying to get ejected out of that game in the third quarter.
Well, one guy who may be ejected out of Santa Clara is Arik Armstead. There's a lot of people who are not even ready to talk 49ers offseason. We'll do that.
Oh, I'm ready now.
Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Warriors. We got Niners. I guess I watched a little spring training Saturday. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding...
Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Day-Day, we'll see you in San Antonio a little later today as the Warriors take on the Spurs for the second straight night, this time down in the Alamo to kick off a 3-game road trip where they'll play San Antonio, Dallas, and then the LA Lakers Saturday night. You know, Spinoni, he's watching the Lakers game. He's happy. They beat the T-Wolves last night. I don't need to hear from you, Spinoni.
Don't let him get hot. That's all I got to say.
This guy's
season over. What'd you call Darvin Ham a week ago?
Oh, yeah.
Cooked ham or Darvin Scam?
Now you're loving him. Now you want him. Now he's the coach of the year. I mean, this guy is unbelievable. Get you 95.7 Game Gear now at breakingT.com/957. We got all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want or to lose, as well as some awesome gear. Repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingT.com/957. Look, man. The Warriors lose, and we're going to get back into them. NFL free agency is kicking off. We got Baker Mayfield making $100 million with Tampa Bay. You got Mac Jones traded to Jacksonville. There's all kind of moves happening. And then you have Arik Armstead. I wonder, 888-957-9570, 49er fans, are you ready for the offseason? Because I got a DM from a lot of Niner fans, including Izzy Borges yesterday when I posted to Armstead that the Niners may move on from Armstead. I'll read the tweet in just a second. But Izzy was like, please, Bonte, I don't have the capacity for this post right now. And I think a lot of Niner fans are not ready to like embrace the new season. They are still affected by what happened in Las Vegas just a month ago. And now we flip the calendar, and it's a new league year, and moves are happening. And I'm not sure a lot of Niner fans are ready to move on from what happened down in Las Vegas.
I'm ready, shockingly, and this move kind of set me up. Like, boom.
So you weren't ready before.
No, I was not. And this move, because it was, on one level, it was very surprising. On another level, not surprising. One thing that I do want to mention before we get into the actual transaction, the amount of people who cover the Niners who will shame you for suggesting who should go, who could go, who might go, because you don't understand the cap. They do that to you all the time. And like, it really bugs me. First off, anything can happen in the NFL. The money that people move off and remove around, right. Can we all admit, none of us know anything about the salary cap?
No doubt. I mean, there are situations where the Saints have been $100 million over the cap and they're signing players. And I'm thinking, like, what the hell's going on here?
Like, how are they able to, like, conduct business? Right. All these people who, like, put out these tweets of, like, we know if it's pre-6-1 and post-6-1, how it affects. Dude, we don't know if they're amortizing it, meaning rolling it over multiple years. We don't understand all these things. They were paying D Ford last year, for crying out loud, a little bit of money. Like, so the point that I'm getting at is, anything can happen at any time in the NFL. Right. If the Christian McCaffrey trade didn't teach us this, if Javon Hargrave signing with the Niners didn't teach us this, well, then the Arik Armstead move has taught us this. So pay attention. Anything can happen at any time. And if you suggest a player could be cut, moved, whatever, we shouldn't laugh at them. Like, whether it's a caller, whether it's a fan, whether it's somebody opining about the 49ers situation financially, none of us know anything about the salary cap. I don't even know if these teams fully understand the salary cap.
Well, they have capologists, and they understand it, which is why they know how to wiggle in and out of moves and how to roll over money and how to separate the dead cap from the real cap. I don't know. It's a complicated process. It's a very complicated process. However, Jordan Schultz was first to report this. Jordan Schultz has been doing this for a long time, man. A really good dude, a friend of the program here. Where is he at now? Jordan Schultz working for Bleacher Report. He's Bleacher Report's NFL insider. After the 49ers and defensive lineman Arik Armstead attempted but failed to work out a restructured deal, San Francisco now plans to release Arik Armstead. Arik Armstead is now expected to become a free agent as the two sides came close to a deal, but Armstead, as Jordan Schultz reported, wanted to see what his market was. And maybe his market is in a good spot after his postseason. Think about what he did. 6 tackle, 1 sack performance in the Super Bowl. He ranks 4th in playoff sacks among all active players. However, he's going to make a lot of money next season. $28 million, right? Overall. So $17.4 million in base salary. He had the signing bonus of $3.5 million. Got a roster guarantee of over $500,000. But the cap hit is $28.3 million. The dead cap is $26 million. Now, before all this is going to get sorted out, we'll figure out what that actually saves the 49ers. If that saves them anybody at all, that's to be determined. But the big point is, Arik Armstead, 31 years old, longest tenured 49er Shasky, is not going to be available for free agency. It's the end of an era for Arik Armstead, and now the 49ers start the process of retooling this defensive line that disappointed everybody. Including down the stretch, including their own damn football team. So Arik Armstead, your thoughts on him, as it looks like number 91 may not be wearing red gold next season for the 49ers.
I'm going to sound like some complete lunatic here, so bear with me, folks. He is a very good player, but to me, they screwed up in how they paid him. This was a financial transaction. In the same way I view, real estate, like value. It's all about value to me, all right? And when Armstead had his breakout year in 2019, he was a defensive end,
right,
primarily in that scheme. They paid him defensive end money, and then they moved him back inside. And then there's this whole DeForest Buckner, Jimmy Ward, Arik Armstead puzzle that they put together where they said they couldn't afford all three, but if you moved off DeForest, you could attain Arik Armstead, another draft pick, and Jimmy Ward. And honestly, that was sound strategy, all right? They whiffed on Kinlaw.
Right.
And when you paid Arik Armstead via D-end money, you screwed up how you valued him. Like, he is a very good player. He's a B+, A- player. That's the way I view him, okay? But you gave him A money at D-end, which is more expensive than D-tackle.
You gave him game changer money, right?
Exactly. He's never been that guy. Like, he's a run stuffer, right? And so, to me, like, his money and how much he was owed this last year and this year, it's out of whack.
Yeah.
I want Arik Armstead on my team, but not at that price tag.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
And like, he was a very good Niner, but the reality is that he really only had like 2.5, 3.5 healthy seasons.
Right.
And
you wonder, and to your point,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, it's a great point. It's a fair point that you paid him for a DN and you played him D tackle. You don't get the sack numbers or you don't get the pressure numbers. There's no doubt the 49ers are better with him, but at that price point, I'm with you here. It's pretty expensive. And when you think about 31, is now the time to move off of him because of the injuries last year. Played through the meniscus injury. You had the foot injury. Early on in his career, he had a lot of injuries. That was the talking point about Arik Armstead. He can't stay on the football field.
And we didn't know what position he was.
Right.
And we didn't know what scheme he fit in. Remember, they went through like 2 or 3 different schemes at that time. There are two guys.
They said the wide 9. He fit the wide 9 better than Buckner.
But I would also say, like, to squeeze the most out of Arik Armstead, you had to have a healthy D Ford because I felt like that entire defensive line has kind of taken a step back without having D Ford. Now, Bosa's his own unique animal, whatever. Reimagining the defensive line is what I would be doing this offseason. The other guy that I'd be, honest to God, I'm 1 year in, I might consider moving off Hargrave. I'm not sure I love paying him $20+ million a year.
I'm hearing rumblings that they just might.
Really?
It just might because of the production they got from him last year, which was not enough for that price point.
If I was looking at this thing right now as the Niners, like, rolling it back is what you did last year heading into this year. You rolled it back. Hey, healthy Brock Purdy, we feel like we have an opportunity to be good. And you went all the way to the end and you lost. I think you need to reimagine the defensive line. The defensive line, although it played great in the Super Bowl, it underperformed.
Right.
And whether it's the players making too much money, how you spread the money around on your team.
Right.
There are 2 guys in D tackles who I'm paying premier money to. Chris Jones, Aaron Donald.
Yep.
Other than that, to me, what is the difference between getting a 6th-round draft pick or a 5th-round draft pick and swinging on a 2-down defensive lineman late in the draft and finding impact?
I'd have to think about that because Vita Vea is a guy I like. He makes an impact inside. There's a lot of players, your boy Jalen Carter, Philadelphia, the guy who just retired, Fletcher Cox, is really, really good for a long time. So I'd have to think about that one because there's a lot of D tackles out there that I would pay.
They have to be a 3-down lineman. Would you agree?
Right, no doubt. I love having a stud D tackle inside wrecks the game. Like having a Chris Jones type of player, Aaron Donald type of player. Now everybody's searching for one of those type of players. Now you're hearing things about Denver, right? The Denver Broncos. They could save $10 million by releasing DJ Jones. Maybe they'll reunite with DJ Jones. DJ
like
Jones
that.
coming back to San Francisco for probably 1/3 of the price that you paid Arik Armstead. You could probably get DJ Jones on the cheap. Now, will they re-sign Javon Kinlaw? Will they bring him back into the fold? had a better year. Now, how much would you have to pay him? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that question. But you need to retool this defensive line. This defensive line was very underwhelming last season.
Agreed.
Now, the Super Bowl, they were a lot better than they got gassed out. I don't know how you do that. Is it a scheme thing? Obviously, it doesn't sound like they're going to change the scheme at all.
Sure doesn't feel like it. But your point about the Super Bowl, and it's the same thing I said about Steve Wilkes. I don't make acquisitions, releases. I don't make roster decisions based off one game. It is the totality and the body of work. And I would just say that the defensive line underwhelmed. If you're going to pour 45% of your cap into the defensive line, into basically 4 guys,
right,
you better get more production out of that.
Let's continue to talk about this. 888-957-9570. What's your opinion on Arik Armstead possibly being released as a salary cap casualty with the 49ers? Both sides went to the table. They tried to renegotiate and restructure contract. Both sides could come up with a deal. So Arik Armstead will test free agency, and the Sacramento native could be playing elsewhere next season. How do you feel about that, 49er fans? Are you even ready to embrace the offseason? We've been kind of tiptoeing around the 49ers since the Super Bowl loss. Now the new league year starts, and deals are going to be flying off the table all show long, all day long. Where's your mind at right now, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. Where's your mind at when it comes to Arik Armstead here? Fair, not fair? You're going to miss him? What's your thoughts on Arik Armstead being released here by the Niners? We'll get to that here as it is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices, and that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Come into Freeman's Appliance.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bonte.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Who was that? Can you play that again?
I think it was Hav.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bonte.
I don't know who that was. People be disrespected, man. Gotta chill out. He showed his ass.
As I walk through the valley of the... Oh, gosh. This was a good one.
That's actually good.
We've been standing most our lives.
All right, Did
anyone even see Dangerous Minds?
Yeah, it's an old movie. I'm sure Spinoni. This Michelle Pfeiffer.
I know Coolio from Kenan and Kel. He did the opening song.
Are you
for that.
kidding me?
Oh, the Kenan
Not
and Kel
Fantastic Voyage, one of the greatest music
videos
videos
ever.
ever.
Can you find the Kenan and Kel intro, please? Because that was hard.
No, Fantastic Voyage might be one of my favorite actual music videos of all time.
Yeah, that was good. Fantastic Voyage. I've only watched Dangerous Minds like once. I don't even think it was that great of a movie.
No, the song was better than the movie.
Right. Do you even remember the movie?
No.
Didn't they film it somewhere in the Bay Area? What high school did Dangerous Minds get filmed at? 888-957-957.
I know this. When I think of Michelle Pfeiffer, I think of Scarface.
So I think of Catwoman.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. And her 9 lives.
Yeah. Oh, this is Kenan and Kel. Oh. Dude. Hey, that's a hit. That hits right there.
It does hit.
That's smooth. That is smooth. Oh, man. What was I going to do here?
You're going to read the read.
No, yeah, I got to read the read, but there was a text I saw, 650. Bonte, is this a must-win game? If they lose this game, where do we go? If Curry's out another 4 or 5 games, we can't win the game without him. When do you raise the flag? Well, here's the deal with the Warriors. They're not dropping out of 10. The Houston Rockets are 4.5 games back of the Golden State Warriors. Now, you start losing some games here, the Rockets win a couple, could get a little dicey, right? And you know the Rockets and Dylan Brooks and company will lie up. Ime Udoka, let's steal that 10th spot from the Golden State Warriors.
Getting a little dicey. You should start calling it the Hell's Kitchen setup. Like I'm thinking of Gordon Ramsay. Get a little dicey in there, you wanker.
Well, they might have just lost Şengün, their best player.
Dude,
so that was a brutal knee injury he had.
I was telling him at the break, I go, dude, did you see that? He goes, I can't watch that. It was so ugly how he fell. I hope he's okay.
Wow, Dangerous Minds. This is great knowledge. This is great knowledge here. I got Bill to Beast. Shout out to Bill to Beast, man. Had a hell of a weekend with Team Hennessy.
Oh.
Hell of a weekend.
Care to explain?
Yeah, so they had a dinner for me. They were honoring me having a dinner.
Dinner for you?
Dinner at Miller and Lux.
Wow.
Me and the homies came through.
Wow.
Our wives came out. It was great to see Monica out there. Mrs. Bill the Beast. A lot of reps from Hennessy. So they did that. They had the podcast with Jeff Teague the next day. They built the arena. They built the court inside the Sky Bar at Chase Center. It was a really cool setup.
Okay.
They had the Hennessy flooring out there. Jeff Teague and company were in the building. They had a great party Saturday night.
How do you take your Hennessy?
They had all kind of different drinks. They had
so I'm curious.
They had like mixed drinks this weekend. They had so they had the sidecar drink, and I got the menu at home. I got to recap, but I had like 3 of those boys, and I was buzzing. We're all buzzing because we don't drink much.
Take your Uber home, folks.
Oh, we did Uber. We Ubered. I actually Ubered Saturday to the game. It was kind of cool to do that. But he's texting in Dangerous Minds based off Carlmont in Belmont, Carlmont High School. EPA lost their high school, got bused to Belmont.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that's what that was about.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Dangerous Minds based on Carlmont High School in Belmont.
These kids.
Wow, look at that.
You ever seen South Park? He makes fun of all those movies.
Look at that. Local right there.
That's cool.
Let's go. That is. Yeah. Oscar and EPA, same thing. 650 Carlmont, San Carlos. So we're talking free agency here. Free agency, because the Niners are going to let go of Arik Armstead. How do we feel about that? We got Robert Sanbruno on the line. What do you know? Robert Sanbruno's ready to talk some Niners. Rob, he's been talking Niners since the Super Bowl loss. He knew what time it was, right, Rob? You knew what time it was?
Oh, yeah. That's why I was mad that we didn't take the opportunity to win when they was talking about, Trey Lance going to mess up our opportunity to win the Super Bowl. Well, hell, you lost the Super Bowl. My thing is now, okay, he was clearly our best run defender. We struggled with the run without him in the game, so what we going to do now? We ain't got no money to spend. So what we going to do? Go get a lesser player and think our offense is going to carry us? Man, I think the downfall is near, and it's coming. It's coming hard.
Wow.
I think it's coming. And then my thing is this is the best roster we had in 30 years. How do we come up from this? Where do we get better at to become a Super Bowl team when we had everything we needed? So I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Because it's for my being Niners fan, it's looking like they're retooling and they're restructuring everybody. So I feel like, man, next year, I think next year going to be pivotal for us, I think.
Rob, your point about the run defense is well taken. I mean, they got to number 1 in the NFL in 2021 because he moved inside, like primarily, and that's a big factor. But would you at least agree with me that when it comes to value, when it comes to how you pay people, you don't pay a guy $30 million, $28 million to be a run stuffer. Like that's not great value financially. Like we can meet in the middle. He's a very good player. No one is denying that. But like his proportion regarding how he was paid was off of being a defensive end.
Yeah, but you understand the versatility he brings as well. They can put him back outside. He can play that too. My thing is, okay, who you gonna bring in that's better? If you can't stop the run, you're not going to stop nothing. That's pivotal to football.
Well, we agree.
It's a reason why that costs. Right. You can't stop the run, you're not winning no football games. That means you set them to the pass and everything else. So my thing is, okay, you release him. Are you going to replace him with a better player? That's my thing.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, and they're going to have to do it. And they tried to do that with DeForest Buckner, and it didn't work. It
didn't work at all.
All right, and they were thinking, okay, get rid of one player, we'll acquire 3, Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and the draft pick. And you can make the argument, Jimmy Ward had a couple of nice seasons for you. Armstead was pretty good for you in 2020 and 2021, and then 2022 and 2023, he missed 13 games.
Right.
And I would say that financially, again, this is a more math equation than it is a football equation for me. You overpaid for the player, and you got to kind of reset your books a little here.
You know, when you think about Armstead, too, playing outside, he was probably your best outside container. When he played the edge, he contained the run very well.
I agree.
And that's a problem Nick Bosa has. That's a problem Gregory had, and Drake Jackson and Chase Young. They could not contain. Now, they got better in the Super Bowl in one singular game, but even then, Nick Bosa, he crashed out on 2 plays that was pivotal from Mahomes scrambling out on the RPOs or the zone read, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And at the mesh point, he dives down, crashes down. Mahomes got a first down easy twice in pivotal moments here. So Arik Armstead was probably your best defensive end when it came to containing the run. So to me, this is still a trickle-down effect from 2017. It still looms large. When you take Solomon Thomas, number 3 overall, at D-tackle, and here's the deal. You draft Solomon Thomas, and you don't even know what position he is. So you draft him, and now you're chasing. Now you're behind the 8 ball. He doesn't pan out. You still have Buckner and Armstead. You make the decision that, you know what, Buckner he may want a little too much money. So we're going to move off of him and draft his replacement and give Kinlaw his number. So all of a sudden, Kinlaw's coming in. He's wearing number 99, and the fans just said, wait a minute, you gave number 99 to Kinlaw? Now, Kinlaw may come out and be a great player, but Buckner was loved in this community. There's a Niner official at the time who was working with the Niners. When that trade happened with Buckner, I never forget the text was like, this one hurts because of what Buckner meant inside the locker room and what he meant to this community. That one felt, the shock of that one was like, whoa. Then Armstead got the money, and all of a sudden we're looking for Buckner-type production, and we don't get that from Arik Armstead. We just don't.
They're very different players. Armstead is a very good player. He's a very useful and versatile, to Rob's point, player. He can play inside. He can play outside, like you were saying. He's grossly overpaid. I mean, like I don't know why everyone and look, he's a leader. He's absolutely a leader. Clearly, everyone in that locker room.
What's appropriate for Armstead though?
What
in terms of contract? When you look at his money, because this contract was not front loaded, it was back loaded.
I know.
We knew that at this point,
and they
you may have to make a move here with Armstead later in the career, because early on, you look at the base salary he had, 2.5, 6.5 million, 1 million. He took a lot of money. He got this contract backloaded. So the Niners were smart in the way they structured this deal for Arik Armstead. You got to give them credit for that. They structured it, and they backloaded it. So now we're at this point where it is backloaded. You know what? Now it's time to move on.
Well, look, what does Bill Walsh always say? You cut a guy a year early as opposed to a year late. Like, I want the best of you. And if you're asking, like, could he have another great season? Of course he could have another great season. They squeezed the lemon on Arik Armstead. I mean, the first 3 years of his career, we didn't even know what he was. He barely played for them. We didn't know if he was a D end or a D tackle. We didn't know what scheme he fit. They were playing a 3-4, and then they went to a 4-3. Right. You know, they did a great job squeezing every last drop. I'm just surprised because it did feel like that locker room was galvanized behind him as a leader, and they called him the Blueprint. That was his nickname, the Blueprint. And I think it was kind of an over-the-top nickname, but he was a very good player for them. Well, but this is what happens.
But look at the money, though. I actually think they got everything They got everything from Arik Armstead. When you think of the production, all right, 2020 he makes $20 million, right? He gets a big signing bonus, $17.5 million. The next year, 2021, he makes $15 million. I think he performed up to that level, making $15 million a year that season. And then the next year, 2022, he makes $14.6. Last year, he makes $12.6.
Are you going off cap hit or are you going off cash?
Earnings. I'm going off straight earnings for Arik Armstead.
Okay.
Earnings.
Okay.
Earnings. The salary was low. The salary, they structured it to where they gave him the bonuses.
Yes.
And made those, turned it into signing bonuses.
Yes.
So the way they structured Arik Armstead's deal, I would say they were very strategic and very smart in the way they structured it. That's Parag Marate, that's John Lynch, that's Adam Peters, that's whoever runs the cap for the 49ers. I thought the way they structured this deal, it didn't look like Arik Armstead was overpaid. Now, in hindsight, you're looking at the next cap hit, it's like $28 million is a lot. That's a lot. I get all that. Now you move on. If you can't restructure it, you move on. But before the previous 3 years, 15, 14, 12.6, I'm not mad at that deal. That's the earnings for Armstead. 15, 14, 12.6. That ain't bad right there, Sasky. I'm hesitant to say he was overpaid with those type of numbers, those type of dollar figures.
You're going off the earnings. There's different ways. Again, this goes back to the salary cap. Like when you go to Spotrac, there's cash earnings, there's cap hit.
I'm looking at the earnings.
I know, but there's ways of how does it hit the Niners'
how does
books?
It hit the cap? Yeah,
right?
No
like
doubt.
that's really what it kind of boils down to.
The way I look at it, they were able to re-sign all those guys. Fred Warner,
no doubt.
Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, Dre Greenlaw. You were able to keep your core players because of the way a contract like this was structured. So at this point, though, moving forward as a 31-year-old, I'm not sure I'm comfortable paying Arik Armstead that type of money. But when you look at the earnings that he had, I'm not going to say he was overpaid. I feel a little hesitant to say that when I look at the earnings.
This is how I build a team. This is me. Unless you're Aaron Donald or Chris Jones, I'm not paying, big money to D tackles. That's just me. That's not how I'm gonna, build my team.
I just look at it as standard money, though. Standard money for
I don't know. When you look at someone like Grady Jarrett or Kenny Clark, and you look at their financials and how it hits their books for their particular teams, like DJ Jones is a great example. They found DJ Jones in the 6th round. He was a very good and productive player for them.
But was he a 3-down player?
I can make the argument there were times I didn't think Arik Armstead was a 3-down player.
You may not have doubted, but he was.
So I don't know. Look, Armstead was a good player. They kept him around. He did really good things. I'm not surprised that they're moving off him. I'm surprised it's happening right now because of the dead cap hit. This is really one of their bigger dead cap hit moves.
Right.
I mean, all these other teams in their division have done wild things. Russell Wilson had a big dead cap hit. We know that Jared Goff and Todd Gurley down in L.A. had big dead cap hits. The Niners have been pretty good regarding not having huge dead cap hits.
Now, here's another move here for the 49ers. Adam Kaplan.
What's that?
With Pro Football Network. Adam Kaplan used to be one of our 95.7 Game Insiders. The 49ers have now approached Kyle Juszczyk regarding a salary reduction for the 2024 season. Both sides have not reached an agreement on the issue as of yet, so this situation is up in the air. Now they're trying to go to the table with Kyle Juszczyk. What's going to happen to Kyle Juszczyk here with the 49ers?
Who's more important to the Niners, Armstead or Juszczyk? I know they make way different money, but these are two popular older players who I guess have some recognition amongst the fan base.
Well, obviously Armstead's going to play a lot more snaps than Juszczyk.
Yes.
And I would say he's a little more important than Juszczyk, but in that Super Bowl, I'm looking at Kyle Juszczyk as like, whoa, this guy, why don't you use him more? He can catch them. He's got some of the best hands on the team. He does all your blocking. He's still a very capable blocker. He's still one of the better fullbacks, if not the best fullback in the league. You run all the motions. He's a smart player. You can do multiple things with him. I mean, he's important to the offense. Now, can you replace him? Is he irreplaceable? I don't think so, but man, that would be a big loss when you think about the locker room and the culture and who the leaders are in that locker room. So I would say Arik Armstead, to answer the question. Arik Armstead is probably more important.
I would agree with you. And this is Jesse Naylor on Twitter. If you follow Jesse's channel, he does actually a really good job on some deep dives. I didn't realize these numbers. If I were to ask most fans, like, well, why is Juszczyk out there? Well, he's run blocking. And I know that there's going to be a lot of play actions and stuff. He played, this is Juszczyk, and I'm paraphrasing, he played less than 45% of the snaps in 10 of 17 weeks this year. He was on the field for just 52% of the 49er run snaps all year. And they only had 500 all-purpose rushing yards, no matter who it was, while he was on the field. He averaged 1 touch a game all season and had a run block grade that was literally the middle of the road for his career. So I think he's more valuable than what I just said out loud,
right.
But I was surprised to hear those numbers. Aren't they surprising?
A little bit, but they're not. They are and they're not. And I say that because...
What do you mean?
There's a lot of times you see Juszczyk on the sideline, and you're just like, well, Christian McCaffrey's running a single back set, you're running trips, and it's like, okay, cool. Who would you rather have out there in terms of your eligibles, right?
Yeah.
You want Arik, you want Debo, you want Kittle, you want McCaffrey, and sometimes you want Jennings more so than Juszczyk.
Yeah.
You know, so fullbacks are kind of getting phased out in the NFL. We know that. A lot of college teams don't run pro sets, and they don't have fullbacks on their roster or whatnot. I like Juszczyk, but again, if you want to restructure, if you want to pay a big money here, I'm looking at his dead cap. It's only 2.6. You know what I'm saying? 2.6 million. So
you kind of alluded to something that is my not big, but one of my frustrations with the offense as a whole. I think he should be their de facto second tight end, and I don't think he touches the ball nearly as much as he should.
No, he's a good player when he
I agree with you on that.
Right.
Like, who do you trust more, Ross Dwelly or, Charlie Warner or Kyle Juszczyk catching a pass?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be 33 next season.
Yeah, but he's still good.
He's still good, but you do want to get younger.
That's
you
true.
have 11 draft picks coming up in the NFL draft. So this one, if you cut Juszczyk, hey, man, it's time to clean it up. It is what it is. You can't keep everybody. You can't keep everybody.
You're losing, and this is like...
You're losing some locker room presence.
I was just going to say.
But that's where I lean on Trent Williams.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's where I lean on Fred Warner. That's where I lean on Debo and Brendan Ayuk and, dare I say, Brock Purdy.
Well,
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I've seen a lot of conjecture online that they're making all these moves to set up a big payday for Purdy. Well, that's multiple years down the road, number one.
Yeah, let's chill off that.
Right?
Let's see how this year plays out.
I mean...
I'm not even hating. No.
Just look around.
Like honestly.
No, look around. Mac Jones had a great rookie year. He got moved for a 6th-round pick. He's making $2 million this year.
I'm not even trying to sound like a hater, man.
No, be honest.
888-957-9570. If you had a chance to do it right now today, would you give Purdy that big fat contract extension? I would be hesitant. I want to see how the next season plays out.
Well, you and I have this conversation, and I try to be, again, I don't pretend to be like, Morgan Stanley over here, but when you pay Dak Prescott $40-something million a year, that costs the Dallas Cowboys Amari Cooper, Zeke, and now Zeke was also already a depreciating asset, and some offensive linemen, just financially. If you're paying Brock Purdy, even let's just say $20 million a year, all right, well, you're already in a lot of cap situations now where you're talking about releasing Juszczyk or at least restructuring. $20 million a year probably costs you Deebo Samuel.
Yep.
$20 million a year costs you Kyle Juszczyk, an offensive lineman, and Christian McCaffrey. Right? Like, so do the math however you want. When you start to pay the quarterback, you do have to realize you're losing weapons. And I think that's one of the things that I think the average fan does struggle with sometimes is realizing the second the Bengals pay Joe Burrow the $45 to $50 million a year, T. Higgins, Mixon.
Well, he got franchise. T. Higgins got franchise. But, yeah, no, there's a lot of guys.
There's things up in the air.
Oh, wow. Breaking news. Speaking of T. Higgins, as you are listening
to 95.7
The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Bengals franchise wide receiver T. Higgins has requested a trade from Cincinnati.
Oh, my
Higgins
God.
loves Cincinnati and hoped to be with the team long term, but is disappointed that the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March 2023. He's ready to move on to a new home. And we know Mike Brown, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, has notoriously been frugal. He does not like giving out big money deals, although he just did it to Joe Burrow.
Reluctantly.
No,
I'm serious. You're right. T.
Higgins has requested a trade from Cincinnati. So, Tyron Smith, you mentioned the Cowboys and star left tackle for them. He's moving on now. They have to move on from him because of the Dak money and because of the money you may have to pay CeeDee Lamb at some point. So a lot of things are going to be shaking and moving here if free agency.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
I mean, come on.
Hey, can you play that again? The way he said that?
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
That guy sounds like he's on the corner with one of those cardboard boxes saying Jesus saves lives or the end is near. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Robin San Bruno, man.
I love you, Rob.
Robin San Bruno, the end is near.
Do you? Let me ask you, because I enjoy the Jenga puzzling, if you will, of the NFL and the salary cap, because it's got like part real estate, it's got part money,
it's
financial,
fascinating.
It's sports, it's like everything. Isn't
it's manipulated is fascinating to me. They can flip the numbers and manipulate. The Rams are over the cap for so many years, yet they're signing guys like Jalen Ramsey, trading for guys like him. They're trading picks left and right. I have the salary cap is, I just want to know what's legit and what's not. Like, you got all these sneak pieces from different beat writers that can shave this off and they can shave that off, $500,000 a year.
If it's post 6-1, and if it's pre 6-1,
post June 1, you can save $17.5 million.
Yeah.
If it's not post June 1, you save $2.8 million. So what is it? Why is the gap so wide? Why is the pendulum swinging so hard? And there's no way Arik Armstead is going to sign post June 1. He's going to get scooped up very quick. Very quick. Teams are all looking for run stuffers and run stoppers and D tackles. So he's going to get scooped. By the way, breaking news too. Javon Kinlaw, the Niners are trying to renegotiate a deal with him to keep him in San Francisco. That's Javon. Interesting. Javon
what
Kinlaw.
does the contract for him look like?
Wow.
2 for 7?
Was the blowback?
2 for 9?
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Azeez Al-Shaair, formerly of the 49ers.
Yeah, Texans.
The Eagles have mutual interest in Azeez Al-Shaair.
Did you see what happened to the Eagles over the weekend?
Fletcher Cox retired.
Wow.
And then Jalen
that surprised
Kelsey.
me. That surprised me. I mean, you're losing 2 franchise-like players on either side of the ball. You know, Jason Kelsey and, Fletcher Cox in the same offseason. I mean, we're talking a lot about leadership that the Niners are losing. They're not the only team in the NFC losing leadership.
No, they're losing definitely some. So now you go to Jalen Carter. Now you lean on Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and company. I still think the Eagles are in a good spot.
I agree with you. I agree
Fletcher
with you.
Cox is a good one. He's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So maybe you get Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox in the same Hall of Fame class. That'd be cool for
Probably.
Philadelphia. That'd be really cool for them. All right, more coming up here. NFL free agency. Mike Florio is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Pro Football Talk. If you haven't checked out his book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon. I have it on my nightstand. I've dove into a little bit yet. Haven't been able to do much reading with the way the Warriors schedule has been out in terms of just books and spending time with that. A lot going on in my personal life, but Father of Mine, available on Amazon. Mike Florio, 8 o'clock, but we're going to get into free agency, plus get back into the Golden State Warriors here on the Roast on a Monday morning, and that'll be brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
I'm optimistic, I'll say.
if you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Juice, you got CMC.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I hate you.
I said what I said.
Little Drake, little headlines, because the NFL's making headlines. NFL's making some headlines here.
Well stated.
Arik Armstead, cut from the 49ers as free agency begins.
Tony in Oakland.
And they plan to spread the $26 million dead cap hit over multiple seasons. He's the longest tenure 49er. Of course, Arik Armstead, now 31 years old. The Niners don't make moves like this. They haven't made them like this under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, but it's a new day. No Adam Peters. He's now in Washington. Wonder how much that impacts a move like this. Also, Pro Football Network insider reports, this is Adam Kaplan, our former 95.7 The Game insider. He's tapped in. The Niners have also asked Kyle Juszczyk to accept a pay cut. Those talks are ongoing and no agreement has been reached yet. So we'll see what's happening with the 49ers. We got your calls coming up, 888-957-9570. Don't forget to download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Don't miss an interview. Catch all the Warriors games live, including tonight when the Warriors take on the San Antonio Spurs to try to bounce back.
How are you going to remember Arik Armstead?
It's a great question. I was trying to think about that last night.
Because, like, if I was going to say, like, when I close my eyes, when I think of the seminal games in his career, the Green Bay game in Lambeau, he was amazing. Amazing. Because he's not a sack guy, similar to like Justin Smith, you don't get a lot of those like individual moments. But when I say Justin Smith, I already know what you're going to say. Justin Smith, 49ers.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, all pro D tackle and DN.
But what's like the moment in your eyes?
Oh, the Philadelphia game.
I knew that was coming. The punch
strip,
out. Yeah.
The strip on Jeremy
He had that
Maclin.
moment. Like, I don't know what Arik Armstead's is going to be for Niner fans out there. Maybe it's different for every person. I'm not sure.
You know, as you're speaking there,
yeah,
I don't want to disrespect Arik Armstead because I think he's had a good career over the 49ers. Not great, good.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember him more for his off-the-field work and the community work. I don't want to disrespect him and make that indictment on his production on the football field, but what's a moment? What's a moment for him on the like? He's had some really good games, big sack games, rubbing his belly, eating, coming out with the chain into starting intros. But I'm actually going to remember him for being a leader in the locker room, for what Kinlaw said in that video when he was nominated for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. Javon Kinlaw said, "You saved my career, dude. Seriously, bro. I'm trying to keep it in. I love you, dog." And it was one of those moments like, wow, look at the impact Armstead's had on that locker room. But I'm going to remember him more for off-the-field stuff than I am on the field. And I don't want that to take away from what he's done on the football field. I'm not saying that he's a scrub or anything like that.
No. But
when you play like Armstead, you're not going to, like the box score is not going to do a guy like that justice.
So, like, I'll pull up his stats right here for you. And again, 33 and a half sacks. Sacks are kind of skewed because we didn't record them for a long time until the modern era. But Arik Armstead is 18th all-time for the 49ers in sacks. And he didn't really play a quote-unquote sack style of football. He's a pressure, run-stuffing D tackle who also played some end. But, like, I'm not going to think of him as, like, for example, Bryant Young is somebody, he had 90 career sacks. He played inside and outside. I mean, Bryant Young is an all-timer. He's a Hall of Famer.
No doubt.
But when I think of Bryant Young, I do think of him breaking his leg. I don't think of a particular play. It's hard for interior defensive linemen to be thought of for individual plays or individual games. That's just like not how we quantify their importance. And that's why guys like Chris Jones and Aaron Donald are so unique, because they make game-wrecking plays and still have all of the, stuff that's not found in a box score.
This is interesting. Mickey D.
Give it to me.
On YouTube. Armstead's been good, but will always be known as a guy we kept instead of DeForest Buckner. And I think for a lot of 49er fans, that may be the case. A lot of 49er fans was like, we picked him over Defoe, and Defoe was better, more productive, more disruptive. I think a lot of Niner fans are going to think like that, like Mickey D.
So when I say Antoine Jameson to you, What do you think of? Because
I think of Vince Carter and how you drafted Vince Carter, traded him away.
You and me are the
and you
same.
traded him for Jameson, who ended up playing the same position as Vince Carter. Because people forget Jameson was a power forward, a true power forward at North Carolina. He had to learn to stretch his game out and be a small forward in the league. Vince Carter was already there.
And Jameson was a good Warrior, but I could never get the taste of the Vince Carter thing out of my mouth.
Right.
Am I alone?
No, you're not. No, I thought about it his entire tenure. It was unfair.
That's where I'm going with Armstead. It's almost unfair that we do that kind of, that game with him and DeForest Buckner, because he was a really good 49er.
All right.
He was. And I think that we get caught up in things that aren't, football related. He was a good player.
Right.
Not a great player, a good player.
How will you remember Arik Armstead? 888-957-9570. Feels like the Niners are moving on from him. By the way, we got to shout out some high schools here in a little bit. How about Oakland Tech winning the state championship?
That's cool.
Silesia came up just short to Harvard Westlake by 5. Archbishop Mini Girls, oh man, it came up short.
I know.
Etowah is so damn good. Back-to-back championships for them over Mini High School. Last year was the game winner. This game wasn't even close on Saturday at Coda 1, but Mini, they shouldn't let that deter them at all. They had a great season. Spectacular season. By the way, Monterey got another state championship.
Yeah.
That's right, Spinoni fighting Monterey.
Get in there. He's dying.
That was it.
I thought you said first Monterey championship in how long?
So this is only the second time ever in basketball, on the boys' side at least, that a Monterey County team has won a state title.
Wow.
So Palma did it in 1992. They're out in Salinas, the private Catholic school. That's where I went. And then Monterey this year, so shout out.
Doing it for Clint Eastwood,
Yep.
Jim Nance,
There you go.
Alan Shipnuck.
Everyone that has a vacation house at Pebble Beach.
That's basically all the
There you
people
go.
I'm naming.
There you go. Let's go to TC and Sac. TC, what's happening, man? You're
What's
on
up,
the roast.
TC?
Hey, man, what's up with my two bros, man? What's
up,
going
baby?
on, man?
What's up,
Shasky and
TC?
Bonte.
What's up, TC?
Hey, Shasky, look, bro, hey, I haven't talked to you since then, bro, but you know what, man? I want to send mine to you, bro, personally, before we get started.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For sure, man. Hey, Bonte, look, check it out, Shasky. I'm not really feeling that situation, bro, with the whole Armstead situation. I know he was a little injury prone and all that, man, but he was a scout, bro. And if y'all talking about all this money that everybody got, and y'all trying to pay people, why y'all trying to make them take a pay cut, bro? If I'm not mistaken, didn't Armstead already restructure his contract to help the team out?
Yeah, they turned a lot of money into a guaranteed money. They turned it into like a guaranteed signing bonus.
They moved the money around, essentially. And that's why you kind of had to pay the piper either one way or the other this year with Armstead.
And you know what? I'm not feeling that situation, bro, with John and Kyle. That's what I be saying, bro. Like, stop penny pinching, bro. Y'all got all this money. Why not keep everybody together? You can sign BA. You can do it. That's a boss move. When you trying to play with people money and penny pinch, bro, that's like a sneeze away, bro. I'm not feeling that situation.
Hold on, TC, but they got to make some moves here to get under the cap and try to sign some players. And I would disagree that the Niners have penny pinch. A lot of guys have gotten paid premium money, big time money here on the team. You know that, TC.
Yeah, hey, listen, Bonte, you know I know that. I'm trading Debo, bro.
We trade Debo Samuel. So why would you want to trade Debo Samuel? Let's have the conversation.
I'm trading. Listen, in my opinion, bro.
Listen, I love it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it, TC. You're a smart fan. I want to hear it. Why would you trade Debo?
I'm bringing back because listen, I'm bringing back BA. I'm signing Jawan Jennings, and I'm going out to get Braden Rice, bro, and try to squeeze out McCaffrey. I'm getting some route running receivers that can come in here, bro, that can help Purdy, and I'm surrounded by Purdy. I'm not getting some specialists that can only be on the field sometimes, bro. Seriously, we need route runners. If we gonna go all in with this passing and let Purdy do his thing, then bring some receivers in here, bro, that can run routes with IU.
All right. I ain't mad at you. TC in Sacramento. It's got some ideas there. Doesn't like the Niners pity pitching on Arik Armstead. 888-957-9570. What are you going to remember Arik Armstead for?
To me, it's not penny pinching. It would be penny pinching if they were like at the floor of the salary cap. They're at the top of the league. I mean, almost a lot of teams are, but it's not penny pinching. This is how we're going to allocate our funds. That's a different. It's a whole different way of looking at it.
The Niners have spent big time money on these players.
Here's something I want to ask you. He brought up Jawan Jennings. 55 targets this year, 37 catches, 406 yards, got $11 million a year for 3 years, so 33 overall. Kendrick Bourne, that was the deal he got in New England. Now, he's technically like a 2 or a 1, I guess, in New England, depending on who else is out there. He got $11 million. What does Juwan get? 19 catches, 260 yards, and clearly it's a total different situation. But if $11 million for Kendrick Bourne, like what's the appropriate amount for Juwan Jennings?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You can't react to how Bourne is getting paid. Maybe it's an overpay, right? Maybe it's an overpay for Kendrick Bourne.
They re-signed Jennings a couple years ago to a 2-year deal. He's a solid player.
He's a solid player, and I think he does more. If I'm Juwan Jennings, I'm going to the 49ers saying, I got to get paid more. He does more than Bourne. No, he's, obviously he's a solid route runner.
Yes.
You can run the gimmick plays with him. And by the way, he's a mauler when it comes to the run game. He's a guy. Too. He's a guy you want mauling DBs.
Yeah.
He's always rattling these secondary members. So, boy, that's damn. They're in a tough spot here. Bourne's getting what are the Patriots doing? What are the Patriots doing?
They don't have any weapons. So I understand maybe overpaying to retain a weapon. But Bourne's coming off an ACL injury. He's a couple years older. He clearly gets more targets. I think Juwan, if I'm looking at like what Juwan brings to the table, as a third pass catcher, he's really good. Like I think he could be a team's 2. Not a great one, but he could.
Now it's going to be interesting with Deebo Samuel. His cap hit is $28 million.
I have a hard time thinking they're moving off of him, considering his relationship with Shanahan. Yeah, that's just me. I have a hard time thinking.
That's nearly 10% of the salary cap, of the Niners cap. Deebo Samuel.
Is he worth that?
$28 million?
To you, is he worth that? You're a huge Deebo fan.
$28 million is a lot of money.
Apparently,
for a guy who's not a pure route runner. Like, I think he runs solid routes, not great routes. But when we think about Deebo Samuel, we think about him as a playmaker. As a guy, you do all the other stuff with motion, jet sweeps. Even though they didn't do a lot of that because teams are on that jet sweep stuff when it comes to Deebo Samuel.
He also got hurt late in the year with the shoulder, and I think that really changed his
style. Is he the best fit for Brock Purdy? When you're building a team around Brock Purdy,
yes.
Who are the ideal wide receivers and tight ends for Brock Purdy?
So, wow, it's an interesting question. I actually think because Purdy's so good on the short stuff underneath and all the ball fakes and the little like rollouts and stuff, I actually think Deebo fits him perfectly.
Interesting.
I do. I think like right now, like if I said, hey, Joe, I'm gonna pick a player, Mike Evans or Deebo Samuel. I think Deebo fits Brock better than Mike Evans. Not that Mike Evans wouldn't be great for him, but I look at the skill set. Like if you're going to run all this short stuff, all this stuff near the line of scrimmage with ball fakes and footwork, and you're going to have to reset yourself, and you're doing all this pre-snap motion and everything, like because Brock excels at those things.
Right.
He really does. He excels at those things. To me, Deebo is like perfect for him. I think they're a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Really?
I don't know about that.
You guys remember early in the season after Deebo came back after he missing those couple games, Brock was on record saying, I don't have as much confidence in myself without Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, no doubt.
So like that,
he did say that.
That does speak volumes to his relationship with him.
He did say that. Maybe it's just a Super Bowl scar on me.
I think he was hurt.
I don't know.
I'm not trying to make an excuse.
He got hurt during the game. But damn, I just saw the lack of separation against big-time DBs, and I was like, wow. I don't know, man. $28 million, I would like to see him restructure. I don't know about perfect, but when I think about Brock, he wants to get the ball out of his hands fast, right? Short area quickness, get the ball out in the slants in the middle of the field. Deebo's good for that. Deebo is good for that. I was looking for the best situation for him because I still need another playmaker. I need a guy who can take the top off the defense. Like they've been missing that under Kyle Shanahan for many, many years now. This is where the Danny Gray pick. You look back at that and you're saying, damn, Dante Pettis, somebody, can I get a guy who could be a threat down the field?
Outside of Brock and Tig Brown, the last couple drafts have not netted them a lot of impact.
No.
And if you look at like the key ingredient to sustaining excellence in the NFL is Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame coach, and you're replenishing talent. And you got to hit on your draft picks. Not all of them, but you got to hit and you got to continue to replenish. What made Belichick so great was not necessarily through the draft. Right. He would find guys like in these random, hey, Wes Welker's devalued. Right. Let's bring him here. Edelman's going to switch positions and we're going to bring him here. And I don't know, like you've got to find value to come onto your roster out of nowhere. And it did feel like the Niners needed some rejuvenation of youth, and they got a hit in this draft more than ever.
Looking at Mike Evans here. He reached a 2-year deal.
What did he get?
Base value of $41 million and a possible max of $52 million.
So about
if you break that 26 million, if it's maximum value 26, say if he gets the max $52 million, that's 26. Debo's going to make 28.
Debo's on a second contract. Mike's on his third, I believe.
One. And Mike Evans is still nice.
He's still an amazing player.
Right. When you match them up, I bet you a lot of Niner fans will say, I'd rather have Mike Evans at wide receiver than Deebo Samuel. For that price point, they're making the same money. Deebo may be making a little more. Now, I understand how important Deebo Samuel is to this football team, but I look at pure wide receiver. If it's 3rd and 5, for example, I'm throwing the ball to Ayuk. I trust Ayuk more in that situation than I trust Deebo. And I love Deebo. 3rd and 5. I'm going to Ayuk.
Evans is one of those guys. He has Hall of Fame trajectory.
Oh, he's going into the Hall of Fame.
Right? You won a Super Bowl. You just look at his numbers. His numbers are incredible over his career. But I look at what the Niners want to do on offense, and I look at what Deebo does, and what Kyle's looking to do with all the pre-snap motions and getting people to bite on things and misdirection and the short, controlled passing game. Deebo fits really well. I think Mike Evans would look great in a lot of systems.
He fits really well, but in these big-time games, against big-time secondaries, Deebo gets iced out. He does. Cleveland, iced out. Physical. Now, he got hurt early in that game, but they're all over everything in that offense. You think about what the Lions did in the first half with the 49ers offense. I don't know. $28 million, just when you look at it.
It's a lot?
It's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money.
They would lose a huge identity.
They would.
Losing Deebo Samuel.
They would.
The whole swag of coming out of the locker room, for crying out loud.
You would.
And I'm not trying to overinflate that value. I'm just talking about in terms of setting the tone early in games with physicality.
I agree.
There's something about Deebo that you can't quantify in numbers.
I think the Niners are up to something, man.
Really?
I'm starting to think we're not going to see Deebo and Kittle in the same offense next season.
One of them's gone, or both of them?
Juszczyk's already getting talked to. I don't know, man. I don't know. Something smells fishy down in Santa Clara.
Do you trust them to draft another impact receiver?
I don't know.
They had a hard time developing Ayuk.
No, they Ayuk, and really Kyle Shanahan he didn't want Ayuk to play his rookie year. He wanted him to sit. He didn't think he was ready to play in the NFL. Who is it? Kendrick Bourne's moved on. Dante Pettis is gone. Trent Taylor never worked out. Jalen Hurd.
Trent Sherfield.
Danny Gray. Trent Sherfield.
Who had a monster preseason.
River Craycraft.
He was a Dolphin.
There's a lot of bad picks here at the wide receiver
Richie
spot.
James.
So maybe you keep Deebo because you haven't developed. That was kind of the conversation. It's like, can I keep both? I'm not trying to move off of Deebo Samuel. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But we're penny pitching now, looking at the cap and looking at money to move around here, restructure contracts. $28 million does stick out to me. It's like, damn, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
You scare me, Bonte.
I scare myself thinking about this.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
I'm sorry, 49er fans. I'm sorry, RJ.
Armstead, in terms of being a player, when you're a defensive lineman and an interior defensive lineman, your name recognition isn't as high profile as Deebo Samuel.
Right.
I think if they moved off Deebo Samuel, there would be a sticker shock along the fan base. It would divide people. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh,
it'd be probably more polarizing than Buckner.
Oh, without a question. I'm looking at positional spending here. Wide receiver position. Niners are up at the top. They're in the top 6.
Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Chargers are number 1. Chargers spending $76 million at the wide receiver
Mike Williams
spot.
and Keenan. That makes sense. And the first-round draft pick.
And the first-round pick, Quentin Johnson?
Yeah.
He's not very good, though.
According to Diners, The Athletic, they're looking to either trade or move off of Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack.
I'll take Joey. What about Devontae and AJ?
Did you say on the field? Devontae and AJ right now, wow, the wide receiver positional spending for them, they're only at $23 million.
Interesting.
Yeah, $23 million. Niners are at $45.9.
Okay. What about Tyreek? Tyreek Waddle.
Miami right now at 44.8.
Okay. It's the Tyreek money is a lot.
45. And Cleveland, by the way, just traded for Jerry Jeudy.
So they got
Denver. So they got
and
Jeudy
Amari.
and
So they got a
Cooper.
couple of overrated wide receivers.
Alabama guys. Amari leaves a lot on the table.
Amari kicked our butt.
Amari's not bad. He's just too damn inconsistent. Let me see. Quarterback Niners suspended $1 million at the quarterback spot. So the positional spending for the 49ers, they're by far and away the most expensive defensive line in all of football here. DBs, the Niners are spending $35 million in DBs.
Yeah. Charvarius.
So, wide receiver, I don't know. Boy, what are they going to do?
I'm really surprised by this.
By what?
Because, you are as big of a Deebo Samuel fan as anyone I know.
I'm not saying move off of Deebo.
No, I didn't say that. But I'm just saying the fact that you're looking at that number and it's giving you an uneasiness, that kind of, I think that speaks to the situation that they're in financially.
You know what it is I'm getting caught up in one game. I'm getting caught up in the Super Bowl. In a way, Kansas City's game plan, they knew everything the 49ers were going to do.
But it wasn't just the Super Bowl.
It wasn't just
the Green Bay game, he got knocked out early.
Yeah, he did get knocked out in that Green Bay game.
I mean,
he got knocked out early.
And then he wasn't the same necessarily in the Detroit game.
He balled out, though, in that Detroit game. I'll give him that.
You guys mentioned Amari Cooper. He's only 29. How crazy is that? Was he like 20 when he was drafted by the Raiders?
Yeah, he was young. Damn, Amari Cooper. Been around the block with him.
My favorite was when they asked him, what are you going to do when you get to the NFL? He was a rookie. It's like, just dominate. Remember he said, he said, I'm just going to dominate.
Slipping on that infield dirt at the Coliseum.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, he was a very interesting guy with the Raiders. He was not. It was tough. He was a tough interview. You get 5-word answers from him. I mean, it was just like, what are we doing?
Debo-esque.
What are we doing here? Debo talks a little bit more now, but let me see. Debo's making $28 million this year, cap hit. 24 next year. That's $52 million for the next 2 seasons of Deebo Samuel.
It's a lot of money.
Who is more impactful on offense this season? If you had to rank the Niners, impact.
CMC.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
Kittle,
So he had the 4th most impact.
But that was this year.
That was this past season.
The
year before.
It would be CMC, Ayuk, Deebo, Kittle.
The year before, 2022, a lot of people were disappointed in Deebo Samuel after he got paid.
He finished strong, though.
He did finish strong.
I mean, that game against Seattle, he went off.
This is wild, man. Free agency started here. 888-957-9570. Niners have released Arik Armstead. He's going to be a cap casualty because they failed to come to an agreement with a restructured deal. Also, Kyle Juszczyk is also being asked. He's being approached about lowering his cap hit. He has a base salary of $5.75 million next season, Kyle Juszczyk. So they want to get lower with that number. When you talk about the production and the usage rate, he's not used as much as other players on his team. So we'll see what happens there. But boy, Arik Armstead released here. 888-957-9570. Mike Florio coming up at 8 o'clock, and we will get back into the Golden State Warriors in the latter half of the program here as the Warriors lost to San Antonio. They'll take them on again tonight. There's a lot going on. Wow, this is 7:07. Amari Cooper is the Andrew Wiggins of wide receivers.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
7:07, Comcast Business Text Line.
Not the worst. I'm kind of thinking about it.
It's a great comp.
He's had some high highs, but he's been pretty just.
It's a great
In fairness to
It's
Amari,
a hell of a comp.
He's had Derek Carr, Dak Prescott, and Joe Flacco.
That's like being Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. Play some music. Bonte, pick the position. Edge, D tackle, linebacker, safety. I've got free agents that I've circled, and I want you to give me from 1 to 10 your excitement level of if the Niners acquired this player.
Well, it'd be great, but how much money do the Niners have? Can we figure that out? Where's the Niners cap right now? I've seen everywhere from $8 million to $12 million. Where's the 49ers cap space at this moment?
Book J.P. Morgan for me right now, Lubman.
Seriously. I don't want to get Niner fans hyped up about players when they don't have no money to spend.
I didn't think they could sign Javon Hargrave last year, and they did.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how they did that.
All right, let's start with Edge. Zadarius Smith's out there, Bonte. 31 years old, played for the Browns last year.
Rather have Daniil Hunter from Minnesota. 16.5 sacks last year. I wanted the Niners trade for him last year. He's getting to the quarterback. Daniil Hunter is as good as they get coming off that edge. I really like him. Go look at his last 5 years. He's been really good with Minnesota. That's the guy I would watch. Okay. That's my target at DN. And it starts with him and it ends with him.
All right. Wow. I got 2 other names that I'll throw out there. What about Bryce Huff, 26 years old from the Jets, and Jonathan Greenyard, who played with the Texans in a similar system defensively, 27 years old, also going to be a free agent. None of those guys are going to really move the needle for you.
They're not going to move the needle for me. I love me some Danielle Hunter. I need a name opposite of Bosa. Give me a name, guy. Give me a name.
Would Joey Bosa, if he got released, do it for you? You seem very hesitant there.
He's never on the field. Every time I look up, he's in street clothes.
And he doesn't like Staley, and Staley's here.
Right, and Staley's here, and he doesn't want to stand up, right? Or does he want to stand up in his stance? I mean, Danielle Hunter, 87.5 career sacks.
Wow.
Been in the league since 2015. His last 5 years, 14.5. Played 7 games in 2021, got 6, then bounced back with 10.5, and then had 16.5 last year. It's a lot of sacks. 29.
Wow.
40. Dude, that is over 60 sacks in 5 years.
That's tough.
Any interest in a D tackle, Christian Wilkins?
Oh, yeah, but he's going to want big money.
He had a monster year this year, a career
It's a
year.
young man from Clemson.
Yeah.
2-time national champ.
Yes.
I
can't pay another D tackle in free agency.
I don't know if I do that. By the way, the Niners have just over $7 million in cap space, according to Spotrac. So $7 million in cap room, that's not much wiggle room to sign some big money players.
What about a wide receiver? What about Calvin Ridley? 29 years old, left a lot on the table, feel like he's got good ball ahead of him still. Does he do anything for you?
I mean, he gets down the field. I like Calvin Ridley.
As a third or as a replacement for Debo?
You're gonna have to say bye-bye to somebody. Is Calvin Ridley worth saying bye-bye to Debo or Brandon Ayuk for?
No.
I'm kind of good on Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know where his head's at. There's a lot of miscommunication with him and Trevor Lawrence. He leaves a lot. He's like Cooper in a way. Amari, you may get a good game every month. And that's it.
You guys know what's going to happen, right?
He's going to bet?
No, he's going to go to the Chiefs, and he's going to ball out.
Of course.
Yeah, Chiefs. They got Patrick Mahomes.
How about a couple of safeties? Justin Simmons.
Now, a lot of people will say you don't have a quarterback to throw it to Calvin Ridley.
What, Brock?
Yeah.
Ayuk just had like 1,400 yards this year.
Deep down the field shots.
Oh, come on.
People love the deep.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Robin San Bruno. Because he played enough. The downfall is near, 49er fans.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
And it's coming hard.
What about a safety?
Just in the Super Bowl 3 weeks ago.
He lost in overtime to the greatest quarterback ever, maybe.
Hey, it feels like we're far away from that Super Bowl ring.
I know.
That Lombardi was close, yet so far.
So far away. Would you take Justin Simmons or Xavier McKinney in the back end of this defense as a safety?
Justin Simmons, young man from Arizona? The Clemson guy?
Justin Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons?
No, Justin Simmons, who got released from Denver.
Oh, Justin Simmons, the safety. Yeah. Oh, I love him.
More of a free safety, ball hawking type of a guy?
I need a free safety with the 49ers.
You think so?
Can Jair Brown, can Tig Brown play free? Can Hufanga play free? I don't know about that. I may need a free safety.
Okay.
What do you do here at the safety spot? It's a great question. I do like Simmons, though. He's a leader, captain. I like Simmons a lot, but what type of money? Okay, we only have $7 million to spend.
Or maybe $107 million. We don't know if the salary cap's real.
All
right. Last couple here. I'll get to offensive line in a second. Could I interest you randomly? Patrick Queen, linebacker. Let's say you don't know about Dre Greenlaw, the health. I mean, sounds like he's going to try to do some unorthodox treatment to get back, similar to whatever Aaron Rodgers has done. Patrick Queen is a really good player.
He's going to want big money as well. I mean, yeah, sure. I would love Patrick Queen.
You don't play a lot of three linebackers?
Did the Super Bowl. I saw a lot of Orr Burks and who else was the other guy that we kept seeing on the field? It was Orr Burks and who was it on that team?
I'm telling you.
That third linebacker? It just drove me crazy.
Oh, Dominic Flanagan-Fowles.
Was it Flanagan-Fowles? Yeah, it was Flanagan-Fowles.
See, I wanted to see them play Jalen Graham throughout the year. I still want to see more from Jalen Graham. I think there's something there.
Yeah, I'm not signing Patrick Queen.
Okay.
I can't spend big money.
All right, let's go offensive line. What about center? I know that they've got Jake Brendel, and he had a pretty nice season. Lloyd Cushenberry from the Broncos, 26 years old. He's a free agent. You got John Runyon at guard. for the Packers.
I like Runyon a lot.
Really?
Jimmy Runyon. Yeah, I like Runyon. He's from Michigan, too.
Okay.
Michigan, the son of John Runyon.
Okay, so you take Runyon.
I take Runyon.
What about Josh Simpson from the Ravens? The Ravens got a lot of free agents, 27 years old, had a solid year this year, and Tyron Smith, who can play either tackle position.
I like Tyron Smith, too.
Lost a step, but he's a beast.
I love Tyron Smith for right tackle. Are you kidding me?
I would love that.
Does he fit the zone scheme? Do you adjust your scheme for them? By the way, the Niners are wrapping up a meeting. Or actually, Rayshad Jenkins, number 2 from the Jaguars, free safety, will visit the 49ers today after a visit with Seattle.
I'm all over these safeties. Interesting. So, of all those names I listed, you had Danielle Hunter as the guy that you would like.
Danielle Hunter, yep.
Sorry.
Danielle Hunter, yep.
Put that down for mispronunciation of the year.
No, it's all good. Danielle Hunter.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschmann, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes.
Jackson Holiday looks sick, by the way.
Oh, my God. Every day I send you guys a clip of him hitting a grand slam or a home run.
Trust me, I got him in the keeper league, man. Don't worry. I'm all over this, dog.
Do you have anyone over 23 in your league? I mean, you have all the youngsters.
I love all the youngsters. I love having high super prospects here because you got to have super prospects. And, just one day, maybe the Giants will have a super prospect that pans out. Doesn't sound like Marco Luciano's going to start at shortstop.
Nick Ahmed keeps getting starts. That's not a good sign.
It's not a good sign whatsoever.
I feel like you're looking through me right now.
I'm just saying, man, the Giants, Giants baseball's coming. Hey, the downfall is near and it's coming hard. That's what we could apply that to the Giants.
Hey, I'm telling
you, being open-minded this year,
dude.
There will be more people at the Bruce Mahoney game on the 23rd than there were for FanFest. That was really sad. FanFest, sad.
I mean, we're out here parading around Bob Melvin like he's Tony La Russa, like he's freaking Bruce Bochy. Like, honestly, like, we're parading Bob Melvin around like he's Connie Mack, Billy Martin. This is his 5th team he's managing. I mean, like, and I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to get political here, but when you come out and you, like, pound your chest, you start beating your chest talking about, well, we're going to stand for the national anthem. We're going to tell, and all other teams, we want to let them know we're going to stand for the national anthem because that's what we're about. It's not the problem with the team. The problem with the team is you can't hit, you can't pitch, you can't close games. Nobody cares about the damn national anthem. And this is probably the wrong region to be flexing about not standing or standing for the national anthem. I mean, this market here, like, you want to do that in New York? Fine. You want to do it in Philly or the Midwest? Fine. We're in San Francisco, Bo Mel. You did manage the Oakland A's. You know what type of market this is when it comes to politics. I'm not going to be beating my chest about, we're going to stand for the national anthem. Everybody stand for the national anthem. That's still a thing?
Here's what I want to know. Who's playing shortstop? That's the question. Right?
Right.
Who's playing right field? Nobody cares about what happens before the game. We just don't.
Right. We don't like stop. Like you're pounding. No. Let me know how Luciano's fielding grounders at shortstop. All right? Let me know if Luis Matos is going to be batting second. Or are you going to be platooning Yaz and Slater and Lamont Wade Jr.? Like, the Giants are so damn uninteresting. I'm intrigued with them, but damn. I'm watching the spring training game Saturday. I'm like, boy, it's going to be a long year. It's going to be another long year.
Brief aside. I love my brief asides.
Yeah, my bad. Let me walk it back. I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded when it comes to the Giants.
If I had to list guys who I enjoy watching more on other teams, I hate admitting this out loud. Mookie Betts might be one of my favorite players, non-Giant, ever. Like no joke. When I watch that guy play, the way he runs the bases, the way that he played right field and center field before that, my dad said that he was the closest to Willie Mays and not Mike Trout. He said Mookie Betts. The way that he just changes the game with a single, you know, and just the pressure he puts on a team. The fact that he can hit for average, hit for power, all those things. He played a lot of second base last year because they needed him to. They lost Gavin Lux at the beginning of the year for the year. He's going to play shortstop this year. Do you know how, that's why I love Craig Biggio. Catcher, second base, center field. You know how difficult it is to be a Gold Glove right fielder and then play middle infielder in the middle of your career?
I mean, it's funny. Just you look at all these teams in baseball. We just brought up Jackson Holiday. Obviously, there's Bobby Witt Jr. in Kansas City, Gunnar Henderson in Baltimore, and you got the Blue Jays
Even
lineup.
Volpe.
I mean, the Cubs got some dudes.
Yes.
I mean, the Marlins got dudes. The Rays got dudes. Everybody seems to have dudes except for us. I mean, when are we going to get some dudes? I got that Marco Luciano I heard about for 5 years. You guys talk about Luciano. Just wait, Bonte. Wait for Luciano. I even threw out trades for Luciano to go get some players. Nah, you want to keep Luciano. He's the next best thing. Look at the way the ball comes off his bat, the sound. Well, the only sound I hear is and that's straight wind because he's striking out every damn at bat. I mean, we ain't getting the. We're getting. Like, that's what you're getting.
Did you see Matt Chapman make a play coming in? Throwing on the run?
Yes, that's.
Yay!
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
The downfall. We've been down. The downfall? The Giants been down. I'm telling you, bro, that Giants Fan Fest was so sad. I felt bad for my friends that are involved with the Giants financially.
How many people attended Fan Fest? I didn't even know what was going on. And then,
Doug, there were more people at my game for my kids, my 12-year-old team.
And it called me, goes, I can't leave downtown. There's so much going on. Is there a Giants game? I was like, oh, yeah, there's supposed to be Giants Fan Fest today. There was more people at the Team Hennessy party than Fan Fest. I mean, damn.
It's harder to get a seat at Elena's on West Portal, the new restaurant from the Dugan family, than it is to go to a Giants game right now.
Larry Bear is probably not happy. That's why they got Panda back, trying to sell some more hats.
I kind of want Panda to make the team just for that reason.
Why? Well,
I'd rather see him than Slates.
How's he doing?
Slater was in the lineup the other day, and I was like, God, what are we doing?
Have
I watched a Yaz Slater outfield again?
What's he doing?
Who? Pablo?
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing everything. He's pitching. He's catching.
Is he really?
Oh, he's super utility. He actually looks, I heard from all reports, phenomenal shape.
That's good.
He's not on Team Hennessy. Allegedly.
Let's go to BPA, man.
Oh, BPA.
Brian Apollo-Alto, what's happening?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Morning, Chesky. How are you? No Warriors. No more Warriors for me. Okay? So that's just I saw what I needed. I saw what I needed to see. It's just not worth discussing anymore. Yes, it's Steph Curry and some dudes, right? So that's what it is. But yeah. So quick on the Giant. Hey, Shafty, I told you they were backpedaling on Luciano, right?
You were right.
I told you.
You were
right. And by the way, the entire narrative from Farhan around we don't want to sign Crawford because we really want to see if Luciano can sink or swim. Yeah, just a lie. It's now Nick Ahmed shortstop position. So I mean, a commitment to starting pitching. We have one starting pitcher on the entire freaking team. It's such a joke. The bold-faced, outright lies.
What about the folks carrying? Hold on, BPA. What about the folks carrying the water for them, trying to lie to us, saying that they're going to be really competitive? They're parading Bo Mel around like he's got 5 World Series championships.
Susan Slusser, Andrew Baggerly. I mean, man, just not the shining stars of times of their careers. I'll tell you that when they're. But that's what I've said it before. But what the Giants do well is just run a tyrannical message control campaign with their beat writers and their local media pushers, right? Because those guys are terrified. I mean, the Warriors 4 titles and Bonte's on the beat station, and Bonte's far more willing to hold people accountable than the Giants are going to go 79 and 83 again, and it is what it is. And Farhan, he's going to be back. I think he'll be back, and he's going to have that smile, and everyone's going to knock his teeth in, and they're just it's what it is, man. It's a bad.
I will not go to the end of season presser this season. I promise that. BPA and a 49er take.
That's right. Tell him call back.
We'll back. We'll get a 49. Yeah. We'll do a 49er.
He was on
take.
fire.
Yeah.
I hope he didn't get injured.
George.
I think Bonte and BPA.
Ow! Rico said Bruno. Get to you on the other side. Hang tight there, Rico and said Bruno. Mike Florio coming up. We'll get to Rico first before Mike Florio. But the injury report, Of course, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I'm actually surprised Hillary hasn't called us since the Super Bowl.
Nah,
she's lurking. She's lurking the cut. She is lurking. Victor Wembanyama did not play Saturday night against the Warriors, and it did not matter. The Spurs blew away the Warriors. Well, I'm going to need some Excedrin tonight because he's going to play. He's going to be back on the floor. He's not on the injury report. Sohail's not on the injury report. Devin Vassell is probably going to play in this game as well. Damn. Warriors going to win in a major way. They got to hit some shots here and get that momentum back. As we see Guy Santos. Look at Dumas there. Santa Cruz Warriors game. Interview with Guy Santos. Pretty cool. All right. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls plus Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, as we talk about some free agency here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, how are you?
Let's Save Lives. An introduction to suicide prevention is an education program designed by and for the Black community. To learn more, go to
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a Monday morning on the roast. And good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, stuck in traffic, good morning to you. Drive safely. All the overnight workers, all the overnight dancers, all the plumbers and contractors and carpenters and janitors and mailmen and post office workers, all that. Good morning to you all, especially YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Let's get to Rico and San Bruno real quick before we get to Mike Florio. Rico and San Bruno, let's get you in here before we get to Florio. What's up, Rico?
Hey, how you guys doing? I hear a lot of people talking about skill position players and all that. What we need is an offensive line. We got these lightning-ass guys from center to right tackle because he wants people to pull, get into the second level of the defense in the run game. But when the run game doesn't work, we cannot pass block, and it has been a problem since he has been here. I saw them shuffling Brunskill and Burford in Week 5 against Carolina a couple of years ago. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing on the offensive line? They need to protect Brock, and all the other stuff will come into play. That is the reason why we lost both Super Bowls against Kansas City.
All right, Rico, good point, man. Hopefully the Niners do beef up that offensive line there. It has been an issue late in games against Kansas City in those Super Bowls here. Let's get to Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Check out his new book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon. We all have it, and I'm showing it in the YouTube channel right now. Really good book on the back here. It's 1973. The mob is everywhere. The mob rules the cities. It also controls small towns like Wheeling, West Virginia, where it runs rampant, unchecked, and unlimited. And of course, that's where Mike Florio grew up in, and his father was involved in some things here. A very interesting book. Tells us the insight about Mike Florio growing up basically with the mob here. Mike, let's talk football here. We'll talk about your book in a second, but free agency, the legal tampering period, all that stuff is going on. We're seeing all these moves made here. And the big move for the 49ers so far is Arik Armstead refusing to restructure his deal. The Niners are going to part ways with their longest tenure member on the defensive line, and it feels like that's just the beginning of a reshuffle for the 49ers, Mike.
Well, this is how it works when you get into the later years of a player's contract. This is why players want guaranteed money. If contracts were fully guaranteed, they would be truly bilateral in that the players are committed for the full term of the deal and the team is committed for the full term of the deal. We get beyond the guaranteed years of a contract, the player is stuck, the team isn't. If the player outperforms, the team doesn't have to do anything. If the player underperforms, the team tears it up or goes to the player and says...
Oh, we get Mike Florio back on. I think he accidentally hung up there. Here's another one. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, Shasky. I think you're going to perk up with this one. Jeremy Fowler lists the 49ers as a team to watch for Levante David, linebacker coming from Tampa Bay.
I think linebacker is the most undervalued spot on the just in the NFL and as a whole.
Right.
When I look at teams winning it all, Kansas City, their linebacker play was dramatically underrated.
Yeah.
Nick Bolton was a monster just all year. I had him in fantasy as a defensive player, and he was killing it for me, even though he had an ankle injury. And I look at the teams that are at the top of the list, and all the good ones, I have great linebacker play.
Yeah. All right, Florio, go ahead, finish up, man. We lost you there for a second.
Well, I don't know how far I got. I mean, my bottom line is, because this was one of those monologues where you put it out there, and it's like, boy, that sounds really good. Hey, what the hell happened to the call? So I don't know when it ended. Teams have the power to do this. They can go to the player and squeeze them because the contracts aren't fully guaranteed. So they want Armstead to take a big pay cut. He says no, thank you, and now he's going to be cut. Now, hopefully for his sake, his agent gauged the market to see whether whatever the 49ers offered compares favorably to whatever else might be out there, because once he gets cut, you see. If the 49ers are willing to pay him 10, and I'm just throwing out a number, and nobody else is willing to do more than 10, then you
What is going on? What is going on?
You have to laugh at this point.
No. So here's another thing. Mama Bosa is Instagram DM, and oh my God, do it for Mama. And there's a lot of screenshots and a lot of photoshops of Joey Bosa in the Niner uniform. So Shara Bosa, the mother of Nick and Joey Bosa, is reposting all this on her Instagram, said, please do it for Mama. She wants Joey with the 49ers.
That's all this morning or over the last?
Just on her story over the last 24 hours.
Huh. Interesting. Maybe we can get Florio back on. I don't know what's going on back there. But, wow. Cheryl Bosa saying Joey's coming. I will take Joey. If it makes Nick better, let's do it.
Yeah, I want to know maybe we ask Mike what's going on. So she also has, the league would be very scared if this happens. And this Joey Bosa, this Nick Bosa, although Joey's wearing number 98, that's the number of Javon Hargrave.
So?
So I'm just saying.
Didn't he start with number 99 in San Diego?
I thought he did.
And then he switched to 97, which is his dad's number in Miami.
So they were all at USC down in Miami. The Bosas and everything. All right, Mike Florio's back. Let's move on. But Mike, let's ask you this. Joey Bosa. I'm seeing his mom post a lot on Instagram, and obviously Joey Bosa looks like him and the Chargers are in line for a divorce here. Are you hearing about Joey Bosa maybe reuniting with his brother, playing together here in San Francisco, here in the Bay Area?
I haven't heard that part of it, but on the front end, look, you've got new coach in Jim Harbaugh, you've got new GM in Joe Ortiz, and you've got a lot of star players who haven't done anything collectively. And it's not an indictment of them individually. I think it makes sense for the Chargers' new brass to come in and say, we're always failing to live up to what we should be. Let's trim some fat. Let's move on from some of these guys. And even if we can't trade them and decide to keep them, we fired a shot across the bow that we expect something different than what we've been getting collectively from this team. So I think Bosa is potentially in danger. I think between Bosa and Mack, one of them is going to be gone. And between Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, one of them is going to be gone. And if they can't trade them, one of them is going to be cut, I think. But Bosa has been injured a lot in recent years, and I think that's really the question. Do you live up to that big salary if you're not available to play? And it's not his fault. It's a demanding sport, and guys get injured. But when you do get injured, it's hard to justify the big salary moving forward.
Do you know Joey Bosa at all? We don't know a lot about him. Like, I know there was frustrations about him standing up and then he wanted to be in the dirt or whatever, but we've got Brandon Staley in San Francisco now, so I don't know if he just doesn't like Brandon Staley. Like, I don't know enough about Joey Bosa to know, is this a good acquisition if he were to be released and teamed up with his brother?
I mean, I've interviewed him a couple of times. That's the extent of it. I don't think he's going to feel compelled to play with his brother. I think he and his brother both think very strategically, independently. Joey Bosa had a long holdout when he was drafted by the Chargers. He wanted certain things in his contract the Chargers didn't want to give, and he stayed away until he got what he wanted. And I always respect that when players push back against what the teams are trying to tell him to do. He got his second contract without a whole lot of hassle after 3 years in the NFL. And, he's a great pass rusher when he's healthy. The question becomes, do you target a team that's got cap space, that can afford to pay you? Do you have other connections out there of people you've been with in the past who you want to be with again? You mentioned Brandon Staley, and we always just assume, oh, hey, there's a connection there. Well, sometimes the connection is, I never want to work with that guy again. We just don't know. But, you can't rule out anything at this point. And once he's cut, if he is cut, and I don't think there's going to be a trade market. There's a roster bonus that's due like on the third day of the league year. So if there isn't a trade market or a revised contract as part of a trade, then he's available, and we see where he lands. He can go anywhere he wants. But he got drafted by the Chargers. He got drafted in California, where the tax rate, as you guys know, at the high end is 13.3%. And I could see Joey Bosa factoring that in because he seems to be very business savvy when it comes to making his next move.
How do you view the Javon Hargrave contract 1 year in? Because I've seen a lot of fans saying we should move off him as well.
Well, I'd have to pull it up and look at the numbers to see what the cap charge would be, what the cash charge would be for moving on from Hargrave after 1 year. They decided to splurge last year, and I think they knew where this ball was moving with Arik Armstead, that by the end of the contract maybe they would decide to move on. But they splurged, and those contracts, and that's why so much of the numbers we're going to see this week as the agents text them out to the reporters and the reporters engage in a thumb race to X to get them out there. All that matters is what's fully guaranteed at signing. Everything beyond that is fake because the team can say, we're out. Look at Russell Wilson, prime example. Once they got past the fully guaranteed money, and once they were up against a deadline for injury guarantees to become full guarantees later this week, the Broncos decided to just bite the bullet and move on. So it all comes down to what the structure of that deal is, whether or not the 49ers believe they're getting a good return, whether they think they're going to get a good return next year. It's not just what have you done for me lately, it's what can I expect you to do for me tomorrow. What do they expect from Hargrave next year? What's the cap charge? What are our alternatives? It's a very complicated analytical process that comes down ultimately to an up or down decision on whether a guy stays.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Mike, Deebo Samuel is going to get $28 million in base salary this year. That accounts for nearly 10% of the salary cap. They also have a decision to make on Brandon Ayuk, because we all doubt that Brandon Ayuk is going to play on that fifth-year option without a new deal. So what do you think happens here with Brandon Ayuk? Do you believe that he'll be in San Francisco or in the Bay Area on day one of training camp next season?
Well, when this all came up a couple of weeks ago, I looked at the cap numbers this year for some of the key players on offense. George Kittle has a high cap number. Deebo Samuel, as you mentioned, has a high cap number. Brock Purdy still has a low cap number for one more year because he was the last guy drafted in 2022. This is the year that I think they hope to hold it all together and keep Brandon Ayuk at his fifth-year option and then deal with it next year when they would move on from Kittle or Samuel or both potentially, or do what they're doing with Arik Armstead and say, we want you to take less or else. They might still do that with Kittle. I saw a report that they're doing it with Kyle Juszczyk. So I think they would like to hold the offense together for one more year if they can before they pay Brandon Ayuk. But, from Ayuk's perspective, how many years do I have to put in before I get my reward? And even though he wasn't taken in the top 10 of the draft, when the NFL reconfigured the way they pay rookies in 2011 in order to avoid the Ryan Leafs, the Jamarcus Russells, the guys who get the big contracts and don't live up to them. The idea was for the guys who got drafted and didn't get a big contract, if you play well, you're going to get rewarded. You shouldn't have to wait 5 years. Yeah, I mentioned Joey Bosa. He got his after 3 years. Brandon Ayuk has every right to say, what more do I have to do to get my long-term contract? And it's very tempting for the team to ignore that and just say, hey, we have your contractual rights for one more year. There's nothing you can do about it, and then we'll decide what to do next year. So I think they'd like to hold it all together for one more year when you look at the various cap numbers, and then next year when they have to worry about Purdy, when they have to deal with Ayuk, when they have to make a hard decision about Kittle and Samuel, that's when I think they'd like to handle paying Ayuk then.
You referenced Purdy's contract. We know that he can't be paid because of the rules of the NFL, because he was drafted where he was, and the money won't kick in for a couple of years. What do you think he's worth? What do you think that their starting point is for someone like Brock Purdy?
Well, that's a great question because we've evolved past, I think, an age where the next guy whose contract comes up becomes the next highest paid quarterback in league history. We went through a stretch starting with Jimmy Garoppolo in 2018. He goes to 27.5. It's like hands working up a baseball bat. You know how you turn the baseball bat upside down, you do the hands up to see whose thumb's at the top. And you go Jimmy Garoppolo, and then you go Kirk Cousins to 28, and then you go Matthew Stafford to 28.5, and then you go Matt Ryan to 30, and it just keeps moving up and up and up. At some point, tiers need to develop. So what tier will Brock Purdy be on? Will he be on the top tier, $55, $60 million a year? Will he be on a lower tier? Whatever Kirk Cousins carves out, is that where he'll be? It's going to be complicated, but, the reality is the 49ers will have one more year under contract with him and the ability to franchise tag him twice before he could walk away. And that's part of figuring out value. And we'll see. I mean, the last time they had a great young quarterback in Colin Kaepernick, they paid him. They gave him a big contract. It wasn't as big as his camp tried to make it out to be. But when they have a guy who's getting it done, they know that there's a time where you have to pay him.
If it was up to you and you had to pay him now, knowing that you can't legally, but if you had to, what's the number that you're comfortable at per year right now?
If he was eligible right now and I had to pay him right now, I mean, somewhere between 35 and 40, I think, with incentives.
Yeah.
But look, we hear that and we say, wow. But remember this, salary cap's $255 million per year now.
No doubt.
And the players and the owners split the money roughly right down the middle. So that 255.4 that's going to your player labor costs, you got another 255.4 to deal with. And the owners have all the equity. So, I always try to get folks to realize it's tempting to resent the players because they're making too much money. Well, add zeros, and that's what the owners are doing. And they're not the ones out there getting beat up and suffering CTE potentially and only have a handful of years to do it, and they own the teams.
Right. Mike, real quick, I'm going to circle back to Debo for a second because I was asking Shasky here during the break. Have the 49ers got the best out of Debo Samuel? Have we seen the best of Debo Samuel? Now, he had a very good year. Now, he has some injuries, but I can't unsee the Super Bowl. You were there at the Legion Stadium where he couldn't gain separation later on. He hurts his hamstring. Because when it comes to Ayuk, I'm looking at Debo, $28 million. Wow, that's a lot of money for what he is. And we know he's not a pure wide receiver. He's a playmaker, and I'm not mad at that. He makes plays all over the football field, and they're better with him. But I just wonder if we've seen the best of Debo Samuel, Mike.
Well, and this is the challenge. Anytime you have a great player who wants to be paid, are you paying for what he's already done, or are you paying for what is still to come? And what's your projection, right? It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, and I don't criticize Debo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, I think a fair argument could be made that Debo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting. And I'll tell you what, something to put on the radar screen, I don't know that this is going to happen, but at some point, I think it's fair for Christian McCaffrey to say, hey, I think it's time to look at my contract here, because how many great years does he have left? This may be the time for him to rattle the cage a little bit and try to get more money.
Wow. This will be the offseason to do that. Wow.
Can I ask you about Nick Sorensen? Because we don't know anything about him. And do you know anything about Nick Sorensen? And then
we have no clue.
Let me follow that up with, and I'm doing a double team here. Brandon Staley hire. What were your thoughts on both of those?
Well, what I know about Nick Sorensen is I remember when he played in the NFL and they called him Sunshine because he had the same haircut as the guy who was Sunshine in Remember the Titans. And when I saw a picture of Nick Sorensen recently, I mean, the guy cut his hair and it's gone, and it's like two different human beings. But you get into coaching, you go corporate, you got to get a haircut, you got to act the part. Can't have long hair your whole life. So, he's been around a long time as a coach. He knows that Seattle defense, and I think what they did, because I had heard initially Brandon Staley was the guy to watch to be the defensive coordinator, but he's not the Seattle cover 3 guy. Sorensen is. So you get the best of both worlds. You get somebody who knows the system, and you get somebody who's done well enough as a defensive coordinator to become a head coach, and you see what happens. And if it doesn't work, Robert Saleh might be available next year, and he could come back and do the job that he used to do.
Wow. Good stuff here from Mike Florio, man. We always appreciate the time with you. I know you're going to be a busy man. Don't be like those other guys twiddling thumbs. That was a great little monologue on the Pat McAfee show about all these insiders running to Twitter or X, whatever it is.
It's true.
You're so right, though.
Figure it out.
You're so right.
What bothers me is, and I don't care that that's how it happens, although it is laughable at times, because you will literally see the texts from the agents copied and pasted by the reporters into X, because you got to win the Twitter race, the thumb race to get there. The idea that bullcrap numbers get put out there and the reporters know it and they still pass it along because they'd rather have half the truth than none of the truth, that's what bothers me. And we're committed to trying to get the full numbers on all these big deals so people can really see what they're worth, so the fans know what the commitment is, and so we all know who ranks where as it relates to how these players are valued by their teams.
Well, you brought up long-haired people, and now I'm trying to think of a successful musician, non-actor with long hair. You're kind of on point with that. I can't think of anybody in any prominent role with long hair, like how Sorensen had to cut his hair. Like, I can't come up with anyone.
Yeah, it reminded me of Trevor Lawrence, because I've wondered at what age he's too old to have that long hair that hangs out from under his helmet. Like, is it 30? I don't know, but it is. I think it's a job factor, And I think it's an age factor. I mean, it's kind of hard to pull it off unless you're in a rock band. It's hard to pull it off past 30.
I got a real quick one. This one just popped up on me because I think I saw you tweeting about this, Mike. But the whole owner grades or organizational grades, and the Chiefs had got a low grade, which surprised me.
They won back-to-back
It feels
Super
like they
Bowls.
won back-to-back Super Bowls. They won 3 or 5 years. They've paid Mahomes. They have a great fan base. I was surprised to see the Chiefs graded so low in that poll there, Mike. I was blown away by that. The Hunts, really? Cheap?
Well, when you've got a great coach and you've got a great quarterback, that covers up a lot of things. And look, Andy Reid's making $12 million a year, which is insulting, frankly. He should be making twice that. And maybe one of the reasons why the Chiefs were preparing for the possibility of Reid retiring is Reid, you look at, I'm doing this for $12 million a year. No, thank you. He really should be making twice as much. And I think part of it is, and we've seen comments about this sense that there are promises made that aren't kept. That's what gets an owner low marks. But I think it does resonate. Look, when you see those grades, you can either take it seriously or you can try to dismiss it and downplay it. And I think, especially as it relates to the Chris Jones deal, Clark Hunt took it seriously. And when Chris Jones tweets A+ for Clark Hunt, it's funny, but it also shows that those grades have power. The NFLPA has found something here. It's a way to hold people who aren't accountable. Just like Jed York said when the 49ers were going through the Jim Tom Sula, Chip Kelly years, you can't fire the owner. You can't. But you can put a grade on him. You can put a Bart Simpson F- on him and embarrass him and shame him into doing his job better.
I like that. I like that a lot. Mike, continue the great work, man. Michael Pittman Jr. just signed for 3 years, $71.5 million, $46 million guarantee. So what does that mean for Brandon Ayuk, who was in the same draft class as Michael Pittman Jr.? Thanks for the time as always, Mike. Take care.
All right, see you guys.
Anytime. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Check out his new book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon. We should have needed him and said, hey, we bought your book. You see us on the books here, Mike. We purchased it. But Michael Pittman Jr., 3 years, $71.5 million, $46 million guaranteed.
The AAV on that, which we know is not real, but almost $24 million a year. We were talking about what Ayuk's value was, and I think last week we both kind of came to the agreement. It was around $25 million a year. I believe he's a better player than Michael Pittman Jr., but Michael Pittman Jr. is on a team with a lot of quarterback inconsistencies. So the numbers don't necessarily correlate, and he doesn't have any playoff moments or anything like that. But
he's a good player.
He's a good
tough.
player.
He can catch. He can run after the catch. He can go deep. He goes intermediate.
Would you rather have him or Ayuk?
I mean, they're both. I wouldn't be mad at either. They're in the same draft class.
Yeah,
that was a loaded draft class. So I'm not. I like Michael Pittman Jr.
He's
a
rugged.
lot. I like him a lot, and I think he would fit well in the Shanahan offense with the run blocking. He's physical. He's tenacious. So we're looking at Ayuk maybe
24
matching that.
Yes,
or saying I need a little bit above that. I need $50 million guaranteed instead of $46 million guaranteed. But that could be a window into what Ayuk may get here in the future from whether it's the 49ers or any other team. All right, we're talking about free agency here. NFL free agency is rolling along here. I don't know what's legal. The legal temporary period. Moves are getting made here left and right. It's not official till Wednesday, but the hell with it. We already know Armstead's not going to be a 49er, so we'll react to that. Plus, get back into the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Roast, and that will all be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for their stock up sale and earn 4 times the reward points on applicable items. If you love snacks, then earn 4 times the reward.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we are back. Get you some 95.7 The Game gear now at breakingt.com/957. We got all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want, win or lose, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7. Go to breakingt.com/957, 888-957-9570. We are looking at free agency in the NFL. Michael Pittman Jr. just signed for 3 years, $70 million. He could get a max of $71.5 and $46 million guaranteed. So what will Ayuk's contract look like? Brendan Ayuk, same draft class as Michael Pittman Jr. He's going to look for a big bag. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors because they do play the Spurs today. And the Spurs, it's funny, man. They're 29th in the league when it comes to three-point percentage, Shasky. Yet Saturday night they go 17-33. They shoot 51.5% from the three-point line. That was the first game all season in which the Spurs shot over 50% from the three-point line. And they did it Saturday against the Warriors. And now you get Wemby back and you get Vassell back. So they're going to be at full strength while the Warriors are missing Stephen Curry, who will be reevaluated tomorrow with his right ankle sprain.
You could say, Joe, it's an aberration. They were just shooting well on that night. Too many teams have been doing that this year. Yes. And so I would say that is an indication that the Warriors defense, in terms of contesting three-point shots, which has been an issue all year long, continues to be an issue.
Yeah, no doubt. It is, could get ugly. San Antonio is one of the best. Actually, since the All-Star break, they've got the best three-point percentage in the league. They've been on fire from deep, so I'm sure we'll run those numbers up on the pregame show today. San Antonio dropped 34 assists. They score 126 on the Warriors. They shoot 51% overall. And the Warriors, boy, oh boy, they gave up at least 30 in every single quarter Saturday night. Every single quarter they gave up at least 30. And really outside of Klay Thompson, they couldn't find anything. Klay Thompson was 5 of 10 from 3. The rest of the team, 5 of 20 from 3. Including Moses Moody, who was 0 for 6, and he's 0 for 10 from 3 over his last 2 games. But back to the Niners. Let's go to Robin in the city. You got something to say?
Before you go to Robin, I am now starting to come around. I'm with you. I think something's up with the Niners.
Yeah, something's up.
I think they're going to do something big.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think something big is going to happen. And you know what? I'm not mad at it because I honestly do believe they need a little shit. Look, they lost in overtime. Right. And I understand a lot of people, to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, I understand a lot of people are like, well, you're very, very close. I'm a big believer in, it's okay to shake things up every now and then. They've had basically the same team for 3 straight years, essentially. It's okay to shake things up, and you have to reincorporate some new energy onto this team. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, we may see something. We may see something shake with the 49ers. Robin in the city, what's happening?
Hi, Robin.
What up, Robin?
Hey, Sugar, can y'all hear me? Because I'm in the bathroom at work.
Oh, man, you're hiding in the bathroom, Robin?
Yes. I'm supposed to start. I waited. I said, y'all better come to me. I'm in the bathroom. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. We got you, Robin. You sound good.
Okay. So first things first. So, Shasky, I want to tell you that Athleta, it's not Athleta, baby. It's Athleta. I know because I go broke buying stuff in Athleta.
Oh, okay? Sorry.
You said that no, a lot of people do that. And then the other thing that I wanted to say was, who cares about who somebody's hair is long or not? Let me tell you a story real quick. My son, he wore dreads. Oh, that's the one I put out. Right. And he was going to go get a job somewhere downtown. And I said, well, I guess you got to take your dreads out. He said, oh, well, I guess I won't be working. He said, I'm not taking my dreads down for nobody. So, I don't know. I thought we had kind of passed those days where long hair, short hair.
Yeah, I get uncomfortable with those conversations, Robin, because your hair, it shouldn't matter what your hair looks like. It should matter what you do and what you produce, what you're saying out of your mouth and how you represent yourself. Like, hair shouldn't be an indictment on anybody or whether you're professional or corporate or whatnot. I've been on both sides of the coin. I've had long hair. I've had short hair, whatever. I just think we should be past that in 2024. That's just me personally.
Well, no, yes, I hear you. I do believe that, having your hair either combed or put back or looking presentable. Because like when I see my brother, I tell my brother all the time. Again, this is just my particular opinions, but he has the beard all the time. And when it's lined up or when it's trimmed, it looks good. And when it's crazy, like my dad had the Bob Weir one that was going all over the place. And my mom's like, you look crazy right now. I want it to be a little groomed.
Well, there's some smart guys.
Those are my preferences.
Yeah.
Not corporate America.
Yeah. No, I just, whether it's groomed or there's long, whatever, it's about the person. If you know the person, presentable, whatnot, I don't know. We can move on. Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Quickly on the Warriors, don't expect the same game we saw last time, even though Wemby's coming.
Yeah.
We're not going to lose by 22. It'll be a tight game. All right, they're gonna close and on the 3-point shooters and play defense. I'll be surprised if they don't. All right, so I'm calling about the Niners mainly. We're talking about edge rushers that could be available. The guy I would like them to target be Khalil Mack. Back when I was a Raiders fan, okay, now you're talking, 6-7 years ago when he was with them. He wasn't just the best player on the defense. He was the defense. So, and he's still a fabulous player. He's 33, but he was all pro. He got 17 sacks. And while he's always been about the Benjamins in the past, at this stage in his career, he just might be ready to take a much more reasonable amount of money and give us what we need on the other side.
Well, remember, that's a very, very interesting call there, Uncle Gene, because when Khalil Mack did get traded to the Chicago Bears, remember who was in on that deal? And the Niners actually offered more for Khalil Mack, but Mark Davis and the Raiders just said, we can't trade Khalil Mack across the bay. We can't do that. We can't trade you to San Francisco. So there was interest a few years ago when that move happened. Now, how much does Mack have left in the tank? Spinoza, he watches a lot of AFC West football, and I know Khalil Mack, half his sacks come against the Raiders.
Well, he had 6 in one game against Aiden O'Connell last year, who was making his first ever start. Hey, welcome to the NFL, get sacked 6 times. But outside of that, if you take away that one game, I think he had 9 or 10. So he had a pretty good year.
Solid year.
I just don't think, outside of that one amazing DPOY year he had with the Raiders when he was all pro at 2 different positions. Remember that? He was defensive end and linebacker. I don't think he's ever lived up to that one year. He's been good.
Right.
Talking about that first year in Chicago. Remember that that Thursday night or that Sunday night game against the
first game of the season.
Yes, against the Packers and Aaron Rodgers on a bum knee had an amazing comeback, right? But outside of that, he's been good, but he hasn't been great.
Right.
So when I saw him, again, this is a couple of years ago, I believe it was year 1 in Chicago. He came 2018. I think it was 2018 when he was year 1 in Chicago. That they came, the Bears versus the Niners, and I went with my grandfather. He caved in the offensive line for the Niners on every single play and was unbelievable. I believe had Nick Mullins playing quarterback, and the offensive line, it was probably a young McGlinchey at the time. It wasn't great. He was spectacular, but I haven't seen it enough. And I'm not sitting there watching every Charger game that way.
He's been more available than Joey Bosa, right? Joey Bosa, every time I see Joey Bosa, he's in street clothes. Seriously. The guy, it feels like he never plays for the Chargers.
Yeah.
He's always on the sideline in street clothes. I don't know. Khalil Mack at least is available. I'm open to Mack. I'm open to Mack on the opposite edge of Bosa, but now you need more. You got to reshuffle this offensive line, but I'm not mad at Mack. By the way, in baseball, Jeff Passett, ESPN, reporting Shasky, Yankees ace Garrett Cole will have an MRI on his right elbow. Cole is coming off winning the American League Cy Young Award, has had difficulty bouncing back between spring training starts. So, yeah.
What did I do wrong?
No, that's not good.
Yeah, no doubt.
Elbow and shoulder.
Yep.
Not good.
Not good. Let's go to Scott Hayward. Scott, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Almost Free Agency. I'm kind of excited. If we're talking wish list, guys, the perfect replacement, I think, for our linebacker need might be a reunion with Azeez Al-Shaair. That guy knows the system. He knows the Bay. He'd be a welcome return. He's still in his prime. I think that's a top target if you're the 49ers and you want to address linebacker. He might be a little expensive, but I'd rather have him than spend money on a 33-year-old Mack or some other, or like Levante David's 104 years old. So, yeah, Get Aziz back in here. Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Go Niners.
Yeah, I like the call. Aziz going to visit Philadelphia right now. He's going to visit the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, it's good to see Aziz in the linebacker huddle. What was that before the Green Bay game?
Yes.
He was a good Niner. I wasn't the biggest Aziz fan. I know people were a little higher on him than I was. But boy, in that Super Bowl, it would have been nice to have him instead of Orr Burks out there. It seemed like every play, Sasky, Orr Burks doesn't know where to line up. He doesn't know where to line up. He's going from the left side, the right side. It was like, it was a nightmare, man. And Patrick Mahomes. Look, I'm sure he was like, boy, it sucks for Drake Grillo, but he was telling Matt Nagy, the OC for Kansas City, hey, 57's down, homie. 57's down. 57's down. And what did Travis Kelce do in the second half? I'm sorry, Sas, going to relive this. But they went at Orr Burks over and over and over again.
Look, he might not be any good. I don't even know if D. Winters is any good. I saw some things in preseason from Jalen Graham. He's a young guy, a very young player. Navarro Bowman didn't play his rookie year. No one saw the ascension that he would take in year 2. I'm not saying that that's what Jalen Graham is, but what pisses me off sometimes with the Niners, and you saw this with Christian McCaffrey, they'll ride Christian McCaffrey way too much in games that, to me, were already in control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's 25 total carries over a 2-month period.
Right.
Give those to Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
Give those to Eli Mitchell so that if something happens, if you have to go to the well, those guys are finely tuned and ready to go.
Right.
There were times during the year where they were playing Dominic Flanagan fouls or they were playing Warren Burks, and I was like, why are we not seeing Jalen Graham?
Yeah.
Just like give him a couple plays here, a couple plays there.
I'm cool with that.
Because I know this, Warren Burks is not good, and he's not a long-term solution for this team.
No, I'm with you with D.
So
Winters.
when you got to that point where Greenlaw got injured, and he's out there, and it's like, look, I would rather have a rookie who's raw and doesn't kind of know where they're at because the skill set was better. Warren Burks is not fast. He doesn't tackle well. I don't think he covers well in space, and he didn't know where he was lining up.
Right. He didn't know where he was lining
Would Jalen Graham have been that much worse?
Right. He's more athletically gifted.
Am I tripping by bringing that up?
No. I listen. Linebacker depth was an issue because of obviously Fred and Dre are going to play every single snap. They are. They just are.
No doubt. But he had the Achilles tendonitis toward the end of the year, and you could have given the young man some valuable reps.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you with that one. I don't disagree with that because Orr Burks came in and was like, oh my gosh, and I've watched a lot of it. Oh my gosh, this is not good, and it played out to not be good in the Super Bowl. To where I thought Fred Warner did have one of his better games because he's scrambling, just trying to get the young man lined up right before figuring out his keys on a given play. So
when I think of that Super Bowl, I'm going to have nightmares of Tashawn Gibson and Orrin Burks pointing at each other in confusion.
On third down.
Over and over and over
down.
and switching.
On third down.
And
was
then
a third down play?
Only to leave Travis Kelce wide open.
No, that was the third down play where Orrin Burks, he starts off on the left side of the formation. Fred's like, yo, over here. He gets to the right side. Then he wanders back to the middle. He blitzes, which looked like he only went half speed on the blitz, and Kelce's wide open for a first down. Huge play.
Not to mention,
that's just one. That's a microcosm of Orrin Burks' day.
Not to mention, like they fumbled on the very next play, I believe. Pacheco did, but on the bomb
in the first quarter.
Yeah, on the bomb prior to that, Gibson should have picked that ball or at least broken it up. He didn't even know where he was.
He was lost. He lost the ball in the lights.
Gibson had a really good 2-year run with the Niners, but it ended poorly.
It's time to
It
move
reminded me a lot of the Deshaun Golson final game.
They're moving on because they just had Rashad Jenkins. He just lined up with the 49ers. He was a free safety for Jacksonville, war number 2. Got into it a couple years ago with Juwan Jennings. But, yeah, remember that? He got into it with Juwan Jennings in that Jacksonville game? It was when Jimmy Garoppolo missed a wide-open player at the goal line. Remember that?
Oh, I remember.
We all played
to Jimmy.
Boy. Not even gonna. I wouldn't want to bring that up. But Rashad Jenkins, the Niners are telling you that they're moving off of Gibson. If they have Rashad Jenkins coming to visit, they're telling you right now they're looking to upgrade the free safety spot.
Well, when he was Super Bowl week talking about, I was coaching T-ball, and I was like, oh boy, Don't admit that out loud, my man.
Well, no, that's fine. I mean,
I was retired and I was not going to come back, and the Niners called me. But that's one thing I'll give them credit. They switched Jimmy Ward to the slot corner and had the guts to do so, and they got the best out of Jimmy Ward and Gibson in that situation.
By the way, some more news with the 49ers. Apparently they restructured Fred Warner's deal.
Oh.
And it possibly comes with a contract extension, a move that can clear up to $12 million in cap space in 2024.
Good.
So, restructure of Fred Warner. They help out the team. Not bad at all. Not bad.
I want Fred Warner to stay on the Niners as long as possible. He's just the leadership qualities and the accountability and all the vocal leadership that you see, but he also he leads by example, which is so rare.
So, think about Fred Warner now, and I'm waiting for everybody to break this down here. But yeah, Fred Warner last week restructured his contract, converting a sizable portion of his base salary into bonuses per Matt Barrows, and it looks like Fred Warner's going to help the Niners save about $12 million in cap space. Now, if that's the case, I ask this question. Well, I have a couple questions here. One, have we seen the best of Deebo Samuel in this offense because he's making $28 million?
As in, you're not going to, that 1 year in 2021 is not going to be repeatable?
Well, that's an all-time season. But can we even have last year, I thought Deebo Samuel was very good. I thought he bounced back. Over 1,000 scrimmage yards. But teams have taken away him in the run game. That's not effective no more. They're on the jet sweep stuff, the motion stuff, the gimmick stuff. He's not as effective as a runner out of the backfield or with the jet sweep stuff. Even last year, Deebo Samuel, he had averaged 6 yards a carry, but 225 yards on 37 carries. Not bad, not great. But he also had the 892 yards in receiving on 89 targets, 60 catches. I just wonder if we see the best in Deebo. But also, looking at Fred Warner. Look at that Fred Warner restructure his deal to help save the 49ers $12 million. He's the captain of your football team. I'm not going to knock a player who wants all their money. But watching Fred Warner restructure his deal, who's a more impactful player on defense for the 49ers, the best at his position, it is a little disappointing that Armstead couldn't reach an agreement to restructure his deal with the 49ers.
He did do it a couple years ago.
Yeah, no
so,
doubt. I don't want to knock. That's why I feel a little weird saying that. But
I hear you.
Watching Fred Warner do that.
But because, with this legal tampering, you're allowed to kind of float out to other teams. And if you know you're going to make more money down the line from someone else, then why would you?
I hear you.
I don't know. And this is a guy who also put out podcasts talking about how much money he lost to taxes based off his game check, which I told you in real time. It's I get why you're doing that. I'll keep that internal.
Right. Yeah,
I wouldn't have put that in a podcast. There are people with real struggles out there that don't want to see an NFL player post their salary and explain where all their money is going. Mm-hmm. It's just a bad look to the consumer. And people could say, Joe, you're reaching on this one. No, when people are making a family income under $100,000 and they're struggling to
nobody really wants.
Nobody wants to see that you're making that kind of money. That's all. You don't rub it into people's faces.
I'm just one of those types. When I meet somebody and they tell me how much they make right away, I don't believe them, and I'm just like, why would you do that? You don't know me well. You know what I'm saying?
To me, if you're talking about how much you're making, the richest people I know never tell me how much they're making.
No doubt.
I just thought that not that it was.
But he was educated. But Armstead was educating. He was educated, so I'm not mad at that. I was intrigued with it. I was intrigued with him breaking down the taxes and everything like that to help people save money or whatnot. But it does feel a little different when you got millionaire money.
That's all I'm saying.
You're playing with Monopoly money and we're not. But I understand what he was doing.
One game check is more than what a whole family will have as an income for a year. And it's I just think that there's some of these guys need to understand that the world is bigger than the NFL, and the fans are the ones that pay all the bills, because if there wasn't a fervor, then, and so you just need to be cognizant of how things land in people's laps.
Free agency is going to start in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes here. We're going to start seeing some more deals fly off the table.
You're good. You're real good at breaking this down on the fly.
What?
Because all the breaking news and everything, I'd be overwhelmed with Sam in my ear.
Why would you be overwhelmed? Sam doesn't even need to be in my ear. He knows what time it is.
This is a 2-minute drill for you.
Listen. Sam called me last night for a pre-show call. I don't even think we're on the phone for 2 minutes. I said, Sam, dude, it's a layup.
Is there anything another team could do in this division that would strike fear into you? Because the team I'm looking at in the conference,
well, I'm looking at the LA Rams. What the hell are they going to do?
they're going to do something.
Because they got Puka, they got Cooper Kupp, they still got Stafford, who I think has another year left
I
in
do
him.
too. He had a good year.
Kerryon, was it Kerryon Johnson or Kerryon Williams? Kerryon Johnson, the running back?
No,
for the Rams?
Kyron Williams.
Kyron Williams, excuse me. Kyron Williams. I said Kerryon Williams. Who was I'm thinking about?
You're thinking of the guy who
Williams.
played Kerryon Johnson. I think played for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, he played for he was a running back out of Auburn. Yeah.
Kyron Williams is the Notre Dame running back.
How would I spit out that random name? We got a sickness here. We got a sickness. But he runs hard for the Rams.
Well,
I'm looking at them saying, because the Rams are probably feeling like we're that close to the 49ers. They should have beat Detroit. Let's be real.
Yeah.
They should have beat Detroit.
Detroit was the team that I was going to circle and say, that's the team I worry about making a splash move.
Right.
Because I think they believe they're right on the cusp.
No, they are right on the cusp. They're going to make some moves here, but they're probably thinking, we're close. We are very, very close to San Francisco. Why can't we get back to the Super Bowl? And they've won one, so they don't have that pressure getting there. Man, the Rams scare me. And that was the team that everybody going into the playoffs. I remember Spinoni was doing the show. You don't want the Rams to beat the Lions. I'm like, who the hell cares about the Rams? Because everybody was fearing the Rams for some damn reason.
Baldy said it. He said that was the number one team for the 49ers.
That was the number one team. And they were down 24-7 to the Lions in the NFC title game. Let's see. Ernie Chavez, our 95-70 game, Doobie Award winner on YouTube. When are we getting the breakdown of TV Bonte versus Radio Bonte money?
Don't
breaking down those money.
Please don't.
It's nothing to break down, folks.
Don't talk about that.
It's really not that impressive.
Tax season is upon us, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm not. I've already known what's going on with tax season on my end, and it's not pretty at all. Basically, just working for free these days. That's what it feels like.
Where's the Super Bowl next year? Where is it located?
New Orleans.
Oh, you already know, huh?
Big Easy. It'd be nice to go get a po' boy out there. Some restaurants I wasn't able to go to the last time I was in New Orleans. I would love to go to New Orleans with Joe Shasky. Bro, you have no idea how good that food is.
Oh, I would love it.
And they got the casino right there on the river. Whoo, could
pull Eddie D?
No, we're not trying to pull no Eddie D's. Well, boy, it feels like we're so... it's sacrilegious to talk about New Orleans' Super Bowl right now with the 49ers.
I was just asking.
There's some 49er fans right now. I'm telling you, man.
I was just asking.
I'm looking at my DMs right now. And there's so many Niner fans saying, Bonte, I can't talk 49er football right now.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
There's people out there who can't, they don't even want to talk. They have not even come close to getting over the Super Bowl.
Does Rob Bruno watch the Niner games in an all black, no lights room, just like a projector on the wall, right? Like, how does he consume Niner games?
Just like me, man. He's just the season's over after the first play.
It's coming hard.
They lost in the overtime to Patrick Mahomes.
No, it's like one of those movies we
man.
watch. You get the evil villain. He goes, the downfall is coming. It's near, and it's going to come hard.
No, my favorite is when I seen all these memes of like, all right, superhero, I'm going to leave you here unattended because you're going to die in about 4 minutes.
Right.
And I'm going to leave the room, and I'll see you later, Batman.
Right. And it's like the dumbest thing ever.
It's so dumb.
It really is. But no, didn't Rob become a Lions? He goes, I'm rooting for the Lions this Sunday. Didn't he say that for the NFC title game? I love Robin San Bruno. He's not happy. He's not happy right now. There's Niner fans who can't talk about them. Like, it feels like this is the first day I feel like we've really been into talking 49er football. Like the other days we talked Niners. Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you, roasters, and all the audience out there. We were faking it. Bro, 49er, like, it's not that I don't want to talk about them. It's just that Super Bowl took a lot out of me.
Of course.
The energy that was...
Of course.
Like, we put a lot in the last season.
Losses are really hard to get over.
We started last season, we started at the Hilton Hotel in late July. Talking about a journey that will lead. Now, I talked myself into believing that they're going to the Super Bowl. Like, this journey will end in Las Vegas. We will hoist that Lombardi.
Because you had so much faith in the quarterback.
I did have faith in the quarterback. I told you the offense is going to score 30 a game. I thought I was crazy.
The narrative was pretty sick. The very first preseason game will start in Vegas, and will it end for the 49ers in Vegas? And it did.
And it did.
It ended in Vegas. That's for damn sure.
And my 49er fan almost. Dude, like War YF, for example. He calls Pop I'm just going to be a football fan. I don't think I could go to games next year. Like, we'll all come around come August. We'll all be hyped up, whatnot. Bro, but there is going to be some reservations.
After 2 months of the Giants grounding into double plays, okay, we are going to be dying for the 49ers in shorts and T-shirts. What are you talking about?
You said it, not me.
What are you talking about?
Not me.
Hey, grounding into double plays would be an upgrade from striking out.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. It's going to film all my
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
I forgot all about that. Where's he at now? Oh, he's in Arizona, right? No, where's he at?
Well, he fake signed with the Phillies. He fake signed in Japan, and I believe he was going to sign in Arizona.
Jock Peterson.
I mean, Jock, dude. The stories coming out after Jock left the Giants from people within the organization to me, I want to be like, then why the hell did you guys hype him up like he was the mascot of the team for 2 years? No, I'm serious. They're like, it's so fun watching him play left field and run around in circles and miss the ball. And I'm like, Jock is so overrated. You screamed at Willer. You guys got in a huge argument about $20 million and who's paying him. And it's like, what? Like,
well, I go, no, you know what it was? I go, Mark, man, they're paying Jock $20 million. He goes, he sips his iced coffee with a straw, and in a very condescending way, it's only $20 million. Relax, dude. And I'm like, 20? So now we're just saying it's only 20. What?
Okay. Bull crap numbers.
Now
dude,
my head's gonna explode.
I was so angry with the whole Jock because I saw it coming. Okay. You should just look at him.
Okay.
Look at the way he talks and the way he plays. Jock is about Jock. Jock is, you know what? I'll say this right now, since we're on this side. We'll get back to the lines in just a second. Oh, I see somebody's calling in. I ain't heard from them in over 3 months. I can't wait to get him on the line, tell him about himself. Can't wait to get to him. Trust me, won't want to miss that 5 minutes. When I think of A.J. Przybylski and how Giants fans feel about A.J. Przybylski,
yes,
and the vitriol about A.J., they still hate A.J.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about Jock. I never felt that way about A.J. Przybylski.
Oh, I couldn't.
I was like, whatever. 1 year.
He also broke the record for most double plays grounded into it at that time.
It was bad. He was bad.
Francisco. Oh my God.
I think I have more disdain for Jock Peterson. Because
really?
He was a former Dodger.
Uh-huh.
He came here. Whatever happened with the Pasoy.
Well, he was a local guy. I thought he was
a local guy. I thought he embraced it all. And, I love the way he takes care of his little brother who's a special needs kid. But his little brother's cool. Jock does a lot of good. But as a baseball player, as a teammate, and the way he hustled in the outfield, the way he tracked balls, the way he just struck,
speaking of Team Hennessy,
I get triggered hearing about Jock Peterson.
Well, all the stuff I've heard now is that he had liquor galore all throughout the clubhouse, and there's just a lot that he stopped taking batting practice. I mean, he gave up. Here's one thing. This is the difference between people who have played the game and just people who I will never be one of these people. You listen to me and listen to me good. Steven Candelaria, and I do not fault you because there's a lot of people who feel like you, and you're wrong, and you'll never be right. A strikeout is just one out, Shasky. No. Putting the ball in play and running down the line and forcing someone to catch the ball, throw over to first, and them to have to catch it requires levels of creating an out.
Yep.
There's something about the endorphins of running down the line. It's still frustrating. You made an out. There's no doubt. The end result is the same. Psychologically, striking out, to me, is never accepted.
No.
And from the way I grew up and how I played ball,
put the ball in play.
Striking out is not just an out. It is demoralizing. When there are runners on and you ground one out weakly over to second base, you still might be able to get the run home. When you strike out, nothing positive happens.
No.
I'm sorry. I will never endorse striking out.
No.
I'm sorry.
Now I'll never endorse Jock's tenure with the Giants. It was not a good tenure. He's $20 million for what he did.
Chapman's making less, and he's 50 times the defender, clearly.
Just before we get to the lines here, just a second. I got to look up Jock's numbers from last year. I have to. Maybe I'll laugh. Maybe I'll get triggered again. I don't know why he triggered me so much. It was the look. It was the nonchalant. You want to talk about body language? We got a Brandon Belt for his body language. Just look at Jock Peterson. Look at Jock last year. Look at Jock the last 2 years. The guy looked like he didn't give a damn where the Giants were in the standings. All right, last year he 15 homers, 51 RBIs, 235 batting average and got paid $20 million for that production.
To be a platoon DH.
And Mark Willer sat here and told me it's just $20 million. That's the problem with the Giants. That's what BPA is talking about. They've brainwashed us into believing that 15 home runs and 35 RBIs or 51 RBIs is good enough production for $20 million. Boy, we know how to squeeze money out here in the Giants. Organizational spending has been atrocious for this baseball team. Atrocious.
So
I got a lot of love for you, too.
I'm trying to be intrigued about the Giants, and now we ain't even got the regular season yet, and I'm starting to get ticked off about the Giants. Just thinking about what's to come for the next 6 months, thinking, how am I going to dress this loss up? How am I going to dress this situation up? Marco Luciano, you got me so happy about him, Shask, over the last 3 years. You guys ain't want to trade Luciano for anything. Now, this guy may not even start coming out of spring training for Nick Ahmed. Good Lord, man. This organization, oh, man. Holy smokes. You're listening to 95.7 KGMC FNHC1 San Francisco. I swear, dude, I'm starting to think about it like, oh, and I'm seeing Jackson Holiday smack 0-2 fastballs. Come on, man.
Real quick on that.
Let me get
you read the legal because I want to get to something.
95.7 KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 K. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
It's officially legal tampering right now in the NFL. We're monitoring that. We're going to get back into the Niners. Okay.
J.J. Swift going to Chicago, looks like.
One thing I will say about BPA, he's so right about this, regarding the tyrannic, and this is his words, not mine, ability for the 49ers to spin control and damage control.
Or you mean the Giants?
How people talk about them.
Compared to the Niners and Warriors.
Compared to the Niners and Warriors. One thing that drives me bananas is they think the Giants brass believes that there's nobility in being about 500. And I say, no, there's not. Not when there's nobility when it's young players that are developing and building towards something. There's some nobility. There's no nobility in signing journeymen to bloated contracts to just say you have $175 million payroll. Okay. Right. And when I look at the Baltimore Orioles and I'm really tanking doesn't equate to winning. Well, I look at their roster, and they tanked, and they got the number 1 overall pick multiple times and a number 2 overall pick, and they nailed those picks.
Right.
We had the number 2 overall pick one time, and we whiffed on it, okay, in Joey Bart, and we haven't hit anything else outside of that. And I look at all these teams that have these high picks. You see this guy who's pitching for the Pirates?
Yeah.
Skeens? He's blowing 100 miles an hour.
Like
Dylan Cruz, number 2 overall pick for Washington, is ready to play right away.
The Astros.
It's not about a singular draft. Being bad for multiple years at the big league level nets you better opportunities to swing on high talent.
Hey, listen, it's not going to stop with Jackson Holiday.
No.
They got more in the pipeline in Baltimore.
And they traded another guy because they had so many high picks to get Corbin Burns.
Dude, I'll take Colton Cowser right now in the outfield for the Giants and give him 500 at-bats. Don't even know what he is in Baltimore, but he's already up. So when you think about all these other teams, and I'm looking at the Giants, we got Logan Webb. I think Kyle Harrison could start.
No, Harrison's a nice pick. There's no doubt.
Pick.
I will give it to him.
But nice pick.
But we'll
Let's
see.
see it.
We'll
see. We'll see. But the way, again, I always say this, the way we discuss the Niners and the Warriors, we give them so much more heat. But credit to those organizations, they listen and they take it on the chin. They got no problem with the criticism.
So
none. Lacob, Jed York, the Niners, we criticize or we say anything about the Giants. I've gotten in more online fights over the San Francisco Giants than I have any other team. Like, Warrior fans disagree. We're divided at times. And Niner fans are divided at times.
Why is that?
Over certain things. I have no idea. I've been asking this question for 5 years. Why do we cover the Giants differently than the other team?
When I look at some of these teams that are out there, they make shrewd trades, they understand value, and they draft really well. Like, in comparison to what the Giants are doing. I'm comparing the Giants to their contemporaries.
Right.
How do the Dodgers, who pick last, continue to find talent every single year? And then we do this.
You know why? Maybe Farhan Zaidi's just not that good at his job.
That I agree with. But, like, we do this in every sport, and you do it in baseball. People are like, you don't do it in baseball. No, they do. We took Hunter Bishop. Corbin Carroll went 6 picks later. Right. 6 picks after that, Gunnar Henderson was drafted.
There you go.
And we took a guy who can't get out of single A.
Yep. And those guys, one is a rookie of the year. Corbin Carroll's playing the World Series. And is an all-star.
Now, I don't expect you to hit every single time. But when you go Joey Bart, and then you go to that, like, they add up.
I thought this guy was good. I thought Farhan's specialty was the draft. A lot of people gave Farhan credit for what the Dodgers become.
Well, that
became.
It's very...
They disrespected Andrew Friedman
yes.
and overlooked the fact that Andrew Friedman built the Tampa Bay Rays, and they're still a powerhouse down in Tampa. But no. Farhan did all that. Farhan discovered all these players. Well, I'm still waiting on Farhan to come up with oh, my gosh. This Giants here, dude. Again, I'm intrigued to see what the plan is. Farhan just may not be that good. Matter of fact, I want Lubman to do this. We're going to react to Warriors Spurs tomorrow, but I want to hear from FP. He's down in Scottsdale.
Oh, yeah.
Because FP will give it to us real. He'll give it to us raw about the Giants. Let's see what FP says when he's seeing down in Scottsdale.
What was that prominent media member who is no longer in the business? He told you that Farhan traded away somebody who's with the Astros right now?
Oh, Yordan Alvarez. They said it was Andrew Friedman. Andrew Friedman took the heat for it. But really, Farhan's got his fingerprints all over it.
Oh, man.
You go read that deal. Read that deal. Friedman said he thought he was asking about a pitcher in their system. Yeah. Wow. Let's go to Phil Mike. Wow.
What's up, Phil Mike?
Giants,
I
man.
missed you.
Damn.
What's up, dog?
What's up with it? What's up with it, man? Hey, man, the Giants, I don't know what's wrong with the Giants, man. They got to look at they whole department from the top to the scouting department. We never get no good players.
Feel me?
We never get the player that we need. Now, and they're not interesting. It's crazy. I grew up playing baseball. Shout out Thatcher Baker, one of the greatest coaches in San Francisco Park and Rec history.
Yep. Coach Thatch.
Shout out Lyle Payne too.
Lyle Payne,
Coach
rest in
Lyle
peace.
Payne too.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, but my last point, man, about the Niners, man, I got post-traumatic Super Bowl syndrome, bro. Kid you not. The Niners come up, bro, and either I'll just randomly want to say a curse word. Gunna Goes Global said this online. He was like, man, I just randomly wake up or like the Niners come up and I just feel down, man.
I feel you.
My heart literally sinks. It literally sinks, bro. But, it's all a part of being faithful, man. We're going to bounce back. Hopefully we get somebody solid. And Arik Armstead, he was getting paid a lot of money, and I liked he's a very solid player, but I feel like that money could be allocated elsewhere for surely.
No doubt. Good call, Phil.
Hey, Phil, what was the last exciting Giants player?
No, he left the line. Last exciting
exciting Giants player.
Pablo. Timmy.
Buster.
I
mean, that's 15 years ago.
Yeah,
Serious? 15. Was Matt Duffy? I know we made him into an exciting young player, but he wasn't.
Let's stop. Tom Pelissero.
15 years.
Tom Pelissero is reporting that the Vikings, Browns, and Niners are on a watch for Christian Wilkins, who's going to lead the Miami Dolphins. Also, the Niners, according to Ian Rappaport, are re-signing quarterback Brendan Allen. Ian Rappaport adds an excellent presence in their quarterback room. Brendan Allen re-signed by the 49ers.
No team loves just building the quarterback room up from the back to the front like the Niners.
I can hear David Lombardi now. This is why the 49ers have the best quarterback room in the building. I don't give a damn what the quarterback room looks like. They throw the ball on Sundays.
Does anyone know who the backup is to Mahomes?
Right, nobody cares.
I have no idea.
You know who it was?
Who?
I think it was Blaine Gabbert.
It certainly was.
No, it was not.
And now multiple Super Bowls, yeah.
Super Bowl champion.
Do you think Kansas City puts out releases gotta keep Blaine Gabbert in the quarterback room?
So he's backed up Tom Brady with the Bucs when they won a Super Bowl. Now Patrick Mahomes, two of the greatest of all time.
Two-time Super Bowl winner, Blaine Gabbert. What a Rudy in Riverside. Hey, you know what?
Like Jimmy.
Give me Rudy in Riverside because I'm gonna hang up on his ass in 30 seconds. I already know where this is going. Rudy in Riverside.
What's up, Rudy?
I haven't heard from you in a long time since the Rams got bowed out by the Lions. Now you want to call me on free agency day. What do you want, Rudy?
What's up, fellas? I told you how it was going to go. The regular season empire did what they do in the big game. Kyle Shanahan is the reason why the Niners lose those big games. That offense couldn't score. It's not the defense's fault. And now you got the Niners in a tailspin. Armstead got out of his contract. He wasn't going to rework the deal. Gleelow's going to be gone for half of the year. The Niners are reeling, and it's already started. The Rams are coming up. It's going to be the Rams and Lions season next year. And Les Snead is chomping at the bit to make some deals. Maybe a Brian Burns. Who knows? But I'm just going to tell you guys, I told you how it was going to go, and it went exactly how I thought it would.
You told us we would lose in overtime to Patrick Mahomes?
I haven't heard from you since
Come on, dog.
I haven't heard from you since the wild card loss in Detroit. You haven't called me since then. You called me before.
If you remember, the Rams were only supposed to win 5 games.
You called me saying don't let us beat the Lions because we're coming back to San Francisco to end your season. And I never heard from you since then, since you lost to Detroit.
We didn't get the call on Puka Nacua. They killed Stafford. He doesn't get the calls like a Mahomes does, but that's okay.
I know you go by Ramilia, as in like the Ram family.
Yeah.
Call the Wambulance because you're crying.
He
ruined your zone.
That's a one. That's a one. By the way, here's some news before we go to the break. The 49ers fully expect quarterback Sam Darnold to leave in free agency. They expect him to command a contract above $8 million per year to be a bridge quarterback or top-paid backup on another team. Who the hell is paying Sam Darnold $8 million a year?
It's a great job. I'd love to be a bridge quarterback.
Who is paying Sam Darnold $8 million a year?
Sean Payton might.
Oh!
Have fun with that one.
Sean Payton, by the way.
$8 million a year for Sam Darnold.
No one I am rooting for his demise harder than that man right now.
You can have Sam Darnold shot, Payton. That's what's coming up in the game.
He's got McGlinchey. What does he need Darnold for?
He would. Maybe he wants both of them.
$50 million.
$8 million a year for Sam Darnold? Yeah. Have fun with that. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're monitoring free agency. 888-957-9570. Who are some targets you want to see from the 49ers? Shasky has a list of his targets. We'll go through them. Right now, they have only $7 million in cap space. However, they have restructured the contract of Fred Warner, which hopefully clears up about $12 million in more cap space. So the Niners could have $20 million to play with. We'll see about that. Well, that's all coming up here on the Roast.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals. Take advantage of the stock-up sale and enjoy store-wide deals. Earn 4 times the reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers.
Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Loon Dog, making some action today. Anthony Slater has a story about him as his consecutive game streak ended last week by not playing. It's just sign of the times, man. TJD looks a little fresher. He's moving around better. Sarge is in a slump. The Warriors got to find some answers here. So Looney's out of the rotation as of now, but, that could change. Okay, Looney played in 254 consecutive games, and that streak was snapped last week. It meant a lot to him to play, but, Looney's the ultimate professional. That's what we can say about him. He's the ultimate professional. I got no problem with Looney. He's been here 9 years with the Warriors. I was actually shocked. We had, the longest tenure list in the NBA. I couldn't believe he's been here for 9 years because it felt like the first 3 he didn't play at all. He was dealing with injuries, the hip. Then he came around during the 2019 playoff run and played well against Toronto. Got that deal. Like Loon Dog, man. Sucks, man. Sucks, but, it is what it is, man. You got to play who's the best, man. Steve Kerr's got to play the best players. So right now, TJD is just better. Just better right now. So the Warriors are trying to bounce back today in San Antonio. The Warriors somehow, some way are favored by 4.5 despite Wemby coming back, Vassell coming back.
Ridiculous.
Warriors did not play well Saturday against the Spurs. From the opening tip, San Antonio looked more energetic. They looked more intense. And I thought, like the Bulls, you guys thought the Bulls, US Stadium was like, man, the Bulls may lay down, right? And I was coming around to that. I was like, yeah, the Bulls did play heavy minutes. They came out and played hard Thursday.
No, narrator, I was way wrong.
Well, I thought the same thing with San Antonio Saturday. Greg Popovich is known for taking. He's been around some great take jobs.
Nah.
Tim Duncan on line 1, Wemby on line 2. He knows a little thing about taking, and I thought, there's no way the Spurs trying to win that game Saturday.
Well, they did.
13-50. Vassell is out. Keldon Johnson's coming off the bench. All right, Jeremy Sohan, it's your time to shine. Well, he shined. He shined bright Saturday night at Chase Center. So, Champagne, this guy.
Put that down for mispronunciation. That cannot be how you say his name.
I'll do it again.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Since we're snitching, I'm about to throw Shasky all under the bus.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo. Juwan Jennings on third down. George Kittle. You got Ute Juice. You got CMC.
Shasky was nominated for 4 of them. Oh, we got to learn. We got to learn.
See that?
The Bears are giving DeAndre Swift $24.5 million, including $15 million guaranteed, a 3-year deal for DeAndre Swift. He had a solid season with the Eagles. I know you feel differently about him. He's not a bell cow per se. He's not McCaffrey. Nobody's ever tried to compare
he's a good
to
player.
McCaffrey, but he was a good player. He ran hard for them. He ran hard for Philadelphia.
Crushed by Deion Lenore in that game and really didn't necessarily recover. I want to ask you because
Deion Dawkins also signed a 3-year, $60 million deal. He's oh wow. Bill's 3-time Pro Bowl left tackle signing a 3-year, $60 million extension to stay in Buffalo.
Nice.
He's now the 4th highest paid tackle in the league.
So last night, Mac Jones gets traded, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, wow, he went for a 6th-round pick. He's only making a couple $1 million after the deal, and they're going to decline his 5th-year option. 2021, and I've said this to you about the COVID seasons. Does 2021? Why are you pointing? What did I do?
It's Julian Champagny. That's how you pronounce it. Champagny.
Yeah, I had no idea.
On the guide.
I'll take your word for it.
Champagny.
You got to Google it.
That one just sounds like a hard one to pronounce just in general.
Champagny.
We can disagree about this, but clearly the COVID year, when it comes to that whole missed season and evaluations and the draft, it was just all out of whack. But we were told that was going to be the greatest quarterback class since 1983. Trevor Lawrence goes number 1 overall. I don't believe they've picked up his 5th-year option yet.
Not yet.
Zach Wilson, number 2.
He's going to be on a different team.
100%. Trey Lance already is on a different team.
Maybe on another team.
He went number 3. Justin Fields went 11.
He may be on a different team.
He will be. And then number 15 overall, Mac Jones. He's already on his 2nd team. Kyle Trask taken in the 2nd round. Kellen Mond taken in the 3rd round. Davis Mills.
Is Kellen Mond still in the league?
I don't even know.
He's been on 3 different teams, it feels like. He was like third string at Minnesota. They got cut?
Yeah.
Damn.
Davis Mills, who was quarterbacking for the Texans, and then obviously they have Stroud, and they're never looking back. Ian Book.
Yeah.
Niners had him for a second. He's been on at least a couple teams. And Sam Ehlinger. I'm not sure any of these quarterbacks can play.
Texas, Sam Ehlinger in Texas, he was the guy when they beat Georgia when Georgia did not care 2 cents about the Sugar Bowl, and Texas beat them because Georgia just literally didn't care about the game. And he goes, "Hey, Texas, we're back." And they basically done nothing until last season.
So what I'm getting at is that
Sam Ehlinger, that's his claim to fame.
If I added in,
we're back.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Sorry.
If I added all these guys' highlights, all of them, Mr. Irrelevant from the year after has already done more in the NFL than all of these guys combined.
Right.
Am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping. Real quick, this kind of, I don't know why it irritates me, but I like to keep things private, whatnot. Keep it on Instagram, but we're so quick on X/Twitter.
Huh.
So Fred Warner, Sydney Warner, congratulations to them. They just announced the birth of their son.
Oh, nice.
Which is awesome. But why does everybody, they're so quick to post a picture of them in the hospital room on the Twitter, and I get their public figures or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? We're quick to screenshot it. Congratulations to Warner, Sydney. Oh, it's so great.
Bro, there are a couple of accounts out there, and you know exactly who you are, and I'm not going to name you. Get a life. You're just screen capping and tweeting things out and re-aggregating stuff, and it's so weird. I don't get it. And A, who has the time? And B, like, take a play off. It's okay. It's okay. There are people who get paid to report on the team who will re-aggregate that stuff. I feel like people do it for the likes. It's very odd.
Right.
Very odd.
It is
good for Fred Warner. I actually met him and his wife at a guardsman thing a couple years back, and he just could not have been a nicer guy.
Oh, he's such a good dude. Sydney, Anna, we were walking on the sideline for the NBC title game. Anna caught up with Sydney, and they talked for like 5 minutes.
She's very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. She was so cool.
Did you see who else got married over the weekend?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Congrats on Brock Purdy. Congrats to Brock Purdy. The Purdy's. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
That's what she said. Like, they were about to get married. Like, do you take this man to be your husband?
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
That's what she said to the priest. If there was a priest.
Dude, Florio. Here's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
I'm happy with my
wife.
wife.
Here's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on Brock Purdy's value.
At some point, tiers need to develop. So what tier will Brock Purdy be on? Will he be on the top tier, 55, 60 million a year? Will he be on a lower tier? You know, whatever Kirk Cousins carves out, is that where he'll be? It's going to be complicated, but, you know, the reality is the 49ers will have one more year under contract with him and the ability to franchise tag him twice before he could walk away. And that's part of figuring out value, and we'll see. I mean, the last time they had a great young quarterback in Colin Kaepernick, they paid him. They gave him a big contract. It wasn't as big as his camp tried to make it out to be, but when they have a guy who's getting it done, they know that there's a time where you have to pay him.
So that's something that the Niners will have to deal with next season. However, this season, after restructuring or failing to restructure Arik Armstead's contract, he's going to become a free agent. They did restructure Fred Warner's contract to apparently free up $12 million in 2024 cap space. Kyle Juszczyk and the Niners are trying to renegotiate. They're at the table right now talking. Kyle Juszczyk makes $5.7 million in base salary next season, so we'll see about that. But what about Deebo Samuel? Has he lived up to his contract so far? And I can't unsee the Super Bowl. And I'm with you with this thought process. You can't let one game dictate what you do in the offseason. Because if that was the case, we'd all be giving Chase Young big time money. Nobody's talking about re-signing Chase Young.
Not in my top 15.
Despite his Super Bowl performance.
Yes, he was really good.
But I can't unsee what I saw in the Super Bowl when it came to Deebo Samuel.
What if I told you he was really hurt?
He may have been really hurt. hurt.
I don't even know this.
I love Deebo Samuel.
I'm speculating.
Yeah, and I love Deebo.
Yeah,
That's my guy. But I do wonder if we've seen the best of him in this offense. He's making $28 million. That accounts for 10. Really, if I'm round up, it's 10% of the cap, but it's like 9.75% of the cap next season that Deebo's making, $28 million. And I don't want to break him and Ayuk up. I think they're one of the better duos in football. But when I think about the vertical passing game, and I think about needing the first down, just Brock Purdy dropping back, foot in the dirt, boom, base looks good. He fires the ball. Deebo, where's he at as a playmaker or as a wide receiver? At times, he doesn't gain his separation. At times, DBs are just like, dude, we're not worried about you. I don't know. The vertical passing game was lacking. And could Debo be that guy in the vertical passing game? I sound crazy talking about this because he had a special season. But we asked Mike Florio the same thing. And here's what Mike Florio said about Debo and his contract.
It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, I don't criticize Deebo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, you know, I think a fair argument could be made that Deebo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting.
Mike Florio.
That's the same noise I make when I get out of my chair every morning.
Oh, my God.
Right. So, I do wonder if DBs fear Deebo Samuel in the pass game. I know they fear Ayuk at times.
Do you see that deal?
Yeah, Chris Jones.
160 for 5 years.
He's going to make $31.8 million a year. You know what? He's worth every single penny. He helped you win 3 Super Bowls.
Let me ask you. I know he's older.
Chris Jones has had more impact in those big games than Nick Bosa has. And I see Nick Bosa at the top of the list.
Yeah, I was just going to say, by a wide margin,
Right.
Nick Bosa is at the top of the list. Next 3 years, would you rather have Bosa or Chris Jones?
Huh?
Next 3 years.
I mean, Chris Jones getting older. I mean,
He is up there.
Chris Jones has an impact in the pass and run game, man.
He is a bad dude.
He's a badass, man. And you know how I feel about Nick Bosa right now. I'm a little down on Bosa.
You think Kansas City's having a conversation like, we need to get him edge guys, and we need to get him a guy alongside of him?
They had Charles Omenihu playing opposite of him, and Charles Omenihu had a career year. All right? Frank Clark is praying that he gets back to Kansas City because he revived Frank Clark's career.
The one thing I don't want to hear from Bosa is that he's not reporting to any of the mini camps and the workouts and the voluntary stuff. Nick Bosa better be at everything. As a leader, no, I'm dead serious. It's not about the conditioning. The conditioning portion is irrelevant. I want the highest paid employee to be at the facility as often as possible.
Look, Debo is special, and the Niners are not as good without Deebo Samuel, but I'm looking at the 408. Debo, look at this comment from Debo. Comcast business text line what?
Just the YouTube, just the comments. Election season, Bosa hits different.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
He was just scouting his offseason regimen at UFC 299.
That's funny.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh. That's the last thing I need to see this weekend. It's one of those things I saw. I was like, I'm just going to keep scrolling. I'm just going to keep scrolling, dog.
It's going to be a tremendous season from
Not even going to bring it up. Not even going to bring it up. I don't do politics on the show. I don't talk about it. I'm not talking about it. Nope.
The greatest season.
Nope. Not going to do it. Debo's one of the worst. Because now when the Niners lose the Super Bowl, I can't see the memes that comes around Nick Bosa when it comes to Black History Month and all the world. It's just like,
just don't. Here's what I would say to most people. Here's what I would say to most.
I'm talking about, Spinoni.
The amount.
You know what I'm talking about? You can't not laugh. You're like, damn. Why do people go to these extremes?
The internet's undefeated, never lost.
You know, I just can't.
The memes are tremendous.
Tremendous.
They really are, though. Like, you just have, like, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. He was hanging out with Donald Trump and Joe Burrow.
Joe Shiesty?
He was there.
A lot of second place finishers.
Oh, my God. 408. 408. Well, I don't know if he's coming to second place this time around, but he better
check the polls.
Because Sleepy Joe ain't much better. 408 Comcast Business Text line. Debo's one of the worst. Shasty said this this morning. All right, real quick. I can't get through this text because now my mind is
about both sides.
Shasty going, these are the best candidates we have in America. These are the two guys we have.
I've said that for like 5 election cycles. Like, this is the best we have?
Oh, man. Debo's one of the worst route runners in the league. He is a playmaker, but has he reached his peak? Teams dare him to get vertical. They know who he is now. And I got a text here, and I'm not going to say who it's from, but there's a former player out there in the league who played in the league who says there's not one DB in the league that's scared of Debo. They may be scared to tackle him, but they ain't scared to cover him. Well, Georgia Los Santos, he believes the Niners are not as good without Deebo Samuel, which I subscribe to. I just wonder if we see the best in Debo, and is he the best weapon for Brock Purdy moving forward? Georgia Los Santos, what's happening?
Hey guys,
What's up, George?
honestly, I think thinking that we can be the team that we are, even going forward without Debo, makes no sense to me. I mean, he is too integral a part of our scheme. And just take a look at what we did last year when he was out of the lineup versus when he was in the lineup. Okay, he'd had a tough game in the Super Bowl, but let's not forget, George Kittle had 4 yards of total offense in the Super Bowl. He's not a problem. Guys have games that are bad games, okay? Yeah. But Debo, to me, is just too important because you take him out of our lineup, you're putting way too much attention on Christian. He takes a lot of pressure off of Christian because you have to worry about him when he goes in motion, even if they give him the ball or not. So I think we really need to stop thinking anything about losing Debo. I think he's just too important to us, you guys.
I hear you. I see, what was it, 11 targets, 3 catches?
It felt like the game plan was tailored toward highlighting Debo Samuel.
Right. 3 catches, 11 targets. Now, some of them was some bad throws. Some of the routes and the pass combinations just didn't hit.
And Brock missed him on a couple.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. There was some bad throws.
But I'm saying, in terms of, he had some steps on guys. And the reality is, though, when you go to practice, you can see this at practice. When you go to practice and you watch, and football is much more than route running. That is an element of it. Timing is an element of it. The only guy who gets clear separation consistently, even on Charvarius Ward, their best corner, is Brandon Ayuk. I mean, 2, 3, 4 yards of separation that's light years worth of separation in the NFL. It's not like college football, I think, distorts how we view what being open is in the NFL. Being open in the NFL is a step.
Yep. No doubt.
And that's where, you're talking about Debo and he don't really get open by a step. He gets open by design. He gets open by movement, pre-snap.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily get open because he's, jab stepping you back 4 or 5 steps. That's just not his thing.
Now, Eric Branch from the Chronicle, with the legal tampering period underway, the 49ers in Pro Bowl fullback Kyle Juszczyk remained. It talks about lowering his salary in 2024. So they're looking to do that. Apparently, they're going to save anywhere from $10 to $12 million when it comes to Fred Warner's restructuring. He's going to make only an vet min when it comes to base salary. They're going to spread that out over a few years. He gets some guaranteed money there. So Fred's going to be taken care of. Here is some news from David Lombardi. Oh, that's about nothing.
He was right all along.
This is about nothing. It was. I guess he's trying to lecture some people. And he goes, here's the tweet. This is what's going on with David Lombardi.
What I said.
9:36. News of the Javon Hargrave signing came in at about 10:20 a.m. Pacific time last year. By the way, I have no idea what that's. It's just like
keep going.
It's like, David, we don't care about that.
So David took a photo, or his wife took a photo of him, and then he retweeted it, and it hopped on my timeline of him in the ocean shooting a video with his shirt on. It was funny. Come on, Spadoni, it was funny.
The shirt on in the water is certainly a look. I get it. I'm not here to body shame anyone. Some people just aren't confident in their body.
You know what?
But you know what? If you're out at the beach with your wife or significant other, who cares?
Dude, I got the shirt off. I got a gut. I ain't tripping.
Let's go.
I haven't had a 6-pack in 15 years.
If Tony Soprano could rock that gut, we all can.
For real. Straight up.
Dad bod's in, too.
Dude, Dad bod is in.
Check it out on TikTok. It's in.
You got to be a gangster to walk around with bod. It's just don't care. I love the big boys at the pool. They don't care. The guts all out. They're out there in the water having fun. They're chilling.
So here's the question now. Because last year, I felt like the male swimsuit was getting shorter and shorter and shorter. I'm still in on closer to the knees than closer to the top. Would you guys agree on that?
Yeah. All right. Well,
for me, I'm not trying to go so high rise.
Jonathan Grenard, DN, you were talking about earlier from the Texans.
Yeah.
He signed with the Minnesota Vikings, according to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero.
That probably means Hunter's out of the equation for them?
Hunter. Yeah, Daniel Hunter's going to be available here. Brendan Ayuk, real quick. We're talking about Brendan Ayuk. Michael Pittman Jr. just signed a 3-year, $71.5 million deal, $46 million guaranteed, same draft class. Mm-hmm. Could that be the bar in which Ayuk is trying to clear? Here's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, on the Ayuk situation.
From Ayuk's perspective, how many years do I have to put in before I get my reward? And even though he wasn't taken in the top 10 of the draft, when the NFL reconfigured the way they pay rookies in 2011 in order to avoid the Ryan Leafs, the Jamarcus Russells, the guys who get the big contracts and don't live up to them, the idea was for the guys who got drafted and didn't get a big contract, if you play well, you're going to get rewarded. You shouldn't have to wait 5 years. Yeah, I mentioned Joey Bosa. He got his after 3 years. Brandon Ayuk has every right to say, what more do I have to do to get my long-term contract? And it's very tempting for the team to ignore that and just say, hey, we have your contractual rights for 1 more year. There's nothing you can do about it, and then we'll decide what to do next year.
All right, that's Mike Florio. I don't see Ayuk waiting a year. I know the Niners would love that, saying, hey, yeah, let's wait a year. But Brandon Ayuk can't wait a year. Something happens, injury-related. You're not seeing the same bag as Michael Pittman Jr. Now's the time to cash in. When you go for over 1,400 yards receiving and you're 36 in target share, yeah, I'm getting my money now from Brandon Ayuk.
Well, they have to kind of not reset, but reconfigure their money for the next couple of years. And it starts this year. And so they might be able to make an acquisition or whatever, but the way they spread out the money, this was the year like they had to bite the bullet. And that's why the Armstead dead cap number, it's not that surprising. We kind of talked about it. You and I talked about this, and I remember David Lombardi in particular. It's absurd for anyone to suggest that they would have a $28 million dead cap. It's like, dude, like, you can't be paying all of these guys every dollar. It's the NFL.
And you could
have you not been paying attention?
Right, and you could spread it out. Yeah, no doubt. You could spread it out. So with that said, I'm thinking about Brandon Ayuk, and I'm thinking about the conversation we were having earlier today, Shasky, where you said Debo's perfect for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I pushed back a little bit. I love Debo.
Yeah.
But Ayuk and Purdy had a better rapport in the pass game, it felt like.
Yeah, can you build an entire offense around Brandon Ayuk? Have we ever seen one Brandon Ayuk dominated game in terms of the scheme? I'm asking out loud.
Well, Pittsburgh, he goes 8 for 8 targets and receptions.
Okay.
And really, Shanahan, does he game plan for one player? Remember,
no, but I'm saying it feels like there are certain games where it's like, all right, Kittle's more involved in this game.
Yeah, we always talk about
more involved in that game. I don't ever feel like I walk away from a game like, wow, Brandon Ayuk got 15 targets. Like, I almost never have had that feeling.
It's like Kansas City Chiefs. Kelsey is the number one target every single game.
Week in, week out.
It revolves with the 49ers, right? It's a revolving door. One week is like you're mentioning here. Can you do that with Ayuk? I'd be willing to see that. I mean, this guy, Shasky, was tied for 31st in the league with 75 catches, yet 7th in the league in yards with 1342. It didn't even play in week 18.
Can I ask you guys, and I'm getting real bold here, what if they were trying to set up their books and everything to make a big run at a guy that I think is great in any offense, but in particular this one? What if they were trying to go after Justin Jefferson?
Oh.
Because he's the only guy from that class who hasn't gotten paid who deserves it.
Yep.
And it feels like he won't sign in Minnesota, and he wants to play in a different system. And I look at someone like Justin Jefferson, and it's like, all right, if we're banking long-term, and we're talking about schematic fit and getting open and separation and being a quarterback's best friend, you're looking – now, look, this is a guy – I don't know how much he's asked to block, and I know that
that's
matters.
Where I was
okay, and I know that matters a lot for Shanahan. But the talent is so good, it might override that. What if they were trying to set up their books for that?
Well, this guy in 10 games last year, just 10 games.
He's ridiculous.
1,074 yards. Justin Jefferson would be great. Now
he's a first ballot Hall of Famer if he stays on this trajectory.
Well, he's had some injuries, but last year was the first year he's been injured with the hamstring. The year before, these numbers were sick.
I mean, give me the numbers. How many touchdowns?
Oh, my gosh.
40?
These numbers are sick. He's got 30 touchdowns total. He's got what? In 4 years.
4 years, okay.
But I'm looking at the yards. 1,400 yards his rookie year.
Yeah.
16-16 his second season. 2022, 1,809 yards on 128 catches. Man. Now, the road blocking aspect is very interesting. But maybe they clear out the receiver room and they start to build it around Justin Jefferson. Because we heard John Lynch, I think the key word that we're going to touch on all offseason is John Lynch at the Combine said, we're building our offense and we're building our system now around Brock Purdy. They have clearly identified Brock as their quarterback one.
Yes.
Now, again, I want to see how much he gets paid next season because that will tell me a lot about how they really feel about Brock. It's one thing to say it now, what happens through 17 games next season, and if Brock doesn't replicate the season he had before, it may be something different, right? I don't know. Justin Jefferson, very interested to see what happens there. Minnesota would be foolish to trade him.
No, it just feels like he's told them, I'm done with you. That's just the sense I get.
And he's probably like, yo, I'm going to hold out here.
I mean, he's represented. I think he has the same agent as Jamar Chase. And
Jamar hasn't been paid yet, right?
No, Jamar, I believe, is going to get paid right before this year. Him and he's coming up on it. Him and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow and him had the same agent as well. Burrow was in the Justin Jefferson draft class, if I'm not mistaken. Chase was the year after.
Yeah, Chase was the year after.
And Chase was the first.
Because Chase didn't play during the pandemic season.
But they have the same agent, and it feels like everybody's kind of lining up here. And I think DK's also got the same agent, and Debo. So, something's going on here.
Chase hasn't been paid yet. He hasn't been paid yet. Damn, Chase is special, too. These numbers are just insane. Wow. That's outside the box. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Now, again, Grenard is off the table. Defensive end we were discussing earlier. Titans are expected to sign former Cowboys running back Tony Pollard.
That's fine.
Tony Pollard going to Tennessee.
That's a downgrade from Derrick Henry.
Yeah, but you know who they're going to? Tajay Spears, baby. He's going to be the bell. Hey, that guy's good. I like that 1-2 combination. Pollard and Tajay.
Here's the team I don't want to see go get.
And, of course, Tony Pollard going back to where he played his college ball. Yeah. He played at Memphis.
I don't want the Eagles or the Cowboys to get Derrick Henry. Or the Packers.
I feel like the Cowboys are getting Derrick Henry. I feel like that's a match made.
Saquon, I feel like, is going to the Cowboys. Right. Stick it to the Giants.
Let's take a couple more calls here before we get off the air. Don't forget Warriors and Spurs. And the Warriors. Andrew, we'll wait till tomorrow to react.
Can the Warriors get Justin Jefferson?
Right. Can they weather the storm without Stephen Curry? Can they weather the storm without Stephen Curry? Steph, please get back soon. Hopefully he's back by at least next Monday. I'm taking my mom to the game next Monday, to the Warriors-Knicks game. We got the Warriors broadcast. So I'm taking Mom's out there.
How's Mom doing?
Mom's doing great. We were hanging out. Right. She came out Friday night. She spent the night, hung out with baby Ches. She goes, oh, we're going to the game. Cool. Is Curry going to play? Is Curry going to play? I was like, I hope so.
Okay, I hate to do this.
Princess
Ephesus. I got a text message from one of my dad's friends, and I told him to his face when I saw him later on. He's like, hey, my grandson, they're going to the game. He's a huge Steph Curry fan. I'm like, uh-huh. And he's like, you think maybe you can get Steph Curry to sign his jersey? Yeah. Let me just call up Steph and get him to sign the jersey.
No. It's on our credential.
What about Bonte? I'm like, no.
It's on our credential, media members. I've never asked one of these players for it. It's just unethical.
I didn't even know it was on the end.
Yeah, it's on a credential. But it's unethical. I'm not going to, I know these guys, I'm not going to, can you do, like I may ask Mully here and there, like I feel weird doing it for Mully.
Like when Guido gave me that picture?
It took me about a month to ask Mully to do it because I felt weird.
And then Mully wanted the picture from Guido?
He did want the picture. By the way, Grenard is going to sign a 4-year, $76 million deal, $19 million per year to go to Minnesota after having a career year with the Houston Texans. All right, real quick, Prince in the City. Then we got a special guest for you, Shasky.
Oh, okay.
Prince in the City, what's happening?
Hi, Prince.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Not much. Hey, love your show. First time caller, long time listener.
Thank you.
Me and you, Bonte, we're from the same neighborhood, Fillmore.
Oh yeah.
Just want to throw that out there.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah. So, Shasky, I know you were talking earlier about Justin Jefferson, and I kind of agree with you. I think the 49ers are, doing these restructures, stacking up a little bit of money here for the offseason. But I think you got the wrong Minnesota Viking that they're going for. I think they're going, especially Kyle. I think Kyle is going for Kirk Cousins. And really quick, let me just say why, because if we go all the way back to Jimmy Garoppolo, when they signed him and they gave him all that money, Kyle, he admitted that he was a little sad because he knew that it was the end of him pursuing Kirk, right? And fast forward to last year, before the season started, Kyle told Brock, I'm going to go for Tom. And if he's there, we're going to go for him and you're going to be the backup. So I don't think Kyle has any problem with delegating Brock back to being a backup and going for Kirk because he's like, this is my last chance to get this guy. This is the best chance I'm going to have, and this is what I want. And we know when Kyle wants something, Jed's going to give it to him.
John's going to give it to him. I love Brock, but for some reason, there's a part of me, the sneaky side, that I feel like Kyle is hiding from people. That he's doing all this because he wants.
Well, you know what, Prince? I'm not going to call you crazy because I do have reservations about giving Brock $40 million a year. Now, hopefully, you don't have to revisit that until next season.
Kirk Cousins $40 million either.
Yeah, I don't either. But
what are you talking about?
I'm gonna
Kirk Cousins.
Listen, we've gotten to know Shanahan, just to coach and the way he operates. I don't know if Shanahan's sold on him.
I'm going to tell you this right now. This is me.
I don't think he ever feels comfortable with a quarterback.
This is me. He moves off Brock, benches Brock, denotes Brock, whatever, however you want to phrase it, okay? For Kirk Cousins, that will be the straw that broke this camel's back right here when it comes to fully embracing Kyle Shanahan as a guy who has full control over the entire roster.
Well, that
would be the final straw for me.
I just don't know if Shanahan, we'll see about that. It's a very interesting and a very astute point by Prince in the City. It is.
How many people would lose their minds
about Brock
if they moved off Brock for Kirk Cousins?
Oh, everybody would lose their minds. 90%.
Would I be alone in that?
90%. I would lose my mind about that. I don't want Brock. I don't want Kirk.
I'm happy with Kirk Cousins.
I don't want Kirk. I don't want Kirk at all.
I can just imagine Fred Warner at the podium in August. I'm happy with Kirk Cousins.
Now, I'm seeing some reports here that the Niners have reached out to Danielle Hunter. I'm not sure. I saw something here on the timeline, but it moves so faster. So we'll see about that. We're going to be all over it. Study Group will be all over it. Real quick, let's get to Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland. We got to start the week off with Tony in Oakland.
Hello. Okay, Debo has light. The problem, you know who the problem is. You don't want to talk about Shanahan because there's few leaders, but we can help him. There was a little blonde girl playing in the Desert Classic this week, Peyton Stearns. I don't know if you saw her, but that girl, she's gonna rise. She took she had all these match points against the number 2 in the world, right? And this girl has the stuff big. So I suggest Shanahan check out that tape and see what he could add to himself, right?
Hey, Tony, real quick, the Laver Cup coming to Chase Center September 19th through the 21st. Laver Cup. Chase Center.
Like
Laver, Laver.
No, not the LeVar Ball Cup?
No, after Rod Laver, Australian.
Oh, sorry.
You know, the problem is I'm not really a watcher so much because they kind of have this stuff. You know why? Because when you can feel it all around, you don't need to go and look at someone trying to get in, right?
Yep.
And it doesn't matter if Shanahan brings in Kirk Cousins or whatever. If we get to the Super Bowl, same thing. He's going to fold like a cheap suit, right? And I want to also say that Shasky, you are great in your position. Santangelo is very good, but he doesn't have what you have. But you know what he has? When he asked you, Bonte, do you want to go to the game with him? His voice changed. His whole demeanor. He got really cool. He got like one of the boys of summer, and you were backpedaling. But Santangelo has it. He just has to bring that boy of summer to the fold, right? So we can feel that.
I'm so confused.
Tony, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
He's an Italian.
We'll talk to you tomorrow, Tony. She doesn't watch. Tennis has not been dead. Pinoy Mamba, tennis has not been dead since Federer left. He left the game in a great place. Have you been watching Alcaraz? Who's the guy? Sinner?
Yeah, Yannick Sinner.
What?
The Italian, another one.
Tennis is dead. Tennis has never been more alive. I can't get enough.
I got final thoughts. Bonte, I am rewatching Curb Your Enthusiasm. Have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I have been saving the episodes for this season because I rewatched The Sopranos because Anna never watched it, so this is her first go around. My second time watching it, it's got better. I actually got a lot of thoughts on The Sopranos once I finished it, but we just got to season 6. I am a lot like Tony Soprano on this show. I am like that.
Okay.
I am like Tony. Anyway,
Attaboy, Ralph.
Yeah.
So
I'm definitely no Ralph. That clown.
We used to nickname my dad the Frisco Larry David because he would get into these predicaments. I underrated how great that show was. Curb Your Enthusiasm is all time.
All time. Do not give anything away. It's the last season.
No, I went back to the first season.
Oh, you went back to
the
pre-HD.
Yes. I mean, whether it's the parking garage and him paying you, whether it's him slipping the doctor's note instead of the money to the waiter, so many different elements, the dinner parties. I love Larry David. He is absolutely hilarious.
No, it is.
I kind of had a Curb Your Enthusiasm moment this weekend because I'm staying at the in-laws and obviously
Did you lift the toaster up and
no
touch someone?
The lovely Diana Ingersoll, the pride of the Philippines, but visiting her, and obviously they're getting a lot of sympathy flowers for the passing of Bob Ingersoll, so a lot of flowers in the household. It's not a great time for you, boy.
The pollen,
dude. I was struggling hard sitting in the living room. Everywhere that you went, there were flowers in the house.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
And I can't be that guy because there's just sympathy flowers. I was like, I can't be here right now. I gotta leave. So I felt like Larry would have said, can we get rid of all these? And being insensitive. So I kind of felt like Larry David in that moment.
He's the best.
Larry David would be insensitive with a number of subjects.
But he's authentic. He's NBC authentic, if you will.
He's NBC authentic. I love it. What you got, man? What you got?
Quick little Sharks note here. I got to call the Sharks for just one of the most horrific trades you're going to see in a while. On Friday,
my gosh, it was an awful
Sharks
trade.
Traded away fan favorite Tomas Hertl, who's got 6 years left on his deal and $6 million left, to the Las Vegas Golden Knights, one of the three teams you cannot do business with. The Sharks, the other being the Ducks and the Kings. They also sent 2 other future third-rounders along with Hertl to Las Vegas. And in return, they're getting center David Edstrom. No one knows who that is. He was a first-round pick in last year's draft and a first-rounder in next year's draft, 2025. To unload a fan favorite like that and get so little in return and to send him to a team that fans hate, that is just a horrific trade. Sharks fans, we're all hurting today.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
They're tanking at the tank?
Hey, my final thought is, I need to win tonight in the Alamo. Just get her done. Get her done.
Davy Crockett Bonte?
I just need to win tonight, man. I need to win tonight. I need to win. I need to win. I need to win. That's my final thought, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Tiny Guru next. Free agency plus the Warriors. Can they weather the storm without Stephen Curry? Can't wait to hear from Steiny Eagle about that right here on 95.7 The Game.
My friends at Pacific Coast Termite have treated almost
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Stowler, Guru Johnson. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. NFL, it feels like Christmas. NFL free agency. Russell Wilson has a new team. We'll see if the Niners are doing something. But Steiny, I'm juiced, man.
Yeah, it was a great weekend.
We got Evan back.
We do have Evan back. Welcome back, Evan. Who we got over in the other seat? Is that Spadone or Sam? What's up, Spadone?
I'm out.
Nice win for your Lakers last night.
A couple wins.
Over a debilitated Minnesota Timberwolves
What about
team.
Friday? They beat Milwaukee.
D'Angelo Russell getting hot.
Dude, D-Lo. The one that got away.
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah, there we go.
Actually.
Back to Armstead.
Yeah, Eric Armstead. He was the longest tenured 49er.
Are you shocked he's gone?
I am a little bit, but just a little, I guess.
Well, they asked him to take a pay cut, not restructure. So more power to him, man. I mean, he's had a chance. Again, they should have 2 Super Bowls. I saw when he was out, Steiny, because I've kind of taken him for granted, the run defense. And then when he came back, he made a difference. Had a pretty good Super Bowl. I'm being real, I am surprised he left. But I came in here thinking they asked him to restructure, which is different than taking a pay cut. But I wondered, was he feeling some type of way with how Wilkes was dealt with? But now looking at what they were asking him to do, more power to him. But the question is, my friend, how do you replace that? Because the D-line, and I'll throw it right back at you. Thank you for coming to the party. We'll get into it. Norms loves you. But damn, Steiny, that unit was MIA up into the Super Bowl, this playoff.
How many times you been asked to take a pay cut?
Twice in my life.
That's it?
Yeah. Well, why would it be more? I've been blessed. I think 2 is a lot.
Next question.
Yeah.
Well, I know 1.
Oh, boy. But there was extenuating circumstances in that one.
I got to believe that I've been asked to take a pay cut multiple times.
That's better than being fired. Hey, Mr. Johnson, we need to let you go.
Sometimes you get fired. It's motivation.
EDD.
Then you take it to the next level.
Look at you. Yeah, dude, how are they? What's up with this D-line? Because the Niners spent last year, I felt like I told you and Evan, the first day of free agency, they brought in Hargrave. You plucked him from the team you were supposed to face in the NFC Championship game. And Steiny, I guess I'll ask you, Niner fans, how did that work out? You got back to the Super Bowl, but I took Armstead for granted. So now I am curious to see what Nick Sorensen is going to inherit or how they try to replace Arik Armstead. I'm shocked he dipped out.
I mean, what I'm sniffing is, apparently Bosa needs some help, different kind of help. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, they went and got Gregory, they got Hargrave, they just lost Armstead, they went and got Young. They're going to try to get Hunter from Minnesota.
Yeah, Daniil.
Joey Bosa's mom wants him to come to San Francisco,
but he's hurt
and
too
play
much,
with Nicky.
Do Niner fans really want the best ability partner is availability? Maybe that's what Nick Bosa was asking Trump in the video. He said, "Give me a D-line. I need some help, Donald."
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah, I feel like a bad comedian.
Well, I do. I mean, the one thing I just figured was going to be the case with the Niners is, for the most part, they got a lot of guys under contract. Ayuk obviously has got to be figured out, but I figured they'd essentially be the same. Obviously, Greenlaw got hurt, but they'll draft people, sign a couple guys. But
McKivitz will bring it back for 1 year. I thought he might be done.
I mean, by letting Armstead go, you got to believe maybe they will make more changes than you think. Maybe there's something about the defense they've seen that they don't think they can be as dominant as they need to be.
I still think they had a good performance, even though I keep throwing rocks at that defensive unit against Green Bay, especially Detroit. Steiny, I thought they could held their head high after the Super Bowl. But it's kind of funny. So you approach, and we keep hearing DJ Jones, remember a friend of our program? Yes, sir.
Yep.
They might reunite with him. But I will say this to you, because we left the studio Friday, and you have – tell me if I'm wrong, some confidence about they're going to give Ayuk his bread this offseason. So maybe that's where some of that bread was coming from when they asked Armstead to take a pay cut.
Pittman just got 70 over 3 years. Ayuk's going to get his 25.
But when?
This offseason.
Right.
This offseason. So you put in the cap.
Look at you.
Put in the cap, and then they'll figure it out next year. That's what's going down. I guess now's when I say, you know what else? You know who else has been going down? Yeesh, the Warriors.
Oh, wow.
Goo. Wow. Look at Spadoni, quit laughing.
I thought I heard something back there like, man,
I'll tell you what.
A couple wins, and boy.
If
I said what I said.
Well, we'll see him Wednesday night.
You could see Spadoni. People think, oh, Steiny, you like when the Warriors lose. I don't think one way or the other. Spadoni is just,
that's great.
It's like he's at a Sam Kinison concert or something.
But I'm a defender.
He just laughs and laughs and laughs.
It's not so much the Warriors' misery, it's this team's playing good or better.
I am objective as they come on the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday.
I had John this morning.
Kinison?
He's a dead comedian.
Yeah, he was in Back to School. He was the teacher.
Guy who yelled.
Say it!
Exactly.
Yeah, with the long hair. But I'll tell you what, about this, my last thing. And
Sam Kinison. You know what?
We got 4 hours. It's not my last thing. But.
I couldn't think of a recent one.
Yeah, say it.
I could have said Gaffigan, I guess, but I don't think he's a...
No, you mean Gallagher.
No, he smashed the watermelons.
Yeah.
Actually, we're dropping.
Who's Gaffigan?
That's right, Gallagher's dead, too.
Who's Gaffigan?
Gaffigan's a guy who was with Seinfeld, or is going to be with Seinfeld recently at
First
Chase.
name Jim.
Jimmy. He also played center for the Wizards.
Oh, that was cute, too.
No, that's Gafford.
The Hot Pocket segment.
Gafford got traded to...
The Hot Pocket.
Dallas.
Okay.
Dallas.
Yeah. I'm going to say this about the Niners.
Who the Warriors will see Wednesday.
Steiny, this is where you go put stopgap, Gorilla Glue, Elmer's Glue on any problems you have. You could do it through the draft or you could do it through free agency. I know the Niners right now don't have a lot of money under the cap. I don't know what that numbers went to after the Fred Warner restructure, but I keep telling everybody that'll listen, 2019, the Niners were in the Super Bowl. They followed that season up not so well, injuries. 21 NFC Championship game. 22 NFC Championship game. Last year, the Super Bowl. My point to everybody is that is a whole hell of a lot of women. Tomorrow is not
women
promised
or winning.
Yeah, long weekend. But I'm just telling you, now you don't know what's going on with Greenlaw. And if I'm Nick Sorensen, I'm happy to have a job. But the Niners need to tread lightly and be careful and maybe go get a dog. But how do you get that money to go get a dog to pair with Bosa? Because it was apparent just Bosa and Hargrave weren't enough for whatever reason. And I know they're going to run it back. And we saw Chase Young come in.
What's your concern? They're going to go sign guys.
No, but are they going to be as good as
they think? They think they're going to be better.
Like how good is Greenlaw is good, almost as good as Warner to me.
San Francisco 49ers.
That fall off is not that far. He's not going to play week 1. He may not play the season.
49ers did not lose Arik Armstead because they think they're going to be worse. They think they can lose him defensively and be better with whoever they go out and get, who they're targeting. That's obvious to me.
Like DJ Jones, if somehow they were able to pull that off, Steiny, I'll be like, nothing to see here. But I'm just like Hufanga coming off an injury. And I know when he's on the field, he's great. But, you know.
Somebody tell Sterling Bennett he's no longer welcome to work the shift that I work with Guru.
What happened?
He's the 49ers guy that's gotten you all worried.
I asked him questions. Evan wasn't here. I asked him questions. He's fine.
You cheating on me?
Bennett, no, he did the show Friday.
Bennett comes in Friday, 3 minutes before the show, and Guru starts talking about the Niners. And 5 minutes later, Guru's like, oh my gosh, I think the Niners are going 4-13.
Please, never.
Bennett's got him in a tizzy about all these positions
Tell
of weakness.
the truth. I'm going Will Smith in concussion. Tell the truth. I didn't say any number. I'm just telling you, man. You can be great for so long, and I'm curious to see how they're going to try to replace Arik Armstead. But I am shocked he got up out of here, man. Sacramento's own.
I like to reserve my judgment till free agency's over, not before it started.
I'm not panicking. Admit,
we're
when you heard this news, it's
legal
curious.
tampering, I believe.
Yeah. Curious, Steiny?
I'm sorry.
You are curious that he said he wasn't taking a pay cut.
I wouldn't if I'm an NFL
I feel like he was there loony. Like he could, whatever you asked him to do, he would do it.
By the way, Looney's consecutive game streak is now history.
Yeah.
289.
So are my two bets.
What bet you make?
The bet, one with you for Sacramento to win 49.
It's not over yet.
They're losing every game at home, but they're winning ones on the road you don't expect them to kind of win. And the Warriors road to 25 on the road starts tonight. I don't know what that was Saturday, man.
You go get tonight if you're the Warriors, and then Steph comes back Wednesday. Best case scenario, right?
That'll be, yeah.
That would be the best case scenario.
Well, the best case scenario is it's becoming apparent to me that Steph Curry needs help even when they're fully healthy. So I'm assuming he's back. This fluctuation of who's the second best player, Steiny, can take you so far. So when this season culminates, and I don't think it will with the NBA championship, I'm hoping, it's time to get a big boy in here. And I'm ready to whatever it takes to get Steph Curry a bona fide, proven NBA star. I look at Denver.
So wait a
Jokic
minute.
has got Murray. Murray's got Jokic.
A week ago they were making a Western
Tatum's got
Conference
Brown.
Finals
I didn't say they were making the Western Conference Final run last year. But I'm just telling you, Steph needs a bona fide scorer. And if we're going to tune in and say, oh, the kids are making great strides, you know what? That works other places. But that ain't working for the chef. Give me a bona fide star, man.
So
He
you've
needs
given
some
up
help.
on this season?
I ain't giving up. I'm just telling you what I see.
What if they make a run?
They make a run. I still think Steph needs another number 2 bona fide star, and it's not Wiggins.
My point is, do you see how far we've jumped in a week?
No, where time is running out. They got 19, 18 games left, man.
We were talking about this team as a Western Conference
I said what I said. Yeah, I said what I said.
We have sound from him earlier.
Oh, yeah,
now he needs a big boy.
Yeah, he does, man.
Okay, okay.
And there's no shade in anybody
I thought
else.
Kuminga was that big boy.
No, Kuminga's a nice young 21-year-old
player. I didn't know we were going
player.
there yet.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, say, hey, just go ahead and beat San Antonio, hang in the thing. Next thing I know, this team that was going to scare everybody under the sun needs a big boy. Are we skipping to the offseason? That's all I'm asking.
Well, you asked Joe Lacob, your buddy, who you talked to at the game Thursday.
It was before the game. He was feeling pretty good, like everybody.
And he should be. But my point is, he picked up the phone and called Jeannie Buss. Who, by the way, has a weird video with LeBron James. What was going on in that conversation?
Wait, which one? I didn't see.
The one where LeBron sat out last week and Jeannie Buss and her girlfriend were sitting next to him and he was in the middle. I won't. Spadoni, my bad. But you wonder. He's running that team. But anyway, Joe Lacob called to see what was up with the King. I'll leave that there. Other than that, I'm good, Steiny. We watched the game together. You were in the Union. And we were like, San Antonio can't miss a 3.
I was looking at this today. The Warriors, for the most part, have been healthy this year. Steph's played 59 of 63. Clay has played 60 of 63. So both those guys are on a 75-game pace, which is outstanding.
Wow.
Green's played 40 of 60, but it's all been suspension where he's missed, so he's been healthy. Kuminga's 62 of 63. Wiggins is 54 of 63.
Okay.
So they've been essentially been healthy. And last year, everybody said there was no continuity. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, things have not gone poorly for them, and they're still in the 10th seed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they're a game and a half out of that. So I know Steph is not going to – Lakers kind of get momentum. But, man, Steiny, the loss to the Bulls and what we saw Saturday at home without San Antonio's 2 best players, in my estimation, that's uncalled for. And I know I don't know what to do. And I keep thinking about good Jordan Poole when Curry would be out in times like this, and maybe you could get 25 to 30 points. This is nothing at Chris Paul. He is who he is. But Steiny, that's not going to cut it, man. Losing at home. Now they're 500 at home.
Sounds like you're losing faith.
I don't know how you gain faith after that week, after beating, I thought, the game of the year or the win of the year for the Milwaukee Bucks.
415, Steiny, I don't think the Warriors will ever get a big star because the problem is they make it so clear it's all about Steph. If I'm a big star, I don't want to go there and help them win a championship, and then Steph gets all the credit. Not doing that. 415. I was from the 415 on the Comcast business text line.
Well, Durant had a good run.
Well, that's kind of what he's saying.
He talked about how anybody that would come knows, Steiny, that Derek Jeter is Steph Curry.
Right.
And are you coming for the accolades, or are you coming to kind of get a title or win?
Well,
like some would say, I don't care about that stuff.
Well, I don't think you can ever. You can't. There's a lot here, and I'll be willing to go down that road. My point is, and I started to think about it, I wonder if what happened with Durant may affect the Warriors' ability to get a guy who's really good at Steph level now or a little bit below. I absolutely think there's something to that. If the league thinks that when Durant came to the Warriors and helped the Warriors win titles, that Durant didn't get any credit, forget what you and me think. Yeah. If that's what the players think in general, obviously there's outliers, but why would the Warriors be able to sign a free agent or trade for a guy with clout who'd say, I'll go there, if they feel that's what's going to happen? They won't come.
Well, I don't believe that happened, and everybody can feel how they feel, and we all know Kevin Durant is different, Steiny. I don't want to say sensitive, and if it's sensitive, that's not a bad thing, but I would just tell you, if you look at what happened on the court, they were a powerhouse. 3 straight trips to the NBA Finals, and, we could make arguments without injuries, they would have won 3. So if that new Durant or that player's out there that doesn't have an ego, because to me, that falls under the ego, and how much credit do I get? I guess Bradley Beal didn't have a problem going to Phoenix and playing with 2, worried about how much credit he'll get if Phoenix were to win one with Booker and Durant.
But they've never won a title.
Durant has, though.
Right, but not in Phoenix.
Yeah, but still.
But that's a huge difference. Yeah. Like, to me, if...
Winners want to win.
Right, let's say Luka Doncic became a free agent in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
I would be willing to bet there's no chance he would ever come to the Warriors if he doesn't have a title. So, a guy like Luka Doncic, and I get it, it's far-fetched. Yeah. Why would Luka Doncic join the Warriors, let's say right now?
To win a title. But to play with Steph and bolster his chances at winning a title.
Yeah, and I just don't think, I think we're past that point.
From a credit standpoint,
exactly.
From Luka.
I mean, if I'm Luka, I got to stay in Dallas, or I would go somewhere where they haven't won a ring. I mean, that I completely understand. That's why I truly think, and Spinone, you can jump in here if you want, Lacob called the Lakers specifically about LeBron, because LeBron's been around so long now and still playing at a high level, LeBron knows everything it would mean to become a teammate of Steph Curry in the Bay, and he might just be willing to do it. But if I'm a young star, 25 or 26, I don't think you want to tag along to get a title with Steph Curry if you think that's the way it's going to be perceived, which is, I guess, the way Durant thought he was perceived. Yeah. I mean, and then we can talk about what happens after Steph leaves, and that's another issue entirely. But I'm not saying there'd be nobody willing to come here to play with Steph. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I don't think every player would come here and want to play with Steph, because that comes with a lot of issues. And the biggest issue is it doesn't automatically mean you're winning a title like it did with Durant. I mean, if a great player were to join the Warriors and join Steph, but they'd have to lose a bunch of guys, there's no guarantee that would be a title team. I don't think. It might be.
But if it was somebody like Giannis, I personally would roll the dice. Like,
see, Giannis is different now because he has a ring.
Right, gotcha.
I'm kind of talking about a guy like, Doncic is a guy who comes to mind.
Devin Booker.
I
don't have a ring.
I wouldn't.
Just a heads up, guys. It does factor into the 49ers. The Jaguars are signing Bills wide receiver Gabe Davis. As you well know, his same draft class as Brandon Ayuk. So 2 wide receivers in that draft class have signed for 3-year deals, the other being Michael Pittman Jr. Could be something that Ayuk might be looking at.
So we don't know the number on the second guy?
We don't, but Michael Pittman was 3 for $70.
Put in the cap.
You're confident. I think Ayuk is better than Gabe Davis.
Of all the things the 49ers are going to do, Ayuk being with them is one of them. I think. All signs pointing to that, I think. That's what it seems like.
And maybe that's what was the pay cut for, again, Armstead, those chips, or that chicken was going towards this new deal for Brandon Ayuk. And you don't want to have him playing on that 5th year when he knows and everybody knows he's more valuable than that, Steiny, and it can be over in any play. I don't want to say it because I can hear you already coming with the joke. The right thing to do, but you kind of want to take care of Ayuk.
No,
because Bob Myers would tell us, remember what he said, Goo, you don't got to make a decision until you have to.
Well,
this is different.
A little bit. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing good. Yeah, I think a star would want to come here, man, because Steph is unselfish. And this is, 7 years ago, Steph, was willing to be like kind of like the hybrid second guy. So, now he would. And as far as Luka Doncic goes, I don't think players want to play with him because he's extra ball dominant. He dribbles for the whole shot clock. And Steph's not like that. Steph is playing the ball movement offense. So I think it could be Embiid or Giannis want to come here. Like, say if the Bucks flame out in the first round or even the second round, I think he would want to come play over here, man. Especially because a couple years ago, the Warriors had Greek night and stuff, and I think he would like this organization. And Embiid especially as well, like, he might want to be tired of losing to the 76ers or with the 76ers. So him and Steph would be a great tandem, and he would want to see, himself play with a great player like that. More spacing. That's my opinion.
Thanks a lot, Antonio. Just FYI, every team in the NBA now has a Greek night, every city.
Gotcha. All right.
No, they have one in Indy.
Yeah.
I know they just recently added one in Atlanta to their schedule. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think it depends on the guy. It depends on the player. We also don't know. Let's take a guy in his prime, 26, 27. Maybe the reason you don't come to the Warriors is because, you don't want to be put up against the clock of, I better win a title in 2 years because Steph's not going to, Steph's going to be 39 at some point.
Well,
like that's the other reason. If I'm a young star and I'm going somewhere, I'm not going with a guy who's 36, 37. I'm going to go with a guy who's like 30, who I think could be my teammate for 5-6 years to give us a little more wiggle room. I tell you what though, I'm not ruling it out that LeBron's a Warrior next year.
Well, we got to play this
I'm
one
not
out. You
ruling it out. Well, you brought it up.
No,
you brought up the offseason.
No, I didn't.
You
just
said we
asked
need
me-
a big boy.
You didn't give me
And
your
I got to
answer on
LeBron.
how you felt about Saturday's game, so you painted me in that corner and said I was giving up without saying it. I'm over here stunned looking at Baker Mayfield's $100 million deal, Stoney, and I don't – like if I said, is Baker Mayfield better than Brock Purdy to you right now on an NFL field, what would you say, Stoney? Because if he's getting that, Baker Mayfield, and props to him for getting up off the mat in regard to your career, what's Brock Purdy going to get?
Well, you just quoted Bob Myers. We don't have to worry about that right now. You know what you have to pay him? $950,000.
Man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. NFL legal tampering's begun. Niners, some news waves starting to come over. We can talk about the 49ers. I mean, maybe it's an early tea leaf to read, but maybe they will be a little bit more different next year than we think. I thought pretty much they would run it back, but the Armstead news, he won't be around, is very interesting. We can talk about that. The Warriors, boy, what a difference 4 or 5 days have made. They feel like their momentum has just been taken right away from them. They've lost 2 straight. Now they go to San Antonio tonight. Where are you with the Golden State Warriors? I know Goo's given up on the season. He's talking about a big boy. I'm sorry. I'm just messing. He's talking about a big boy Also, we'll talk a little college hoops on 95.7 The Game. That was sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make
See ya.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And I've got a lot to talk about. A lot going on now in the NFL. Legal tampering. Got the Warriors playing the Spurs tonight. Spring training right around the corner. Got action, Goo.
No, we do.
You got some. You got a piece of news that could tangentially affect the Niners?
Yeah, I heard Bonte and Shasky, they had Flory on. We'll play some sound here.
Sure.
But everybody has a wish list when you go into free agency, but everybody doesn't have the money, right? And right now, this is when teams get creative. But a defensive tackle, Christian Wilkins, he's been in Miami 5 years. He was on my list, Donnie, if I'm a football fan and want him a part of my team. And this dude just signed a whopping $110 million contract with the Las Vegas Raiders. Steiny, 4 years, $110 million, 84.75 of that is guaranteed. So he's off the board. And now Crosby has a best friend on that line in Las Vegas.
So this guy, for all you football experts, has got to be in the same category as Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Would that be correct?
Yes. All depend. Evan might think he's better. I might think Wilkins is better, but he sure would have looked good in red and gold. That might have been out of their price range.
We're just comparing Wilkins and Danielle Hunter, the guy the 49ers have been linked to from Minnesota.
Well, they kind of play different positions. Like Hunter's a defensive end, so he is someone like you'll see it. His sack totals are a lot higher. Like Wilkins, I think had only 9 last year, but he's a significantly better run stopper, like for example. But he's more of an interior guy.
Gotcha.
And what's funny,
so they're going to get another big boy.
Yeah. But the Niners got their big boy last year in Hargrave the same time last year. And we can't say it was unsuccessful, but they still needed help. Yeah, no doubt. That line, that unit needed help. Now you're without Armstead.
So Hunter's the guy who would play on the other side of the line from Nick Bosa. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, they're not going to not try to replace Arik Armstead.
Well,
maybe not just with a player to take his position, but then they're going to have to try to upgrade on the other end,
right? Or you could do it in the draft, or create what they're trying to create, asking Arik Armstead to take a pay cut, Stoney, to get a bona fide guy in here to replace him.
So the bottom line is, if you find out they sign Hunter from Minnesota, there's nothing to see.
Nothing to see here, and some will say an upgrade.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
But my whole thing is
that's who they're going to get.
Yeah. Why I'm dumbfounded is
that's who they're going to get.
I thought Hargrave and Bosa, I know it's just 2 guys on the line, Steiny would be causing enough havoc to where UI or Evan could fill out the rest of the defensive line. That didn't happen with Armstead. So now here you go. Nick Sorensen steps in. We'll see what's up with Hufanga coming off a serious injury, and no Greenlaw. I'll just say for the first few weeks of the season, if not months.
888-957-9570 is the number. Legal tampering's begun in the NFL, and the 49ers, they're going to lose Arik Armstead. That seems apparent. He's been the longest tenured San Francisco 49er player. Fred Warner's contract has been renegotiated. 49ers are going to be active. That's what I'm sensing. And not that it's not easy to sense that, but they're going to probably bring Ayuk back. They're going to sign some guys. They're going to draft some guys. And then next year, they're going to have to make some decisions, obviously, because at that point, they're going to have to decide whether or not they're going to pay Brock Purdy. But I think for now, this is going to be a more active offseason than probably I thought at the start. Mike Florio was on with the morning show, Pro Football Talk. Here's what he had to say about, let's see, where do we want to go first here? Let's go with IU. Right. Let's go with IU because he's theoretically a question mark.
From IU's perspective, how many years do I have to put in before I get my reward? And even though he wasn't taken in the top 10 of the draft, when the NFL reconfigured the way they pay rookies in 2011 in order to avoid the Ryan Leafs, the Jamarcus Russells, the guys who get the big contracts and don't live up to them. The idea was for the guys who got drafted and didn't get a big contract, if you play well, you're going to get rewarded. You shouldn't have to wait 5 years. Yeah, I mentioned Joey Bosa. He got his after 3 years. Brandon Ayuk has every right to say, what more do I have to do to get my long-term contract? And it's very tempting for the team to ignore that and just say, hey, we have your contractual rights for 1 more year. There's nothing you can do about it, and then we'll decide what to do next year.
Right, so that's the option the 49ers have. They can just have Brandon Ayuk come back and play on his final year, or they can extend him.
Yeah, I'm hoping I feel like Stoney, he's earned that chicken, and he's a part of your future. You would think, the guy, I don't want to say doesn't have any weaknesses, but he's a top 10 receiver to me in the league. Now, how they use him, that's different. But, Stoney, I just wouldn't want him coming back, knowing I'm playing on one and done and I could get hurt or whatnot. So I'm like you. I expect something to be done this offseason. But as far as you saying they're going to be active, I'm curious, like other areas, do they feel like they need corner help? How much does that cost? Who's out there that could come in and help them? And again, I just think they landed one of the biggest fish, if not the biggest fish last year, as far as D-line help and Hargrave. And here we are. They just lost another, good defensive lineman, Armstead. Not great, but how do they replace him? And with what?
The one thing that's got to be, I'm not saying cloaking this franchise, but we always talk about, and I mess with you about outside my pay grade and stuff like that. But the real issue for the 49ers isn't this year. It's Brock Purdy and what's going to happen with his play this year and what they're going to have to pay him.
Man.
Like the 49ers, I guarantee you, every decision they make this year will have that in mind. And what I'm talking about is what Mike Florio talked about this morning with the guys.
At some point, tiers need to develop. So what tier will Brock Purdy be on? Will he be on the top tier, 55, 60 million a year? Will he be on a lower tier? Whatever Kirk Cousins carves out, is that where he'll be? It's going to be complicated, but, the reality is the 49ers will have one more year under contract with him and the ability to franchise tag him twice before he could walk away. And that's part of figuring out value. And we'll see. I mean, the last time they had a great young quarterback in Colin Kaepernick, they paid him. They gave him a big contract. It wasn't as big as his camp tried to make it out to be. But when they have a guy who's getting it done, they know that there's a time where you have to pay him.
Wow. And that's why I was just looking at Baker Mayfield. We got Dak out there. If that's the going rate, let's just, again, Stoney, Brock Purdy controls it. I know there's going to be a lot of pressure just on him on how much money the Niners are willing to hand him. If he has, let's just say he duplicates what he did this year, how much is that worth to Kyle and the gang? But, man,
let's
Baker just
What do you think? Like, that's a great way to put it. If he essentially duplicates this past year, Purdy does, and they make another playoff run.
Do we get to the Super Bowl? Do they get to the Super Bowl?
Let's say they lose in the NFC Championship next year. See, but you know what? Let me stop you there because this is where I do really wonder. All right, so Brock Purdy has played a year and a half, and he's been very successful. They haven't won a Super Bowl, but he's been very successful. Okay, so you don't get to win a Super Bowl every year. So let's say the 49ers this year, they reload again, and they go 13-4.
Yeah, let's go.
Right? Let's say they make it to the post. Let's say they get to the Super Bowl. Are you telling me that the difference between winning a Super Bowl for Brock Purdy and losing a Super Bowl, like that game will determine, like by that point, it's almost got to be determined that you're going to pay the guy $40 million, right? Even if he loses a Super Bowl.
Well, see, it's nuanced, Donnie.
I know it is. That's why I set it up.
Quarterback like on an individual basis because we've seen, some mediocre quarterbacks, Brad Johnson, and Trent Dilfers,
but that's
have greatness around him, get him there. So,
but that's why I said I think that's a great point. Let's say Purdy is essentially has the same kind of year. Very good, right?
Okay.
Very good year.
All right.
Purdy has a very good year this upcoming year.
You're probably getting 35 to 40 million then from me if it looks like it did last year in regard to let's just use touchdowns, interceptions, and command.
That might not get it done though anymore. 30 to 35.
You could be right, and that's why I said Dak is out there. But what's he going to be willing? What's his agent going to be trying to go? Is it going to be one? Is it going to be one of those things? Where, let me get this straight. I'm Mr. Irrelevant. And you guys are offering me 40. I'm good. Let's go. You know, it might not be I'm trying to take down the house.
No, I get that. But I also know if Brock Purdy has a great year, but the 49ers don't win it all. First of all,
he's golden.
If he has a great year and they win it all, so he can say, so wait a minute, I took over this team 2.5 years ago. We went to the NFC Championship.
And Super Bowl.
Then I went to the Super Bowl. Then I won a Super Bowl.
Well, then
he's got to get 50.
I got you. All right.
But what I'm saying is, are you really telling me that if he has another good year, maybe they get beat in the playoffs in the NFC Championship game, that then you're going to be able to get him for $33 million? Like,
well, that
isn't it essentially the same quarterback? He just hasn't broken through in his first 3 years.
I'll give you that. Then.
Like,
it'll be 40, 45. Whatever he's willing to ask for, I believe he gets at that point. If this team is still successful and he looks like the guy that he has, Donnie, I don't think there's nothing to see here. Like Tampa Bay has told us, and I'm the biggest Baker fan coming out of giving up, but I'm happy for him. But, man, if you're telling me this is what he's worth and $50 million guaranteed or 40 of that, he got $10 million against injury is guaranteed. That's the going rate.
But let's take it to the next. Let's take it to the next step.
Back up the Brinks.
Fine, back up the Brinks. Then you give him the Brinks. Okay, now you got to pick 2 stars to leave the team.
Right.
And now, like to me, that's the part that
we're here now.
That's the part that nobody can gauge. Nobody can gauge whether you're the biggest expert of all time or you're a novice football fan. We can judge what Brock Purdy is with a lot of weapons around him. The problem is you might have to pay him $40 million with 1 or 1.5 less weapons around him. So are you convinced that he's worth that much money if he's got if he's down a weapon or 2 that some other teams have to deal with because they're convinced their quarterback is an absolute beast and they can't go anywhere without him? I mean, like, that's not even whether you like Brock Purdy, whether you don't like Brock Purdy, whether you're a Niner fan or not. At the end of the year, they got a decision to make.
Oh, it's big.
And they're going to have to figure out how good they think Brock Purdy can be with not quite as good of a team around him. Because, like, how can they put a team around Brock Purdy that's better than it is now, but they're paying him $45 million? Like, that defies logic, really.
Well, you look at Debo. What's he caught $28 million against the cap this year? You know, if Brock Purdy was to go out on a football field and not have, I'm just using Debo as an example. You know what his skill set. Do you think his world crumbles, or could some look at it addition by subtraction? We saw Juwan Jennings, who is not Debo Samuel, but we saw Brock Purdy make sweet music with him at times to keep drives alive, not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs, Donnie. So I just feel like all these things will play itself out, but it excites me because I love sports and the game within the game, but nobody can ignore the Brock Purdy factor of, you got a season to prepare for and a Super Bowl, but you're also playing for your money, son.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? You're more than welcome. You can talk NFL free agency, which is coming up. The legal tampering period has started. We got Warriors at San Antonio. Man, what happened to the Warriors' momentum? Took about 3 days, and it has vanished.
Can you get it tonight with a win, Steiny, and then we find out Curry's coming back?
You can start to get it back tonight. Okay. And I don't know if Curry plays Wednesday or not, but if he plays Wednesday, that in itself is a win.
Well, no, there you go.
In a big way.
You know what? I like how you put that.
Here's what Mike Florio had to say about Debo Samuel. You brought him up a minute ago.
It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, I don't criticize Debo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, I think a fair argument could be made that Debo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting.
Okay, I got to hear this again.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
I got to hear. No, I need the whole one. I need the whole one. Here it is. Debo Samuel, has he lived up to his contract?
It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, I don't criticize Debo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, I think a fair argument could be made that Debo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting.
I'm out.
You know what I always think's interesting?
I like Florio with those dudes.
During the season, when the 49ers were clicking, McCaffrey was great. Ayuk was unbelievable. Debo Samuel's the best Now the season's over, and Debo Samuel didn't have a great year. I'm just saying. or didn't live up to the contract, didn't outplay his contract.
Now, I will say this to that. Okay, go ahead, Stan.
I just find that interesting.
Yeah.
When they were racking up numbers and setting records left and right.
Well, I thought you were coming at me, and I can take it because I've been wishy-washy on Debo. And it's been consistent over the last few years. And when he got hurt this year and they went on that 3-game losing streak, I identified Debo and the ability at the line of scrimmage to not be able to fool the defense or put stress with the bubble sweeps and jet sweep, all that stuff. I was like, you know what? That means a lot to Brock Purdy. But Stoney, the one game Devo was Claude Rains. And for you asking who that is the original Invisible Man. First one ever made. He was invisible in the Super Bowl. And then we had reports that his separation from up top tier DBs, it was not there. But I will tell you this, and you tell me where I'm at. Am I going San Francisco Giants? What Debo has done, has that been the best that you're going to get from Debo? And if you feel that way, Stoney, then there's going to be tough decisions ahead. But he was a nothing, a zero in the Super Bowl. Had an interception, would have changed the game, and OT that went off his hands where he should have caught the ball. Now, he was hurt, and he was off the field, but I do remember the playoff runs. They got him to the Super Bowl and NFC championships to where he ran through Green Bay and he was limping off and came back. He ran through Dallas, cut the Los Angeles Rams for a touchdown in L.A. trying to get back to the Super Bowl. But I say all that to say is there is a conversation as someone to say, have we seen the best of Debo already? And if that's the case, Donnie, you want to get up off that as soon as possible.
Well, I mean, Debo Samuel to me is a player who
the Super Bowl wasn't his best game.
Who's going to make him is there any team out there where he'll be better for?
Interesting.
Is there anybody out there that where Kyle that will use him in a more creative and effective way as Kyle Shanahan?
I'll bring up Andy Reid maybe.
Okay.
Because Kyle's made him. And he got his chicken. But man, if we're talking about tough decisions, I mean, Stoney, just think about that Super Bowl. And I know it was one game, but damn, you know?
I'm looking at that Super Bowl.
He was being guarded. He was being guarded. Stuff you won't see on the box score. They went to him.
He had Debo Samuel had that's not right. I can't find the numbers. No way. He had 11
targets.
11 targets. He had 33 yards receiving, and he had looks like 8 yards rushing in 3 attempts.
Well, I'll give credit to Kansas City Super Bowl, but I'm not just saying, okay, he didn't put up Jerry Rice numbers. He's no good. I do wonder if the Niners have gotten the best out of him thus far.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Al. Al's in San Francisco. Let's talk some Niners and Debo Samuel. What's up, Al? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm all right. Yeah, I think Debo Samuel's, he's slowing down and he lost a step or whatever. They're keying on him more, but I think he reminds me of John Taylor back in the days of the Niners. You know, he had that speed and he's a threat once the ball gets in his hands. But it's about getting the ball, him catching it and running with it. You know, a lot of time he ain't catching it, and they key on him, in the backfield now. So I think, get rid of him to somebody else that, can really run routes and catch the ball. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Al. That's a little cavalier.
Well, right now he's yours, Donnie, Debo.
Last year he had played 15 games, 60 catches, 890 yards, 15 a pop, 7 touchdowns, and then, rushing the football. He rushed for 225 yards, 37 carries. That averages out to about 2.5 carries a game.
Well, let me put you on the spot. If Debo or Ayuk, who would you want on your team if only one could remain?
I think if you ask that question to most 49er fans, they would give you the same answer that I'm about to give you. You got to keep Brandon Ayuk.
I'm with you. I'm right behind you.
Unfortunately, and this is where Purdy's going to cost you probably, is Debo, the 49ers have a great receiver, a great running back, and let's say a great tight end. You don't get to have a great Swiss Army knife and pay him that much in this day and age of the NFL. And if you do, you can only do it for one more year.
Damon Chang on the
bottom line is Deebo Samuel, the more he carries the ball, the more he touches it, the more he's likely to get hurt.
Well, man.
He's proven that. And you could say,
he didn't miss the whole second half of the Green Bay, the first playoff games, Donnie.
I mean, you could say, well, that goes for every player, but it does seem to go double for Deebo Samuel.
Yeah. Speaking of him, Damon Chang on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat was like, Deebo's the one who should be restructuring. So that's what he thinks is going on with Deebo Samuel.
You know what? Maybe they go to guys to restructure who they know, or they don't go to the guys to restructure that they know will say, go kick rocks.
The Kevon Looney's. And Armstead wasn't one of them. And if you would have asked me, do you think he is? Before, I would have been like, yeah. But kudos to him for saying, no, I ain't taking no pay cut. And anybody for that matter in their job.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you on a Monday morning. A lot going on. We got NFL free agency. The legal tampering period started. Some news trickling out about the Niners. We can get into that. Warriors lost long weekend. Boy, Thursday you lose to the Bulls. You lose Curry. Then you lose to the Spurs on Saturday. Now you got to play the Spurs again, this time in San Antonio with Wembanyama. Warriors need a win in a big way. Otherwise, I mean, they can kind of kiss away climbing up the standings, even if Steph does get back sooner rather than later. Also, I'll tell you what, I was at a place yesterday. Man, I'd highly recommend it. And this would be a great place for you, Goo. But I don't mean it. People are going to think that I'm taking a shot at you. I'm not taking a shot at you. So I was at Golden Gate. I was in the city yesterday, Golden Gate Park. Golden Gate Park's got a golf course. You know, Golden Gate Park's apparently the biggest park in the country, bigger than Central, my sources tell me. So there's a golf course down at the far end near the ocean.
Wow.
And it's a 9-hole, par 3, and they fixed it up, and it is sweet. It's incredible.
I'm trying to imagine the view because I've not been there.
There's views. From one tee, you can see the Farallones.
Oh, come on.
From another, fairway, you look over and the Cliff House is right there. Wow. Incredible.
Okay, where's the shot at?
Where's the shot?
You were going to take one at me, but we'll do it on the other side.
No, my shot was that it's a great place for beginners, intermediates, and even really good golfers. And it's affordable because it's in a city park. Problem is they might not want the secret out quite like that, but they've redone it. It's been open for a month and a half, 2 months, something like that.
What? Man.
What do you mean keep it to yourself, Steiny? No. We need to grow the game of golf. Some places. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water System.
Steiny, I'm excited. I got my Prize Picks app open. It is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. That's a whole lot. And unlike any other app with Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. No sharks, no competitive leagues and all that jazz. All you do is pick more or less. And that's on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the money roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. You could turn $10 into a rack with pro basketball, hockey, and college basketball entries today. That's $1,000. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball, hockey, to Leagues of Legend, and everything in between. The same entry. They even offer injury insurance. Yes. So if your entries stay in play, even if they get hurt, you got action, you're covered. And that's on basketball games, and quick withdrawals, easy gameplay are at your disposal. And also, this applies to an enormous selection of players and stat lines. Tonight, I got Klay Thompson in San Antonio, more than 3.5 3-pointers. Let's go, Klay. Download the app today and use code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. I got your back. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Picks app now. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of Life Source.
You reap what you sow, brother.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you, 95.7 The Game.
Yes, yes.
It's a Monday.
What'd you do Saturday, buddy? You came to the Hey, thank you for showing up, man.
Dude, it was a lot of fun,
That was big for Norm, man. You met the whole fam.
I was happy to be there.
And some of my women cousins loved you. You're the man. Robert Redford is what they were calling you. A few of them.
Norm's 84th birthday. Happy belated birthday to Norm. Went over to Union City with my buddy Dana. Had a great time. Watched some of the Warriors game. Man, you got a tight family. I mean, you just do.
We have fun, man. Glad you came.
Yeah, there's you had all your kids there, a lot of relatives. Some neighbors came through.
I didn't give the best blessing of the food.
I disagree.
Oh, normally that's my thing, Steiny.
First of all, that was when, we don't.
Grade feelings. You can't, Norm said that. You can't grade feelings for
Goop, bless the food.
That is always off the top, but I was like, Steiny over there like, damn it.
No, there's no, it was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
They asked where Evan was. I told him he was sticking and moving. He's young. He's out of state. Next year.
Evan was in Nashville, Tennessee.
Don't snitch.
For a bachelor event.
Okay,
a buddy of his is getting married.
I was undercover this weekend. Didn't post a lot.
Yeah, but but telling people you were in Nashville is not breaking any code.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank God.
I broke a few of them with E.
Yeah, it was a little hazy, but as many weekends in Nashville are.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys and gals that knew Guru from way back.
Yeah.
Way back. And I'm happy to report, apparently, the consensus is he hasn't changed much since he's 15.
boy.
That's what people
You
are
met
saying.
Carrington. Happy birthday.
Carrington, he's on the road.
Yeah,
Carrington,
headed to Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I asked him how long it took to get a trucker's license. I was waiting for like 3 months.
Like you care about the answer, but I couldn't drive those trucks. You and I both couldn't.
Okay.
I've seen you try to barrel
I can't do it now.
Well, I hear you.
But I would have to go get my license. He thought I was just messing. He's like, "What do you? How come you want to know?" I'm like, "Because I've always thought about it."
Wow.
Yes, I've thought about driving a big rig.
Right. You and the boss doing lawns and pay.
Think about this. We're going to eventually get fired here.
It's coming.
Unceremoniously replaced. And maybe, I'm a little old and not ready to jump back into a 40 or 50 hour week.
I got you.
So I get my big rig license. I put some planks on it, maybe some toasters and ovens and refrigerators, loaded up in San Francisco.
Are you strong enough to drive that big thing? That's what we're worried about.
It's a big rig. I'm not lifting the refrigerators onto the truck. I'm just driving the truck. Hey, where's this today? Need to get this to Vegas by tomorrow. Okay. I can get this to Vegas by tomorrow. Drive to Vegas. Stay overnight.
Yeah.
Anything you need to go back? Actually, this thing's got to go to Boise.
Look at Sturdy. That's how he gets down his route.
I'll get up to Boise.
Maybe Oregon.
You got to get there by Thursday. It's Monday. Okay.
That's how it goes down.
Now I'm going back home for 4 or 5 days.
We get it. Back to the agency.
I'd be a great big rig driver.
Speaking of trucks, guys.
I'd be courteous, etc. Go ahead. What lineman is going to be signed by somebody?
Give us some NFL music. I love
Josh Jacobs is going to the Green Bay Packers, former running back of the Raiders.
The Raiders let him walk?
Night.
You are so misguided when it comes to the running back position. It is unbelievable.
Dude, the Packers are now a problem, man.
Well, they got a running back.
No, they got a guy that could catch it out the backfield.
How come the Raiders let him go?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because they have a cheap younger running back named Zamir White who rushed for like 180 on the Chiefs.
Are you mad,
That would be Joe Spadoni. He's laughing like the Lakers just won another game by 20.
Answers, Spadoni.
I think it was time. I just don't think they want to pay I just don't think they want to pay him.
Bye, Josh.
They just paid $80 million guaranteed to a defensive tackle.
I don't care what anybody tells me. The winner of free agency right now, or Duca, is Baker Mayfield. Just got $400.
All right, somebody's saying
50 guaranteed, 40, 10 for injury clause. If he doesn't get hurt, is 50. That's incredible where he was.
Wait a minute.
3,400, 40 million guaranteed. It's actually 50, but 10 million of that is if he stays healthy. Is 50 million guaranteed. But what were you about to say?
That's 2 years and 25 is what I smell for that. What was I going to say? let me get Kevin in San Francisco. He wants to talk Deebo Samuel. Right. Seems like people are souring on Deebo right before my eyes. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. It's Kevin. Yeah, what's going on?
Hey.
So I was hearing what you guys were saying. I don't know if you guys remember the year that Deebo just busted out. Not only was he running, he was catching, he was running, he even threw a touchdown. You know?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he played, Shanahan used him so much. He played so hard that the next year, I know he was hurt. He played that next year hurt. That's why he didn't show much. I believe right now he's still a little dinged up. I don't know if you guys know the longevity of a guy physically playing hard.
Yeah.
Because if you remember, like Curry was shooting all those threes, and what did Barkley say? Barkley said, "You ain't gonna win no championship with that." But of course he did. But then everybody started doubling, tripling him, so he had to use another game to go to the hole. You understand what I'm saying? You got to change your game. They're doubling on Deebo. Deebo is getting hit. He's getting hurt. I mean, you got to realize this longevity in football is a son of a gun.
No, you're right.
So I believe right now you need to keep him. I'm not knocking Ayuk. I love Ayuk, but you need to keep Deebo because he runs hard.
Let me ask you this, caller. Let me ask you this. Everything you said, I'm in agreement. Do you think next year Kyle Shanahan may take some of those special plays or packages for Deebo off the table? And then what is he as a prototypical receiver downfield? Does that scare you?
I would put it like this. Deebo is better in motion. You need to keep him always in motion. That's what they do with that rookie for L.A. They put that boy in motion, that tall son of a gun, and then all of a sudden he's catching the ball. They need to keep him moving.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
Good stuff, Kevin. Appreciate the call.
But they have paid him for running them in the ground, quote
Here's
unquote.
the bottom line. Here's what I predict. I mean,
put it in the cap.
This would be the year to run the hell out of Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
Sorry, that's the NFL. That's the NFL.
Yeah. But
I wouldn't be surprised if he had more touches next year than at any other point in the season. Well, it's going to be hard for that 2 years ago when they were running him out of the backfield.
But wouldn't that be, and here I go, I know the world is not Walt Disney.
The Raiders just released Josh Jacobs. You tell me. Come on now.
But just hearing you talk about it, and then if you were in control, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to feed his ass and just run. That's what I don't like. And it probably happens that way.
That's what happened with Le'Veon Bell in Pittsburgh.
Well, two things. Number one, he wasn't released. He was a free agent, but they chose not to bring him back. So that was the negotiation there. Second of all,
where Josh Jacobs?
Yes.
Okay.
The San Francisco Giants just released J.D. Davis. Is the other piece of news.
Mark Willard for the win. He sat. It was him and I. You don't worry. It was Willard and I. And he said,
"Let me guess." He said Matt Chapman's probably going to start.
No, they're redundant. Mark, what? I'm excited about Chapman. He said he's gone.
Speaking of which,
and he was right. Hey,
speaking of Matt Chapman,
real quick.
No.
Let's play a game.
No, I got to do this first. I got to do this first. Matt Chapman will be on. At 3:30 with Willard and Dibbs. He's clearly the starting third baseman.
That's big
for the San Francisco Giants, and he just cost J.D. Davis his job.
Wow.
Wonder how he feels about that.
It's a business.
All you.
I got to say something. Working with you for 6 years, I don't think you've ever had to fight me for the mic like you just did. Evan had to come in and tell me, basically, he didn't say it, shut your yapper. My bad,
that's the only thing.
That hurt.
No, if it were my opinion, I would have stopped.
The way Evan was like, and he didn't say, I took it as shut up. He's trying to say something.
It was more of a guess. It was a hunch. I thought that he was going to tease Matt Chapman coming up at 3:30.
3:30.
My bad, bro.
Well, here's the
take some plays.
And here's what the listener doesn't know. That I'm going to get hit one way or the other. If I don't say no, Goo, I'm first, then I forget what I'm supposed to do, which is tease Matt Chapman. In that case, now I got Dibley and Willard crawling up me.
Yeah.
Hey, how come you didn't? Yeah, go ahead, cut that. Go ahead. Hey, how come you didn't tease Chapman? How come you didn't tease Chapman?
Wow, dude.
So I apologize for being so forceful.
J.D. Davis gone.
Having to be first, like Ty Cobb.
I know it's free agency the first day.
Yeah.
Are you baseball around the corner?
What is?
That's a 4.
I don't even. You know what?
With the matching road gray uniforms, the top and pants will not match. I tried to tell you this at Nora's party.
I had no idea
you
what you were
walked
saying.
off.
Yeah, I did.
The gray will not match the tops and bottoms. Get ready.
I have begun my baseball research. We have our fantasy draft next Saturday. Next Saturday.
We get the gist.
Yeah, it's coming up. The draft's coming up. It absolutely. Hey, by the way, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking 49ers. Legal tampering period has started.
The Packers.
And the Packers have acquired Josh Jacobs, running back from the Raiders. Will acquire. Yeah. These are all, nothing's official, but this is why they call it.
I'm going to get all the signings. Go ahead.
The legal tampering period. Could also get into the Warriors. Oh, my gosh.
Why am I running from it? Like
running from what?
The Warriors. I'm not running from it, like not to talk about it, but I'm down.
Right. And this is what you do. This is
As opposed to?
This is who you are, I came to find out on Saturday. There's no act here. They're going to win. They're going to the finals. Now they've done. I mean,
and I'm going to lose I saw something in Wiggins because Saturday was the first game.
Oh, my gosh.
But he wasn't a zero Saturday, but 16 points. Evan wasn't here.
Put that on his tombstone. He wasn't a zero.
Oh, man.
By the way, can I offer get well soon? We want you to get well to the boss. This guy's a genius.
And you miss him.
Dude, this guy's a genius. Did you see what he's done? We were talking about how you
hate every minute he's not here. That's what I think of our boss.
Well, he's got to deal with that. That has nothing to do with me. You have worked in a corporate environment. You are... When it comes to these kind
you better be careful.
No, when it comes to these kind of issues, I always defer to you. You clearly know what a paper trail is, right?
Of course.
Of course. In fact, you told me what it was. So the boss, this is incredible what he's pulled off.
Oh, boy.
Oh, by the way, get well soon, boss. I know. So last Tuesday night, almost a week ago, he starts sending out some feelers. He's not feeling great.
Yeah.
Okay.
It happens.
That's fine. Yeah, a little cough. He's got a cough. All right, so he misses Wednesday. It's fine. He misses Thursday. That's fine.
Damn.
Listen, when you're sick, you're sick. And let me tell you something about the boss. When I'm sick or you're sick, he said, so now it's Friday, and I'm like, no sense in coming back for one day. If I were him, if he's not full. Of course, Friday comes and he's not here. He's got that cough. It's a nagger. It's a nagger. And look, it's Friday night about 8, 9 at night. Can't remember if it was Friday night or real early Saturday, but boss tweets out he's feeling kind of better. He's got activities. I think he's got some family activities.
Boss, I'm trying not to laugh.
Family activities. He's got 10. I don't know. He's pretty sure it included baseball. That's fine. Anyway, glad to know the boss is feeling better Saturday and Sunday. And last night, I see on Twitter, this isn't even our company email. I see on Twitter,
I'm laughing at
15 hours ago, man, I can't get rid of this nagging cough. Anybody have any advice for him?
So what are you insinuating, man?
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm saying, get well soon, boss. We can't wait till you get back here.
Who needs enemies with coworkers like Steiny?
I was looking forward to seeing you today.
Oh, boy.
And that cough came back. God.
You could call him and say, I just missed you, bud, because that's what it sounds like. This dude just laid out my guy's receipts. Oh, boy.
No, he's not. No.
That's what's wrong with us now. People ain't staying home when they're sick or got a bug.
There you go.
But for you to go over his attendance report on air.
I've made no judgment.
Please, what was that?
I've just recited the facts.
Evan and Steiny tomorrow, 10 to 2. Evan and Guru, not Steiny. You would be gone. That was the joke. Oh, boy. Like, if I were you, I would feel uncomfortable about my status at the company.
Really?
Like, you can't do that to the boss.
Oh. I tell you, I'm reading books on leverage.
Look at my guy.
Sorry, I just heard books.
How do you... Oh, that's a 4. How do you utilize leverage?
Well, you got to have it first.
Exactly. And then when you get it, how much do you use?
All of it.
Hey, Arik Armstead just used up some leverage.
Or was he?
I'm not renegotiating.
He was the longest tenured Niner.
I know it.
So obviously, Steiny, he was offended. He was offended.
Well,
he missed 13 games in the last 2 years, but it's bigger than his attendance as we just go over our bosses. But I am surprised that he's not a lifer.
Well, maybe it's business and there's no bitterness. It's just business.
And do you think maybe had they not approached him thinking, oh, Armstead is like Looney, he'll be okay with it, do you think they wouldn't have approached him? Or was this addition by subtraction?
It's a tough one.
But there's no way that could be the case because we saw this D-line.
There's no way they're not adding to the D-line.
Oh, okay.
There's no way.
I got you.
Oh boy, 408. Don't do this. You know this hurts Guru's feelings.
Oh boy.
Deebo Samuel is one of the worst route runners in the league. He's a playmaker, but has he reached his peak? ? Yeah. Teams dare him to get vertical. They know who he is now.
That doesn't bother. I think we that was a bit harsh. But my thing to you and the 49er fans is, Donnie, okay, if you go try to move him, they know this too in his injury history. Or some like, you know what? Because to be honest, the year they should have beat the Chiefs in 19, he was there. He didn't go out hurt. So a lot of miles on him early.
Absolutely. Here's 650 on the Comcast business text line. Fair question if you're not familiar with the show or Dan Dibley's scoring system. Is your joke scale on a 1 to 5 or a 1 to 10? It's on a 1 to 5.
No, there's an occasion. You're right. Occasional 5, but it's really 4. 1 to 4, and then we have the occasional 5, which means that's the grand slam. So it's not 1 through 5. It's
650. Is your joke scale 1 to 5 or 1 to 10? It's 1 to 5. You get a 5 for the best.
Yeah. Occasional. Yeah, I guess, yeah. You got it right.
209. Steiny, your thoughts on LSU South Carolina women's basketball? Kim Mulkey.
You played it in the green room.
Kim Mulkey is insufferable.
That was embarrassing. Well, Shannon Sharp went in on her.
What
did she do that kind of bothers you?
I just don't like her whole act.
See that? Her personality then.
That's part of it.
So she's like Bobby Knight. People don't like you. They don't like you.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
I'm just not a fan of her. As opposed to like a guy like John Calipari.
Yeah.
I love Calipari. Did you see what he did the other day?
I don't know. Not win a game.
They beat Tennessee.
Neckty.
Connect had 40.
Dude, lottery pick?
I saw Jonathan Givney. We should get him on at some point.
Maybe not. I'm playing with you, buddy. We're brothers now.
Why would we want to get one of the foremost authorities on college basketball on? Yeah, that'd be dumb.
Evan, he's taking it personal. It was material.
Anyway,
back to free agency.
Yeah, this guy that y'all make fun of that I had my eye on since preseason, Dalton Connect. He had 40 in a loss. Man. It was a loss, but he had 40 against Kentucky. What?
I feel like that's the kind of player you hate.
It normally is.
That's a great one.
Look, man, I missed an opportunity on that one. So dumb. So Tennessee wins the SEC on a Saturday. They've clinched or on a Thursday or something.
My favorite tournament. Yeah. The conference tournament.
No, that's not what it is. So they clinched the SEC conference, but they have one more game left against Kentucky, and Kentucky needs the game just to bolster their standing. And of course, Tennessee's got nothing to play for, and I just don't know why I wouldn't have.
Close or blowout?
85-81.
Oh, it's a close game.
Yeah, this is the time of year where we clean up goo.
Yeah.
They got you. No, I hear you. Hey, your favorite player might be on the move, Kirk Cousins. Where do the Niners not want him to go?
Arizona?
No, I think they got Kyler Murray found.
But he'd make them better. Kyler Murray stinks.
I think it's
Seattle?
Now that, hey.
Okay, give me the team.
Geno Smith. No, I'm asking just he's already in the NFC about to leave.
The Rams.
Cowboys?
I would take him over Dak in a heartbeat, and I'm being real.
Falcons.
Yeah.
That's a team he's been linked to.
Yeah. They got some weaponry and running back.
Possibly.
Oh, man.
Hayes in Minnesota look like they're
Kyle Shanahan, my sources say he's told Lynch, I better not see Kirk Cousins sign with an NFC team. Got to get him out of the conference.
You like that? He's about to get paid, too.
So Kentucky's playing in a game the other night. I don't know if they won or lost. maybe it was a while ago, and Calipari answers a couple questions, and he goes, hey, you guys noticed that I played zone there about midway through the second half for a possession?
Yeah.
And the writers are like, yeah, so
what?
You know. And Calipari goes, yeah, we've never practiced zone, but I put it in. You know, they were doing so well against our man, and even though we've never practiced zone, I figured, you know what? Our guys won't know what they're doing at all if I put them in zone. So at least that way, the other team won't know what we're doing either on defense because they were picking us apart when they knew. That's kind of funny. I thought. Clever.
I think you kind of keep to yourself if you're a Calipari.
But that's the thing. Calipari's got juice. You don't worry about what the media in Lexington's going to come
to the
down his
NBA
road.
or come back.
He was in the NBA.
We know.
And look
so was your boy.
Why don't you? I bet you. Why don't you
Patino?
Why don't you do yourself a favor, Goo, and look at John Calipari's record in the NBA? It's better than you think.
But he wanted back.
It's not now. He's a pro coach in Lexington. Got better players there than in Brooklyn. Calipari did not fail in the NBA.
Boy,
I'm just saying.
I like him. One and done.
I'm just saying. Now, let me ask you this. To me, this is the difference between a selfish person and somebody who's generous. So yesterday I told you I went to Golden Gate Park and they got this.
I'm getting there.
It's really cool. And it's been redone. It's only been open for a month or two. And some guy on the Comcast Business text line says, Steiny, would you shut your big fat mouth about Golden Gate Park golf course?
Why?
Because they don't want the secret to get out.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They don't want too many people to go up there.
Because we're looking for a level-headed Mike, the guy that owns this. He been in my
Mike, yeah,
Mike, we ain't forgot.
Well,
Half Moon Bay, baby. Unless you've been talking to him behind my back. Yeah, Mike, give us a call, buddy.
Give me a call, Mike.
Now you asked me about my Niner free agency wish list.
Let's do that on the other side.
All right, because it's changed.
Oh,
with this news about Armstead, had to.
All right, so Guru's got his free agent wish list for the San Francisco 49ers. That'll be coming up on the other side. And are you the kind like that's a big deal to me? Like there are people out there. We don't want too many people at that place.
Oh no, he meant that.
I'm a more the merrier guy.
But sometimes.
Absolutely. Great time at Norm's, buddy. That's fun.
Hey, seriously,
that was fun.
Show will never be as tighter.
What's that stuff?
All we needed was Evan Espadoni.
What was the stuff that Dane and I brought as a gift?
Oh boy,
yeah, you ain't kidding.
Oh my God,
what the hell was that,
dude? Jameson Black.
Oh my God,
Jameson blackout. I'm good now. My friends were like crows to that bottle. Boy, we went in the backyard too, Evan. Had some fun back there. Man, the Jameson Black, we were like blackbirds. Kind of embarrassing after you guys rode off. I was like, we hit that bottle.
Dane and I got out at the right time, it feels like.
Did.
But
it was Captain Morgan in Nashville. Or they called it Smashville.
The rum.
They're calling it Evansville now.
That's a 3-star.
On the text line.
Yeah.
Or on the YouTube chat. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Legal tampering's begun in the NFL. 49ers, some news trickling out. Other news around the NFL, we can talk about that. We can also talk about the Golden State Warriors. They've lost 2 in a row, and I just realized that I got to give you some good, cold, hard numbers regarding the Golden State Warriors. But where are you at with the Warriors? Are you as high as Guru was last week and as low as he is now, or are you somewhere in the middle? 888-957-9570. That segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Oh.
on 95.7 The Game.
Kirk Cousins going to the Atlanta Falcons.
You called it.
I didn't call it.
I just wanted to see if you would take her. You're right.
I would have taken that.
Yeah.
Although they're better than the Niners right now. That's a team on the rise.
Please. Niners just came from the Super Bowl.
Which isn't enough, apparently.
Take your victory laps down in Atlanta. They got some young talent.
I'm not taking a victory lap for that. That was easy.
Well, I was going to say, for your boy being in the news, how about that? I want to see the money. They just got 4 years right now. How much did he get?
Of course, Raheem Morris, the new coach of the Atlanta Falcons. Apparently not a fan of Desmond Ridder.
You think Brock Purdy's going to get more than Kirk Cousins next year?
Evan, what if I told you I need 18 weeks to find that out? Yep.
4 years? That's got to be...
Baker just got 30.
That's going to be...
We might be looking like 130, 140.
For Kirk?
Oh, yeah.
It might be 150.
I think it's going to be more than that, but maybe it won't be all guaranteed.
No, that's where it's at, the guaranteed money.
I know.
Baker
you were talking about like 130 guaranteed? I could see something like that.
Yeah. I mean, he was making 40 plus.
What is he now, like 37?
He's almost 36.
Coming off
right in his prime.
Yeah, look at you.
Boy, did the Niners miss the boat on him.
I do wonder what Kyle still feels like. Man, that's the one that got away.
How long ago was it that Kyle Shanahan first brought up Kirk Cousins and his affinity to him? Was
6 years to the day.
That's a man.
It's been a long time.
But he ended up not being, he changed the narrative, Kirk Cousins, of his career. Dude's a good quarterback, man. Beat the Niners on Monday night before he got hurt.
He did. He did. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we can talk NFL free agency. The legal tampering period's begun. We can absolutely do that. Warriors play tonight. They've lost 2 in a row. By the way, I won't take a victory lap on Kirk Cousins, but I probably could on
start lineup
on Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, I thought you were going to take one for the starting lineup.
Which one?
Remember the Warriors Saturday.
What?
They had some changes. Remember
Wiggins didn't start.
Yeah, you got that one right. Because you're like, Goo, I don't know what's going on. But Chris Paul, Steiny, just real quick here.
Chris Paul II.
That is so great. He's not instant offense, and I'm not asking him to be. But when the chef is down, that game Saturday night was like anybody outside of Clay. And I've noticed something with Kuminga. It's not bad, Kuminga, but he adds a lot of his points kind of when it's over.
Oh.
No, this just here when they got blown out. Not that he's why they lost. He's still awesome.
Who is why they lost? Let's point some fingers.
It was team defense.
Okay.
They just cannot guard the perimeter. And San Antonio, without 2 of their best players, just got what they wanted. That garage was in despair where we were Norm's garage. We watched the game. I'm like, holy hell, they're going to lose.
Oh, not only lose.
At home.
They're 17-17 at home.
And Clay said it was a bad loss, which I appreciate. Doesn't change the math, but he said that was a bad loss. Yeah.
You know what I remember hearing way back in the day? This was right when, this was like 20 years ago about I think it was, I can't remember who said it, but they were talking about owners in the NBA. And they said the one thing owners hate in the NBA, any owner, Joe Lacob, Mickey Harrison, use anybody you want, Jeannie Buss, they hate to lose at home. They really hate to lose at home. And the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, I get it. Because look, in the NBA, you can win 25 games. And you know what? You're going to win 18 at home. Because it's really not easy to win on the road. So when you're 7th, it really bothers owners to be sitting courtside with all your with all the minority owners and all the fans and all the big-time season ticket holders. You see them face to face. Say hello to them. Small talk. You meet them in the suite. When you lose at home, it's a bummer for an owner. And I'm thinking about Joe Lacob. I was watching him against the Bulls game, and there was a play where I think they were up like 4 or 5, and Kuminga, I don't know what happened. He got stripped or something, and I just watched Lacob, and he was hot. Not a Kuminga. but I could tell he was frustrated that they weren't up more, that they weren't taking advantage of Chicago struggling. And boy, now they've gotten beat 2 in a row at home. So.
I got some NFC West free agency news for you,
right, give it to
Tell
me
if you care. Seahawks free agent tight end Colby Parkinson intends to sign a 3-year deal worth $22.5 million with the divisional Los Angeles Rams, and $15.5 of that is guaranteed. So tight end Colby Parkinson leaving the Hawks for L.A.
Does that change the balance of power?
No, it does not.
I'm just asking.
But I'm waiting on the Niners to do something, man. I had my list. Remember I told you it was offensive lineman. McKivitz, he's coming back for a year.
Let's set this up. Set this up. It's free agency in the NFL, legal tampering period. Goo has a 49ers wish list. Now, this was compiled last week, so it may be changing. It's a fluid situation, and Goo. He says exactly what's on his mind.
Now, there was a joke in there, a dig somewhere, but you came to the house, so I feel like you changed a little bit. So Friday when we did this, this just the position of need.
Okay.
Offensive lineman. But they may be like, Guru, we're good here. McKivitz is coming back, and they'll do it through the draft. But now with this, I had linebacker second. I guess I'm the only one panicked about Greenlaw and his impact on this defense and them being without his services. So it could be DJ Jones reunited with the Niners again. We'll see. But, Steiny, now that Armstead has said bye, it's the D-line. And you can find a replacement, somebody right now that is a proven guy, maybe even better than Arik Armstead, to bolster that D-line. And why I'm scratching my head, partner, is when they got Hargrave last year at this time, I said, watch out, game over. Niners D-line second to none, and they needed help, and we kind of swept it under the rug. They bring in Chase Young, and Steiny, I just don't think it hit. So now you're telling me, Armstead, here, take a pay cut. He says, I'm leaving. How do you replace that, and when do you? Because if you roll the dice and if you're going to tell the people you could do it in the draft, I don't think that's the way to go. So I expect the Niners, with this money they got from Armstead being up out of here, Steiny, and these restructures with Kurt Warner, we're going to see a new addition to this D-line. How good that player is, stay tuned. But there's just no way.
It ain't going to be Chase Young. That's what it feels like.
Or could it be Chase Young now?
That would be a letdown, wouldn't it? With everybody talking about Danielle Hunter.
Oh, man.
You can't re-sign Chase Young.
No, that would be an upgrade, Danielle Hunter.
Tell you what I'll do for you. I'll see if I can find out some more in your game.
Your agent.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, 510, you're right. Kirk Cousins has just signed with the Atlanta Falcons, a 4-year deal, so he's gone. He's gone in Minnesota.
I want the numbers. Come on, Adam.
They'll be out in about 3 minutes.
All right. How much should we play a get? Well, Evan did. 140.
It's going to be more than that, but not in guarantee. It's going to be 4 years, 180 with like 145 guaranteed. Take it to the bank.
Look at you.
Nobody has his finger on the pulse of NFL legal tampering.
Boy.
Speaking of guys that actually do, here is Mike Florio. He was on with the morning show, and he was talking to them about the 49ers offense and what they need to do to kind of keep it together.
This is the year that I think they hope to hold it all together and keep Brandon Ayuk at his 5th-year option and then deal with it next year when they would move on from Kittle or Samuel or both potentially, or do what they're doing with Arik Armstead and say, we want you to take less or else. They might still do that with Kittle. I saw a report that they're doing it with Kyle Juszczyk. So I think they would like to hold the offense together for one more year if they can before they pay Brandon Ayuk.
Wow.
That's interesting. See, I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to re-sign Ayuk. But he's saying they'd love to get him back on that 5th-year option and then make a decision.
That's like the Bob Myers, Donnie. Before we went to break, you said, Goo, I feel that, but it's kind of different. Can you explain that? Because what if the Niners are not? What if they just say, hey, Brandon, this is what it is?
Well, I think
we don't feel compelled to give you any money soon. I feel like he's earned it. I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't think he's earned it. So maybe but am I too cookie cutter thinking?
Well, I think there's two different things. Like when Bob Myers says you don't have to make a decision until you have to.
Right.
Well, the Warriors have already, like Kuminga's under contract next year already. And Moses Moody's under contract next year. So they picked up those guys' options already for next year. So the question then becomes, is Kuminga is similar to Brandon Ayuk? Okay, that's really what we're talking about. Do the Warriors essentially re-sign Jonathan Kuminga for 4 years and $140 million, which kicks in the year after next year? And that's exactly where Ayuk is right now. So the Warriors already, the Warriors are going to have to make that decision this year. Are they re-signing Kuminga long-term, or are they going to let him play out his 5th-year option? But it's easy to say, let him play it out. But do you want a guy who you think is part of the young core
and future?
Young core, not under contract.
We got breaking news, Donnie. Go ahead.
Here we go.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, we've become kind of wondering about the big NFC moves. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta 4 years. This just in from Adam Schefter of ESPN. Former Giants running back Saquon Barkley has reached an agreement with the Philadelphia Eagles on a 3-year deal that guarantees him $26 million, 37 3/3 for 3 years in Philly.
I don't know why I'm down on Barkley. Maybe it's the injury, Stoney, but Evan, that doesn't scare me. Like Philly with him, I know they had Swift and whatnot, and they've always kind of had a back, but maybe I'm down on Saquon Barkley, Stoney.
Swift's gone to the Bears.
Oh, Chicago.
So
Bears.
That's who they'll replace him with. So you're telling me that the guarantee for Barkley is essentially $9 million a year because he got 3 and 26 was guaranteed.
Yes, but it could be worth up to as much as 46.
Man. All right. Cue up the Goose lament about the running back being undervalued. Go ahead. I got some research to do. I'm going to do some taxes.
No,
you go ahead.
No, I'm just, all right. I don't know why that doesn't scare me. If I'm an NFC team fan of Barkley being in Philly. Now, could he help? And is he a home run hitter? Yes, he is, or he was. I don't know what it is. Don't know what happened in New York, Stoney, but the Eagles they had another running back. So we'll see how that works. But Philly, man, just think about what they're doing with their defense or what they're not doing, trying to revamp it. And just last year at this time, they were in the Niners' way. And we'll see if they can get their act together. But good for Barkley. You got your money.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday morning in the Bay. Legal tampering's begun in the NFL, and there's already a ton of movement. Let me try to summarize at least a little bit of it. Kirk Cousins is signing with the Atlanta Falcons. Saquon Barkley is going to the Eagles. Josh Jacobs, running back of the Vegas Raiders, is going to the Green Bay Packers.
Wow.
The Raiders have signed defensive tackle Wilkins. What's his first name? Christian. I always think of Gabe.
From Miami. That's big.
So what else is out there off the top of your head?
Tony Pollard, if they count, went to Tennessee. T. Higgins has requested a trade to Cincinnati.
That's my guy.
Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh.
Oh, my God, I'm happy for him. No, seriously, man, 22-8 last year. The dude played. Hell with you, Sean Payton.
You know me, Goo. And I know what the numbers said. He's done.
Oh, see that.
No, he's not?
No.
Let me guess, he's in his prime. He's never played better.
No, I'm just saying he's on a redemption tour. I feel like that kind of happened, last year in Denver. But Mike Tomlin, those weapons, they got weapons. What about my tweet last night, Stoney? I just want to, if I can get to Mars, I'll go. I just tweeted Russell Wilson might be, if he wins the Super Bowl, it'll be the first black head coach combo and quarterback to win it. And people just didn't like it, man.
Is that true?
Yeah. And it's never happened, but people they didn't like me just pointing that out. Yeah.
They got to stay strong in these moments.
Dude, I just got off of it. Watch Oppenheimer again.
I got to see that.
One show in a year.
Watch no Oscars. Of the year. I watched no Oscars.
Not one at all?
No, I watched the Kings play the Houston Rockets.
Your boy Sangoon got hurt. I don't know. They haven't said what it is, but it looked like.
Let me tell you something about the Rockets. Play hard.
They're 4.5 back of.
That's a lot.
Okay.
But still, don't let Shengun be out for 3 games. Now, Warriors are pretty much locked into.
Well, nobody wants that because it's Calipari. It is one and done. And get this, on the road. Now, when I say that, Steiny, I just thought maybe that might be a good thing for the Warriors on the road because the chase record is not it this year, and I don't have the answer.
You know what I have written down under the Warriors today? And it was, we all were feeling pretty good
man.
After Milwaukee, but now they've lost to, Chicago in a way. Okay, I get it. And now you're playing without Steph. You're at home.
Yeah.
No.
To the Spurs without their two best players, Vassell and Wemby.
And here's what I was thinking. And no malice, but we've talked about the Warriors the last couple years, and we just say they're champions. Just
in 2022.
2 years, yeah. Okay. You want to use that now? Champions don't go out like this. I'm sorry, they don't. I get you're missing Steph Curry, but you're in 10th place. You got to win some games.
Yeah, I hear that.
And you still got Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney. Moody was on the championship team. It's like you can't go out this way. There's just no way. You can't.
Wow. And
you can't finish 10th and get beat by the Lakers or somebody.
Well, big changes are coming then, Steiny, and that's why you said, and I haven't given up, but that's where I'm at, man. It is clear, crystal clear to me. They need another stud alone. Steph Curry needs another stud alongside of him. And we've had an audition all year long, and nobody's taking the mantle.
You know what? As far as I'm concerned, look.
Well, Joe told Tim Kawakami that. Those words came out of his mouth.
But here's the thing.
He said big changes.
No, but here's the thing. Forget that. Well, Thursday, we were talking about this team making a run. It's like, you don't get to just say, now we're going to go get a big boy. You know what? No, you're not. How? I ain't talking about getting a big boy right now. First of all, there's no mechanism to get a big boy. Oh, we'll trade Wiggins for Jan. Get it, beat
Well,
it.
you still got a season to finish.
Exactly. Right? So I'm not talking about a big boy. There are no big boys. The roster's the roster.
Well, then why'd they lose in the fashion they did to the lowly Spurs without their two best players Saturday?
Well, I think because they're starting to pay a little bit of the price for being young this time of the season. And then two, to me, it looked like Draymond, Wiggins, Klay to a lesser extent. Looney didn't play. I get that, but
there was no energy.
Thank you. I mean, around on the table is Draymond just struggles when he's not playing alongside Steph.
I didn't even. Wow, man. I mean, he just even put that together. I didn't.
He's just not as
effective.
Just doesn't care as much.
We can't say that.
Okay. What would you say?
Not as effective.
His energy meter goes down when he's not playing with Steph. Yeah. It just does.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Unfortunately, as a lot of players do, their effectiveness goes down when Steph's not on the floor. So now you're getting a less effective Draymond and a Draymond who is less of a killer.
Now Klay stepped up. I mean, he
made shots, made some shots. But 888-957-9570. We're going to leave the second part of the show up to you guys. We can go in any direction you want. We got legal tampering in the NFL beginning, NFL free agency starting.
By the way, Steiny, Kirk Cousins' details are out.
Oh, give it to me, baby.
$180 million total, 100 guaranteed.
That's it? What a bargain in Atlanta.
45 a year.
Took less.
He also got a $50 million signing bonus.
That's so 115. God.
So it's included, but this year he'll make $90 million.
That's just wow.
Who's going to say it first?
What?
Everybody's getting better in the NFC except the 49ers.
Well, they've not lost.
Over yet. No, but right now they're losing.
I thought you were going to say Brock Purdy's price tag is going up.
Well, we know that.
Well, it can also go down. And that would be a nightmare on Niner Street.
Kirk Cousins only played 8 games this year. He's going to be 36 next season. He just got 45 a year.
Fresh as a daisy.
That man.
I'll tell you what, Atlanta's going to be getting like the Steph Curry from the 2022 playoffs after he missed the last 13 games.
I don't know what their attendance is like because I think the ATL comes out and supports them, but I would think season tickets go through the roof. But now you got a legitimate quarterback back there, and you got Robinson from Texas, the running backs, Donnie. You got some receivers. You got a tight end. Good God.
This has to strike fear in 49er
it's not their
fans.
division. I mean, Minnesota, he would have still been in the NFC.
No, but the 49ers, they don't, the division's a wrap. They've got to worry about the whole NFC.
Well,
That's how good they
Jacobs
are.
Going,
the whole NFC's coming for the Niners.
Well, Green Bay getting Jacobs.
By the way, the Rams signed 2 offensive linemen, or will soon. There was one Keaton Jackson over the weekend, and then Jonah Jackson right now with Detroit.
JJ? They got JJ?
Please tell us about him, Steiny.
Yeah, to protect
Stafford. He's a beast. Yes,
Can
but
you guys guess with this new contract, so holding $100 million guaranteed, the career earnings of one Kirk Cousins?
This is phenomenal.
He's up to 300
How
now.
many? What year are we in for him?
270.
He came into the league in 2012.
His 11th straight season with guaranteed dollars. Fully.
Oh, hold on, then.
Good God, I'm the guru computer.
You're on the right track,
I'll
Steiny.
stick with 3.
Okay.
I'll stick with 3.
I'm going to go 370. I'm blowing
that.
past 370s, Spadoni.
Split the difference. $330 million now Kirk Cousins has made in his career.
Worth every dime.
Stop!
Never cheated the system.
You could feed a country.
One of the best professionals that we've known in the last 15 years.
And the Falcons got the 8th pick in the draft. Oh, I'm just saying, oh boy. Kirk Cousins had the 8th pick in the draft.
Let's go no in San Francisco.
No.
What's going on? No.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, welcome to spring. It's a beautiful day.
Thank you.
So, listen, I just want us not to get apoplectic about the Warriors' loss against the Spurs.
All right.
I know it was ugly. But here's the thing, is Coach Popovich, he's a bad dude. He is not somebody you want to come up against when you're operating from a disadvantage. He jammed us up with some zone, and then he had these guys ready to shoot threes on driving kicks. Champagne hit like 10 threes or something. That's not going to happen again tonight. I got the Warriors tonight.
Well, you should have the Warriors, because I hear you, caller, but they had won 9 measly games. And to call us and say you expect them to win in San Antonio, I get that, but I'm just assuming the win to where guys, and you can tell me if you care, I'm not even going to feel better if they win tonight come tomorrow after what happened Saturday and Thursday.
I would. If they lose tonight, then they've really got a hard look at 10.
Oh, okay.
Well, if they win tonight,
that's kind of happening now.
If they win tonight, look who they play. Dallas and then the Lakers.
And we don't know if let's just say Curry's not available and you drop
see what
those
I'm talking
two.
about?
And you drop those 2.
We can't
then
quit.
You're going to be 10th.
This is what I kind of...
We're talking 6 here.
I can't... Well, okay. Why did that evaporate?
Well, the injury, for one.
Okay, well, what if he comes back Wednesday?
What if he does it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they're in a little more trouble. Bottom line is you go to San Antonio, you win tonight, get good news on Curry, you go play Dallas and L.A. on the road at full strength. You can't quit avoiding these teams. If you want to climb in the standings, right now is their best time, best opportunity to climb in the standings. Unfortunately, Steph's out. How will he be back on? Will he be back on Wednesday? But if he's back on Wednesday, then guess what? You're playing both those teams at full strength. Go beat them both and look at where you are after those 2. I'll bet it'll be 9th or 8th. Season's not over for the Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. A lot of NFL news coming in. We'll recap it on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Niners, there's stuff going on around them, but nothing has been linked to them officially. Again, we'll recap it all on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, you can download the Odyssey app anytime you want and listen to Steiny and Goo. Plus, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was also sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
Pacific Coast Termite. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800.
there is a part of me that will never die.
I know everything. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. Good afternoon, everybody. A lot going on.
Would.
First day of legal tampering in the NFL. Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta. Russell Wilson going to Pittsburgh. Let's see, Christian Wilkins going to the Raiders. Josh Jacobs going to the Packers. Tight end from Seattle going to the Rams. Parkinson.
Armstead requested
won't be a 49er anymore. Trying to think what else. Pollard, your guy, is going to the Raiders.
Where does Henry end up? Raiders,
Derrick
Dallas?
Henry.
Not in Philly.
Saquon Barkley
my guy.
going to Philly.
Good call.
Trying to think what else.
Somebody coming to the Niners.
Daniil Hunter. Put it in the cap.
If you hit that one out to...
Listen, somebody said, Steiny, Niners need to draft a quarterback in 2024. Oh, they will. They're going to draft a quarterback.
They're bringing back Brandon Allen. We do know that.
We know that. We know that. They need...
Darnold's out of here,
They need... One of the things that motivates Purdy are footsteps. So Brandon Allen coming back for the 49ers. 49ers are going to draft a quarterback, absolutely, and they will... they're going to sign Hunter, take that to the bank, and they will... they're going to re-sign Ayuk this offseason.
Think it gets done. Huh?
Those are my 3 49er take it to the banks. And then they'll sign some offensive linemen that we've never heard of. Tony in Walnut Creek. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
I disagree that they're going to draft a quarterback, though.
Oh, really?
They should. Yeah, they should. They should beef up their line. That entire Super Bowl goes different if you focus on right tackle. I mean, that was inches away from a win.
Again.
I don't get why everyone's turning it around on Mahomes is this and that, but that right tackle, when he let that go by, that was the Super Bowl. That was everything, and no one's really talking about it. I mean, you guys talk about it, and real football fans talk about it, but your run-of-the-mill NFL fan doesn't understand what O-line and D-line play is. When I was young, my dad said, you don't have to look at the scoreboard. You just watch which way the line's getting pushed. Watch 2 or 3 series, and that's the team that's usually winning the game. And the Dolphins took a huge hit today. They lost Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
And he was the real reason the Dolphins were good. Anytime they needed something to happen, he was that penetration nose tackle. They had him sometimes at end, but they had him at D tackle, and he was a problem every time. And he was a personality, and you watch, the Dolphins are going to fall off hard.
Appreciate the call, Tony.
Yeah, I don't want to make it worse for Tony, Steiny, or any 49er fan out there. You could tell me Goo quit living in the past, but I felt his pain. Steiny, one can make an argument the last 2 Super Bowl losses to the Chiefs, the O-line caved in at the most inopportune times.
Couldn't you make a case that the O-line and the D-line both were average when it counted most? But they've got all those, they've got a lot of money, they had a lot of money wrapped up in the D-line.
Yeah, that's, man. So now they just had a departure.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Fred Warner's agreed to renegotiate his deal. So there's a lot of news trickling out in the NFL right now. We'll keep you up to date on all of it. And especially if the 49ers do something, we'll talk about that. We can talk about that. But anything surprised you so far, Gil?
Yeah, the Raiders saying bye to Josh Jacobs. And again, Spadoni mentioned the young running back's name who's going to take over the helm, but that dude's workload, that's the definition. Sorry, Marshawn Lynch, I know you're retired, but he is a beast. So for Green Bay to get that physicality to go along with what they already have in the upstart, that surprises me. And Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, Steiny, that does surprise me as well. So, I mean, Atlanta almost got to the playoffs, almost doesn't count, but you wonder now with this professional quarterback at the helm, what Mr. Morris does at his new location.
You want the 49ers to go after Joey Bosa?
They need some type of help, but I don't know what that would cost. But again, the only thing that would detour me away from him is Steiny. He just can't stay on the damn field. And do you need that? So at what cost could you get Bosa here? What a Khalil Mack's out there. He might be released.
Yeah, I heard Mike Florio talking earlier with the Morning Roast. He thinks one of those guys will be out of San Diego.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
We keep talking about Ayuk. We keep talking about Debo, and rightfully so. Do the Niners need somebody that could take the top off of defense? Like, would you be shocked if maybe not a star, but they did something and brought in a wide receiver?
So this is the part that I can't figure out. Are you and I mean this.
Yeah.
So you're telling me, I don't see it.
Oh, I totally.
You have have more offense than most other teams, and now you really telling me you need a guy that can run straight down the field?
Well, you don't have you do it your way, Frank Sinatra, but Steiny, they don't have a little bit of everything.
They have everything.
They don't do that. They don't technically stretch the field.
But this is
like
okay.
that. So it would be new.
But this is where. Well, why did we say this was the most potent? We were calling this offense at times this year more potent than the Joe Montana offense.
And maybe the O-line didn't hold up, so maybe it still is that.
Well, then
it didn't perform like that on the biggest stage.
Okay, so like
all throughout the playoffs.
They've got McCaffrey, they've got Kittle, they've got Ayuk, they've got Debo Samuel. And now they need another wide receiver who can do something different.
Or maybe they don't. Maybe they need some interior help to allow Brock Purdy to sit back there longer in those plays to develop. I don't know.
How many all-pros do you need at every single position?
Well, how many all-pros did you actually have?
Like 9.
No, well,
they set a record, I thought.
Well, that's collectively, but I'm talking about Debo and Ayuk didn't make it.
But my point is we cavalierly and casually throw out all year. Well, Purdy's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Trent Williams is the best offensive lineman in the NFL. McCaffrey's the best running back in the NFL. Kittle's either the best tight end in the league or top 3. Ayuk, one of the best young receivers in the league. Fred Warner, he's the best middle linebacker in the league. Nick Bosa, he's the best defensive lineman in the NFL. Dre Greenlaw, he's the most underrated. But okay, well, now it's the offseason and everybody's got shortcomings, and now they need a deep threat. Well,
I'm not saying they need one. I was asking because everything you just mentioned was good enough, Steiny, to get them to the Super Bowl again. But that offense that we watched all throughout the playoffs didn't look like it was high octane. And I'm just trying to figure out, I'm asking you why.
Because they played really good teams in the postseason, and they did not elevate their play. That's the way I look at it.
So you don't think the O-line was left a lot to be desired to where it's apparent that they need some help?
I think everybody in the postseason was okay. They were all pretty good, but that shouldn't be good enough to win you a Super Bowl, and it wasn't.
And with all that, they still had a lead too.
Tony in Walnut. Oh, we have Tony. Let's go to Al in Pacifica. What's going on, Al? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Hey,
Dynamite.
Hey, to Gru's point, man, he's asking about another receiver that can take the top off the defense. I think for the last 2 years, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but the Niners have been almost chasing perfection instead of getting it done with the team they have and understanding they have a great team. It's crazy. Every time we lose, we're like, oh, we could have used another defensive end, or we could have used another fullback or a running back or a good quarterback. Like, we have a great team. We need to stop making excuses and get it done. And stop asking for, how can we add to this potent offense, to this potent defense?
So what do you think it is?
We really have the best and most talented.
Why do you think they're not getting it done?
They're not getting it done because they're not ready for the challenge, man. Like, every team that they play, that's the Super Bowl for that team. And every team they play wakes up and comes in every day ready to face the Niners and wanting to beat down the Niners. And then we are also traumatized from the last Super Bowl that we had. Like, we can't shake that. We can't, take that monkey off our back. It's a disappointing loss. And every time we get to the higher stage and we get higher up and higher up, we start thinking about those disappointing losses, and it gets in their heads. And I feel like they have a really great team, but they just got to get out of their own heads and stop making excuses about, we should have had this player, or we could get this player, or add this more player. We have a great, talented team, man. It's just Stop making excuses. Like, get it done or blow it up.
Appreciate the call. I was going to ask Alan Pacifica.
He didn't mention coaching at all. Go ahead.
And if you ask that question, and then, look, they're going to make some moves in free agency, but let's just take it. Let's pretend it were 4 days ago. The 49ers right now have enough to get it done. Do they right now have enough to get it done? Win a Super Bowl? I would say yeah.
And I would too.
But they've proven, they've gotten beaten 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years, but they've been to 4 NFC championships in 5 years, right? They've been to 2 Super Bowls. So, yeah, I think they're good enough. So is it a case of breaking through, or do you try? Obviously, you try to get better, but I'm kind of with you, Goo. It's like, okay, do they need a guy who can take the top off down the field? Yeah. Well, that don't mean anything. If your offensive, I can't imagine Purdy play action, looks right, looks left, has enough time. Oh, now there's a guy wide open 50 yards down the field. Like their offensive line kind of isn't designed for that in a way.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're asking him to do it or not, but I mean, how many bombs did the Niners throw?
Not many. And the one that we saw in the playoffs was an interception, and Ayuk made a great play. But we got your favorite sheet super chats.
Okay.
First NorCal Credit Union chat, and this is where I want to go here with you. $5. Eventually, you got to stop looking at the ingredients and start looking at the chef. And the only thing I can say about Kyle Shanahan is I don't believe if his players knew the rules or didn't know the rule, that to me that didn't have any anything to do with the outcome of the game. But as far as you hired Wilkes, you knew what his inexperience was and what his experience was. So yeah, I understand, Stoney, it didn't work out, but why even hire him? Why even put him in that position? So that's all I can say about Kyle. So it looks like, your favorite sheet was basically pointing at Kyle, but that whole situation that happened with Wilkes, all I could say is, Kyle, nobody else hired him but you, so you should have had the wherewithal to know this might not be a good fit. And now here comes Wilkinson and what's our guy from Evans guy now is the assistant head coach or whatever his job duties are, Staley.
I mean, I understand okay, eventually you got to stop looking at the ingredients and start looking at the chef. Well, chef's not going anywhere.
Well,
you just hired, this guy's supposed to be a 5-star chef, period. You've kept him around. He's been here for 7 years. He's going to be around here for at least 3 more. So, we can talk about Kyle Shanahan, but the reality is we got a restaurant and he's the chef.
Well, what if somebody tells you everything was cooked good, it just wasn't warm enough?
I don't know what that means.
Well, you have the pieces. Forget me saying they need a deep threat.
Well, all I'm saying is we're going to talk about, should they re-sign Ayuk? Armstead's leaving. Are they going to sign Daniil Hunter? Deebo Samuel, they're going to have to make a decision. Those are the things that are tangible that we can talk about. What's there to talk about with Kyle Shanahan? He's not being replaced. He's not changing his philosophy. He just changed out the defensive coordinator. Okay. Dynamite. But the conversation with Kyle Shanahan's not going anywhere anymore, and it's only going to get louder. And I heard Shasky and Bonte talking about this, and they're true. Next year happens, or this year starts. 49ers get off to a 3-0 start. Great. Oh, 49ers are 6-1.
Yeah, great. That's what happened.
49ers are 9-3. Uh-oh.
I missed
We've
that
lost
part.
2 out of 5.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Doesn't matter.
I hear you, man. I hear that.
I mean, how the hell are 49er fans going to get through the regular season next year if they're pretty good again?
And that's why you always come at me sometimes, Stoney, about being a fan. That's just part of it. Nothing's going to be until you're telling me we got to start the movie all over. No, fast forward the part I haven't seen, the ending. But that's what it is, and that's what you set up when you get so damn close. Now, everybody's just going to expect to get there, and that's why I keep saying that's the dangerous part.
They should.
With injury.
Is anybody right now, assuming health, anybody better than the Niners right now in the NFC? That could say, has anything happened yet that's changed the balance of the power in the NFC? Are the Packers now better?
I think they could be. I think the Rams, with health and these 2 new additions Evan mentioned in regard to their offensive line, they could be a problem. Dallas, we don't know. I don't know what to make of Philly, Atlanta.
Philly's not going to have a good year. You've heard it here first. Put in the cap.
Yeah.
They're going 10-7.
We also thought that Philly was set up to be pretty successful this past season.
Good point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, just because you sit pat and you have your same roster doesn't mean you're going to be the same team.
In fairness, they did start 10-1.
I was just going
before
there.
It all fell apart.
Yeah. But it still fell apart. But they got to. Yeah.
I mean, I could actually see a scenario.
Oh, Detroit. We didn't mention the Lions.
When people say what happened to the Eagles, what if what happened to the Eagles is they had a great year. They had a quarterback who was an MVP. He won the MVP, didn't he? Hurts MVP candidate. They had an incredible run. They got beat in the Super Bowl. They came back all wound up. They had an unbelievably tough schedule. They started at 10-1, and it's just like they didn't have anything else. They just didn't have it.
Well, defensively, Steiny, they got problems. That wasn't. I hear you. They got issues. Now they got time to fix it. But good God, those are issues. Some of the way that defense looked at last year.
Well, some of the issues may come from having played a 17-game season, 3 playoffs, then 11 games really hard, and you wear down. Guess what? You can't stay in the NFL. Maybe you can't stay on top of your game for 3 years in a row unless you got a guy like Mahomes.
Well, the Niners have done it with 2 quarterbacks.
Has the personnel been the same, or have they changed it up a little bit? How many guys were on both Super Bowl teams? Just
a majority of the offense. Trent Williams,
not Garoppolo,
okay,
not McCaffrey.
Kittle.
Trent wasn't on the first team, but I want to say there's like probably 6 guys.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a lot to be on the same team for 5 seasons in the NFL. Doesn't happen often.
Okay. To me, it feels a little bit different. All I'm saying is, like, the NFL is not like the NBA, where you get a good core like the Warriors and you can let it ride for 8 years. You can't do that in the NFL. Guys just break down faster, and they're more apt to not have as great a year as a basketball player because of injuries.
Cox retired. I mean, not that he was Reggie White, but you know.
Jimmy's in San Francisco. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
All right, you, Stanley?
Doing well.
All right, well, I'm going to give you a logical reason why the Niners can't get over the hump, and my reason why they can't get over the hump. Well, logically, I'm waiting for the draft. Well, they need to go ahead and enter this draft or into this free agency trying to beef up the O-line. That's first things first. Beef up that O-line. Next thing is, you got it. We're cursed, bro. We win 5 in San Francisco, then we go 50 miles down the road and lose 3 in a row. We're cursed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a joke.
Well, it's just piggybacking on.
I'm gonna say that's a joke.
When Niners used to go.
Yeah.
I told Sal Castaneda this. They used to win.
Right. 30 years ago.
Right.
That's so relevant today. Yeah, the 49ers are cursed. They've been to 4 out of the last 5 NFC championship games. Boy, they're cursed.
But imagine had they won all 3.
But they have.
How many rings do you have?
So would you rather be a 500 team?
No,
of course not.
I didn't even bring 500 into this.
Right. But
I'm just I can still look at it.
Do you think the 49ers have been
would have
cursed?
cashed in on the 3 Super Bowls?
Are they cursed? The Niners?
Like, I could see a fan saying that. Okay. Now, when you say cursed, that
talk to a Lions fan
or a Dallas fan.
Jesus.
When you say cursed, yeah. There's a whole hell of a lot of winning they've done, Stoney, and you just kind of want to cap it off with a championship.
Yeah, well, not everybody can make it look as easy as the Giants
are coming.
The Golden State Warriors. It's that simple.
And the Patriots.
You're not sitting with Durant at quarterback and Curry at running back and Klay Thompson at wide receiver. I don't know what that means, but my point is can't expect Super Bowls.
Well, you better replace Armstead, however you try to do it, the draft or free agency.
Of course they're going to replace Armstead.
All right.
Kevin's in San Francisco. What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm back. You know, I this thing about the Super Bowl is really driving me nuts. You know, we had a great year. We had a bunch of guys had over 1,000 yards. But you guys ain't satisfied because we ain't won the Super Bowl. You ain't satisfied that we were winning the Super Bowl 3/4 of the time. And the only reason we lost, it wasn't the offense, even though they weren't playing as their best game. It was the defense. So I don't understand what it's like. You guys remind me of when they asked the guy from Milwaukee when they lost in the playoffs, did he have a losing season? Did he have a bad year? Did he have a losing year? Was he upset? We had a great year. Let it go, guys. We're being competitive. We're always there. We're excited to be watched. You got to always have that Super Bowl. You keep putting it out there like it's the main thing. We're playing hard. We're playing hurt. We're getting there. We're exciting.
But with all due respect, let me just jump in here. I love what you're saying, but with all due respect, this ain't Cub Scouts. And everything you're saying has some validity, man. And what Giannis, the word he used was failure. There are people, fans, bleeding in the street because this team keeps teasing them, and they're not getting it done. So I don't know why you're sitting here calling us, telling us like we're wrong or aliens for just watching the team get close and not get it done. This is what the business is about. When is Kyle going to win a chip? They've been close. Nothing wrong with that.
Not about getting close. They were there. Be satisfied that we are able to be there to get the chance to win it.
Right.
Okay. What they gonna do? You gotta let that go about it. They gotta always be competitive. Buffalo Bills did it for 4 years. Does that take respect off of them? Come on, guys.
Come on, Guy.
And why was he placing that at my doorstep?
Well, I think when it comes to you,
partner?
I think
everybody's happy.
I think when it comes to you and I,
Rick James,
I think we look at the 49ers completely different.
Or sports.
Exactly. I'm with Kevin.
Yeah. You're right Kevin. There in the car with him. The ride also counts.
It does count.
But
it absolutely counts.
Yeah. But you got to graduate, Stoney.
What he's talking about is when Giannis lost in the playoffs last year and the writer said,
Is it a failure?
Is it a failure? What are you supposed to say to that if you're an NBA player and you've had a pretty good year, you just got beat by a team?
What would Bird answer that? How would Kobe or Mike? Like the winners or the killers, I think would be like, yeah, it's a failure. See you later.
I don't know. I don't know how they would answer.
But that guy was like, hey, we had a good season. I took the family to the game. We had popcorn and licorice. And we got to see Cousin Grammy on the way home. And we went to get ice cream. People want to win a chip.
Right.
So don't make people.
Not everybody gets to.
Don't judge people for, hey, people got tough lives.
Right.
This is their escape. Right. If they just want their, you know how many Buffalo Bills fans, even though that was a great run, they'll never get over getting that close and not winning. I don't judge either way.
Yeah, no,
but don't make people into monsters because this is what they do when they want to see a chip in a parade.
No, I'm not making anybody into monsters.
Well, no,
but they're mostly unrealistic fans. They just are. Nobody's entitled to a championship. Nobody earns a championship. I hope you don't think
I'd think that because you're right. You got to earn it.
No, but you have a tendency. You have a tendency to think that a guy like what's his name, Kevin?
Yeah.
You have a tendency to paint a guy like Kevin as, oh, he's fine with everything. And kumbaya, and you just had some really good one-liners to Kevin. Cub Scouts.
Yeah.
Well,
because he was yelling on the
He can be frustrated as much as anybody, but also acknowledge it's not easy to win a Super Bowl.
But keep that to the team then, Kev. Don't call here because he was calling out the people that are on the other side of the street.
We're allowed to do that.
He was like Mark Jackson in L.A. preaching the Bible on the corner with the bullhorn. Like, dude, do that inside the lab. So, Kevin, my only thing and why that set me off is he came at the other side of the people that won a championship.
Well, you come at them.
How you're fulfilled is how you're fulfilled. You can't judge the next person if they feel like it's failure.
No, but it's a sports talk radio show, and if he thinks that for the most part fans think they're entitled, and we haven't broken through, and we're hoed, we're cursed.
I don't get the entitlement.
We're cursed.
You got to earn that.
We're cursed. I mean. We're cursed.
Well, you know what that is.
Do you even watch sports? Do you have any sense of history? Do you have any sense of what a curse really means for teams?
What if that's caller's answer was no, and he's like, we've lost 3 Super Bowls.
That's what's happened. Lost 2 in the last 5 years. Like, honest to goodness, I look at the 49ers in the last 5 years, and my first thought is, man, they just haven't broken through. That's it. In that tone of voice, they haven't broken through. I don't think it's some incredible injustice. I don't think it's time to make sweeping characterizations of Kyle Shanahan and he can't do it. I don't think it's time to say, well, there's something fundamentally wrong here. I'm just like, you know what? It takes a lot to win a Super Bowl. 1 out of 32 teams gets to do it every year. And you know what? Only 3 teams have gotten to do it the last 5 years. You haven't been one of them. Doesn't sound like you're cursed. Sounds like you're like 1 out of every 28 teams in the league that's looking to break through. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. The legal tampering period has begun. Let's do Call of the Game. It's time for it, and it's sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Free throw no good. Pajewski hustles in. Rebound. Jackson Davis goes in. Changes the shot and banked it in low left. He wanted to slam it, but changed it midair. That was kind of like Kobe Bryant there.
That was Tim Roy on the call the other night. The Golden State Warriors. They're back in action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. Don't go anywhere. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, that's right. Comcast text line and YouTube chat. I do know what a curse is on 95.7 The Game.
And we went to get ice cream.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway.
got nobody.
That's stupid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Just did a little impromptu research.
I know everything.
So do I, Steph.
When's he coming back?
I know everything.
You guys, you fans out there, you just don't know how good you have it. You just don't. Little quick research. There's only one team in NFL history, one team in the history of the National Football League that's been in as many Super Bowls as the Niners that has a better winning percentage in those games. The Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 6-2 in the Super Bowl. There's no other team in the NFL that's been to as many Super Bowls as the 49ers and has a better winning percentage in those games. Patriots are 6-5 in the Super Bowl. Just saying.
What would you say to the people
Dallas.
who said, "Hey, Steiny,
Dallas
I wasn't
is 5-3
alive when my team won a Super Bowl last."
Well, neither were Dallas fans.
Okay, but what does that do?
What I'm saying is,
does that make you
stop
feel
saying
good?
the second most successful team in the history of the NFL is cursed, or there's bad luck, or they can't get it done, or we're owed something. That's all.
But wouldn't that be like, hey,
I'm just saying,
you know, you live in Rome. Be grateful for what the Roman Empire used to be.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think so. I think you should
But everybody doesn't have that mechanism that you possess.
But you know what? Guys like Kevin do. And those are the guys whose side I'm on. Big picture, people. Always try to play the long game. It's one of the things that I try to do in life. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers. Legal tampering's begun in the NFL.
Man.
And you know what, Evan? Why don't we just compile the 8 to 12 moves that are big. If you can do it now, you can do it now. Otherwise, I'll just take a call and then we'll come back and kind of update everybody on the player movement so far. How do you want to do it?
Well, the biggest one would be Kirk Cousins moving for 4 for 180 to the Falcons.
All right.
I think Saquon Barkley going to Philly is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson was over the weekend, but he is moving to Pittsburgh. Christian Wilkins was the biggest defensive contract. I think that was handed out. He'll be moving to Las Vegas. Josh Jacobs moves from Las Vegas to Green Bay. Subsequently, Green Bay did release. That's one we didn't get on the air. Released Aaron Jones, the running back who tore Guru's Cowboys up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And
they're cursed.
Yeah.
They're cursed with that bad defensive line.
Well, Steiner, you know the joke among Niner Nation is the Kaepernick curse. It hasn't been all good, but it has, if you look at it through your prism and the guy they called, there you have one.
I guess what I should just come out and say is I don't believe in curses at all. I don't believe in opening an umbrella indoors is bad luck.
If you look at my bank statement over the last few years, you might be like Guy's curse.
Oh, every ladder I see.
The money curse.
Every ladder I see, I'll walk under.
Black cat.
What's that?
Black cat.
I don't care. I'll embrace a black cat. Yeah, I don't move that. Let's go to Delmore. Delmore's in Oakland. Hey, Delmore, how you doing, buddy?
Hey. So I just think, I always thought that winning isn't everything. It's the only thing was already insane. Because as Kevin pointed out, there are other pleasures of being a sports fan, like your team is competitive. They got exciting players. Every week you go out there, you're excited what's going to happen, right? But now it's gotten to the point of if you don't win a championship, all of this, goes away. And as someone, I'm a Raiders fan, and I had to watch the Chiefs and the Niners, my least favorite teams, play each other in Super Bowl at my friend's house. Believe me, I'd rather been a fan of somebody who was on the field. So,
I get that.
I agree with you, Steiny.
I get that.
Appreciate the call. Well, here's the way I look at it. And okay, so the Niners, they go to the Super Bowl last year. And maybe it's different because the Warriors have won it already. But what are some of the greatest moments of the Warriors dynasty? Well, let's just go to last year. Curry's 50-point game. Well, they didn't win it. They lost the round after. If we lost all the moments of guys in games where it wasn't for the Super Bowl or the NBA final, Curry's bang game in Oklahoma City, was that the year they didn't win it? Was that the 73 win year? Bang, the Mike Breen in Oklahoma City?
Yeah, OKC had him down. Yeah.
I mean,
the 24-0 start.
Exactly. Like, but I'm not saying you should. Hey,
You don't
great,
have
we
to.
lost in
We're
the
all
Super Bowl.
different.
Woo! But like, you can't. You want to give up all the great moments during years where you didn't win it? Like there'd be like 5 Michael Jordan total highlights.
But you know what, partner? I think you're selling people short. In even the caller in that last one, if you really believe that the people that are saying it like me as championship or bust, forget those moments. Just look what's happening today and why football is king. It's all hope. Teams are enhancing. They're making decisions, all predicated on hoping to get to that stage, Stoney, that the Chiefs have done the last 2 years, and that's hoist up the Lombardi Trophy.
How many 49er fans? How many teams would you rather be a fan of? The Chiefs. Fair. Then who won it the year before the Chiefs? Who beat them?
No, Tampa
Who
Bay.
were the last
Tom Brady.
Tampa Bay, the Chiefs, and then what was the other team that won it?
The Chiefs.
I'm talking about the last 5. So the Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won 3 of 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's another team in there that won.
The Rams. The Rams won the Super Bowl.
It was the Rams. It was the Rams.
Yep.
I mean, I'd rather still be a 49er fan than a Ram fan in terms of where we're at now, where the team's history is.
But fan is short. You're right. For fanatic, but how many people are going to sip that drink?
So I'm here to give you a little perspective.
I got you. Now, will it work? You're prescribing the meds. Will the patients take it? They'll probably throw it out, But I hear what you're saying.
They don't have to take it. They don't have to take it. I get frustration. That I get. And, maybe we don't get back this year. And maybe this is it. I get all those things. But what I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, there's only one other team or 2 other teams in the last 5 years that have had more success than you. So I'm just putting it in perspective. Anthony, and you know what? You should be pretty good again this year. Anthony in Richmond. What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
Hey.
Good afternoon, fellas. What's up, Guru? So I understand both perspectives, honestly, but I think it's easier for some fans to say, I enjoyed the ride and this, that, and the third. But players don't think like that. Players think, we got all the way to the dance, we should have went away with a Super Bowl. Just like when you get to the finals, you want to win. So I think as fans, it's more acceptable for us to be willing to say, you know what, we didn't win it all, but I enjoyed it, and we enjoy those moments. But players, it's all about rings. So I hear both of you guys. But I also want to say this about the 49ers. The reason why they lost the last 2 Super Bowls that they were in is because of quarterback play. And it's because of the premium players making premium plays. And I don't give a damn what nobody says. Brock Purdy is pretty darn good, but he ain't no flipping Patrick Mahomes. And when you got Patrick Mahomes on the sideline and you got a tight end like Travis Kelce who have a winning mentality, they were not at all thinking about the third possession and all that kind of stuff. And we can go back and say, well, if they would have got a third possession, Kyle Shanahan would have been a genius. But at the end of the day, in their mind, they were going down to win. And even if the Niners score and KC scored, they would have went for a 2-point conversion. It's the mentality of the coach and it's the mentality of the team. But at the end of the day, we lost because they had Pat Mahomes and we had Brock Purdy, and Patrick Mahomes just did a little bit more and he stayed calm. And they had Jones, with Jones, a premium player, making premium plays, and our premium players did not make premium plays, and that's the truth. And that was this Super Bowl, and that was the last one we lost against the Chiefs. At the end of the day, our premium players did not make the plays that theirs did.
Love you, Anthony.
Thanks, Ant. Appreciate the call.
I disagree with them, Stoney. I don't give out any participation trophies, but Brock Purdy was at the bottom of my list of why that team lost the game. And to his point about Mahomes, he took it. You're right, but the Niners left him around for him to take it. But I don't look at that game like Garoppolo in the overthrow and say, he lost it. The one pass he had to make,
he didn't win it.
He had a millisecond. Well,
he didn't win it.
I give you that.
None of them were good enough. You did say something that I'm
got me on that.
You did say something that I kind of disagree with, but I'm not saying you're wrong. And it's the one where you're like, I don't blame Kyle I don't give Kyle any responsibility for not knowing the overtime rule. Did that lose the game for him? No. It didn't help. It didn't help.
But
listen, but
other people feel different about that.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying he should be fired. Yeah. But don't and I'm willing to. I'm not going to blame it on Kyle because it's a coin flip after all. But once I saw the way Kansas City came off that field and how the 49ers went to the sidelines after that coin toss, what I can't say is, that meant nothing. I don't know what it meant.
So they weren't butting up then.
It did not help. Yeah. That call did not help the 49ers win the game by any stretch.
I can meet you right there with that. And I'll say this about that, and you tell me what you think. Just about Kyle. Steiny, he has the persona, and I've given him the label, and I would never in a million years, if you said, Guru, do you think a Kyle Shanahan coach team would not know all the rules? I would give you my right arm and bet it that there's no way his team would know the rules. So even though I feel like that didn't have a bearing, I was kind of shocked that was, if you want to call it button up, if I can, whatever category you want to put under, but Kyle Shanahan's team, his players told on him, or the coaches, it don't matter, but when it's all said and done, you're the leader of the ship. I can't believe they didn't know.
I can completely believe it. And the reason I can completely agree with it, or completely see it, is because I could see how Kyle Shanahan has tunnel vision in a game like that. That he's so focused with his play calling, all that other stuff. I just obviously he knew the rule, but it's just one of those things where he just didn't. That wasn't a high priority for him. Huh? So I could actually see how that may be the case of the players didn't know, because I do think of Kyle Shanahan a little bit with blinders on during a game. And sometimes that's a strength.
I will, at random, like to see who they draft as their third quarterback, because I think Darnold's out of here. But Stoney, would it be funny if the Niners go, oh, our guy's going to be there? Why do you say that? Mystery relevant. But again, it's curious to see who they draft.
And 650, I'm with you. For the most part, I agree that this championships are the only thing. I do think it splits along generational lines.
I think
I think you're the exception to the rule, but it's easier for an age 50, 55-year-old Niner fan to say it's okay. Let's appreciate it no matter what. Easy for them to say when they saw those Super Bowl wins late. But I would say yes and no. I do think it's easier for them,
no doubt.
But look at Warrior fans. There were fans who came after the 75 championship who've been around forever. I mean, I guarantee you they're fine with riding this thing out with the big three if they don't win another title.
Oh, because they're full.
Exactly. So I do, but what I'm saying is, I could see how it breaks along generational lines with Niner fans. Let's go to Cece in Sac. What's up, Cece? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny Goo. Hey, it ain't CC, man. It's your boy TC.
Oh, TC, what's up, baby?
What's up, man? It's your boy, man. It's all good. Look, check it out. Hey, I know it's unpopular, but I kind of want to get y'all honest approval, like an honest answer. Me, I will do it. But at the same time, I know it's early. But look, say if the Bears came to you, right? And if the Bears came to the Niners and the Bears was like, hey, I will give you Fields and the number 9 pick for Brock. Would you do it?
I would. Oh, I'm sorry, Stoney. I would do that in a heartbeat.
Heartbeat, Guru.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that.
Why not?
That I don't think.
Like I always think.
Brock Purdy is not.
TC, I take it you would do it.
Yeah, good.
Yes, immediately.
Gotcha.
But Chicago wouldn't do it.
Why not?
Justin Fields, a guy that may be better or is equal in this system and more explosive, and the 9th pick. I don't think Chicago looks at Brock Purdy like that.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I don't think anybody.
I mean, somebody would be on the 9th pick in Justin Fields for Brock Purdy. If you're running the, why would? Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Come on. What was my guy on? You know what, Snoop Dogg early. That's a lot.
The only way I could.
I bet there's some 49ers fans that wouldn't do that though.
Wow.
I'll bet every Bears fan on planet Earth would say no to that.
Yeah, I think, but that's the thing though. Like you look at that from a bird's eye view, that's incredible value for the 49ers. But I bet there's some 49ers fans that would say that's not enough.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the Bears are like, what are you talking about?
Well, because I ain't done with Fields. I think I would take him over Brock. That's just me in this system. Dude, I'm betting on him still, man.
I mean, the only way that would make a modicum of sense to me is if the Chicago Bears believe if we get Purdy in here for 1 year, we're going to win it all. And then we'll pay him. That's the only if they thought Purdy was right now twice as good as Fields and twice as good as the guy they're going to draft in who's coming out.
I think Purdy's having a good day, though, Stoney, looking at what Kirk Cousins got in his new home. And even Baker Mayfield, it's waiting on him. Like you said, if he duplicates what he did last year, good Lord,
what does the team do? Purdy duplicates, what does the team do?
I mean, they would have nothing to do but to pay him.
No, but how does...
what's the team?
No,
but they go to the NFC Championship game.
No, but that's totally fair.
They go to the NFC Championship game and lose.
No, that's totally fair. I think it's possible Purdy could essentially be the same quarterback he was, maybe even a tick, just a tick better.
He's getting
it doesn't mean they win the Super Bowl, because if they're not as good in other areas, and I guess that's kind of my point. At that point, how much does the result of whatever happens this season determine Purdy's value as opposed to his play? Like if Purdy has a great year, but the Niners somehow lose in the first round in a shootout or something, this is where it's true. I mean, how it ends is important.
Yeah.
But
the coaches watch, let's just say real quick, for instance, the Super Bowl. They know what really happened to them behind closed doors that they feel that cost them the Super Bowl. So they'll know. But if Brock comes out here and has 35 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, and the Niners are a 1 or 2 seed and don't even get to the Super Bowl, but Brock Purdy looks the part, Steiny, he's getting a bag. And when I say bag, the 40, 45, I mean, that's just me. Or I don't know anything about this Brandon Allen kid. He's still there, though. Like, is Kyle look at him behind closed doors and say, hey, Steiny, that Allen kid, I don't know. So I guess I got to be careful. But what I do know is there will be pressure on one Brock Purdy, and it may be the less pressure he's ever felt, especially after getting on the field when he didn't know he was going to play at all, taking over for Garoppolo, and look what he's done. NFC Championship visit, Super Bowl, now it might be time to get paid if he can do the trifecta.
I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I absolutely don't believe we can say unequivocally, if the Niners go 12-5, Purdy's just, good again. Yeah. They win a playoff, they lose a playoff. I am not convinced that they would just give Purdy $40 million plus. I'm not saying they won't. I'm saying I'm not convinced it would be a lock.
Yeah. They're going to have to, though.
Well, if they want him to be the quarterback, yes.
What would plan B?
What I'm saying is, listen, people may say I'm crazy, but I saw for a variety of factors. We don't know how this year's going to play out. For a variety of factors, the 49ers moved off a quarterback that quarterbacked for them in the Super Bowl and lost a close game. All I'm saying is I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan is completely married to Brock Purdy at this point. That's all.
And again, this would be a whole nother season. Kyle would have footage to look at and see where they ended up. But again, and I know you say this all the time, it's how it looks too. Us saying it now is different than actually knowing what it looked like. I think Brock was okay in the Super Bowl.
What if, here's the way
your bar is really high.
Whose?
Both of yours for Brock Purdy, especially for you, Stein, to be on this team in the future. If they go 12-5 and he's another top 10 MVP candidate, he's going to get paid.
Oh, see, that's my bar.
By the 49ers.
Baker Mayfield just had one good season and he got $100 million.
Man.
Okay, but all I'm saying is, this is all I'm saying. I think part of the equation that Kyle and Lynch factor in, and it's obvious, is when you give him that money, the team will change around him. And how comfortable are Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch with Brock Purdy at $40+ million with maybe a one less big weapon?
But we are talking about the most important
maybe the defense
position in
sports.
You
have to sacrifice on the defense.
Yeah. Well, I think you are. That's why Arik Armstead is not on the team.
And Jimmy couldn't stay healthy, Steiny, too, Laurie Matthews. But that was his.
Well, Purdy stayed healthy for 1 year. Garoppolo's had a year where he stayed healthy.
Well, it's been 2 years. He got hurt in the last. Purdy, he got hurt in the championship game, but.
I'm just saying, Purdy needs to play 1 more year healthy before you could start saying, oh, he's more durable than Garoppolo.
Like, I'm not saying he's just an all-time guy, but for what quarterbacks get paid nowadays and some that we'd consider stiffs, like...
This is more, and I'd rather steer the conversation towards Shanahan, because it's more to me about Shanahan than Purdy. Like, I am not convinced that Kyle Shanahan will ever be comfortable paying a guy $40+ million unless he really unless he loves the guy. That's all. I just don't think. I think in terms of head coaches with quarterbacks, I don't think Kyle Shanahan is as beholden to any quarterback than other coaches are with their quarterback. Now, obviously, if you had Mahomes, it'd probably be obviously somebody could say to me, well, the reason he's not ever been completely married for the long term to a 49er quarterback is because he hasn't had one worth marrying for 5 or 6 years, at a time. And I would say, well, I'm not convinced Purdy's the guy yet either.
Yeah.
I'm just not. In Shanahan's mind, not mine. You can disagree. 888-957-9570 is the number. But I'll gladly talk about the relationship Kyle and Brock Purdy have. I'm not saying it's not a great relationship, but I think Kyle Shanahan, you think the 49ers, and obviously it's obvious, they're loving they don't have to pay him right now. They're loving they have 1 more year under him.
And I wonder if that love extends to Ayuk. Because but something in your gut tells you they're going to rip it up and give him his bread, which wouldn't kick into the next year. But I'm telling you, the Los Angeles Rams, you're going to laugh. You asked a question, I know we're up against it, about who's gotten better, but the Rams have added offensive line depth, and I'm telling you, they got weaponry. I thought they were on the come up last year. Didn't happen. But, man, the Niners this year is going to be difficult. They're going to have tough games in their division just with the Rams. And now you lost one of your best run stoppers.
888-957-9570 is the number. Excuse me. 49ers talk on the way. I'm just going to get out right now. Man,
I know we went hard at Norris.
I got Billy Flem in my throat.
No, Dave Fleming. Shout out Dave Fleming.
That's you got a prize picks here or something else? All right. Now we got another minute. I'm just... All right, we could find out.
I'm good now.
We could find out that the 49ers might have a loose philosophy that they don't want to pay their quarterbacks.
No, but it's one man in his... I'm going to say arrogance and ego.
Even the Garoppolo...
I can replace you,
right, and he has.
I'll give you that.
And he has.
You got me thinking.
Even the Garoppolo contract was one that they could easily get off.
And he took him to a bowl.
Maybe the 49ers' philosophy is they will not pay a quarterback multiple years for big boy money.
Well, they made Jimmy the highest paid when they got him.
And it was easy to get out of.
All right.
888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Prize Picks.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks.
I want them to send a message.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. First day of legal tampering in the NFL. Guru, I'm going to bring Evan in.
Yeah, it's going down.
He's got his chart of player movement so far. None of these are official, but this is where guys are going to end up. We turn it over to
Let's do it.
Evan Giddings.
Yeah, so the big one today is Kirk Cousins signing a 4-year deal worth up to $180 million with the Atlanta Falcons. The Philadelphia Eagles signed Saquon Barkley after moving on from DeAndre Swift. That's a 3-year deal worth $37.75 million. The Las Vegas Raiders signed Christian Wilkins up to $110 million, a 4-year deal for the D tackle. The Green Bay Packers added Josh Jacobs, the running back, while also releasing Aaron Jones. And then I guess the two wide receivers to potentially pay attention to in regards to Brandon Ayuk and his looming maybe extension this season is Michael Pittman Jr. signing a 3-year deal worth $71.5 million with the Colts, and then Gabe Davis moving on to the Jaguars for 3 years as well.
Thank you, Evan.
Gabe.
Appreciate that. 888-957-9570 is the number. The only point I want to make on Brock Purdy is that after watching, and it's just what I've observed.
Yeah.
After watching Kyle Shanahan coach this team for 7 years, which he's done, I'm not convinced that Purdy's the long-term quarterback of the Niners. That's all. I'm just not convinced. And I don't know what it's going to take for Purdy to become the long-term quarterback of the 49ers, but I do know that, I mean, I don't think it's a guarantee that they're just going to peel off 40-plus for him.
I hope you know I agree with you.
And if they do, if they do, I don't see them even, yes, they paid Garoppolo, but they put in outs where it became very easy for them to get off Garoppolo. And I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan would want to sign a guy to a long-term contract at quarterback unless Kyle Shanahan is just a true believer in the guy. So I guess Purdy's got a year to make Kyle Shanahan a true believer. You might say, well, he's already a true believer. You watch, and maybe that's the case. But I was just thinking. So who came into the league with like a bang? Burrow.
Oh, okay. I was
Allen,
Kaepernick, but Dak.
Who's the guy? Why can't I think of the guy right now? Oh, like Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Like, is Purdy the kind of quarterback?
Well, Herbert's not won a playoff game.
I know,
Okay,
but he got. But apparently,
people fell in love with
apparently,
him, yeah.
people look at Herbert and say, "Wow, I mean,
was made in the
he's
lab.
the real deal. Here's your $45 million."
Gotcha.
I'm just not sure until. I'm not convinced until they get him a big contract.
I'm not mad
that
at
they're gonna pay him that much money. What has Brock done not to show you that, Matt? Nothing. He's been great. He's been terrific. There's a difference between being terrific at $900,000 and saying, you know what? Let's bump him up to $40+ million for 4 or 5 years. That's all I'm saying. I think a lot has to do with this year and whatever Kyle Shanahan sees or doesn't see.
This kind of just came up organically to this whole conversation. But with that said, Steiny, because I'll tell everybody, the masses, this year is a big year for Brock Purdy. But if you're judging or looking at him through the prism of $900K, then he's blown past that.
Yep.
So I love that you bring up, let's just say the $40 million. Then would one come up to you and ask you, does he have to elevate his game?
Probably.
Because to me, if Brock Purdy is the Brock Purdy we've seen from this year and last year, Snotty, I think that gives him the $40 million for what the Niners have seen and where they've gotten. But our guy Danker's like, as long as the offensive line stays healthy, I could see Brock Purdy here 10 to 12 years.
And I'm not saying that's not the case.
And I'm not either.
I'm just saying right now.
But I don't think he has to elevate his game.
Well, then let's say the 49ers go 12-5 and they don't get it done. Okay, and then I would ask the question, hey, Goo, you think if the 49ers had Justin Herbert, they'd be a Super Bowl winner? You might say, yeah.
Yeah.
What about if they had Burrow? You might say, yeah. What about Josh Allen? You know what? Yeah, they'd probably win it. Well, then how do you pay a guy $40 million when he might not be at that level.
Hey, that's phenomenal.
That's all I'm asking.
But haven't we seen athletes not be that and still get paid? Almost because of the circumstances.
Well, that to me is a recipe.
Like everybody's not Jordan.
That to me is a recipe to go downhill then. I mean, if
I'm not saying Brock is Joe Montana. I am not. That's why I cannot wait for this season. I think a lot's in play, but
it's so
you got me thinking about Kyle he's that dude that might say, I can make anybody a top rapper.
Let me ask you a question. If the 49ers had the ability right now, they were running it, and they could, I know they can't, to pay Brock Purdy, to lock Brock Purdy up for the next 5 years.
Okay.
Or have the situation they have right now, which is he's going to play one more year and then we got to deal with him. I guarantee you, in that office, they would be like, the way it is now is perfect.
And that's in a majority of that, I'm going to just say is Kyle.
That's what I believe. Like, I believe even if the 49ers could re-sign him right now, they wouldn't want to give him $40 million.
Yeah, he was minutes just like Jimmy was, but because Jimmy takes a whole lot more flack for that Super Bowl loss, and I even questioned the pass, but it wasn't just that; it was the play calling to Sanders. You know, so do you think Purdy's not getting that smoke because the game played out differently?
Was Purdy better than Garoppolo in the Super Bowl? Each of their Super Bowls?
Yeah, I think so. Kittle was running wide open like the new deer on deer season, Stoney, and for whatever reason, Jimmy just didn't see him.
I think they were both about the same. They were okay.
Wow.
Yeah, they were okay. They played basically the same kind of game they played in the regular season.
Jimmy threw 2 picks.
In the Super Bowl?
Remember, one was just bad. Jimmy, where's he going to end up?
You got a one-liner, Evan? You've been good at these.
He's been on fire.
I was going to say Balco, but...
let's go to Marshall. Marshall's in San Francisco, wants to talk about essentially the best quarterback in the NFL. What's up, Marsh?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going
how's
well.
It going?
Dynamite.
So I'm a Vikings fan, lifelong Vikings. I'm pretty now.
You know what, Marshall? Start over. Yeah. Start over. I'll give you one crack at it because your phone's not good. But go ahead.
Oh, I said I'm a lifelong Vikings fan, and I'm pretty distraught right now hearing that contract. I think we're going to be pretty bad for a few years. And you're talking about Brock Purdy. I can't imagine him getting a similar contract, but I think he's kind of a similar player to Kirk Cousins.
Interesting. I don't necessarily. Go ahead. All you.
Yeah, I just think he's pretty predictable. 65% completion guy. Doesn't have a big arm. Can't scramble very well. I just don't see guys of this nature deserving almost $50 million contracts per year.
Appreciate it, man. I think Cousins is better than Purdy, or at least is proven.
Yeah, no doubt.
Has a more proven track record than Brock Purdy.
Yeah. And I'm not saying Brock, the arm strength, I know that doesn't mean a lot to some people, but to me, there's not a throw Kirk can't make. I'm not ready to say that about Brock yet, Stoney, but I still need to see more, so we'll see how it goes.
Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys today?
Doing well.
Okay. I love you guys, but stop it on Brock Purdy. Stop it. Just stop it.
What part?
Because we're both different on it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm more with Goo. I'm more with Goo. And on this. I mean, he's gotten the team to the NFC playoff and to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Okay. The other quarterbacks that you named, with the exception of Burrow, have not done that. Okay. Bigger arm, they look better, this and that. Stop it. I say that Shanahan needs to look himself in the eye and outcoach Spagnuolo on key plays in the Super Bowl. Spagnuolo outcoached him on all key plays. Get off Brock Purdy's case.
Man.
Brock Purdy processes information really, really well. Give him a little time. Give him an offensive line that'll give him like a half more second. Get off the kid's case, would you please? He's done everything asked of him and more. I don't know if any of these guys deserve $50 million, but he deserves a raise, $30 million, $35 million, whatever. If he has another year like he's had the previous 2 years, stop it.
And hey, I'll leave you with this. You hit me in the cardiac muscle, Stoney. I don't know if you agree real quick
Not
here.
sure I agree.
There was a lot I think is getting buried under the rug about Spagnuolo versus Kyle and how that really played out, and the Niner players lost the game. But I don't think we talked a lot about Kyle got took behind the woodshed in some certain facets of that game. So I hear what he's saying about that. Like, Kyle's got to step his game up, and then the players will look better.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say hypothetically, Purdy were on an Ayuk contract right now. So the 49ers could either sign him to a $40+ million contract because he's a quarterback. They could let him play this last year or franchise him. My belief is they would not pay him right now $40+ million a year.
And I can see I give you that.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. And that tells me
I'm not going to step here
that they're not ready to marry him, at least right now. They don't have to. I get they don't have to. But that's the reason why I'm saying it's got, again, I think Brock Purdy has been terrific. He's been terrific. It's about the way I think Kyle Shanahan may view quarterbacks. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. It doesn't mean nothing that Kyle Shanahan's gone to a Super Bowl with Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. And if he thinks he could pluck another guy like that or like those guys off and keep this thing where it's at and have extra weapons, this may be the way he likes to go about things. You know, certain coaches don't want the big boy because it puts too much pressure on him. I'm just saying.
Kyle has some Don Nelson to me, man.
He's also... He didn't want Brady. Who else didn't he want?
Well, he did.
Well, who's the guy he didn't want before Brady? Not Cousins.
Rodgers?
Yeah, it was Rodgers. Like, why did he not want Rodgers? Probably. I think he probably knew Aaron Rodgers was going to be a little trickier to coach, right?
Also might not have been as good as previous years.
Brady the first time.
I was just
Brady the
I was
first
about to
time.
blurt it out, Evan. That was the one right before he went to Tampa Bay. That was when Kyle was like, "Oh, we're cool."
Right.
We had a phone call, but we're cool.
It could have also been because Brady was coming off a down year and he was 42 years old. You know.
Did the quarterback whisper not know that he wasn't done? Kyle?
I don't think anybody.
No.
I didn't think he
Bruce
was done.
Arians didn't think he was done.
Not after he lost to Ryan Tannehill in the playoffs?
That was
Apparently
a
not.
pick six, his last pass with
the Patriots.
Yeah.
And then he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
after
no
that.
doubt. That's what's incredible. But I don't want to, I know it's free agency. You guys got me in football mode.
Oh.
I'm just, listen.
You talk about track and field?
No, that caller talking about Spagnuolo and Kyle.
Oh.
Okay, I'll leave that there. But let's talk about what happened. The Niners earned the number 1 seed. But Stoney, let's not look at each other and not act like in the rain on a Saturday night, the Packers almost knocked them off as a
the
team.
Lions.
And the Lions.
Okay.
So what if that had happened that early? Are we still looking at this team as a quote-unquote number 1 seed? They have no problems? And now that same team and that same D-line has lost Arik Armstead, who I'm not saying is Lawrence Taylor or Fred Dean, but I was told he's your best run stopper. He played. And throughout this whole playoff series, I got to come off this because I do feel like Wilkes got that defense to play a good Super Bowl, and I thought Armstead had a good Super Bowl along with Bosa. But my point is, Stoney, what if they would have got bounced in the first round or even at Detroit? Things don't stay great forever. And that margin of error is what I'm trying. That's how I'm looking at this team. Like, we get, Niner fans just, I feel like, we'll be right back. It goes to what you've been saying when I agree with you, how hard it is to keep it up and get back there. Things got to go your way. And
They've
you
gone
got
their
lucky.
way for 5 years.
And that, man.
They have. 4 out of 5 years. I stumped the Purdy faithful right there. Usually,
Danker says 10 to 12 years if the line stays
that's great,
strong.
Danker. I'm talking about usually when I make a statement, when you agree, Evan will come in.
Oh.
But there it is. I just asked 49ers to be honest. If Brock Purdy right now we're in the same position as Brandon Ayuk.
I want Evan's answer because he didn't answer.
They'd have three choices, correct? They could have Purdy play out the last year of his deal.
Correct.
They could franchise him. Or they could sign him to a $195 million contract with $158 guaranteed.
What would
I do not believe they would sign him to a $195 million contract with $165 guaranteed right now.
Well, this is going to be the scenario next offseason. I do think he gets paid. I don't think the guaranteed money is as large as, like, if you look at Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson, like, those guys, the money is huge, but the actual guarantee, like Kirk Cousins is getting $33.5 million guaranteed over 3 years. Is that crazy?
Dak got like, what was it, 50 or 60?
Total, but in guaranteed money, it's a little bit different. So, like, if Brock Purdy ends up getting $35 a year that's guaranteed, is that insane? Even though the contract is going to be incentive-based to get him to the 45 or 50, I don't think 50 is out of the realm possibility at all. Like, if he throws up another top 5 MVP candidate season,
there we go. It's not
no matter
even
what
where
you think
you
about
finish,
him.
Donnie. It ain't even about what you do in the offs. And like, if you had that good of a season, I think they have their answer before we go into the playoffs.
Like, Tua is also going to probably get extended this offseason. I think he's going to get a lot of money. And then it's not just... I understand you're coming at it from a Shanahan perspective, but he's going to get paid somewhere.
No doubt.
Like,
he's
his peers
absolutely going to get paid somewhere. But I wonder how, you know, every team's got different philosophies. The Lakers aren't afraid to be terrible because they know they can go out and sign a monster free agent. That's their reputation. I wonder if Kyle Shanahan just doesn't think that paying a quarterback far under under average is an advantage that he can make up for at other spots on the roster.
Well, we're about to find out.
But also, too, it's like if the Niners if they continue to be in contention, right? So let's say they make the NFC Championship game 5 of 6 years. If you move off a quarterback, you're kind of setting yourself, like you're saying that we're moving backwards.
I hear you. But
I feel like that's a really tough sell.
But I think because he's making so little, and if he were to get that monster deal, we would be able to tell easily the players that they would have to come off of as a way to get Purdy signed. And that's where everything changes for Brock Purdy in terms of expectations and Super Bowl. Like it just will. To go from $1 million to $40 million, that's going to be a lot on his shoulders if that's what happened. I'm not saying
Why do you guys think they moved off of Jimmy Garoppolo?
Availability to me.
I think it was two things. Availability, and Kyle just thought, you know what?
Good enough.
Yeah, he wasn't quite his cup of tea. Started bucking him a little bit at the end. And Kyle looked at Garoppolo and said, you're not really good enough to be this kind of guy that's going to question some of my stuff. And so they moved off Garoppolo.
It's also because they had a quarterback waiting.
Trey Lance.
Like if they draft someone this year that turns out they might be better than Brock Purdy, you absolutely could be correct. But the other part is you can't go from Brock Purdy or Brock Purdy's production to league average, right?
Was Jimmy Garoppolo league average when he was a quarterback in the Niners? We probably thought of him as a top 10 or 12, right? At that time.
Sure.
I mean, Garoppolo had him at what, 8-0, 9-0 that year?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, all I'm saying is he's going to have to be completely convinced about Purdy. And the other thing, they're just going to have to use their imagination with Purdy because the first year Purdy's contract kicks in, he'll probably be quarterbacking a little bit different type of a team, wouldn't he? Just personnel-wise.
You would think.
Okay, but what if, in 2 years, Debo's production is not as high as it is? Well, there's $30 million. Boom, gone. You've already moved off of Arik Armstead, who 2 years ago was a great interior lineman. 2 years later, he's not very good anymore. Who knows if George Kittle's still going to be a 1,000-yard receiver in 2 years? Like, maybe these guys aren't people you want on your team anymore at the price that you're having to pay them.
And all I'm saying is that maybe Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe Brock Purdy can be the kind of quarterback he needs if they're going to have to skimp at other positions. You know what I mean? Like, listen, he's been better than expect. Like, why did Justin Herbert get a boatload of money? Because he's been looked at like, wow, that's the prototypical guy.
Well, when you watch him play, you're like, yeah.
Okay.
My gosh.
And that's kind of what I'm saying.
As far as the DNA, the harm, the height, everything.
Okay, well, and forget all the physical stuff. Like, Shanahan's got to think of Brock Purdy like whoever paid Justin Herbert thinks of Justin Herbert, whether he's got the skill set or not. Like, he's got to believe in him that he can. He's also, Brock Purdy's got to look at Brock Purdy and say he's going to be better over the next 3 years, as opposed to, what if Kyle kind of feels like that Purdy kind of is who he is as a quarterback? Like, this is just stuff that we'll kind of find out.
Well, I'm looking at Kyler Murray, him coming back and getting healthy. You look at Geno Smith and Matthew Stafford with his new offensive line. Stoney, where does Brock Purdy rank to you? Like,
in terms of pecking order on this team?
I mean, importance? Not even importance, just a better quarterback.
On the roster?
Yes.
Well, there's nobody better.
If I had you to compare those four.
Who? I'm sorry, one more time.
Geno Smith, everybody in the NFC West.
Oh, okay.
Matthew Stafford, upright, and then Kyler Murray.
I'd say Stafford.
Okay, I would say Stafford, and then you could sell me on Kyler Murray if he's back. That's just me.
Well, I'd answer Brock Purdy because he hasn't been paid yet like Murray, honestly. But I might take Purdy in and of itself.
And the brilliance to Kyle Shanahan, I'm kind of talking about it with some people on YouTube, Stoney, in the chat. He made Jimmy Garoppolo look serviceable. I believe we saw the real Jimmy G when he's not with somebody as smart as Kyle. It was all bad. But just think about what we're talking about. That winning record, and Jimmy was a part of it, that he accumulated as a Niner quarterback, took him to a Super Bowl, Stoney, took him to another NFC championship game. So when we think about Kyle and his brilliance, he did that with Garoppolo, who I think we all know now is an average quarterback. That's incredible.
I don't know why. I'm just so troubled with that you get to do both those.
What?
You get to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle got him and he did, and then right when we get up to the end about it, but he hasn't gotten it done.
Well, I guess I would say to you on that is, what's wrong with being honest? Because I have no agenda. Like, people with agendas think like it's either has got to be A or B. I can criticize a guy in high leverage situations, Kyle, and the Spagnuolo thing in the Super Bowl got buried in some places in America. That's the ultimate sign of not hating.
He's a player. Hey, he's this, he's that, he's the other thing. Yeah, we'll spend.
But you got to give him love for Jimmy.
Okay, you do. But
I think he's in love with Purdy. But
he can't win the big one.
Well, I didn't say he can't. He's
got lemon booty.
I don't know what booty it is, but you got to get there to make it happen.
Like, I'd be willing to bet that, you know what? I'd be willing to bet right now that the 49ers will franchise tag Purdy at the end of next year.
I wish we could know that.
Seriously.
Dude.
The more I think about it.
And would that be the right thing to do? I think his play, again, his third year, will find a lot out. People are going to be calling. We'll hear from the guys in the morning. Evan, everybody at the station, Willard Dibbs, we'll be able to watch this guy perform and play again.
What would he have to do for you not to franchise tag him?
Probably just
win the Super Bowl?
Maybe. Wow. I mean, honestly, maybe. But again, let me be clear. This isn't me. I'm trying to learn everything I've learned about Shanahan in 7 years. And all I'm saying is Jimmy Garoppolo got him to a Super Bowl, and he's gone. Now, he was not available all the time. Brock Purdy's probably better and is better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But I think that Kyle Shanahan may have a reluctance to work with this, want to sign a quarterback for 4 or 5 years unless it's got to be damn near perfect for him. Purdy may be that guy.
Oh, no.
But I'm not to put a ring on it. I'm certainly not convinced that Purdy's the guy. That's all.
We'll find out.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the quarterback position. What the 49ers are going to do, I don't know. I'm not convinced that Purdy is the rock solid long-term quarterback of the Niners, because if they just had to pay him, I think that would be one thing. But they got to pay him, and he's the least paid quarterback in the NFL right now. Are you really going to go? Is he going from $1 million to $45 million? I think he probably's got to have another damn good year. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Get a first look at spring savings during our SpringFest Sneak Peek event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $500 when you spend $2,500 or more on all major appliances. And get planting with 5 one-pint annuals for just $10. Shop spring savings early this year. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 3/20. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. Annuals in-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location while supplies last.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations
I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Goo, I think you missed a golden opportunity to win a bet with me. You should have bet me that the 49ers aren't going to franchise Purdy at the end of next year.
Yeah, but a lot of people, why are you guys talking about that?
They can't.
Okay.
That's second year's guaranteed.
Oh, bam.
For Purdy.
All right.
This is where you and me are so different. So Purdy's next year's gonna make, or this upcoming year is gonna make 900, and then the year after that he's locked in for $1 million. I'm not doing anything next year.
Oh, right.
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, I hear you.
You got 2 more years left.
No.
We'll talk about it then. And you know what? If you don't like it, then we'll franchise tag you. What? I guess that's not playing nice, but
well, it's what you want him to do for Ayuk this year. Because Ayuk was despondent, and his brother and his girlfriend were talking, and that was because I believe how they were used. I never once thought it was because of the money. But I don't expect a moping Brandon Ayuk.
See, I'm like that too. If I'm John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and I'm like, if we don't extend him, he's going to mope. It's like, well, that's why we're not extending him. If you're the kind of player that's going to mope, if you don't get extended, I'm not extending you.
Then why do you think they would do it?
Because he's really good and he won't mope.
No, that's the truth.
Because he's a good, he's a pro, and everything they've said about him is that they believe in him and they think he's really, really good. Mm-hmm. Mike's in Hayward. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Yeah, well, I think that I'm not convinced that Shanahan is 100% behind Brock Purdy. I'm just not. And the reason why I say that is because you always got to have an edge on another team. You got to have an edge in the job you work at. You always have to have that edge in case you need to use it. And I think with Cousins, I was hoping that they would sign Cousins, right? Because I know Cousins can beat that guy in Kansas City. Okay, now Purdy we'll have to see, but I there's something about Purdy that he ain't convinced me that he can win a Super Bowl. And a guy like Cousins on the right team, he'll win you a Super Bowl. That's all I gotta say.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, we know Cousins on the right team would have multiple rings right now. I think we know that.
I think we don't know that, but he's in Atlanta. They wanted him. They put a ring on it.
What was the gentleman's name that just called? Because I agree. He said, this was his sentence, I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan is rock solid behind Brock Purdy. And the way I would answer that is, I kind of agree. For whatever reason, I don't feel he's ever been rock solid behind any quarterback since he's been here.
So it's nothing to do with Brock Purdy. It's more Kyle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now you could say,
find out.
Well, Steiny, he hasn't had a quarterback to get rock solid behind. Fair.
Trey Lance.
Well, he came off him faster than you change your mind. So
that's the one.
My point with Purdy is he's got another year, and maybe he'll get rock solid behind Brock Purdy in this year. But I'm with the last caller. I haven't seen Kyle Shanahan go out of his way to say he's got the next franchise quarterback. He doesn't have to either.
I was just about to say,
doesn't
when
have
that
to
happen?
But
we
that's
just got done with the Super Bowl.
But all I'm saying is, for anybody to sit here who's watched Kyle Shanahan coach for the last 7 years, I think for any 49er fan to say, "Oh, Brock Purdy, I mean, he's going to be here for 5-7 years, and he's going to get paid, and this is Kyle's guy." I'm not there. I'm not there at all.
Well, you don't have to be now. And even if we felt on the,
right.
Real quick, Stan, if we were on the other side of that, we still wouldn't know. It's just a gut feeling. But I'll just say this: the scoreboard to me is 100-0 in regard to Brock Purdy and what he's done under center, being up into the MVP conversation last year until the debacle, which was Baltimore against Lamar Jackson, getting to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying he played the perfect Super Bowl. I'm not, but I just didn't walk away from that, and I was ready, Stoney. My pen was ready to be like, oh, the moment got him, and he did okay for himself. Now, they didn't win, so we'll see what part 3 is this season.
I mean, to me, this is, and we can talk about it till we're blue in the face, and we talked about it all year. Well, Purdy's one of the best quarter. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. The fact of the matter is, if we really thought, as fans, if we really thought we had a big boy here, in another circumstance, you would just pay him $40 million right now. I get it. They don't have to. Yeah. He's under his 7th round contract. But the fact of the matter is, one of the reasons we're talking about this is because, admitted 49er fans, you don't quite think he's Josh Allen right now. We're not sure he's Burrow. We're not sure he's even Herbert or Cousins. The lucky thing is they don't have to make that decision right now. Just don't tell me that you know for sure Purdy's going to be the quarterback, the franchise quarterback for the next 8 years. But I love
how you explained why you feel it's more of a Kyle thing.
It's all a Kyle thing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely a Kyle thing. I'm trying to think, maybe Kyle's philosophy at quarterback is the same philosophy the Warriors have about a center. I don't need a big boy in this system. We need somebody who can defend a little bit, step out, make some passes, hit a 3. We're not spending $50 million on a center. Because we'd rather have McCaffrey, Steph Curry. We'd rather have Kittle, Draymond Green. That's what we're heading into. Evan, would you like to quickly run down the moves again from free agency, the legal tampering period? We'll get you caught up, and then we'll get into it with Willard and Dibbs on the other side. But remind the listeners and Steiny and Goo where guys are going, at least as of right now.
Yeah, so the one that is kind of the foundation of this conversation is Kirk Cousins getting 4 years, 100 guaranteed from the Atlanta Falcons. Philadelphia Eagles, DeAndre Swift moved to the Bears, so they went and signed Saquon Barkley. That's the number one running back off the market right now. 3 years, $37.75 million. Christian Wilkins gets up to $110 million across 4 years from the Las Vegas Raiders. And then the Green Bay Packers added a Raiders running back in Josh Jacobs to their backfield, releasing Aaron Jones. And then Michael Pittman Jr. was signed to a 3-year deal worth $71 million by the Colts. And finally, Gabe Davis in Jacksonville gets 3 years from them. There was also a couple of other offensive lineman moves. Robert Hunt, who's a big boy, he got $100 million as a guard. And then the Los Angeles Rams signed Jonah Jackson, who played for the Lions last season. I believe a 3-year, $51 million deal. Right now, the Niners have only really moved off of Arik Armstead after asking him to take a pay cut, which he declined. So he's a free agent. And then they signed Colt McKivitz to a 1-year, $7 million deal.
Appreciate that, Evan. This from the 650 on the Comcast Business Text Line. Purdy's on a rookie deal. No extensions permitted till after year 3. That's correct. I would just hypothetical that if you could pay Brock Purdy right now, would you give him 40? That's why the 49ers are in a great spot. Great spot. They got him another year under $1 million. Under $1 million. I mean, couldn't the simplest thing to say is, well, Purdy can't win you a Super Bowl making $900,000 with this kind of talent around him. How the hell are you going to win a Super Bowl if you have to pay him $45 million down the line? I think it's a fair question. I'll bet it's one the 49ers are answering themselves. They have all year to answer it. I'm just saying. 888-957. You got anything?
Yeah, break.
957. What's the number? 1-800. It doesn't matter.
Crossover is, yeah.
Willard and Dibbs are coming up next. They don't take calls. They don't take calls when they're on the crossover. Because we got it,
Stoney. Again, I'm going to drive home. I know I'm in the world. I'm going to drive home thinking about, this was the first time I really felt your argument, and some may not disagreement, but where it stems from, the origin is Kyle is quirky, and that's why you feel the way you do about Brock and his possibility of getting that 40.
Purdy's been great.
Yeah.
Purdy's been terrific.
But it's Kyle.
It's been better than anybody could have ever thought.
No doubt.
doesn't necessarily make him a $40 million quarterback down the line. AE crossover. There's crossover on the next. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Head to Safeway this week for their stock up sale and earn 4 times the reward points on applicable items. If you love snacks, then earn 4 times the reward points with digital coupon for Frito-Lay variety packs, selected varieties, $8.97 member price. Sincerely, Safeway.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential.
Over.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
You left Dibs.
You said Willard and Grant.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, you want to have a little bit of an awareness
Guru,
about who's in the room?
I can't
You know,
help you.
Once every millennium, you
Thanks,
could
Evan.
enter. You could bring in the guests.
Your boy can't. He acts like
who we got
being
with us today?
Dan Dibley, the great Dan Dibley.
You.
The
25 years in the
Radio
market, I
Cliff
can't even get a
Clavin.
sniff. Can't even get a sniff from this guy.
This guy acts like
it might
the power
be because
chair.
of what I said on your post on Instagram.
Oh, I didn't even see
Here
it
we
yet.
go.
You posted the team photo from Saturday from
Yeah.
Norm's birthday.
Shout out Steiny.
Shout out Steiny, 84 years old. And I said, which one, Steiny? Because it was
Grandy, I'm going to give him a 3. I have yet to see that.
Oh my
Kinda
God!
proud
I had
of
like
myself.
37 likes.
Yeah, I was wounded. So,
it was
that's
8
pretty
brothers
good.
and then Steiny to the
49
far,
to
far,
Frankie
far
was
left.
there. Yeah, he
okay.
Puerto Rican.
Anyway, sorry about that.
Yikes.
Yeah, score it. Yeah. Anyway,
That's it.
anyway,
go ahead.
you can start over if you want.
No, we did it. We got it.
yeah.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
You've been 25 years in the market. They know who you are. You know who I am.
It's about free
Dan Dibley.
agency, Grandy. And,
Better recognize.
And I know you were on the call Saturday, but Fort Norm's party was the Warrior game.
Oh God!
And that might be the worst loss of the season. Like I'm that upset.
from.
Yeah,
Totally.
No, this was when things were good.
Just when you thought Wiggins had that eye of the tiger.
He had 16, by the way.
He had that
he's
ha.
They were down by like 40 at home against
Without
the
the
Raptors
Spurs,
with
these
Steph.
two
Go.
Do you revisit something like that after you say it, or do you just
No,
wipe,
it's how I
wipe it out of
feel.
your
I thought
mind?
those days were behind us Saturday. That's my
Did you
greater
watch that
point.
game twice? Because I know you like to watch all these games
because
twice.
we had no Fitz and Kalina first. I watched it last night. I swear to it. I did.
You ran that back?
Yeah.
Man, like a horror film.
So what stuck out from that
The
game?
Warriors' just inability to guard the 3-point line.
Yeah.
It's like, somebody help me. Run out there. Just
Yeah.
Mayday.
Get a hand up, yeah.
I don't know what to expect tonight.
They couldn't defend anything. They allowed drives and they allowed threes. You got to stop something. They gave up everything.
I don't know.
I mean, they had no answer for Wemby. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This just in. Oh, he didn't even show up.
Yeah.
He wasn't even in the state. He was back home. And you got rolled by one of the worst teams in the association. Thank you. You knew it was coming. I love it.
Yeah, Goo said I wanted to come in today and talk about this stretch drive they got coming up. They got 3 tough road games. Can they get Steph back and make it happen, try to rebuild this momentum? But he's on to they need a big boy in the offseason.
No, I didn't say that. No, it's just, it's become clear now. The number 2, the Jedi fluctuation or by committee is not working. And maybe that's why Lacob called L.A. to see what it would take Grandy Dibbs to get a LeBron James.
Are you ready to go into the drawer in the kitchen and pull out the Saran on the season?
No, I'm not. I will not do that.
Okay.
But like tonight, show me. I'm not going to muster up my feelings.
Shout out Missouri.
Yeah, and think we're watching the game like, oh, they're going to come back. They're down 14. Oh, here they come. They're down 11. Here they come. They just got out to a slow start and lose to that Spur team without, what is it, Vassal or Vassal?
Yeah,
he didn't even play.
Vassal.
Good God.
And he's probable tonight, so he's going to play.
And
so is Wemby.
Wemby's probable too tonight.
500 at home. I have no idea what that's about.
Yeah, Steve didn't either. We asked Steve last week.
I heard great
Steve,
interview.
did we lose you? Steve, why are you so bad at home? And he said, I don't know. I have no idea.
Wow.
He has no idea.
There is no, that's the kind of question. There is no answer to
The
that
answer
question.
is actually very clear,
Blowing
but
in the
no
wind.
one wants to say it.
Give it to me.
Uh-oh.
You're not very good.
Well.
The answer is you aren't very good. You're 500 with Steph. You're 500 without. You're 500 on the road.
0-4 without Steph this year.
Okay, apologies. When Draymond's out
Great.
and Clay's out, home and road, with this lineup, with that lineup, without Wiggins, with Wiggins, it all pencils out to being about 32 and 30, 33 and 31, whatever the numbers are. You're not very good. That to me is...
Randy, where was the energy Saturday? Sorry, where was the energy? That's what bugged me. They were lazy.
Didn't get back in transition defense at all. Spurs just beat you down the floor time and time
again.
They
were lazy. That's a great word, man.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember this. We did a little exercise after the it was right before the Milwaukee game. They had 22 games left, I believe, and you had them going 18-4.
Oh boy, that's awkward.
How's that looking now?
So what, 17-2 now the rest of the way?
They're 1-2 since then.
Yeah, good math.
I love
Randy.
hard divs.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
But we got free agency.
That's a nice pivot. Yeah.
No Armstead said, see ya. Wow, that shocked me. I'm not saying he was end all be all, but That shocked me to see. He was like, deuces.
Well, let me ask you this, Dibbs, because were you shocked by Armstead? Yes or no? And then doesn't it just assume they're going to sign a big boy defensive lineman?
No, it doesn't. But, I mean, it clears the way to where they probably could. But as you know, Steiny, cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money, dollar bill, y'all. And that's where Armstead, he came up against it. And they paid him a lot of money at the start of the deal. And they loaded it to where this is the year that it was all going to come home to roost. And Grandy and I were talking outside. He's been a little bit dinged up. And you could probably do better for that money. So you're going to eat it. And if you don't eat it now, you're going to have to eat it later, the cap number, the dead cap. So you look at where you are now, and you have to move on.
On the surprise scale, what was this, Grandy? Because I feel
1
like
to 10?
Because I feel like 2-3 weeks ago, we weren't talking as though they could lose Armstead.
Well, I mean, you start looking at where they could try to save a little bit of money. Armstead is up there near the top because as Dibbs was talking about, owed so much money. And the reason he's owed so much money is because they've twice restructured his contract. And as Dibbs is saying, at some point that money is going to come due. When you restructure contracts, oftentimes you're pushing a lot of the big money to later in the contract, and now you're later in the contract, so you got to finally pay up. So if they were trying to make a big move and take a swing at a big guy, someone had to take a step back, and it didn't necessarily mean it was Armstead, but you look at the highest cap hits this year for the Niners this coming year, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Arik Armstead, the top 3, Fred Warner, George Kittle, the top 5. Of those guys who maybe isn't living up to their money is probably Armstead. Maybe you point out Deebo, I don't know, but Armstead of that group, like probably the least important, and when you consider how much money he's making, maybe the least efficient for the contract
Great
as well.
points, and I'll say this about earning your keep and your money. I would put Bosa on that list if I could include the season, because when he got back, he wasn't the same person, and Dibbs are right on the table to me. I'm just concerned.
Brought to you by Atco.
Yes, sir. I did not recognize that D-line at all during the playoffs. It started with Green Bay. It started against Detroit, and to their credit, they did show up and show a pulse in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But now with no Armstead, you better be bringing in somebody, because something is fundamentally wrong with whatever scheme or D they were running to where Bosa included. Then you added Gregory. I was like, they don't need Gregory. They got Hargrave this time last year. Chase Young. I will call him Mr. Young because he wasn't chasing nobody. My point is, this was the worst part of your defense during the major stretch, and nobody knows why. And now you lose Armstead? Normally I'd say no big deal, but now I'm looking like I got my popcorn like, what are y'all about to do, Mr. Sorensen?
Yeah, maybe it was all because of Steve Wilks, and that's where we want to lay the blame. You know, the defensive coordinator made it so that these guys didn't play as well, and Arik Armstead was good. When he was healthy, he was good, he was solid, he was fine, but the number, as Grandy was laying out, the number you're paying him is far too much when you can get in, maybe DJ Jones comes back at a fifth of the number and plays that spot. And Armstead's a little bit of a tweener, and, you know, Grandy can speak to this better than I can as far as, you know, being an Oregon guy. He's a D end, he's good. He's a D tackle, he's good. Which one is he? Where's he at his best? He's not an edge rusher, but he can set the edge in the run game outside. Inside, he's tall. He's not really big and wide. So what is he in this modern NFL?
Well, I mean, you think back to, what year was it? The final Jimmy G year when the team struggled early, and then they put it together and they ran into they needed the Trey Lance start against with the Texans to get into the playoffs.
At home here.
And they come back against the Rams week 18 to get into the playoffs. They go all the way to the NFC Championship game. Armstead missed like a big chunk in the middle of the season, and as a result, they struggled and they dug themselves into a hole. He came back. They moved him inside, as Zibbs was talking about. He was outside before that. They moved him inside, and suddenly, like magic, they became the best run defense in the NFL. And it was because Armstead played inside. He's a great run stopper, and he's been great at that when he's been healthy. But what's interesting is the Niners in the playoffs, you get killed on the ground by the Packers. You get killed on the ground by the Lions. Yeah. And maybe part of it is because Armstead's playing with a torn meniscus he suffered against the Eagles earlier in the season. But that run defense turned out to be kind of a weak spot for you, and now you get rid of at least a guy who's historically been one of your best run stoppers. I don't know what they do to kind of fill that hole now.
What about Danielle Hunter?
That would be the one. That's the name. That's the name that everyone's looking at.
That might be
he's
an
an
upgrade.
edge.
Yeah,
He's playing opposite Bosa. He's not going to fill a hole on the inside.
To Steiny's point, that's a big name, a big boy coming in to help your pass rush because opposite Bosa, and Bosa was better than the stats would indicate.
But we were looking for him at junctures, doing, hey, getting off to a slow start, they don't have a sack. I'm just, for whatever reason, those things were said.
For sure. Played well in the bowl, and, if
Two
it was
sacks.
the holdout or, whatever it was. But Chase Young and Randy Gregory, they weren't the answer. And you look back to the previous year with Amenahu, and they had a better complement to Bosa last year.
I mean, if they end up signing Daniil Hunter and DJ Jones, I think people would say,
well, there's nothing
our
to see
defensive
here,
line got better.
Yeah,
I'd
agree.
So those two guys are names that have been linked to the 49ers. So maybe that's the way they're going to go about doing it.
Daniil Hunter, arguably the best free agent out there, even before free agency began.
Like,
and
do they
you
even
have a
that
ton
chicken
of suitors for him.
Yeah, no.
Not only are you going to have to find a way to move your money around, which they're already doing, restructuring Fred Warner, asking Juszczyk to take a pay cut, but you're going to also have to compete with like 15 other teams who want him as well. It's going to keep driving the price up.
I am Dr. #random. I care about stuff that's not my business. But Dibs and Grandy and Stoney, I do wonder when Lynch and Kyle knew they were going to approach my man for the pay cut, if they knew on the bingo card he might say deuces. You know what I mean? Or was it one of those, he's Kevon Looney. He's a team player. He'll take what, like, I didn't know. I do wonder if they had that on. He'll probably do this because we do see a lot of guys do it, but not the pay cut as much as the restructure. So he was offended, obviously, and he got up out of Dodge.
And imagine if look came to you when he comes back tomorrow.
Stoney was hard on him.
I heard it earlier, and it's pretty funny the way you laid that out. But if the the boss comes back tomorrow and goes, yeah, Goo, we love you. We love your contribution, but we want you to take a 75% pay cut. So we're going to take you from where you are. Yeah. We're going to chop off 3/4. And you know what? We value you. We like you, but darn it, our 95.7 the game salary cap. This Grandy guy, he's in a contract year. And we know that Evan he's a comer.
Yeah.
And these guys are coming for us now, and we got to pay these guys.
I would dip.
What?
For
6 years you've been saying you'd be loyal to me no matter what.
Come on, Scotty.
75% haircut.
I've already taken 4 pay cuts because of you.
No, please.
Well,
but
and
come
you're
on,
still
Dibs.
working because of him.
Dibs, I would say
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck.
See ya. And I would no doubt about it. So
and that would never happen because you are Steph
Where would you
Curry.
go?
Yeah, bro.
Would you stay in the region?
Hey, don't tell him.
Would you go to a bigger market?
Probably YouTube.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What'd you think about Steve Kerr not starting Andrew Wiggins on Saturday? Speaking of saying deuces.
Well, I'm going to borrow from Lizzo and say it's about damn time. Yeah, it's about damn time.
I'm almost lost that argument.
Well,
the Wiggins hope.
Before you give him too many of the flowers, I was the one back when it was Steiny, Guru, and Dibs. It was I.
You created it.
I created the whole thing. So don't let him gravy train off my bit.
I like that.
I was the first one burying this guy for what he is, which is a weak side, 11-4, kind of a non-factor. So don't let him don't try to make this the year of Steiny. That was last year. This is a new year.
And before you go, Randy, if I was right ever on Wiggins, that demotion to the bench, or even when it happened during the season, regardless of what he's dealing with off the field, off the court, a real alpha male would have flipped over a spread or went running like Kuminga did to the media to say, I'm not no bench dude. And I just saw him come off the bench like it was just like starting.
Natural.
And I don't like that for the Warriors, man. Oh. Give me some give me some dog, Wiggins.
Still asking
you want one of your players running to the media? You want that?
But no, I want them to show they're upset that they're like what normally that's a demotion. Why am I coming out? Steph's out. Let me step up. But it was natural.
This is where you need to just
call the L.
Just look at things the way they are.
Might be right.
Just look at things the way they are. Here's what we found out in the last week. We found out the way the Warriors and Steve Kerr really think of Wiggins. Wow. That's what we found out. Oh, they put him right back into the starting lineup. He got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Then he took him out of the starting lineup. Like, I don't...
And how many minutes did he play, Steiny, in that game?
25, but it was a blowout.
Okay.
And then he played 15 against the Bulls.
I'm only
he told you and Willard. He told
15, and then he had 25 against the Spurs. Something like that.
It's because Kerr told us. I asked him about that. I said, hey,
it's a really good question.
Thank you. I didn't get credit for it. But
Grandy.
I asked about whether or not Andrew's 15 minutes back-to-back was, the sign of things to come, or is it because he was out for 10 days and he's going to ramp back up?
Mm-hmm.
And Steve said, oh, no, his minutes are going back up. And then he put him on the bench, and his minutes did go up.
They did.
So Steve's not wrong. But he got the GT late minutes. And that lineup, that finishing lineup, was Andrew and the under-17 AAU team from the Hayward area.
Right. And I would argue we learned a lot more about the way it really is against the Bulls when he had Moody in the game instead of Wiggins in crunch time. Yeah. Maybe he's giving Wiggins the garbage time minutes.
He is.
Exactly.
And against San Antonio, that game got away from him. And it was Guy. It was Quinones. It was Wiggs. I mean, you didn't even see Kuminga.
Yeah, and it was over.
It was Wiggins and the Pups. And that thing was over. And it's like, all right, Andrew, here are your minutes.
We got some breaking news, guys. 49ers have made a signing. It is Leonard Floyd. Defensive end, formerly with the Buffalo Bills. Previously, before that, the Rams, 10.5 sacks last year. So that might be the defensive end.
Okay.
Potentially instead of Daniil Hunter. I don't imagine they're going to sign two of them.
No doubt.
Leonard Floyd, defensive end.
Any numbers on
Instant
that?
reaction
Not
from
yet.
you guys.
I'm not mad. How about that? I see you trying.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to pay top of the market for Daniil Hunter, and Mark's right, the Grandy man, maybe he is going to command more than you're willing to pay. You need somebody, and Leonard Floyd is a good one. So that's a good piece.
10.5 sacks against the Bills last year, 9, 9.5, 10.5 the previous 3 years with the Rams.
Okay.
He was up there near double digits every single year.
You like it, Grandy?
He's definitely not the top of the market, but considering what the Niners can afford, I mean, pair him alongside Bosa.
Can I put the rat on the table?
Brought to you by Echo.
Third rat in the crossover.
Sight unseen, he's better than Chase Young.
Gotta be.
Well, thank you. What?
Good in the Super Bowl, but other than that.
What a myth that
he did
guy
show
was.
up in the Super Bowl. I got to give him that.
What a myth.
Chase, you had a pulse.
Opening snap, and then...
Remember when they got Chase? Oh, Chase Young.
Floyd.
Chase Young. Oh, man, Chase Young. Come on. Chase Young.
He's 31 years old.
What about some help with the linebacker for Greenlaw replacement until he can come
you drafted 2 linebackers last year, so you're thinking that you have a solution internally.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Huge shoes.
D winners, Jalen Graham.
Yeah, you can't. Thank you, Grandy. You're here for me.
I love
you complete me, but you cannot go out there and pay top dollar for a guy when you've already got Greenlaw, and he might be back in November.
Yeah.
The new Achilles recovery is faster
talking about
than the old one.
I mean, just look at the contract that Kirk Cousins got. He's coming off an Achilles
What
too.
do you think of that?
That's so much. He's about to be 36.
But if you're a Falcon fan, you got action, right?
Oh,
you
yeah.
got to think.
They got to win the
They
NFC
were right
South
there to
now.
make it. He's happy.
Yeah.
Look at your boy.
Yeah.
It's just going to... How long until more Kirk Cousins to the Niners rumors start? Just sign a 4-year deal.
Man.
Is it going to kill him once and for all?
Steiny might be lightweight sad, and you're hiding it that he ain't coming here. That's
Cousins?
off the table.
I would have loved Cousins to have come here. But they got a quarterback at $900,000, so they're going to...
And you used to have Atlanta ties, so you got to like the Falcons a little bit.
Oh, you know what? I like the Falcons. They're probably... Who were we talking about the other day? Franchise is the worst franchise in terms of interest in all of pro sports. Remember Spadoni put that out?
Oh, yeah.
He had the Atlanta Hawks there, but I could say any team in Atlanta other than the Braves, right?
Yeah, because
nobody cares about the Falcons.
Made it to a Super Bowl.
Most irrelevant professional franchises.
In the big three?
Yeah, or you could put hockey if anybody knows any of the teams.
My immediate thought was the Charlotte Hornets.
That's a good one.
That's
where you had the last time they were really... It was LJ and Glenn Rice.
What about my Pirates? Well, they had a run with McCutcheon. early 2004
I mean,
or
a
5.
baby run, right?
Yeah.
And Sid Bream.
Now, the Pirates classify as
Barry
a team
Bonds.
that's sad and irrelevant. No, they do.
Dude, listen to
okay.
Fitz and Kalina on Saturday's broadcast.
No. Are they mad?
I was saying, no, they're despondent. You can hear the despair. They're like, really, they talk, but I hear something else like, how the hell they losing to San Antonio? But that's what it was, Grandy, and I heard you on the post like, oh, boy. They got to win. I don't know what to expect tonight. That's all I'm saying, man. I don't know what to expect. It's not a
Well,
good
they're going to
feeling.
win because they're on the road, and they're a good road team. And, you know.
I like
Somehow.
it. You're right.
I mean,
Minus
somehow,
4.5.
Somehow.
Minus 4.5.
When in
Warriors.
doubt, go against everything
Who's
that you
favored?
believe in. The Warriors.
Warriors favored by 4.5.
Yeah.
It opened at 6.5.
Without-
Got bet down.
Get to smile.
I am not betting a dime on the San Antonio Spurs. I'll tell you that.
That's a big old do not touch.
No chance.
Do not touch.
You remember from your days on the beat where you went to San Antonio twice a year?
Yeah.
And those were losses.
Oh, yeah.
They lost, 32 in a row
Oh, my God.
in San Antonio
It
or something
was-
like that?
It was at least the
You
high
just didn't-
20s.
You just didn't go there and win under any circumstance.
What was the game one playoff buzzer beater that got them? Remember that? The young Curry.
Yeah,
they were-
2013 playoffs.
Oh,
They
This
just-
guy's an encyclopedia.
They just upset.
Baby
They
Cliff
lost
Flavor.
game one after up by 20-something.
And
Okay.
they had upset
Yeah.
they upset Iguodala and the Nuggets
Denver.
in round one.
That's when you
Then go
called
to
them
San Antonio.
yeah.
Steph goes crazy in game one. They blow the big lead.
That-
I think they're up by like 16 with 4
That
minutes
hurt.
left.
That's still
Right.
hurt.
And then you feel like they're going to come back and get blown out in game two, and Clay goes nuclear and they win game two on the road.
See, I actually remember that show. They blew a lead
That was
against San
2013?
Antonio.
It was the first year that
Guru
Steph, Clay, and
pronounced
Dre
they're
made the
done,
playoffs.
and then they won the second. They won game two.
And then thought they were going to win it
What are you
all.
laughing
You were
at?
doing nights with Zachariah. It's funny because he's profiling you, and it's so funny.
That's pretty good.
That's classic.
But has nothing to do with Goo. But I do remember they lost to. They were down. They were
Oh
up like
my
15.
gosh.
You're
That
right, with
hurt.
about 4
It was
minutes.
16 with 4 minutes left, and I always
And they
use
hadn't
that
this guy.
lead as like the baseline for what's the biggest lead that you
Right.
can blow with 4 minutes left, a 16-point lead.
Well, the
And
other thing
Warriors
about
found
that
a way.
game was that they still did have their regular season losing streak. It was intact. So they hadn't played them in the postseason forever.
Right.
So they had them beat in the postseason and lost a 15-point
Oh,
lead.
man.
And I'll be a son of a gun if they didn't come back and win game two, though.
They did.
When everybody was like, well, now they're done. They can't win
Gonna
game
get swept. Maybe a gentleman's sweep.
Yep.
That series was 2-2. 2-2. And then the Warriors
Who ran zone
lost
Saturday.
game 5 and 6.
Yes.
I think at game 6 at home. But
I remember game one. There must have been some crazy Spurs fan up near the TV or near a microphone just screaming at the top
This
of her
is-
lungs endlessly. It haunted my nightmares for
This
a
is
couple of
great.
years.
Great memory, this guy.
wow.
Dude, that's
I'll tell the people, look, we all three, Steiny, Dibbs, and I have multiple children. Evan 0,
Man.
you 0.
We got
Dibbs and
9
Shasky
between
1.
us.
When y'all get to multiples, call me and tell me if that memory
You're right.
is on fleek like it is right now. That's good stuff. I tell Bonte that when Baby Chaz has a brother or sister,
Dude.
Shasky, when your man has Lil LJ has a brother or sister, talk to me about that memory.
And
This
Fle-
incredible.
Fleek is good.
Yeah, because right, it's like Dibbs, Cliff Clavin, but he's special. Yeah.
well, I don't remember things like this guy over here. Grandy is.
I
like,
didn't know it was like this.
No, and he's still in his 20s, where
Right.
life hasn't
It was
really
just a
gotten.
couple
His memory has not gotten conflated by a variety of
I
outside.
have fewer things to remember.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
Oh, boy,
In fairness, Shasky and Bonte are pretty amazing. When it
I
comes
just
to the
said that
Oh.
to all of it.
Well, I had thrown away that. You saw me throw something away, and I missed it.
yeah.
I was saying
Well,
there when they have multiple
yeah.
kids, come talk to me about that memory.
You stopped to correct me,
'Cause
and
you
then
got
you threw
one
away
down.
your recycling just to try to, clear your exit a little bit faster. I get that.
All right, well, this was a joy today, this crossover. Thanks, Grandy.
Really quick before you do get out of here, Leonard Floyd, 2 years, $20 million, worth up to $24 million, $12 million guaranteed in year one.
All right.
Wow.
Oh,
Makes
coordinator
you
gonna
feel
be
even
happy.
better. That's a small deal.
Nick Sorensen happy.
Let's
You
go.
guys have a hell of a show. I'm sure there'll be more free agent legal tampering news. These guys will have it all. Warriors at Spurs tonight. Grandy, do you have the pre?
We both do. Warriors
Oh,
Live.
yeah.
How dare you?
Just take
Warriors
it from
Live
here.
starting at 4.
Have a good one, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in, Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you on this Monday. Welcome in as NFL free agency, I guess not officially underway. It's the legal tampering period.
Which I never understood. It's legal tampering.
And the second that it opens, 9 a.m. Pacific time, you've got like 8 deals already. I think they were illegally tampering, Dibs.
Well, 8 or like 30, or now we're at 50 deals or whatever the number of deals are. That's the one thing about the NFL period that I don't understand. It's legal tampering, yet just open it. Let it all happen. Do we have to wait until, Wednesday for the actual thing to open up? Because all these deals that we are knowing about, that are rumored to happen, they're all going to happen. So let it start today. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't really get it either. At least with NFL free agency, even before it actually opens, you get all this action. Meanwhile, MLB free agency, you're still waiting on Blake Snell.
Right.
So
that's true. That's true.
But the Niners have been not terribly busy so far today. They made news early in the morning by announcing that Arik Armstead is going to be released because they approached him offering him a pay cut or asking him if he would take a pay cut. He refused, understandably so. Get your money, Arik. So he's going to be released. That created a hole on the 49ers defensive line. And just recently, as you heard on the crossover with Steiny and Goo, the 49ers have signed defensive end Leonard Floyd. Wherever he's been a quality pass rusher. Last year with Buffalo, he had 10.5 sacks, 9 sacks, 9.5, 10.5 with the Rams before that. Originally drafted by the Bears. So the 49ers pair Leonard Floyd opposite of Nick Bosa. There's still a hole on the inside of the defensive line, Dibs, but the Niners in action a little bit. Now, the last 3 free agencies, they've made at least a decent splash. Charvarius Ward 2 years ago, Javon Hargrave last year, and now Leonard Floyd this year. And probably more moves coming.
More moves coming, certainly in the interior. You're going to need a defensive tackle if Arik Armstead does decide to go elsewhere. But I like the length of the deal, and you mentioned 2 years and $20 million. $12 million guaranteed. It's the kind of deal that you can deal with for a year, and if it doesn't work out, you can part ways and you can eat the remainder of it, or you have him here for 2 years and you look at an edge rusher, a defensive end who's on a very reasonable deal. It's kind of a prove-it deal for Floyd. I know he's 31, but if you come out and you play well, he can get himself lined up for one more big deal after this, but the Niners love to do depth on the D-line, and this certainly is a depth piece.
Well, they have so many defensive linemen who are free agents.
Right.
So you knew that there was going to be multiple additions on this defensive line. You just were wondering, were you going to get any of the big boys? Not that Leonard Floyd is one of the best edge rushers available. Daniil Hunter is a name that everyone's been throwing around. Of the Vikings previously, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. I think he had like 16.5 sacks last year. He's been awesome in his career. Zadarius Smith is another edge rusher. Not that the Niners aren't in the market for another edge rusher, but considering their money situation, this probably takes them out of the running for any of the other big boys at that position, or maybe at any position. But they're still going to make a number of moves because they have so many guys that are going to be free agents. So you need, and as you talked about, they love depth. They love bringing in fresh legs every so often throughout games. So this will not be the only move they make on the defensive line. But if you're holding out for Daniil Hunter, that wish might be over.
Yes, I think it is over. And if you look at Floyd, over his last 4 years, he played in every game for the Rams and for Buffalo. He had 39 sacks over those 4 years. So even though he's getting older, he's the kind of player that you want as far as what Armstead was unable to deliver in the interior. And Armstead had injuries, and so he missed games. Leonard Floyd has not missed a game. He played all 16 in 2020, and then he played 17, 17, and 17 after that with the Rams and with Buffalo. So his availability is critical to what you're trying to do. And yeah, I think when you start to talk about the Niners in the defensive line, You got the big boy in Nick Bosa, and now you're just trying to build your depth pieces around it, and this is what they've always done.
So let's talk about Arik Armstead, though. And it's Grandy in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game, so it's Dibs and Grandy with you.
Oregon, I know. It's going to hit you pretty hard.
Well, okay, so kind of
You're
funny.
an Oregon guy.
Went to Oregon.
With him, right?
His last year there, he left early to be drafted, first round by the Niners back in the 2015 draft. So his last year was the fall of 2014, which was my freshman year there. DeForest Buckner, also Oregon, first round pick.
And he's a little bit older, right, than Armstead?
Yes,
or a year ahead? Or
they might be the same age, but Buckner stayed a year later.
Okay.
I think he might have stayed till he was a senior. But right around, they were there together for most of their Oregon careers. The Niners lose the Super Bowl in 2020 to the Chiefs, trade an Oregon defensive lineman, first round pick. That was DeForest Buckner. And then 4 years later, after losing the 2024 Super Bowl to the same team, they release an Oregon first round defensive lineman. Nothing but consistent, the 49ers. I want to talk, though, about Armstead and the 49ers' decision to ask him to take a pay cut, because I have been seeing a decent amount of misinformation out there about what the 49ers did. There is a major difference, Dibs, between asking a player to take a pay cut and restructuring his contract. Restructuring a contract is what the Niners have done with Armstead twice previously. What a restructuring does is it converts a lot of the money into the form of a bonus, potentially, that gets paid out immediately, which is good for a player. You get more of your money up front immediately. It also takes some non-guaranteed money that you weren't expected to originally have paid that guy and push it off later, but make it guaranteed. So really, there's really very few downsides for a player taking a restructured contract, because they get some more of their money up front, and at times they actually get more guaranteed money down the road.
And that's what he got in his previous restructure.
Exactly.
Which is why now their dead cap is
Exactly.
such a big number, because he already restructured and they already owe him that money.
Yeah, exactly. And what makes it beneficial for a team is, while maybe you're on the hook for more money in total, you are freeing up cap space for your team at this moment, which is what they just did with Fred Warner. We don't have the details of the Fred Warner restructure, but likely he's going to be paid a base salary near the minimum this year, but he's going to get a lot more in a bonus up front when this season begins. He's going to get a lot more potentially down the road. Now, what the Niners asked Armstead to do was not restructure again. It was, oh man, with these past restructures we've done to you, we have a ton of money to pay you still over the last year plus of this contract. We don't think you're worth that, Arik. So we are going to ask you to take less. And Armstead is well within his rights to say, no, sorry, I'm not taking less.
Right.
We've already agreed to this amount. We've restructured a couple of times. This is the money that I'm owed. If you don't want to pay me this, then let me walk and I'll test the waters. So I wanted to get that out to begin, because Armstead is well within his rights. That's money that he's owed. If the Niners don't want to pay him, he's under absolutely no pressure to accept less money. He could test the market elsewhere. He gets more. Good for him. Go get your money, Arik. But there is a major difference between a restructured deal and just simply taking a pay cut.
Right.
And the Niners asked Armstead to take a major pay cut.
And if he took the pay cut, would they not owe him what was already guaranteed to him in the previous restructure? Or
if they agreed to just wipe out the contract, then they would start anew.
So they're asking him to eat basically some $20 million that they owe him.
Potentially based on what their new offer would have been to him. Yeah.
Right. So their new offer might have been, let's say, $4 or $5 million, even though it might not have been that much. They're saying, go ahead and eat the $15 million that we owe you. We're going to give you this much.
Yeah.
Take a pay cut, and you can still be a 49er.
Exactly.
So why would any player with that construct take that deal? It's kind of like what Russell Wilson went through with Denver, where they cut him and they owe him, and now he's taking the minimum for Pittsburgh, and yet Denver still owes him
like
some
$38 million or something.
Right. So he's going to play for the vet min in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's going to pay him a little bit more than $1.5 million. And yet he's still getting $38 million from Denver. So Armstead is probably looking at the same idea, looking for a team to just pay him whatever, even if it is a pay cut, and he's still going to get that money from the Niners because they owe it to him.
Now, there is still a chance, and you and I were talking about this pre-show, there's a chance that maybe the market isn't great to him.
Yeah.
and he approaches John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan again in a couple of weeks, whatever the timeline is, and says, all right, I've reconsidered.
Yeah.
I'll take your new offer. Maybe the Niners offer has changed at that point. Who knows? But this doesn't necessarily mean that he's gone and never to be seen from again. There's a chance that the market isn't as good to him, because if you are the Niners and you are offering him a new deal, you're not trying to insult him. You're offering a deal based on what you think is fair market value.
Right.
The Niners aren't going to purposefully undershoot market value by a ton. They're going to try to be relatively fair, and their main goal is saving money, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's making what, $28.4 million this year? I mean, you could ask any one of our callers, 888-957-9570. It's Grandy in for Willard today, Willard and Dibs. He's not worth that much money.
Right.
So the Niners are also in the right to try to get him at less, but they're just on the hook for more, and Armstead is well within his rights to say no as well.
Of course. And, they're on the hook for more because of the way they've gone about restructuring deals in order to push the money down the road. And this is where Mark and I have a debate always about the salary cap and whether or not it's an actual construct or if it's more of a nebulous idea. And when you get into these moments where the player who's not playing to that level, he's not worth that much money. Almost no interior lineman is worth that money. So you look at the bill, and the bill comes due, and the team has a tough choice to make. And the choice really is not that difficult, because you're not going to pay him that much to play 12 games on a team that, nobody values an interior lineman like that. So you're hoping that you can get him to take less to stay. But the reality is you're on the hook for a big dead cap number that is going to be spread over 1 or 2 years, depending on how it goes.
Yeah. So what's interesting there is if the 49ers do end up releasing Armstead, which is the plan as of now, but as we talked about, who knows exactly how it's all going to work out eventually. There's a couple different ways they could do it. If they just release him outright right now, immediately, they save about $2 million in cap space this year. They still owe him a ton of dead money.
Yep.
And they could use those extra $2 million in cap space right now. But if they designate him as a post-June 1st release, just the way that it works in the NFL, that cap hit, the dead cap money, gets spread out over this season and next year. The Niners would ultimately, the cap this year would save about $18 million if they designate him as a post-June 1st release. But they can't use that money until after June 1st.
Right.
So ultimately, it's wasted in terms of this round of free agency, but it's never bad to have space, and it can roll over to the next year. So I would imagine the Niners aren't willing to do all of this to just save $2 million, but that also means they didn't really gain any flexibility from this move just yet.
Right. It all depends on when they designate him as a guy they're going to release. And honestly, the majority of the free agent activity will happen far before June 1st. It'll happen here before April 1st, and maybe you can have some of that money saved for your draft picks, you're going to need to allocate some cap space for those picks, and you actually have a first-round pick, which is kind of fun.
I think 11 total picks now.
Right.
Because last week, all the compensatory picks came out, and the Niners had like 5 of them.
Yep.
Again.
Yep.
Always up there.
The Jimmy G turned out to be a 4th and not a 3rd based on how he played, but 11 picks, and those people are going to need money too.
Yeah. And you just signed Leonard Floyd to 2 years, $20 million. You probably are going to need to sign a couple of other D linemen, a D tackle, some edge. Are you going to fortify your linebacker spot? Are you going to sign another cornerback? Are you going to sign an offensive lineman? I don't think so. Maybe they re-sign Feliciano, maybe some other guys for depth pieces. They're not going to get a starter on the market. They don't have the money for it. And
I think you'll probably use that top draft pick on an offensive lineman.
I would think that's likely. The market for offensive linemen, specifically for guards, is booming.
It's crazy. You were mentioning that pre-show.
I gotta find it out. I gotta find it here. Give me a second.
Some of the numbers that have been paid to guards, interior linemen. And it's weird because the linebacker market is down, the running back market is non-existent, and the safety market's been depressed as well. But the offensive guard now getting paid big time.
Robert Hunt, formerly of the Dolphins, got 5 years, $100 million from the Panthers. He's a fine offensive lineman, maybe one of the 5 best guards available on the market, but I mean, he's nothing. He's not an all-pro or anything.
Right.
5 years, $100 million for a guard.
That's
a lot
crazy.
of money.
Yeah.
And it kind of prices the Niners out of that stuff.
For sure.
So probably going to go draft pick for the 49ers on the offensive line. Right tackle, they did re-sign Colton McKivitz late last week. I know that kind of angered some Niner fans because McKivitz not the best right tackle, but we'll see where the 49ers go from here. There are other ways for them to save some money, but we can dive into why the Arik Armstead move and what the Niners are thinking about it and just potentially saying goodbye to the longest tenured Niner. Wild. He's been here since he was drafted in 2015, pre-Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. He's been here for a really long time, and he was here for one of the better eras of 49er football, at least in recent years. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard, so Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. We've got Warriors Live kicking off at 4, but plenty more on free agency. The Niners making moves. More coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Want a career with purpose?
This is Brandon Pajemski, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Pods? Grandy in for Willard today, so it's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We've got Warriors Live coming up in an hour and a half at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game as we get you ready for Warriors and Spurs Part 2. Wemby's back.
Yeah.
Devin Vassell is back for the Spurs. Decent little player, but Wemby's back as the headliner, obviously.
Right.
Gary Payton II back for the Warriors. Sat out Saturday with an illness, but he's back. But the Warriors going to need a win in San Antonio. We can get more into it later.
And the Warriors favored with no Steph.
Yeah, but 4.5.
Wemby back and, GP2 back and the Warriors favor on the road after what we've seen. Seems a little shocking to me.
Do you lean into it then?
No, I mean, I try to avoid the
Warriors
NBA.
money line?
It's the Warriors are the one team that you really can't trust to bet on. I mean,
they can beat anybody, but they can lose to anybody.
Right. They lost to Chicago and San Antonio back-to-back games.
After their best win of the season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't trust this team.
No, I'm with you. All right, that's coming up in an hour and a half at 4 Warriors Live. It'll be myself and Dibs. Grandy and Dibs with you here. I'm sitting in for Mark Willard today on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the Niners so far in free agency. The new league year officially begins on Wednesday, but the legal tampering period is upon us. If you want to get in on the action and join us here on Willard and Dibs reacting to the Arik Armstead release, the Leonard Floyd signing, give us a call, 888-957-9570. Dibs and I both think there's more moves coming for the 49ers, and I think there's more money-saving moves coming for the 49ers, Dibs, because you look at what they have under contract right now, and even with this Armstead release, as we talked about, at best, at this very moment, it saves them a little more than $2 million, $2.5 million. It can save them a whole lot more, $18 million against the cap this year, but they aren't able to access those savings until after June if they decide, or after June 1st, if they decide to go that way. So if the Niners are, as we're talking about, trying to make some more moves and sign some more free agents, they need to make some more cap space first. And they did that with Fred Warner, who got his contract restructured, paying up more up front in a bonus and pushing off other payments till later in the deal to save some money this year. But if you are looking to add legitimate talent, it's probably going to take some more maneuvers like that. And the Niners have kind of become famous for doing a lot of these maneuvers. We're just talking about Armstead's contract, restructured twice before they approached him for a pay cut the last couple of weeks, or however the timeline worked out on this. I think we're probably going to see more of that. There was the report that Fred Warner got restructured. They approached Kyle Juszczyk about taking a pay cut. Maybe Trent Williams gets restructured. Maybe there's a move in the future with Deebo Samuel. Who knows? But I think there's going to be some other moves, at the very least, just to try to save some money to make room for some new free agents.
Yeah, and you need to get probably an interior defensive lineman and, whatever else you want to address. You could probably address it in the draft, but you look at where this team was deficient last year, and it was the D-line. The D-line did not perform as well as they probably should have. And is it Steve Wilkes' fault? Maybe in part, but you've already seen the team address a need there. Chase Young, Randy Gregory, neither player was really that impactful, opposite of Nick Bosa.
Cleveland Ferrell.
Right?
Yeah.
Cleveland was pretty good, I think. And then he got hurt, and you realized that you had a greater need there, and now you let Arik Armstead go primarily because of the money you were going to pay him. And interesting about Kyle Juszczyk, because no team values the fullback as much as this team does, and yet you want to have him take a pay cut, and I understand it because he's the highest paid fullback in football, yet the way you run your offense, he's a pretty critical piece. So, would he be willing to, I guess he'd be more willing to take a pay cut, because if you look around the NFL, there are only, 8 to 10 teams that actually have a fullback. So if you are a fullback, your job possibilities are somewhat limited based on what offenses do around the league.
Yeah, so if we're looking at savings, Kyle Juszczyk, his base salary for this coming year is $5.75 million. Okay. So just under $6 million, which is the highest paid fullback in the NFL. I think Alec Ingold, who was on the show leading up to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, friend of the program.
He was great, by the way.
He was. I was off that day.
Oh, you were off that day? I guess
it was a Kruger and Willard.
Oh, was it
No,
Kruger?
it was FP. You're right. It was FP.
Regardless, whoever it was, Ingold is great. and I think made some fans in the Bay Area. Second highest paid fullback, but Juszczyk, the highest paid fullback. And they have asked Kyle Juszczyk, the Niners have, at least according to reports, about reducing his contract and saving them some money, reducing his salary for this coming year, which is exactly what they did with Armstead. So if Juszczyk, maybe he's more likely to say yes because, first of all, he's been paid handsomely as the highest paid fullback for years now with the 49ers.
And secondly, his wife is now a big deal with her new licensing agreement.
Maybe they don't need the money as much anymore.
Maybe Kyle's like, all right, honey, you go ahead and you can carry the water.
Yeah, those Harvard grads, pretty smart.
Dude, very smart.
Yeah.
And she's crushing it with her new licensing deal. And I wonder what that was worth.
I saw she made one and sent one to Caitlin Clark for when she broke the all-time NCAA scoring record.
Absolutely.
Good publicity. There's a ton of eyes on Caitlin Clark right now.
22 in Iowa. And, I don't want to get too far off track, but looking at the tournament coming up, I'm almost as interested in the women's tournament, especially late after we saw yesterday South Carolina and LSU.
They got into
throwing hands. Yeah.
There's some hair pulling and then
some pushing and the whole deal.
Oh, man.
Anyway, the women's game has come a long way, but Kristen
and the Juszczyk's taking advantage.
Yes, Kristen Juszczyk is a smart businesswoman, and so maybe Kyle looks at it and goes, all right, maybe I can take less because my better half is now doing pretty well.
So, yeah, I bring it up because the Niners are doing with Juszczyk exactly what they did with Armstead. And if Juszczyk says, no, sorry, then the move for the Niners, if they want to follow through, is, all right, Kyle, well, we'll let you walk. Go test the waters. Not that it's necessarily something that they would follow through on. Who knows? Maybe they're bluffing and Juszczyk calls the bluff. I don't know. But if they do that, let's say Juszczyk does not want to take a pay cut. The Niners say, all right, Kyle, go test the market. We'll be here waiting for you if you want to come back, but go test the market. That would save them an immediate $4.9 million this year. That's a decent chunk that could lead you to something else. We're talking about Fred Warner. We don't know the details of Fred Warner's restructured contract. Again, the difference between a restructure and just a straight salary cut or reducing someone's salary, they're entirely different. A restructure, the player is still going to get all of their money that they were promised. They're just going to get more of it up front and maybe a little bit more than they were actually promised originally towards the end of the deal. We don't know the details of Fred Warner's restructure, but the report from Matt Barrows of The Athletic was, quote, a sizable portion of his base salary. It's likely that his base salary of about $15 million got reduced to the vet minimum of just over $1 million per year, and that would save them nearly $10 million in 2024 cap room. So if something like that is actually accurate, that's $10 million saved right there. Potentially, you have $18 million from Armstead later on in the summer, which can roll over into next year.
Right.
You could use it to acquire someone at the deadline. You could use it to get a couple of veteran mop-up pieces here and there later in the offseason. There are ways for them to get further space, but there isn't really a ton of room for another mega star to step in here.
Right.
But there is some flexibility for them. They just can't take advantage of all of it at this very moment.
And the mega stars are all coming out in the next day, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the week where you're going to get those mega pieces. And if you look at the roster, you honestly don't need any more mega stars. You would like to have a good defensive lineman, but you have one in Javon Hargrave, and you now have, with Leonard signing, you've got 2 good defensive ends. You've got a great linebacker. Your other one's hurt, but you would figure you can maybe plug and play. Maybe Flanagan Fowles signs, because I know he's a free agent. Oren Burks is a free agent. Maybe you bring one of them back on a more team-friendly deal. You've got already a star in your secondary. Offensively, we know that you are replete with stars in the line, out wide, in the interior. Your quarterback is a star, but he's not paid like one, and you have the best running back in football. So when you look at what you really need still, you don't have a great need for another high-priced, highly paid superstar. So maybe you can wait until a little further in the offseason.
You are going to have to address defensive tackle, though. You don't want to spend as much as you were spending on Armstead, or nearly $28 million. And if you are just joining us, earlier today, the 49ers announced that they have granted Arik Armstead his release after he denied he did not want to accept a pay cut. So the Niners are going to release him. At least that's the plan currently. And they have since signed defensive end / pass rusher Malcolm Floyd. or Leonard Floyd, Leonard Floyd. 2 years, $20 million, worth up to $24 million in total, with $12 million guaranteed in year number 1. So you get rid of a D tackle and you sign a D end. You're still going to need to find a D tackle and a name that you threw out during the crossover, with former 49er Jones from the Broncos.
DJ Jones.
Who's probably going to get cut from Denver.
Right. And you already have Javon Hargrave. So, you've paid Javon Hargrave to be that guy. So now that you don't have Arik Armstead,
he's got to be the torchbearer for that group.
He's got to be. And he
honestly wasn't very good. He didn't live up to expectations in his first year.
Correct. And I think that's a fair way to put it.
It wasn't bad, but...
No, but if you pay a guy, and I'm looking at his deal right now, it was $4 and $84 with $40 million guaranteed. That's the money that you pay a guy and you say, you're the dude. Now go in there and wreck the game. And he was not a game wrecker this year. He was inconsistent. And, between he and Armstead, they were not as good, especially in January, against the run as you would hope that he would be. And so you look at his deal, and his dead cap number right now is $33 million. So he's going to be there this year. After this year, the dead cap goes down to 18.6, which, again, you don't want to get rid of that. You don't want to have to eat that after this year. But you go to Hargrave now, Mark, and you say, look, dude, we paid you all this money to be that guy. So you're our guy. You're our free agent acquisition last year, and you're that guy this year. So I don't think that they're going to add another big name, another big price to play alongside of him.
What do you think is more important? And they just signed Leonard Floyd, so maybe they were already answering this question for us. But considering the issues that they had stopping the run really late in the regular season, maybe the last 5 or 6 weeks of the regular season, and then into the playoffs, and we talked so much about barely beating the Packers and the Lions, they got out to leads because they were killing you on the ground over and over and over again. Now the Niners move off of one of their better run tackles in the interior of the defensive line in Arik Armstead, and they not necessarily use that saved money to go sign an edge, but clearly they used a good chunk of their available money to sign an edge in Leonard Floyd. Seems like they're valuing pass rushers over run stoppers. I don't know, considering the issues that they had this season, I don't know if that's necessarily the right decision, but it does seem like that's the area that they're going. They want someone at least quality opposite Nick Bosa to get to quarterbacks, and maybe they give up a little bit on the interior. I don't know if that's the right decision, but it seems to be the direction they're headed.
Yeah, and I think that when you think about premium free agents, you start with the edge because those guys are fewer and further between. And so you get Leonard Floyd and you bring him in, a guy who's got 39.5 sacks over the last 4 years, and you at least look at a track record. He's been healthy and he's been productive, very consistent. 9, and you mentioned it earlier, 9 and 10 sacks per year over the last 4 in 2 different cities. He's been very bankable. So you put that opposite Bosa and you figure, all right, we've got that squared away. And I do think that you look at the interior defensive line and you can kind of piecemeal it. And if you look at last year, just who they had Givens and Kinlaw and Davis and Joseph Day and McGill, pieces, just players, bodies who were in there. And you figure you can get those guys, you can get enough depth pieces inside to make that work. And maybe DJ Jones is the guy you target to bring him back, because when he was here, that A-gap control was not an issue. He's a monster.
He's really, probably going to make around $10 million, probably something like that.
That much, huh?
I would think.
Yeah. Well, that's too rich for their blood, though, I think.
It might be. But, there's no doubt. Maybe he's willing to take a little bit of a pay cut. He clearly liked being with the 49ers, and Shanahan and Lynch, I'm sure, liked him as well. And he's a very likely cut target for the Broncos. So he's not available. Last I checked, I don't think he's technically available at this moment.
Right.
But the expectation is that he will be. You mentioned all those other guys. Those are fine guys maybe to plug in as backups. But to your point, you got an open starting spot. Kinlaw's a free agent. Yep. You're going to release Armstead. You've got Javon Hargrave, who, as we talked about, maybe has a little bit more pressure at being the guy up the middle this coming season. But it's not like you're just filling the reserve defensive tackle spots. You're filling a starting spot. And that's one of the biggest needs of this team now with the absence of Armstead. Now, there's other ways that you can free up some money. We talked about Deebo Samuel. He's making a ton of money this coming season. Has he lived up to that? I mean, part of the reason the 49ers decided to release Armstead, or at least first approach him with the opportunity to cut his money and take a lesser deal, was because he wasn't worth that money. Is Deebo Samuel worth the money that he's being paid right now? I mean, you look at what he's getting. His cap hit this year is $28.6 million.
Right.
That's a ton of money. Imagine what the Niners could do if they had some of that money saved. Not saying that they're going to consider trading Deebo Samuel or trying to restructure or whatever, but if you are trying to find a way to save some money in a certain place to make room for maybe a bigger player at a different position, Deebo Samuel is one of those prime candidates because his cap hit is the second highest on the team.
It's monster. And if you look at what it would be after this year, the dead cap goes down to 15.1. So maybe this is one of those times where you got to just kind of eat it with Deebo. And if he doesn't really outproduce the contract this year, then you get into that same sort of an Armstead situation next year, because if you sign Brandon Ayuk now, his cap number goes down. And we need to keep that in mind, because his number, I think, is about $14 million this year. But if you sign him to an extension, his number this year goes down, so you do recoup a little bit of a saving. And then you get to next year and you think about, well, we don't want to pay two wide receivers $25 million a year. Maybe at that point, Deebo becomes more expendable, or he falls into that Arik Armstead category.
There's so much math when you try to sort. I feel like I'm back in my high school AP calculus class.
You're crushing it, though.
Senior.
You're really on this stuff.
I mean, because you could talk about, just as you were laying out, you sign Ayuk, you actually pay him less this year. It's a less, but then you got to worry about how it is in future years when Bosa ticks up major. Like considering what he's going to be a bargain in terms of your cap hit this year. But then you look future years, it'll take all the way up to like $40 million before the end of the deal. You have to account for a Brock Purdy extension, which can be negotiated a year from now, a little less than a year from now. There's so many things to keep track of, and I guess it's why the Niners have like 10 people in charge of it in their front office.
Parag Marate, Stanford educated.
Leading the way. John Lynch, Stanford educated.
Exactly.
There's so many different ways that it can play out. All we know is that if they want to continue loading up, because, I mean, part of the reason why you feel like there are more moves coming is because based on everything that they've said and based on the structure of Brock Purdy's contract, he's still going to be the biggest bargain in the NFL this year and this coming year, and he can be for the following year if they want him to as well.
Yep.
He still has 2 more years on his rookie deal. Very, very low money, barely ticking $1 million by the end of his contract. You have all of the freedom in the world, not freedom, maybe pressure is the right word, all the pressure in the world to try to make it work now. You got to take advantage of this contract you have with Brock Purdy, which is why you feel like if there was ever a time to be incredibly creative and try to sneak in another contract here or there, the time is now, because you're going to get to a point where maybe you have to pay Brock Purdy $35-40 million a year.
Oh, at least.
And that, 45. I mean, just look at what 36-year-old Kirk Cousins got today.
Right.
There's a time where that's going to really, really hinder your ability to keep a lot of other talent around. That time is not here yet. So they got to take advantage while they can, and this is one of the last years that they can do that.
Yeah, you had 2 more years to do it, and this is why the Arik Armstead thing happens now, because you realize that he's not playing at the level that would merit him getting that much money under his current contract. And so you got to make a hard choice. And Kyle Juszczyk is the interesting one for me, because he is pretty vital, I think, in what you do and how you want to run your offense. And if you look at his number this year, the cap hit is $7.6 million, all total cash out the door. And you need Kyle Juszczyk because of the way you run your offense. And I've talked to Mark Willard a lot about the 21 personnel, and Juszczyk plays about half the time as a fullback. He plays a ton. You can flare him out into the slot. You can put him on the line as a second tight end. He's so versatile in what you do as an offense that I think that Kyle Shanahan, I don't know if he wants to survive and thrive as an offensive coordinator without a fullback, yet you're paying him more than any other fullback in football. So you go to him and you ask him reportedly to take a pay cut. How big of a pay cut can he take? And if you're Juszczyk, you're kind of limited in your options because there aren't that many teams that run offense like this.
Yeah, so if you are Juszczyk, You going to say yes to the pay
You got
cut?
to eat it. Depends on how big the pay cut is, but
What
really,
is he making again this year? Let's see.
The base is $575,
Yeah.
and then you got a signing of $800K. You got a roster bonus. You got an option. You got a workout. The cap hit that I see is $7.6 million, which is like for a fullback, that's crazy money. But you win when you have him, and your offense is one of the best in football because of having a fullback. So what's that worth to you, Kyle? Versus maybe not getting DJ Jones, as your defensive lineman because you can't afford him because you're paying your fullback $7 million.
Yeah, I think it's a little different. We're trying to draw a comparison between the Armstead situation and the Juszczyk situation.
Right.
Armstead, obviously being paid handsomely. I mean, all of these guys are being paid handsomely for our standards, obviously. I mean, they're making millions of dollars, multi-millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. Most of them are. For Armstead, though, he's already been restructured twice, which, again, as we talked about earlier, isn't really a bad thing for a player at all. In fact, oftentimes it gets them more money. It's just spread out over a longer period, and they take more per year. Their average annual value goes down, but you get more in a bonus. You get more spread out between fake years, fake void years that happen later on in the contract. So the restructure isn't really a bad thing, but you are doing the team a favor because you're helping them out in the short term. And Armstead has already done that twice. Juszczyk, meanwhile, being paid top of the fullback market his entire time as a 49er, feeling well-respected, loved, appreciated, needed, all of that. Not that Armstead didn't really feel that, but he's been asked to do a couple of things for the franchise already. Meanwhile, Juszczyk has kind of been sitting pretty, being paid more than any other fullback in the league, and now the team approaches you. Maybe he's more likely to say yeah because of the way he's been treated in the past. No qualms with how he's been treated since he's been a Niner.
Right, and no options in terms of what he does. Like if you're Arik Armstead and you think that you're still playing really, really well, you have options because all 32 teams need a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
They all have defensive tackles, and they all want to stop the run. And if you look at the NFL, and I just punched up the list of fullbacks in Spot Track, there are only 14 listed, and one of them's a defensive tackle. And of these guys, you've got players who don't really feature in their offense, and if you start to look at teams that actually use fullbacks, Alex Ingold among them, he's the third highest paid at $4 million. You got Patrick Ricard, Baltimore. They love the fullback.
Yeah.
He's making $375. The teams
That's where Juszczyk came from, Baltimore.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the teams that use fullbacks, they already have fullbacks. So it's not like as a fullback, you can go out to like Miami, for example. They have Alec Ingold. Well, you can't go there and be a backup. And a lot of these teams, they don't use the fullback because they go 11 personnel, one running back, one tight end. They just don't play that way. So if you're Juszczyk, you're kind of stuck.
So maybe that reality in terms of position need or lack thereof.
Scarcity.
The scarcity of it. Yeah, you're right. With the fact that he's already been paid handsomely by the 49ers, maybe he's more likely to say yes to a pay cut.
And if you're Arik Armstead, you look at that and you're asked to take a pay cut that's about 75 or 80%, and you're thinking, no chance.
Hell no.
No, exactly.
I'm going to bet on myself that I can get more in the open market, and I'll say, well, I wish I could be a Niner for life, but I gotta protect my chicken, as Goo would say.
Look at you.
Right?
I love it, Grandy. Well played.
All right, we got to take a break here. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy sitting in for Willard today on this Monday here on 95.7 The Game. We've got Warriors Live coming up in an hour at 4 o'clock as we get ready for the Warriors and the Spurs. Tip-off is at 5. The pregame coverage with Warriors Live. It'll be myself and Dibs with you there. Begins in an hour at 4 o'clock. Here on 95.7 The Game, we are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You can head to twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. Subscribe to the channel, and if you do like the show, make sure you hit the thumbs up button on the YouTube page as well. We appreciate that. We're sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More on the Niners coming up. Plus, what does this mean for Ayuk, and what does a potential contract for Brock Purdy look like? All that and more coming up as Willard and Dibs continues. It's Grandy in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
And I am Dan Dibley. Mark?
by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Grandy in for Willard today here on Willard and Dibbs. So it's Dibbs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game. Happy Monday as we talk through legal tampering period for the NFL, which is underway. Underway what? Let's see, 6 hours ago now?
Yeah.
9 this morning Pacific time. The new league year begins officially on Wednesday. That's when these deals can become official. But I think I read 80 plus contracts agreed upon already. Nothing official again until Wednesday. But 80 within the first 6 hours of legal tampering period. The Niners have agreed to one of those with Leonard Floyd. They also agreed to a deal with Colton McKivitz last week. Since that's their own player, they can agree to deals and contact those players ahead of time. But 80 plus deals in 6 hours.
Right. In legal tampering. And if it's tampering, then is it really legal?
Calling it legal tampering implies the existence of illegal tampering, which certainly does exist.
Right. Because this morning at 9, the deals were coming with a certain amount of...
Fast and furious.
Yeah, very rapid. And you can't tell me that you were just reaching out for the first time at 9:01 and at 9:07 you had a deal done. So the tampering that was going on was most certainly illegal, and then you get into this time where, and deals can't be signed yet until Wednesday, but deals are agreed upon, and this period's always kind of flummoxed me as why we even have this 2-day period of, you can talk, but you can't sign.
It's kind of weird.
It's really weird, and everything's, it's a done deal anyway, right?
Yeah, so the Falcons called up Kirk Cousins for the first time today and said, hey, Kirk, 4 years, $180 million. Yeah, you in?
And he said, sure.
Of course,
Yeah, first I've heard from you.
Yeah.
It's 9:03. I just happened to be near my phone, Who could have seen that coming?
That's a wild contract.
It is, but if you're Atlanta, and I think that they are just a quarterback away, their skill position guys are elite, and their division is very vulnerable. So if you're going to be a team looking to strike, that's the team to do it. They have a lot of those guys on rookie deals, too.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they almost won the division last year without a quarterback, essentially.
They should have. They were the best team.
As someone who had a Falcons division winner ticket.
Like plus 450 or whatever it was.
Being a honorary Falcons fan for all of last season was one of the worst experiences of my life.
Yeah.
Because they're in every single game, but more often than not, they found a way to lose it.
Yeah, they were my pick last year to win the South, and then as the year went on, you watched them and you thought, God, they should be so much better. I mean, they should have been better than Tampa, but they weren't. And New Orleans was kind of a gnat that kept buzzing around, and Carolina just stunk, and Carolina will again until they figure out their quarterback situation again, because I don't think that Bryce Young's the answer.
Didn't look like it after 1 year.
No.
But that was one of the bigger deals so far today in this legal tampering period for the NFL. Kirk Cousins to the Falcons for 4 years, $180 million. The Niners have made a couple of moves announcing that Arik Armstead will be released and then signing Leonard Floyd to a 2-year deal, $20 million at maximum, worth $24 million, $12 million guaranteed for year number 1. Some of the other major storylines from NFL free agency so far, a lot of running back movement, surprisingly, Divs. Saquon Barkley, former Giants running back, now to the Eagles. The Eagles running back, DeAndre Swift to the Bears, right?
Josh Jacobs gone from Vegas. I almost said Oakland.
Yeah, to the Packers.
Right.
And Aaron Jones of the Packers hasn't signed anywhere, but got released by the Packers. But Saquon got 3 years, $37.5 million, just a tick under what McCaffrey's getting average annual value. I know we talk a lot about how the running back position is being undervalued across the NFL. Not a crazy bounce back, but a little bounce back for running backs today.
Right, and that's a spot where Philadelphia, I think, looks at Saquon Barkley and they look at what they do offensively, and it fits for them because they're going to lean heavy on Saquon Barkley and run a lot of that zone read with Jalen Hurts and try to reestablish what they had, not this year, but the year before, in terms of their ground game, which is what carried them to the Super Bowl.
Maybe take Saquon's under rushing touchdowns for the year, though, because welcome to the tush push.
Right.
Saquon.
Good call.
Right.
Good call. You get inside the 5, and it's going to be Jalen
Hurts.
Yeah.
Jalen 3 straight times if need be. But interesting there with the running backs. We talked about Kirk Cousins, 4 years, $180 million. Can we glean anything from that about Brock Purdy's potential future contract extension? Because as we've talked about a lot on 95.7 The Game, they don't have to do it until 2 years from now. They are allowed to, contractually able to begin discussing a contract extension after next season. Kirk Cousins getting 4 years, $180 million. Does that mean anything about what Brock Purdy might eventually get from the 49ers?
It means a lot, and it means if Brock Purdy has another year like he did this year, if he goes into next year and plays that well, even if they don't go to the Super Bowl, if they make the playoffs and if they advance fairly deep into those playoffs, he's getting more than Kirk Cousins. He's younger, and he's proven, at least in this small sample, that he's better than Kirk Cousins, and he's been amazing in the postseason. And even if you look at the Super Bowl and you look at the reasons why the Niners lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, Brock Purdy would be reason 7 or 8 on your list, I think, as far as why you couldn't beat Kansas City. I don't look at Brock Purdy as a key reason. So if he comes out and has another good year, he's getting more than 4 and 180. He's probably getting 5 and 250 with, 175 or so guaranteed. He's going to get that big bag.
Obviously, Kirk is almost 36 years old. So in terms of planning out for the future, you'd rather have the younger guy who at the moment is much cheaper. But is Brock Purdy a better quarterback than Kirk Cousins right now?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, Kirk's had a really good last 2 years. Last year was cut short because of injury.
Right. And now he's coming off the Achilles, and he's 36. And, he's going to an Atlanta team where it's a lot more run heavy than Minnesota was. And I just wonder about Kirk Cousins' ability in January, because he hasn't shown that ability to come through in the playoffs, and Brock Purdy has. That to me is the tiebreaker right now as to why I would put Brock ahead of Kirk.
It's fair enough. I mean, I feel like they're on relatively level footing.
They're similar quarterbacks.
But then what changes is obviously Brock Purdy's just out of 2 years out of college, and Kirk Cousins, this is the final contract he's ever going to sign.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's teams have been better than Kirk Cousins' teams, certainly, when you look at Minnesota versus the Niners that Brock Purdy's had. So it's always tough, I think, to dissect quarterbacks and pull them away from the team that they happen to play for. And, the Niners coach is better than what Minnesota has had under Kirk Cousins. So he's had a lot of inherent advantages here being Brock Purdy in this team.
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple of comments on both the YouTube chat and on our text line, the Comcast Business text line, and on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat talking about extending Brock Purdy right now. They are not allowed to, even if they wanted to. They cannot. They can't even begin contract negotiations for Brock Purdy until following next season. It's important to note that he's under contract for 2 more seasons, so it wouldn't even kick in for a couple of more years. They have Brock Purdy at the biggest discount in the NFL for 2 more seasons. And at that point, they could also say, sorry, Brock, we're going to franchise tag you and not even agree to a long-term extension. That's a conversation for down the road. But one of the other big moves in terms of the NFL quarterback market today was Baker Mayfield, who previously unwanted as recently as 12 months ago, just signed a 3-year, $100 million extension with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're talking about the NFC South. That's the team that just won it, led by Baker Mayfield, kind of in a resurgent season for Baker. If Baker's getting a 3 years for $100, over $33 million, I think it's worth up to $115 million at most. I mean, you got to imagine Brock Purdy's at the very least is getting more than Baker Mayfield just got. At the very least.
You would figure.
And you add in another year, 2 years worth of the cap going up and the quarterback market continuing to increase. I mean, that's got to be $35 million baseline. Probably even more than that for Brock.
I think it's more than that. And I threw out, $45 or $50 million a year. And if Brock Purdy has another year like he did last year, then absolutely you'll do that, because you've seen these teams and it's gone time and time again, whether it's Daniel Jones in New York or Geno Smith in Seattle or now Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay if you have a quarterback who is good, maybe not great, but just good. And Baker Mayfield last year was good. He was better than he had been ever in his pro career, and you had success. So you have a quarterback who's good, and you could put Baker Mayfield last year as the 15th best quarterback in football, somewhere in there, 13 to 18, wherever you want to slot
Steven
him.
Ruiz way back down in the 20s.
If we want to do the Steven, although I think he had him higher than Brock Purdy, but if you want to do the quarterback rankings, wherever you want to put him, bottom line is Tampa Bay had a quarterback who was good enough to help them win the division. So do you throw him out and start over with a rookie? Do you throw him out and bring in Sam Darnold or Jimmy G, or do you try to pay Kirk Cousins more than Baker Mayfield? When you have a quarterback that is good, not great, but good enough, you got to pay him. Arizona did with Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah.
Dallas did with Dak Prescott. There's been so many examples of teams who have a good, not great, not elite, not Mahomes. You have a good quarterback, you're kind of in a tough spot.
I was thinking the same thing. When you have a quarterback kind of in that mid-tier, maybe like from quarterback 12 through 18 or 12, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the quarterback market is such that you're going to have to overpay that guy.
Right.
But your option, if you don't overpay him, is the 20th best quarterback in the NFL?
Or a rookie.
Right. Taking a swing on a rookie. And maybe you get lucky. Like the Niners certainly got lucky with Brock Purdy, but that was not their plan.
Right.
I mean, they were going to go, they had two other options ahead of Brock, and it just happened to be that Brock got a chance.
You got Derek Carr in New Orleans, another guy who, he got mad money, way more money than he probably deserved, because what do? You got a quarterback he's good, but he's not elite. And, like you said, the alternative is, Gardner Minshew, like the Raiders right now, they signed Gardner Minshew today.
Is he going to be their starter?
Well, maybe. It's him or Aiden O'Connell.
At the moment.
But if you're a Raider fan and you look at your quarterback room, you're not thinking that you've got a top 10 quarterback. You probably don't even have a top 20 quarterback.
No.
You've got the 25th and the 33rd best quarterback in football. Good luck in that division.
So if you're the 49ers and trying to figure out Brock Purdy's future with your organization, there's almost no choice. You have to sign him. And I think they are planning on doing that. I mean, everything that they've talked about and said over the last year plus now is, we have this money coming up at some point. I mean, they're planning for it. They got a major boost with the $30 million increase in the salary cap this year that helped them out for now. It'll probably help them out in the future as well. You kind of got to readjust all of your figures and numbers and expectations when you get that kind of jump. But when the time does come for a Brock Purdy contract extension, they got no choice but to sign him, because what else are you going to do? Start over?
Right. Or
no, you're not starting over.
Get the next Kirk Cousins and pay a guy $40 million a year to come in and hope that he fits with your system. You found a guy who wins. Brock Purdy has come in, and you can think whatever you want to think about how good he is. If he's, top 7, if he's, Steven Ruiz in the Ringer, you mentioned it. He had him like 22nd. He's probably better than that. But no matter where you want to slot him, the one thing that you can't really disparage is the fact that he has come in here and in almost 2 full seasons, he's won way more than he's lost. Brock Purdy wins football games. He went to the Super Bowl, and the year he didn't, he went to the NFC Championship game. So if you really value winning, and I think that they do, you're going to sign him to whatever it takes.
Yeah. I mean, especially considering when we talk a lot about how this is their window this year and next.
Right.
Really, it was last year, this year, and next.
Yeah.
Like their 3-year window when you've got to take advantage of Brock Purdy. It's not as if after that, when Brock Purdy is going to be making, at the very least, a significant increase on what he currently makes. It's not like the team is going to be so devoid of talent that you're not going to be good. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult to keep elite talent around him when you have more money tied up with your quarterback. But then the question also becomes, I mean, this year, next year is just an opportunity for the Warriors, for the 49ers to just gain more information on their quarterback. I said Warriors by mistake because I was thinking of something that Mark Willard said about this stage of the Warriors season. This is just information gathering when it comes to future decisions. that's also what this next season is for Brock Purdy. If he's another MVP finalist this coming year, he's going to get top-of-the-line quarterback money. There's just no way around it.
Right, and just because he happens to have ruddy, red cheeks and he doesn't have the most giant arm and he was drafted last in his class, doesn't mean that you look past what he's done in actual football games. Because if you watch the game, he makes all the throws and he makes smart decisions and he wins football games. And if it's because he's a system guy and he's surrounded by talent and he's got the best offensive mind in football, well, good for him. He still is going out there and winning.
Yeah.
And he got you to the Super Bowl and he got you in a spot to where you could have won the Super Bowl. You didn't, but only one quarterback did, and it's the same guy who tends to win every Super Bowl. So if that's the standard we're setting, then nobody anywhere should have any quarterback except the one guy.
Yeah. A little bit of housekeeping from the 49ers. They have announced that they have tendered a 1-year contract to restricted free agent Juwan Jennings. That's was expected.
Yeah.
All that means
procedural.
for the exactly. All that means is now the 49ers, now that they have offered that 1 year, they've tendered a 1-year contract to Juwan Jennings. It means they just now have the right to match any contract he gets elsewhere, and Juwan Jennings would be forced to accept it and stay a 49er. So all that means is the Niners have the ability to retain Juwan if the price is right for them.
Makes sense because, you look at your wide receiver room and Debo is highly paid and he'll be here at least one more year. Ayuk is expecting to get an extension. I would imagine he would. That probably won't happen until July. You remember the Nick Bosa deal? And even the...
Was that like 4 days before the season opener?
The Debo deal, I think, happened in the end of July. So the Brandon Ayuk extension probably won't happen for a long time, but you're expecting him to still be here. He's under contract. And I mentioned this before. You run a lot of 21 personnel. If you run 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, that's 3 wide receivers. You don't do that a lot here. You do that maybe 50% of the time, maybe even less than that, because sometimes you do 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, which still means 2 wide receivers.
Yeah.
If you look at Juwan Jennings and his play snap count percentages, he's usually around 35 or 40%. So your third wide receiver is not a critical need, but you've got one you love. He's reliable. He blocks. He came through big in big moments. So you want to keep that guy at a certain price, but you're going to keep Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, this does not mean, it's not a guarantee that he's going to stay. It means he can search elsewhere. The Niners, though, have ultimately the right to refuse or to pony up and offer that same amount.
Right, and I would have to wonder...
It depends what his market is now, is essentially the point.
I guess that's my point is I don't see another team out there giving him even $10 million a year to come in there. He's not a one.
If it's $10 million, the Niners, I don't think can do that. Yeah.
No, they're out. And I don't think any other team looks at him. If you're a team in need of a wide receiver, you would be better suited to draft one who could be maybe as good or close to as good as Juwan for $2 to $3 million a year, as opposed to giving Juwan Jennings $3 and $30.
Yeah.
He's not getting that much, I don't think, on the open market.
All right, let's go out to the phones here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today on this Monday on 95.7 The Game. Up first is Ray in Vallejo. Ray wants to talk about Brock Purdy. Ray, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Not too bad. How you guys doing today?
It's good, Ray.
So I was just talking contracts, and you're going to have to pay Purdy, and you're saying that he's a winner, but comparing him to Garoppolo and to Dak Prescott and to all these other quarterbacks that just win but don't win in the postseason, where do you think his contract's going to lie? Because if you rank his play, I think he'll rank anywhere from 22nd to 15. So is that going to get how big of a contract is that going to net him when his due?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ray. I mean, that's the question that the Niners have to consider for the next year plus, maybe 2 more years. You have to... The quarterback rankings part of it almost doesn't really matter because as we're talking about, quarterbacks are so important to NFL teams that if you have even a decent one, you're almost forced to pony up and pay them market rate. Like, not everyone is going to get what Justin Herbert got last offseason. Like, that's top of the market, what Joe Burrow got. Mahomes is a bargain now because he signed for such a long term, and it happened a handful of years ago now. Quarterback rankings, even if he's the 15th best quarterback, and you think that, I think that, whoever thinks that, He's still going to be making near the top of the quarterback market. Now it's going to be reset every year from here on out. But I mean, he's looking at least $40 million.
For sure. And that's just the cost of having a quarterback who wins. And he right now is tied for 42nd all time in playoff wins. I mean, it's ridiculous to think about, but he's got 4. And active quarterbacks with 4, Garoppolo, Stafford, and Goff. Josh Allen and Burrow have 5. Russell Wilson has 9. Flacco 10. A-Rod 11. Mahomes 15.
Flacco, active.
He's 7th among active quarterbacks in playoff wins.
And he's played 2 years.
And he's like 23. And congrats to the Purdys. I know he got married recently.
I think over the weekend.
Yeah, in Iowa. So shout out Brock Purdy. Getting it done. She didn't marry him for his money right now.
Maybe in a couple years.
Exactly.
Good investment.
Dude, it's upside, team upside. But the dude has come out and just won. So I know we all want to look at Mr. Irrelevant and the system and the laminated play sheet and the talent around him and all the rest of it and think a certain thing about Brock Purdy. But when you win like this and they win like this, he's going to get that cheddar.
Yeah. He's going to. He has to.
The chicken. Shout out Guru.
The Niners don't have another choice. All right, back out to the phone lines we go. RDC in Napa. RDC in Napa wants to talk about Kyle Juszczyk here on 95.7 The Game. Actually, sorry, this is RC. RC out in Napa wants to talk Kyle Juszczyk. Potentially a decision coming for Juszczyk. RC, sorry about that. What's up? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Debbie, I was so prepared to gloat that I'm still suffering from the Super Bowl loss. But on Juszczyk, remember that Purdy said that he's incredibly comfortable in the spread. So the 11 and 12 is going to change. The 49ers aren't going to run quite as much fullback from this point forward because Purdy has spent most of his career out of the spread. You can chew on that for a while.
You're going to put that in the cap? We're going to put that in the time capsule. Thank you, RC. I think that he makes a fair point about Brock Purdy's comfort zone, but this is Kyle Shanahan. And I was mentioning snap
and
counts.
Christian McCaffrey, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Juszczyk last year, 46% of snaps on offense. That means half the time almost you were running 21 or 22 personnel. Kyle Shanahan, I believe, and Mark and I have had this debate, not Grandy, but Willard. I think that Shanahan likes to run the ball first. And when you want to run it, you use a fullback, you use 2 tight ends, you use 1 tight end and 2 running backs. So I don't believe that even though Brock Purdy is comfortable in the spread, I don't think that Shanahan is comfortable in the spread.
Maybe not. And the other thing is Juszczyk is maybe the Niners don't utilize him enough to warrant the kind of money that they're paying him. But even when they are spread out wide, sometimes it's Juszczyk in the slot.
Exactly.
Like he is a weapon that can be used in a number of different ways, whereas some of these other fullbacks are just lead blockers for the star running back.
Yeah.
Well, Juszczyk can do other things. I mean, he had in the Super Bowl in 2020, he caught a touchdown.
Yeah.
In this most recent Super Bowl, I think he had a crazy toe drag catch on the first drive.
I had over 1.5 catches. That was an early cash for me.
Did he get 2?
He got the 2. He got the 2. It was big. Plus money.
There you go.
Just as a contrast, I know we got to go, but Jawan Jennings last year, 34% of snaps as your third wide receiver. So
your fullback is playing more than your third wide receiver.
Way more than your third wide receiver.
Like an extra 15% almost.
Right, and the third wide receiver sometimes is your second wide receiver when Debo's not available. And still Juszczyk outsnapped him.
Yeah, interesting. But Juszczyk, as you said earlier, maybe does not have a choice and has to accept the 49ers offer of a lower amount. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today on this Monday on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. More free agency, NFL legal tampering period discussions coming up. Debo Samuel, that's a big number next to his name. What do the Niners do about that? All that and more as we get ready for Warriors and Spurs. Pregame coverage begins at 4 o'clock. It's Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard, right here on 95.7 The Game.
40% is based on the national average premium. Savings for all state auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Grandy in for Willard today, so it's Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game, and we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You can visit twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on both Twitch and YouTube, and if you are watching on YouTube and like the show, give us a thumbs up. It helps us out, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Again, Grandy and Dibs with you. I'm in for Mark Willard on this Monday on 95.7 The Game, as we are sorting through some of the news from the first day of legal tampering, getting ready for the beginning of the new NFL league year, which kicks off on Wednesday. That's when these deals can all be official. Just during the break, we did get some major breaking news out of the NFL, Dibs. It's not related to the 49ers. We don't need the sounder, Lucas. We're good.
He can't. Yeah,
he hit it. There we go.
Yeah, he found it. Look at Lucas, a little bounce back for you.
To be fair, it is like right there in the middle of the screen.
Okay.
But it's right next to the rejoin that he used to play. So
okay.
Not too difficult, but good job, Lucas. Good
I love you calling him out for being limited. This is fun. Grandy in the big seat, and Lucas slides over. And
he's doing his best. I mean, he's a one-man show back there. It's a little difficult.
It's funny because you two, and this is one for the listeners because they don't get to see you two going like bicker back and forth.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He gets the upper hand, and then you come back, and then you get the upper hand, and now you've got the big microphone, so now you can spend 2 hours just
I'm in the
burying
power chair.
But he's management today, so...
Yeah, I got to be careful.
Interesting paradigm. You better be careful.
With Nahagian out sick, I mean, he's essentially the program director.
He's running
now,
things.
So.
You just said something about a big breaking news. What happened?
I'm sorry. I derailed it.
So yes. Brian Burns, the star defensive end for the Panthers, who has kind of been rumored as a trade candidate for it feels like his entire existence with the Panthers.
Right.
Finally has gotten traded to the New York Giants. And he also gets a new contract extension with it. 5 years, $150 million maximum for Brian Burns. The Giants send a second and a fifth round pick to Carolina for it. Burns is now the second highest paid defensive end behind Nick Bosa. So
Good
Brian
for him.
Burns gets traded to the Giants and gets a 5-year, $150 max deal, $87.5 million guaranteed. Brian Burns has long been mentioned as a potential Niners acquisition.
Sure.
Pipe dream. And now it's official. He's a New York Giant. Well, not official, but he's going to be a New York Giant.
It will be official as of Wednesday, I guess, when the league year kicks off. That's big money.
It's
wow.
a ton of money.
And good for Burns and good for the Giants because, he was a player who clearly didn't fit down there and their defense is going through a lot of changes. And you think about the Niners and they're kind of waiting maybe. And I guess the Joey Bosa thing kind of goes by the wayside now that Leonard Floyd has signed, but that was a name that the Niners, many people were kind of hoping.
Khalil Mack, too.
Right.
Mentioned in there.
But the Joey Bosa thing, playing alongside his brother, was something that people were excited about. But wow, this is one of the big shoes to drop here in free agency.
Yeah, so Brian Burns traded from the Panthers to the Giants. He gets a major extension, 5 years, worth as much as $150 million. It makes him the second highest paid defensive end behind Nick Bosa. Of course, Nick Bosa got his record-breaking deal just before the regular season kicked off last year. Wild money being thrown around in the legal tampering period for the NFL. The 49ers haven't been at the forefront of this period. They did make a couple of moves, including announcing that they're going to release Arik Armstead after he denied a reduction to his salary. He would rather test the open market, see what he can get there. It does not mean officially that Armstead will not be a Niner. There's a chance that he doesn't like what he gets on the open market. He comes back to Lynch and Shanahan. Maybe they work something out. But for the moment, the plan is for the Niners to release him and allow him to test the free agent market. And the 49ers have also signed Leonard Floyd, formerly of the Bills. Before that, with the Rams, hasn't really ever broken out with like a 15 sack year, but always right around double digits, 9.5, 9, 10, 10.5, right around there for most of his career. Really good with the Rams over the 3 seasons prior to last. Won a Super Bowl with the Rams a few years ago. A quality defensive end, and now you match him up opposite Nick Bosa, and the Niners defense beginning to take shape. But without Armstead, you're still going to need some moves elsewhere at defensive end. We talked a lot about the offensive line and how important that is. That would be, my guess, Dibs, more likely addressed in the draft as opposed to free agency. I think they'll probably try to load up on a couple of draft picks on the offensive line. But the Niners will still be active in free agency. But if you were crossing your fingers for a Brian Burns, which was a trade more than a free agent, or a Danielle Hunter, I would probably uncross your fingers. That's unlikely going to happen. The Niners are just too. They got too much money elsewhere,
right?
And one of those guys is Deebo Samuel, who's making a ton of money.
And one of those guys is Javon Hargrave, who's making a ton of money. So when you look at the defensive line, you added Leonard Floyd today, and he's making a decent piece of change, and so he'll probably replace Cleveland Ferrell, who is a free agent, and you wouldn't expect Chase Young to come back. So now you look at maybe depth pieces in that spot, and you've got Robert Beal and Austin Bryant, who are still under contract, and they move up the depth chart. I do think that you need somebody to replace Javon Kinlaw in the interior because he's going to be gone, and Arik Armstead is gone. So, like you mentioned earlier, you're still looking for a starter now at D tackle as somebody you might look at in free agency. And I do think that you're looking probably day 2 or day 3 of free agency to find depth pieces. Maybe you see somebody who shakes free from another team and you're able to bring somebody in relatively on the cheap because you're already paying big money to, not huge money to Leonard Floyd, but you mentioned it's $10 million a year. Nick Bosa, the top paid D end, edge rusher in football, and Javon Hargrave is near the top of that market. So you're running out of spots where you can allocate big money on the defensive line. So I think you're going to wind up adding a piece or two late in free agency and look to the draft to bring in more depth pieces there.
Yeah, you look at the Niners' biggest cap hits, and this is where things kind of get ugly for them and why it's been so difficult for them, or maybe not while it's going to be difficult for them moving forward. Trent Williams making over $31 million. These are cap hits. $31 million this coming year. Deebo Samuel, $28.5. Armstead, as we already talked about, over $28. That might be wiped out at least partially. Still going to be a decent dead cap hit for the 49ers there if they do release him. Fred Warner, 24. He got restructured. That's going to jump down. George Kittle, 22 just about. Charvarius Ward, $18 million. Javon Hargrave, $15 million. Nick Bosa, a tick over $14.5 million. That's going to tick up as the years go on. But if we're talking about areas where the 49ers might be looking to save some money, and if the assumption is that they want to sign and keep Brandon Ayuk around long-term, Dibs, I think the natural progression and one of the natural questions is Deebo Samuel worth what he's being paid? Signed to a big deal now 2 off seasons ago, almost 2 full years ago, after his all-pro year where he willed the 49ers into the playoffs and all the way to the NFC Championship game, a step shy of making the Super Bowl. Struggled a little bit, not this most recent year, but 2 years ago, and part of that was because his holdout during the offseason and wanted to get all the money that he possibly could and got into camp a little out of shape, and it kind of spiraled for him that year. Last year, this most recent year, was much better than he was 2 years ago, but didn't quite reach his all-pro potential from a few years back. Is Deebo Samuel someone that the Niners are comfortable just without approaching, trying to try to change things up a little bit, or are they comfortable giving him all that money once again?
Well, they've already reworked his deal once, so they've added a couple avoidable years on to the back end of it. And so if you did want to move off of Deebo Samuel at the end of this upcoming year, the dead cap is $15 million. So not a huge number in light of what we've seen other teams do. The Russell Wilson one is certainly shocking as far as how much they are willing to eat in that dead cap number. But you look at Deebo and Brandon Ayuk, and if you're both going to be paid upwards of $20 million a year, and I know Deebo's cap number this year is 28.6, which is pretty obscene for any wide receiver. And, Deebo Samuel, especially when you look at him and you think about him possibly being your number 2 wide receiver. And I know this team doesn't really work like that. Ayuk does a certain thing. Deebo does a certain other thing. Deebo in motion, Deebo the ball carrier. Deebo gets the ball earlier in the play and gets a lot more yak yards. Brandon Ayuk is more of a prototypical wide receiver where he's going to get down the field and run routes. And you'd love to have them both. But as you mentioned, you start to look at the future financially, and Trent's number goes up, and Brock's number is going to start to get big, and Christian McCaffrey's contract has a couple more years, and George Kittle's contract is going to be one that comes due. And so you start to figure out how all these pieces fit, and you may wind up with a odd man out situation. And I think that would be Deebo Samuel before it'd be Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, so if it came to one or the other, you're picking Brandon Ayuk.
Absolutely.
I think most Niner fans would agree with you.
And it's no disrespect to Deebo Samuel, but right now Christian McCaffrey does a lot of the things that Deebo Samuel does, things that you want Deebo to do. You can make McCaffrey play on the line of scrimmage. You can have him play in the slot. You can actually put him out wide and bring him in motion and give him the ball on jet sweeps if you wanted to have Eli Mitchell or somebody else in the backfield. So I think the things that Deebo Samuel does are duplicated a lot by what Christian McCaffrey does.
Yeah, Mike Florio was on with the Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky, and was asked about Deebo Samuel. Here is what Mike Florio had to say about the Niners wide receiver Deebo.
It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, I don't criticize Deebo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, I think a fair argument could be made that Deebo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting.
Mike Florio. Here it is.
Oh, did you isolate that?
Yeah, the guys on the morning show.
Oh, that's so funny.
Spadoni and Sam.
I mean, it
sounded like Steve Kerr answering a question he didn't want to answer.
Yeah.
Mike Florio has nothing to do with the 49ers.
It sounded like
even him talking
Kyle
about
Shanahan with a little bit of a throat situation. Yeah. Well, and that's in lieu of saying, "Oh, that's a great question." Instead of stalling with "That's a great question," Mike Florio, yeah. Oh, and the sigh at the end. And he's right, though, in terms of these contracts are about what can you do for me, not what have you done for me. And that's where the San Francisco Giants got into trouble, where it was a lot of thank you contracts. And you can't do that in football.
It's difficult when you've got like franchise pillars.
Yeah. It's true.
You want to keep them around. You want to keep the fan base happy, and you want to thank the guys for their years of service, but it's not smart business.
Well, and you can't in football, and that's where football contracts become so cutthroat. Think about Arik Armstead. He, again, was the team's nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
And was a team captain like 4 straight years.
Team captain,
walked out there for the coin toss every game.
Changed positions. He's been great as a 49er, and he precedes this current regime, and you paid him a lot of money to play football, and he's been really good. And now you get to a spot
local kid
where,
as well from Sacramento.
Exactly, Pleasant Grove, Elk Grove, and I covered him in high school, actually, as luck would have it. But you get to a spot where you got to make hard choices, and in football, you can do that. Think about this contract in baseball. You wouldn't have the opportunity to do this. You could cut him, but he would get every last dollar. And same thing in the NBA. But in football, these deals are all, it's funny money, and Armstead's going to be okay. He's going to get paid his guaranteed number that they owe him, but at the same time, it's a cold world, and it's only, 6 weeks removed from the Super Bowl? 5 weeks removed?
It feels like it's been forever.
I know, but it also feels like it just happened because the wound is still fresh.
Yeah, it's very fresh. So Deebo Samuel has the highest base salary of anyone on the team this year, but his cap hit is the 3rd largest for the 49ers this season. But you look at if the Niners were to say, all right, Deebo, that contract, it's just not working for us. I suppose you could approach him and say, let's rework this like they did with Juszczyk and Armstead. However, I don't imagine that that's going to go over well. I don't think that's going to happen. You're not going to just cut Deebo Samuel. Of course not. That's not what we're talking about either. So if the 49ers did identify that Deebo Samuel contract as a place where they would like to save some money, I think the only option is to trade him. That would be the most logical way, and maybe you get something back for him. It's not going to be a ton. When we talk about some of the return for wide receivers and running backs right now, it's honestly not that high. That would be the move for the 49ers. Not that it is best, not that it is likely, not that I'm even suggesting it. But if they did identify, Dibs, that Deebo Samuel contract as a major roadblock for them to keeping the team together, to keeping Ayuk, to extending Brock Purdy in the future, you're not going to release him. You're not going to approach him. Maybe you softly approach him and try to rework the deal. I don't know, but it seems like the trade would be the likeliest, most surefire way to attack it.
Yes, but I don't think that based on what you just said, and you're right, as far as your return on investment, you're not going to get a lot back for Deebo Samuel. I think that he's a unique player, and I think that he thrives in your system more than he would thrive in other systems. He's not a prototypical route runner. So if you put him on a team that runs the ball a lot less and they go 3 wide receivers, or maybe a team that opens it up even more, Deebo Samuel, I don't think would have the same impact on that team. A big reason why he is so good is because of the way you run your offense. With jet sweeps, you put him in the backfield, you run the football with him. He's physical, he can block, and all the rest of the things that you do, I think suits Deebo Samuel very well. If you're another team out there, what sort of draft capital would you give up to bring in Deebo Samuel, knowing that you're going to have to pay him what you pay him? And also, if you do sign Deebo, if you're a team that trades for Deebo, he's going to probably want to rework his deal, or you're going to want to rework his deal. And he's had a bit of an injury history. For me, the easiest way to, quote, get out of Deebo Samuel is play him, sign Brandon Ayuk. His contract won't kick in until next year, and at the end of this season, then you make a decision. And if Deebo has an up and down year due to injury or general ineffectiveness, well, at that point, you can part ways with Deebo, and the cap hit is $15 million after next year. Much more manageable than if you tried to do something now.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think that's the most likely scenario. An important thing to keep in mind, if, say, the 49ers were to trade Deebo Samuel this offseason, which, again, I don't think either of us think is likely or is going to happen, even if they traded him this offseason, he would still count nearly $22 million in dead cap money.
Wow.
It would create a cap savings of about $7 million this year, but also in that scenario, if they were to trade Deebo Samuel, it means they would be clear of all the Deebo Samuel money come 2025, which is when you would be negotiating a Brock Purdy extension. So that's a big freed up portion of money, but you're not really saving a ton. You'd be saving $7 million, but you're still paying nearly $22 million in dead money just to get rid of him.
And so you're saving
for a return of maybe a 4th round pick.
Right. And that 4th round pick is the 4th round pick going to help you now where you're in this championship window.
Nowhere close to how much Deebo would help you.
Exactly. And the $7 million that you would save, you probably won't be able to turn that into much of anything either. So I do think you're stuck because, well, you're stuck in 2 ways, and they're both positive. One is he's really good, and the other one is your team is really good.
Yeah.
So you don't want to part ways with a player who's good just because you're going to get financial savings. Now, that's where Arik Armstead, he's good, but he's not so good that you can't afford to part ways with him.
And Deebo isn't nearly as drastically overpaid as the Armstead number was.
Right, and Deebo is a lot less replaceable than Arik Armstead is. You can bring in somebody who could be close to Arik Armstead for a lot cheaper than you can with Deebo Samuel. Deebo's unique, and when Deebo is healthy, your offense is so dynamic when Deebo is there because you can give it to him in so many different ways, and when he has the ball in his hands, he runs with so much violence. You can't find that very often.
Yeah, you're right. And I think you make a good point as well. I think we got to couch this whole conversation with all of these issues that the 49ers have. It's only because they have so many good players.
Right.
There are a few teams that are in this situation because they don't have enough good players. Like there are other teams who are in this situation but have so much money tied up with bad players, like the Broncos, like the Chargers. The Chargers are in salary cap hell right now, and they're a decent team. but they don't have nearly the talent that the 49ers have. So this is all good problems in the large scheme of things, but you are going to get to a point where you got to kind of pick and choose who's worth more to your team because you can't keep this going indefinitely moving forward. All right. Few minutes left here of Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today. We do have Warriors Live coming up at the top of the hour as we get ready for Warriors and Spurs. But let's go back out to the phone lines here. Philmo Mike wants to talk about the Niners off season. What's up, Philmo? You're on with Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Grandy and Dibby. Hey, man. Hey, Dibs, you kind of explained it on the other half of your explanation, but I agree with you. We don't need to do nothing with Debo right now. And the thing is like we're talking too much about the numbers. Like, you feel me? Like, I understand we got to be cost effective and stuff, but ultimately you can make the cap do what it's gonna do. You can kind of manipulate that part. I totally agree with you. Let's go one more year and see where we end up, and then reset what we want to do with the wide receiver position. Because Debo, again, he's not Debo and McCaffrey. They're not, well, more so with Debo, but sometimes you don't necessarily see what they do. Sort of like Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors. Steph Curry went somewhere. They followed Steph, and then Draymond just threw the back door to Kuminga. You don't never know. To me, in my opinion, the Niners, they need all their players and then some. Because you don't know what Debo creates. You don't know what Juszczyk creates. You don't know what McCaffrey creates when they're there or not there. Arik Armstead, time to go because we missed you for 6 weeks. You came back, nothing changed. But great career, great Niner, great show. Y'all keep doing y'all. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks, Philmo.
Yeah, appreciate it. And it's not so much that, you totally ignore the numbers, and I don't love to always get bogged down with the numbers, but this is numbers season, Grandy.
So many numbers.
The legal tampering period is open, and I'm glad that you're in here because you're really good with the numbers, and you already flexed on your high school calculus experience. I tapped out at trigonometry, got a D+. Shout out, man, I can't. I had the teacher's name in front of me, but I actually should have gotten an F, but she liked me, so she gave me a D+. That was fun to be around.
Yeah.
But, your math knowledge is good. This is math season right now because of all the contracts that are flying around and the legal tampering and the rest of it.
Yeah, it is. All right, we got to take a break here in just a minute, but we do have some major breaking news out of the NFL once again. Former Chargers running back Austin Eckler plans to sign a 2-year deal with Adam Peters and the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
How about that? So Eckler, 2 years to the Commanders. Adam Peters, who many thought was the GM in waiting here, making some noise his first offseason with the Commanders.
Well, forget my 21 personnel idea with Juszczyk and Eckler playing for Harbaugh.
They did sign Gus Edwards, though. So Gus Edwards is a Charger.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to be their starter at running back, but
you would figure that he's going to be a part of it. And, Jim Harbaugh doing a lot of things down there to try to fix what you were talking about with their cap hell situation.
Keenan Allen and Khalil Mack and Mike Williams has a major cap hit.
Yeah.
They got a lot of money tied up.
Without much productivity. And, Keenan Allen's been so good for so long, but poor guy can't even get into a playoff game.
No, he can't, unfortunately.
Shout out Cal.
Unfortunate for Justin Herbert as well. Shout out Oregon. Yeah.
But Keenan Allen, Cal.
I know.
Just trying to make sure that we
Bear great. Golden Bear great.
Skew local. Skew local, Grandy. Come on.
All right, we'll get local coming up on the other side because Warriors are in action. Tip-off is an hour away from San Antonio. Warriors and Spurs. Wembanyama is back. Warriors Live is coming up on the other side. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Warriors Live is coming up next, presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Grandy and Dibs, Willard and Dibs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well done, Grandy. And this is Dan Dibley, and I am a homeowner. And you may wonder what the best options are for comfort, efficiency, and style. I had the same wonder myself, and I went to Golden State Window and Door Design. They took the guesswork out of that process. 70 years of operation, and Golden State has learned how to make upgrades to your home, my home. They made them easier and even, quite frankly, enjoyable. First of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, removing some of the legwork you don't have time for. They have an extensive inventory and vendor list, and they can offer a good number of price options on energy efficiency. I went with Golden State Window and Door to get a new sliding glass door, and they were terrific. And they're a Marvin Direct retailer, and through them, you'll receive competitive pricing on exceptional window solutions. They've also partnered with Trex to provide outdoor deck installation videos through their website at the GSTV link. See many other options at goldenstatelumber.com and click on products for windows and doors, which is how I got started for my window and door project. When you're ready to impress your clients, click request an appointment to bring them in to choose the appealing options. And as we always say, and Golden State says it best, when you succeed, we succeed.
When it comes to your business, time is money. So say hello to BMO.
Hello.
A bank that makes business progress easier. We have a
with you. I'm filling in for Mark Willard today on Willard and Dibs, but now it's Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. We're about an hour away from tip-off down at the Frostbank Center in San Antonio.
What?
They must have recently changed their name because I do not recognize that at all. The Frostbank Center, the site tonight. Warriors in San Antonio taking on the Spurs, wrapping up an unofficial home-and-home between the Warriors and the Spurs. And last time these two teams played, Dibs, Saturday inside of Chase Center here in San Francisco, and it was one of the Warriors' worst performances of the year. Obviously, the Warriors without Stephen Curry, as we know. He's out again today. Will be reevaluated tomorrow. We'll get into the full injury report in a moment. But no Steph on Saturday, no Steph tonight. No Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama of the Spurs, the rookie phenom who's playing incredible this year, did not play on Saturday. He will play tonight against the Warriors for the Spurs. Saturday, though, Dibs, one of the Warriors' worst performances of the year. You lose by 13. You were down by 20 for a lot of that second half.
Right.
Not a great game for Golden State without Steph.
No, it stunk. And that game was not even as close as the final score would indicate. And when you're playing against a team that is hapless and not very good, as San Antonio is, and you look at the box score and you're down 62-43 at the half, you think, all right, Warriors, wake up in the third and go ahead and put this thing back where it should be. And then the third quarter is basically about flat even. And you go into the fourth and you're down, you were never in it. You pulled the plug early, you waved the white flag, and you realize, man, that Milwaukee game, was that last year?
Oh, my God.
No, it was like 4 days ago. And since then, you lost a game to the Bulls that, okay, Chicago played great. You give it to them, and then you look at San Antonio and you think, all right, here's the bounce back. You played Chicago. You didn't play great. And I told Mark Willard, they played their B game, and Chicago was just better. So you tip your cap, and then you come out and you face San Antonio, and I would give that effort a D or an F. You just weren't that interested. You weren't that engaged, and the Spurs, without their best player, came in and punched you in the nose.
Without two good players.
Right.
Wembanyama, your best player, but also without Devin Vassell, who's, quietly a nice piece for San Antonio. He also did not play. He's officially probable today, and we've talked about a number of the injuries. Why don't we just officially get our injury report out of the way, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. First of all, Steph Curry, as we talked about off the top, he is out with a right ankle sprain. However, he did recently post on his Instagram story his right foot, his ankle, in an ice bucket with the caption, "We working." So he's working to come back. It's not going to be tonight. He's officially out tonight. Maybe it is sooner than expected. He will be reevaluated tomorrow. So maybe the Warriors get some good news there, and they need it because, Dibs, without Steph this year, the Warriors are 0-4. Maybe they get their first win of the season without Steph Curry, but a reevaluation for Steph tomorrow. Moses Moody is available. He was listed as probable with left knee soreness. He's available and will play. Draymond Green dealing with some low back soreness. He's also probable, but I would expect him to play. Gary Payton II, who missed Saturday's game with an illness, he's off the injury report entirely. Meanwhile, for the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama, the rookie out of France, he did not play on Saturday with an ankle injury. He's off the injury report. Devin Vassell, as we talked about, who also did not play Saturday, he's probable, dealing with a left hip contusion. Meanwhile, Cedi Osman is out with a left ankle sprain. You might remember Osman from some of those Cavaliers teams at the end of LeBron's second stint with Cleveland. But Cedi Osman is out for the Spurs, and that is your injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. As important as tonight is for the Warriors, if we do look a little bit bigger picture, it does seem like they seriously dodged a major bullet with Steph Curry's ankle. I don't know what you thought. Me seeing it, how the team reacted post-game, I was thinking maybe a couple of weeks, but maybe it's only a couple of games.
Could be. We don't know if he'll be available for Wednesday against Dallas or not. I'm still cautiously pessimistic about that one, and he's showing himself in an ice bucket today, which tells me you're still in the treatment mode as far as, containing the swelling, and we haven't yet gotten word that he's back there testing it out. And I know they obviously didn't practice today and even yesterday. Tomorrow they'll probably go through a little bit of a light workout in Dallas after they leave San Antonio tonight. But honestly, I'm of the mindset where take 2 weeks, Steph, because these games, I'm not saying that I'm not locked in on every game and every dribble, but the amount of urgency, Grandy, that I'm feeling about these Warrior games is decreasing because you're not going to fall to the 11. You're 4.5 games ahead of Houston to fall out of the play-in, and you now sit 3.5 back of Phoenix to get to the 6. Yep. And it's very hard to climb 3 games. I mentioned before they went 13-4 over that stretch, and they gained only 3 games. So if they finish up the year on a 13-4 kind of a run, they probably still won't get to the 6. So if the 6 is out of the question and it's looking more and more like they're not going to get to the 6, if you're going to be in the play-in anyway, and really the goal is to climb up to 8, and Dallas is in the 8. So the Dallas game is pretty important.
Wednesday, yeah.
Right, but if Steph is going to be pushing to play that game, don't even bother playing. I'm of the mindset right now where I'm already looking ahead to the play-in tournament because what they're showing me right now is that this team is not playing well. So why do you want to rush Steph back and just wait until he's 100%?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Honestly, my thought coming into today about the Warriors was almost like these games without Steph, and maybe it gets to a certain point where even once Steph returns, but as you're talking about, maybe it becomes apparent that they don't really have any room to either gain or lose in the standings. It's almost a little bit freeing because you can kind of just focus on, all right, let's evaluate this team. Are they showing us enough without Steph that they can be a player in the postseason from potentially the 10th spot, from the 9th, from the 8th, maybe if things work out well for them. But you're getting to a point, I'm not quite there 100% yet, maybe not as close to this as you might be, but I do feel that same sort of freedom when it comes to the Warriors because you're not falling out of the play-in entirely. And you're probably not getting out of the play-in. Yes, you're right. You'd rather be 7 or 8 as opposed to 9 or 10. But you're not going to go out of your way and risk one of your stars or your star, your MVP, your guy that carries you night in and night out, just to be the 9 instead of the 10, for example. You have so much more worth accomplishing. So it's almost like where the Warriors are at this moment, it's not that wins and losses don't matter as much as they did, but if a couple more losses stack up, suddenly the rest of the regular season isn't the biggest deal because you don't have a ton of room to grow or fall. You're going to be the 10 at the very worst.
Right. I mean, you're 4.5 up on Houston, and Houston's not going to catch you, and you'd love to get by the Lakers and at least host that 9-10 game, and ideally you get to the 7 or the 8. That way
you got 2 shots at it.
You got 2 shots. You got a little bit of a cushion. And, right now I look at Sacramento, and Sacramento is sinking like a stone, and Dallas is a team that you have a couple of times, 2 or 3 more times, I think, remaining on your schedule. So those games become the big ones in the head-to-head fashion, but you got to stop giving away these games against the likes of San Antonio. And what I saw the other night on Saturday night from that game against the Spurs, it was dreadful. That was a dreadful performance.
Kind of disinterested, it felt like.
Right, and that's a spot where, come on, I mean, we're down here to the nitty-gritty. This is the real nut-crunching time, so to speak, and this is where, when you play against these bad teams, you've dominated them all year long, you got to go out and show more of an effort, and they didn't.
Yeah. Let's get to What's on Tap as Warriors Live rolls along here on 95.7 The Game. What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a farmer. And this is something you were talking about earlier. What's on tap for the Warriors is a couple of huge games when it does come to playoff and play-in positioning. So to your point, if the Warriors want to be able to jump up a spot or 2 or 3 in the Western Conference standings, these next 2 games are huge. After tonight in San Antonio, you've got Dallas. On Wednesday, the Dallas Mavericks are the 8th seed in the West, 2.5 games ahead of the Warriors. And then you play the Lakers in LA on Saturday. The Lakers are the team right ahead of you, and 9th in the West, a game and a half ahead of you. So after tonight, Dibs, you've got the 2 teams directly ahead of you in the standings, separated by only a couple of games, 2.5 behind Dallas for 8th, 1.5 behind the Lakers for 9th. If you do have any hope at jumping a spot or 2 in the West, you can't lose both of those games. You're going to have to at least get one of them So we might know by this weekend where the Warriors' realistic opportunity is in terms of end of regular season seeding, because these next two games after tonight are going to go a long way in determining if the Warriors even have a chance to do that.
That's great. It's a great point. And you look at the schedule the rest of the way, and you've got San Antonio one more time, and you've got some Dallas in there, and you've got games where if you win, you can absolutely make some headway in the standings. But it's getting to the point now where I'm almost of a mindset where you're better off resting guys just to make sure that they're fresh and ready for the play-in, because it seems like that's where you're destined.
It does seem like it. I mean, so
so in terms of Steph, and Steph's in the ice bucket today, and I know he's getting closer, and he'll get reevaluated tomorrow. We know that Rick Celebrini and the medical staff is very cautious about a return to play protocol for any player. And if you beat San Antonio tonight, it probably gives you more of an ability to rest Steph on Wednesday and get him ready maybe for the Laker game.
And maybe a win. I feel like some people might think the opposite, but I understand where you're coming from. Maybe a win, instead of encouraging the Warriors to try to chase the 7 or the 6 seed, maybe it just buys them time to keep resting Stephen Curry, because a win thereby further increases your chances of not falling out of the play-in entirely.
Right. Which is a long shot that you'd fall out of the play-in. But if you lose 2 games to San Antonio, those are games that everybody in the association would look at as a win. And if you drop these 2 on the heels of losing to Chicago, all of a sudden, if you're Houston, you're thinking, all right, I might see blood in the water here. I might think that we can catch Golden State.
Although Alperen Şengün last night suffered what looked like a major injury, although reporting today on his ankle and his knee that he dodged a major bullet, but it's not like he's going to go out there and play immediately. So if you are thinking about the Warriors in terms of at least hoping they stay in the play-in, while you never root for injuries, that Rockets team certainly did receive a little bit of a major blow there, although it's not a major injury for Şengün, and he's one of the bright young players in the league, so you certainly don't wish injury upon him. But you're right, the Warriors are relatively safe in terms of, at the very least, making the play-in tournament. All right, it's Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. It's Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you on Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to our predictions, Dibs. Take it to the bank prediction is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Warriors in San Antonio taking on the Spurs, trying to avoid consecutive losses to a team entering Saturday who had only 13 wins on the season. What do you think tonight, Dibs? What can you lock down? What's happening tonight in this one?
I'm going to predict a Draymond Green triple-double.
Oh.
I look at what happened against Chicago. He had a triple-double.
Yeah.
And then he comes out against San Antonio, and he was bad, and they were bad. And one thing we know about Draymond Green is he's a competitor, and he understands how he plays. And I think that he looks at that game, and he had 7 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 28 minutes. He was as much of a non-factor as any of the Warriors. Kuminga played all right. Klay Thompson shot it well, but by and large, they did not play well as a team. And I know Draymond's embarrassed by that. He should be. And if I know Draymond, and as competitive as he is, he's going to look at that tape and say, oh my God, I have got to be better than that. So I think tonight he goes out and plays with that force, and he plays with emotion. I'm going to predict a Draymond Green triple-double tonight in San Antonio.
You could probably get a decent return on that.
Probably.
I mean,
I'll look it up.
I think the game against the Bulls was his first triple-double of the season.
Yeah.
So you could get a nice
And it was
nice
like one of those 10, 10, and 11 kind of triple-doubles. It's fine.
Which is what Draymond does.
Yeah, usually.
I mean, he's not going to give you like a 30-point triple-double as Luka's making very, very common.
Man, too common,
enough. Yeah, I think he had like 3 consecutive 35-point triple-doubles.
Madness, yeah.
He's crazy. I think you're right, though. Draymond Green, maybe with himself, but also the team as a whole, he's got to be frustrated with the defense recently. We've talked a lot here on 95.7 The Game about how ever since Draymond returned from his suspension, the defense has been a lot better, and not just better, but almost elite over that stretch. But 3 of the last 4 games, Dibs, the defense has been really bad. Think back to the game in Boston now over a week ago, 8 days ago, that Sunday matinee game in Boston. And that one obviously got a little out of hand early, so maybe you can throw part of that game away, but it certainly wasn't good in the first half, even when the starters were playing. You give up 140 points to Boston. You give up 125 to the Bulls, 126 to the Spurs without Wembanyama, without Vassell. That's 125 points allowed or more in 3 of your last 4 games. And what makes it even more odd is you have maybe your best performance of the season mixed in there against the Bucks when you only allowed 9 points in the fourth quarter. So maybe there is a little bit to Draymond's frustration, and maybe that helps him in this game because the defense, 3 of the last 4 times, hasn't just been bad, but it's been pretty dreadful.
So you're looking at a defensive effort that's going to be much better.
Maybe. I mean, there better be.
Yeah.
You would think.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Although
Draymond might be, screaming at his guys a little bit, getting them fired up and ready for this one because that's unacceptable the last 3.
I look forward to seeing who guards Wembanyama and how they go about guarding him. If you put Draymond on him, that'll be a fun watch. Draymond giving away just about a foot in size, but so smart defensively. And, Wembanyama is a guy who can score on all 3 levels. And Draymond Green, I just hope that that's the matchup. I doubt that it is, but I don't know who
do you
else
think defends him.
If it's not Draymond, maybe you go with Kavan in a short stint, and Dario Saric only played a few minutes.
Yeah.
Or maybe you put TJD on him, a guy who's got some good size and some good length, and put the rookie on the rookie.
I wonder if the Warriors stick to the starting 5 that they put out there on Saturday, which was no Wiggins, instead Trayce Jackson-Davis. So it moved Kuminga to the 3, Draymond at the 4, and Trayce Jackson-Davis at the 5. Interestingly, they opened the second half with Clay in there instead of TJD. So they went smaller to begin the second half. Steve Kerr said they wanted a better defensive unit out there to begin the game. Interestingly enough, that meant no Wiggins, even though he was searching for a better defensive unit. And then the offense was bad in the first half, and they decided to go to a more offensive unit with Clay out there to begin. Right. But I wonder what starting 5 Kerr turns to, because last game there was no Wembanyama, and this time there is Wembanyama.
Very telling to me about how he feels about Andrew Wiggins if Wiggins is not in the starting lineup. And you could look at last game against San Antonio, Wiggins came off the bench and say, well, maybe Steve doesn't think that he's fully back to where you want to start him, but he played 26 minutes off the bench. So his minutes are almost up to where his averages have been all season. If he still comes off the bench, to me, that's very telling as to what the coaching staff thinks of Andrew Wiggins right now.
I don't know. We'll find out. I think the Warriors, I don't know what starting 5 they're going to go to. It's difficult to try to handicap because they've gone to a number of different lineups this season. To round out, take it to the bank, our prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank. I'm predicting Kuminga to get back into the 20-point range scoring. He had 26 last time out. He's been getting to the free throw line a lot lately. And with Klay Thompson out there shooting like he did last game, it opened up a lot of driving lanes and slashing lanes for Kuminga, catching, running out in transition, getting to the rim, getting fouled, and he's been making his free throws at a really high rate as well. So Kuminga up above 20 points again is my prediction. If he does not get there, the Warriors probably don't have much of a chance in this one. They're going to need him to score a little bit for him.
Well, unless Clay goes off and has a monster game and, Chris Paul continues to score as he has off the bench, and you start to look around without Steph Curry, and you need step-up performances on offense from a number of different guys, and you haven't always gotten it.
Yeah, and Kuminga's certainly one of those guys.
Yep.
So much talk about him. Is he good enough to be the number 2 on this team? Well, maybe he can be a number 1 tonight and lead you to a win. And maybe that gives you more confidence when Steph comes back, if he can do that.
26 the other night, second only to Klay Thompson's 27, and Klay shot at 8 of 16. So if you're Klay, you're going to try to look to pick up that Curry slack, and if he can do that, and Wiggins can, maybe step forward and contribute a little bit along with Kuminga, you got a good chance.
Yeah. All right. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Dibs, it's been fun. We got to make way for Tim Roy, but I'll see you tomorrow, Dibs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Been a lot of fun. That's Dan Dibley. I'm Mark Grandy, filling in for Mark Willard today. Warriors basketball is next. Tim Roy in San Antonio on 95.7 The Game.
This is Cindy Faulkner with Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, the home of old-fashioned service and locally